After half a day, the reconnaissance team finally completed the detection mission within a radius of 20 astronomical units and sent back the information. However, this surprised Qi Shi somewhat. Originally, he speculated that this unknown force must have allies on the far arm, informing them, leading to an ambush of Hexia's collection fleet at that time. If his guess was correct, after his large fleet passed through many civilizations on the far arm, the other party shouldn't have received the message and would continue to ambush at the wormhole exit, utilizing their range advantage. Is this not the best tactic? Even Qi Shi has prepared several tactics to counter this situation. However, the message transmitted by the reconnaissance team now made him feel like he had punched into thin air. Could it be that his guess is wrong? Was the ambush on Hexia's just a coincidence, or they happened to be in that position at that time, and just happened to discover the collection fleet passing through the wormhole? How come even I don't believe myself? But as the Marshal of the Empire, Qi Shi won't dwell on this issue. Since it has been confirmed that there is no ambush, skip the first stage of the operation and move directly to the second stage. Send a message to the reconnaissance team, instructing them to stay vigilant at all times, report any situation immediately, and notify the entire fleet to begin entering the wormhole one by one, heading to the forward arm. Yes, Marshal. I hope I'm really wrong about this. After giving the orders, Qi Shi muttered quietly. Several hours later, when the 22 billion warships had all passed through the wormhole and gathered in the forward arm, there were still no abnormalities. Everything proceeded unexpectedly smoothly. However, what Qi Shi did not know was that all his actions were under the control of the other side. Commander, the Empire's fleet has all passed through the wormhole and gathered. We should properly welcome our guests and set the stage. Understood. Activate the spatial illusion system. Suddenly, apart from the numerous strange orbs, the desolate Sokka full of debris changed into a bustling and vibrant Sokka. The thriving Sokka reappeared. End of this chapter. Chapter 431. The Fear of the Red Lion in the Void. Various types of spacecraft shuttle back and forth. The spaceport and factories are brightly lit, presenting a bustling scene. Suddenly, the void suddenly contracted, and a large number of uninvited guests immediately descended here. It's really careless. Such an important place actually didn't keep the leap interdiction device open. Not expecting to arrive at the Red Lion of Sokka so easily. Looking at the bustling scene before him, he couldn't help but sigh. Originally, in his opinion, such an important place should continuously keep the leap interdiction device activated. Anyway, that thing doesn't consume much energy. Not to mention, especially after the incident with the white wave, it should have been done. But the reality is, they didn't activate the leap interdiction device at all, and his own army actually leapt directly into Sokka. Well, no matter what the situation is, just get on with it. His only mission is to destroy the resistance forces and occupy the important facilities of the Neutron War Star before it arrives. Snatch the relevant technical data and finished products as quickly as possible. Nanshan, Leiyu, each lead 5 battalions of the 1st Legion, directly assault the spaceport cluster where the enemy fleet is stationed, and destroy them all. Yes, Marshal. Bai Yang, you lead 5 battalions of the 2nd Legion to launch a surprise attack and control all facilities in outer space such as factories, production lines, research institutes. Remember, no destructive damage. Yes, Marshal. Finally, Lin Lan, you lead another 5 battalions of the 2nd Legion, responsible for organizing airborne operations on all life planets in Sokka. At the same time, warships are strictly prohibited from attacking non-military facilities from orbit. Yes, Marshal. The Red Lion did not hesitate at all and quickly issued orders one after another. And as each order was issued, the image of the receiving general immediately disappeared until only he was left in the void. The Empire's 1st and 2nd Legions quickly divided into 4 and, under the leadership of a general, each rushed towards their mission objectives. Soon, only the arrival point of the fleet was left with the Red Lion on the War Star, and the 2 Royal Guard fleets. Without the interference of leap interdiction devices, the entire operation proceeded very quickly, directly leaping to their targets with a short-range leap. Leiyu, does something seem strange? We've been here for a while now, but the enemy fleet still has no reaction. After the short-range leap, they arrived at their target, the starport cluster where the enemy fleet was stationed. Looking at the silent starport cluster in front of them, along with a large number of warships hovering in space, Nanshan had a bad feeling, but couldn't quite figure out what was wrong. Don't think too much. If there's a problem, we'll know when we open fire, right? You take the lead in the attack, and I'll set up the encirclement. Fine. Let's do it. Immediately, the 5 battalions, led by Nanshan, attacked the 5 billion warships and quickly formed an attack array in front of the starport cluster, while Leiyu led another 5 battalions and, with the starport cluster at the center, set up an encirclement. Fire. 1 minute later, at Nanshan's command, countless warships roared towards the defensive line of the starport cluster. At the same time, Bayan also entered the state. He reorganized the 5 battalions in his hands into numerous small fleets and surrounded one facility after another in space. Order all squads to immediately deploy all assault ships and get the crew inside. At the same time, warships are prohibited from using ship cannons without orders. Yes, General Bayan. Bayan's fleet quickly surrounded all space facilities without encountering any resistance, as the enemy fleet was stationed far away. With Nanshan and Leiyu engaging in diversionary tactics, they couldn't interfere with his side at all. Therefore, Bayan directly released the assault ships and entered the assault phase. And the fastest action came from Lin Lan's fleet, which had already begun airborne operations with assault ships and air-to-ground fighters. Everything went smoothly, so smoothly that the Red Lion watching from the rear felt it was somewhat unreal. It seemed that they could quickly suppress all their targets without suffering any losses themselves. Was this really the unknown civilization that had defeated the Haishas so thoroughly? In his heart, the Red Lion felt a great deal of confusion. Wait, something's not right. At this moment, the Red Lion noticed a problem. That is, throughout the entire star system, all kinds of spacecraft were still leisurely shuttling back and forth, just like when he first arrived here, completely without any signs of panic. Even though his 20 billion warships had landed here a long time ago. Even though battles were already raging everywhere. But why was this? As if they still hadn't noticed his arrival. Marshal Red Lion, all 4 generals are requesting communication. Quick! Connect immediately. Just as if to confirm the Red Lion's suspicions, at this moment, the 4 generals commanding the frontline forces all requested communication. This made the Red Lion immediately alert. At the same time, an intuition instantly rose in his mind. His bold guess just now was likely to become reality. Marshal, it's not good. There are no fleets or spaceports stationed here at all. It's all fake, an illusion. Marshal, the same is true here. Everything is just false illusions. Me too. Me too. As soon as communication was established, the 4 generals reported anxiously with worried expressions. This immediately made the Red Lion realize he had been duped, and his face changed as he shouted loudly. But it was too late. A massive attack, crossing several directly hit the designated targets. Space began to distort, and a large number of warships were torn apart into countless fragments as if being repeatedly torn. Within a few seconds, tens of thousands of ships in a large area were destroyed, with no survivors. The same thing was happening in all the fleets. This was a power that a 5th-level civilization could not resist. Watching the scenes displayed before him, the Red Lion's eyes were filled with fear. Is this kind of attack method the Neutron War Star? End of this chapter. Chapter 432. The Seed Plan. When it came to the Seed Plan, the effects of spatial tearing attacks, especially the visual effects, were indeed somewhat similar to the Neutron War Star. For the Crimson Lion, a mere 5th-level civilization that had never even witnessed a spatial attack before, it was no wonder that he mistook this for an attack by the Neutron War Star. Unlike the spatial piercing used against the Blackshaw previously, spatial tearing was a true area attack. With the attack point as the center, within a radius of millions of kilometers, there was no chance of escape. Although Lin Yu only had 10 million warships compared to the Purple Cloud Empire's over 20 billion warships, he could still easily slaughter the enemy, showcasing the huge technological difference brought about by crossing civilization levels, one that could not be compensated for by quantity alone. Marshal Crimson Lion seems to be interfered by the leap blocking device, unable to leap. Haha, I understand now. I finally understand. Ignoring the anxious report from his deputy, the Crimson Lion instead started laughing manically. We were just too foolish, and foolish people have no need to continue to live. Attacks beyond 10 astronomical units, with spatial shields having no effect. Why haven't we considered that it might not be that the other side accidentally researched some special weapon, but because the other side is a much more advanced civilization than us. 6th level, or rather, is the other side, already a 7th level technological civilization. We are like children, waving tow knives at adults. Indeed, too foolish. Yes, it was only at this moment that the Crimson Lion realized that the other side was definitely not a 4th level civilization that had accidentally developed a special weapon. It was fundamentally a civilization more advanced than the Purple Cloud Empire. Furthermore, this civilization was likely not even native to the Andromeda Galaxy, but an extragalactic civilization. With such powerful technology, crossing galaxies was just a normal occurrence, wasn't it? It's just unknown whether they could deal with the neutron war star of Blue River. But unfortunately, he probably wouldn't be able to witness it himself. The Crimson Lion didn't issue any further orders. Instead, he stood in the command center, calmly waiting for the final moment to arrive. Over 10 minutes later in Sakane, the wreckage of the warships had more than doubled compared to before. And the Right Marshal Crimson Lion, who was laid to rest here, was the highest commander of the fleet that decimated Sakane over 100 years ago. The twists and turns of fate were so marvelous. Commander, the forward fleet of the enemy has been completely wiped out. Understood. Order all fleets to retreat to 10 astronomical units from Sakane and monitor all hyperspace activities, especially the hyperspace window open within Sakane. Yes, Commander. Previously, Lily Zhu had told Lin Yu that based on the characteristics of the neutron war star, it was impossible for the leap to be used. At most, it might forcefully open a hyperspace window using its powerful gravitational effect to navigate inside hyperspace, achieving superluminal speeds. If Lily Zhu's speculation was correct, then monitoring the wormhole would have no effect, as hyperspace travel would completely negate the need to rely on wormholes to cross to spiral arms. At the same time, within the Imperial Star of the Purple Cloud Empire, chaos had erupted in the palace. Although Leap was disrupted and they couldn't escape the battlefield, Crimson Lion still had no problem sending back a report. This report had already reached Burn's hands. In the reception room, for Imperial generals who had received the notification had gathered here. At this moment, they were carefully reviewing the data sent by Burn from Crimson Lion. The latest data. How could this be possible? The 4 generals were dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. Sakane wasn't their lair at all, but a trap. With the ability to attack in a spherical range, the method of destruction was somewhat similar to the neutron war star's methods of attack, destroying 220 billion Imperial warships in less than half an hour. The other party might be a 6th or even 7th level civilization. Is this some kind of joke? If all this is true, then isn't the Purple Cloud Empire doomed? What consequences would there be in attacking a 6th or even 7th level civilization proactively? The 4 could almost guess with certainty. No. We still have a chance. Looking down at the 4 generals who looked fearful and desperate, Burn naturally knew what they were thinking, slamming the table and roaring loudly. Do not forget, Marshal Blue River is about to arrive at Sakane. Even if they are truly a 6th or even 7th level civilization, they may not be able to deal with the neutron war star. So, we still have a chance. Bolton's loud shout also calmed the 4 down. Yes, we have the neutron war star. There's no guarantee we'll lose. Dezheng, Niuxi, the 2 of you immediately assemble the Empire's 2nd to 7th legions and head to the Lancer corridor, and hold on to the wormhole exit tightly. Even if the other side has super long-range attack capabilities, they won't be able to use them there. Yes, Your Majesty. After the 2 responded, their virtual figures immediately disappeared from the reception room to carry out the orders. Crossing FEI, you immediately gather the Empire's 8th Legion in the capital city to defend the safety of the capital. Yes, Your Majesty. After receiving the order, crossing FEI also promptly disappeared. Everyone understood that the current situation was far from ideal, and there wasn't any time to dilly-dally. In the reception room, only Burn and Wei Bao remained. Wei Bao, your mission is the most important, and I want you to be fully responsible for the seed plan. I will grant you access to the relevant plan data later, and by then you will understand. Yes, Your Majesty. When everyone left, Burn leaned back in his oversized chair and waved his hand, and a star map appeared in front of him. The area displayed on this star map was located in a star field at the tip of the Andromeda Galaxy's far spiral arm. In this star field, Except for one civilization, all other civilizations were exterminated by the Purple Cloud Empire for various reasons in the past 1,000 years. And the only surviving civilization was called the Firestorm Civilization. Ancestors, you truly have foresight. You had already prepared for the second civilization over 1,000 years ago. Now, we can only hope Blue River brings good news, otherwise, we will have to activate the seed plan. Looking at the star map, Burns sighed softly. At the front spiral arm, 10 astronomical units from Sakane. Commander detected the formation of a hyperspace window inside Sakane. Finally, after waiting for a full 2 days, it finally arrived. Lin Yu's spirit shook. Notify Lily Zhu. The prey has entered the trap. She can begin. Yes, Commander. End of this chapter. Chapter 433. Malfunction of the Neutron War Star is thousands of light years away from Walton in the Saka star system. Captain, Commander Lin Yu has sent a message. The prey is already in the cage. We can begin the operation. Send the command immediately. Activate the super effective gravity counter system. Understood. The command has been sent, and the system is initiating successfully. The so-called super effective gravity counter system is a system developed by Lily for the Neutron War Star. It cannot perform actual attacks or defenses, but its only function is to slightly disrupt the gravitational environment of the Saka system. Even this slight impact is enough to affect the Neutron War Star. It is important to note that the Neutron War Star is not equipped with sublight-speed engines or superluminal engines. Its sublight-speed flight and superdimensional travel rely entirely on controlling its own super-effective gravity field. This level of control is quite delicate, and even a slight deviation can render it impossible. Therefore, although Lily's system cannot directly harm the Neutron War Star, it can affect other aspects, making it impossible for the star to perform sublight-speed flight or open superdimensional windows for a certain period. After all, what Lily needs to do is to keep the Neutron War Star immobilized before proceeding. At the same time, in the Saka star system, Marshal Lanhe said, "The situation in Saka is strange. The reconnaissance information contradicts what Commander Beilang previously reported. There are no space factories, no battleship lines, not even any life-bearing planets have been found. Furthermore, there are a large number of battleship wreckage fragments here, and after preliminary identification, apart from some being the wreckage of former Red Federation ships, the rest are all battleship wreckage from our Purple Cloud Empire. No presence of a third party has been detected, and..." The aide stopped here when reporting, looking very grim. "And what? Speak up." "And, according to our calculations, there are at least 10 to 20 billion Imperial battleship wreckage here." No wonder the aide's expression was so grim. 100 years ago, Red Lion led a fleet to destroy the Red Federation, and in the process, not a single Purple Cloud Empire battleship was damaged since a level 4 early civilization had no means against a level 5 civilization's spatial shields. This meant that within Saka, there should only be battleship wreckage from the Red Federation. So the question arises, why are there over 10 to 20 billion pieces of Purple Cloud Empire battleship wreckage? Upon realizing this, Marshal Lanhe's heart skipped a beat as he realized the gravity of the situation. The sudden appearance of a large number of Empire battleship wreckage, coupled with the completely different Saka from the intelligence reports. Damn, this is a trap. The 200 billion strong fleet led by Red Lion may have all met their end here. Does this mysterious civilization have a method to deal with the Neutron War Star as well? Lanhe couldn't understand why he was entertaining such absurd thoughts. It should be impossible, but once the idea took root, it quickly filled his mind, refusing to leave. How long until we can engage in superdimensional travel? We haven't reached the limit for superdimensional travel yet, so if the distance isn't too far, we can do it now. Marshal Lanhe. After the last superdimensional travel of about 3,000 light years, they hadn't triggered the Neutron War Star's limits on superdimensional travel yet. So as the aide said, if the distance wasn't too far, there wouldn't be a problem. There are no targets here anymore. Withdraw immediately and head to Lolo, 3,200 light years away. Yes, Marshal Lanhe. Regardless of whether they posed a threat to the Neutron War Star, one thing was certain. Saka was now a trap. And with no mission objectives, leaving first and then making a plan was always the right move. Just then, an alarming sound echoed in the command room of the Neutron War Star. What's going on? Report, Marshal Lanhe. The superdimensional window opening has failed, and we are retrying. Still a failure. Reason unknown. This was awkward. While the Purple Cloud Empire had gained control of the Neutron War Star and the accompanying outpost, they had figured out how to use it. However, using it did not mean understanding the technology behind it, let alone knowing how to troubleshoot. For the moment, everyone in the command room was at a loss. For thousands of years, this was the first issue with the Neutron War Star, and they had no clue how to handle it. Yet, Lanhi felt a sense of unease. The Neutron War Star encountering a malfunction at this location and time was too much of a coincidence. Anyway, let's get the Neutron War Star moving, adjust the gravitational field, move forward at sublight speeds, and leave Saka first. Yes, Marshal Lanhi. However, these attempts were futile. Marshal, the War Star is still sending alerts and unable to perform sublight speed travel. Damn, something must be wrong. These coincidences can't all happen simultaneously, and especially not here in Saka. Lan's expression suddenly changed. He was certain now that the Neutron War Star couldn't perform superdimensional travel or sublight speed travel. It wasn't just a random malfunction. It was the work of this mysterious civilization. Yet Lanhi couldn't fathom how they would deal with the Neutron War Star. Was it merely to limit them to this place? Marshal Lanhi, a large number of unidentified spherical objects have appeared in Saka and are moving towards us, numbering in the billions. The radar officer reported while opening a virtual image, showing precisely a spherical mass made of neutronium briefly merged into state made by Lily. What are these? Have you analyzed their structure? We can't analyze their structure at all. We can't even calculate their density or mass. Plus, these unidentified spheres have no detected propulsion systems, but are all moving towards our position, albeit very slowly. What on earth are these things? Lanhi looked at the terrifying quantity of peculiar spheres continuously approaching, his face filled with bewilderment. Meanwhile, in Walton, cheers erupted in Lily's laboratory. Commander, our speculation was indeed correct. If the distance is close enough, the Neutron War Star and the mass sphere made of neutronium in a unified state will attract each other. A female researcher said to Lily with excitement. All right, calm down for now. It's not time to celebrate yet. Everyone, stay at your posts, record all data without any omissions. Understood. End of chapter. Chapter 434. Becoming a Black Hole. In the Virgo Galaxy, the former crimson capital of the Red Federation, Saka, Blue River looked at the strange spheres approaching from all directions, although moving slowly, but converging towards itself. Blue River had a very bad premonition, but could do nothing. He could only hope that these strange spheres would be completely destroyed after entering the absolute kill range 1 astronomical unit of the Neutron War Star. With the passage of time, these things called mass balls by Lily were about to enter its 1 astronomical unit range. As these mass balls approached the Neutron War Star, their speed of approach gradually increased. In about 3 hours, they would be in contact with the Neutron War Star. Within the 1 astronomical unit range of the Neutron War Star, also known as the absolute kill zone by the Purple Cloud Empire. In this distance, due to the strong gravitational effects of the Neutron War Star, it would continuously cause distortion and tearing effects in the surrounding space. Any spaceship entering this range had absolutely no chance of survival. However, there were exceptions to this rule. How is it? Can it be repaired? Blue River asked the group of exhausted technicians in front of him. I'm afraid it's very difficult, Marshal. So far, we don't even understand the reasons. Without knowing the cause, we have no idea how to fix it. After all, we are completely clueless about the technologies on the Neutron War Star. One technician shook his head, replying to Blue River. In fact, even if they understood the reasons, these technicians had no idea how to solve the problem. Hearing this response, Blue River felt anxious. He felt like he was trapped in a cage. To leave the Neutron War Star, the only way was to return to the outpost station, isolate the Neutron War Star using its gravity barrier, and establish a connection with the internal command center to safely exit the Neutron War Star. Otherwise, there was no way to leave safely. Now, with the Neutron War Star motionless, it felt like being trapped in a cage, with no way out. Marshal, those strange spherical objects are expected to enter the absolute kill zone of the Neutron War Star in about 1 minute. Understood. Blue River replied, indifferently. He believed that the enemy had a good understanding of the Neutron War Star since they were able to immobilize it, An advanced civilization that understood the neutron war star so well would not send over useless objects. Therefore, while Blue River had some hope, he did not hold high expectations. Marshall, those strange spherical objects have entered the absolute kill zone of the neutron war star, but the kill zone seems to have no effect on them. The aide's report confirmed Blue River's speculation and brought despair. I seem to remember, our Empire scientists once speculated that if the mass of the neutron war star continued to increase, it would eventually form a black hole, and at that time, the scientist was ridiculed by the entire Empire scientific community. In the end, he was even arrested by the former Majesty on charges of defiling imperial sacred objects and perished in prison. Right? Blue River sighed, recalling an event from over 300 years ago. Marshall, do you think that scientists' speculation might have been correct? And could these unidentified spherical objects converging towards us have anything to do with it? The aide gasped, understanding why the Marshal was recalling an event from over 300 years ago. If this were true, the aide looked at the strange spherical objects in the image with fear. Marshal, what should we do? There's nothing we can do. We can only hope that my speculation is wrong. 3 hours later, after a lengthy journey, the countless mass balls finally approached the neutron war star and collided with it. As time passed, the neutron war star was no longer visible, only a scene of countless mass balls piled together. Blaring alarms and crimson lights flashed everywhere. Inside the command center of the neutron war star, chaos ensued. Marshall, the pressure on the gravity barrier is intensifying, trying to obtain more energy. Marshall, the zero-point energy crystals are rapidly depleting, consuming at a rate thousands of times normal. Marshall, bad news kept coming from all sides in the command center. Even with the protection of the gravity barrier, everyone felt the increasing pressure, as if they were about to be torn to pieces at any moment. Indeed, they truly intend to turn us into a black hole by increasing the mass of the neutron war star. Blue River laughed bitterly. He never thought that the invincible neutron war star could be destroyed in this way. Marshall, at the current rate of progression, our gravity barrier can only protect us for another hour at most, depleting all core energy, provided the barrier doesn't collapse prematurely. At the same time, in the Heather sector, the Walton star system, team leader, the fusion of the neutron war star and the mass balls has begun, and it is estimated that in 29 minutes the mass of the neutron war star will reach its critical point. A female researcher reported excitedly to Lily. Working with Lily for a long time, she had witnessed laboratories being destroyed, planets being shattered, and even whole star systems being destroyed. But creating a black hole, that was something she had never experienced before. And now, a black hole was about to be created under the hands of their research team. Lily did not reply, simply nodded, her eyes fixed on the observation screen showing the feedback from Saka. The massive entity, comprising the neutron war star and billions of mass balls, was slowly shrinking at a visible speed. Lily knew that at the center of the entity, where the neutron war star was located, the mass balls were continuously merging with the star. And with this process continuing, in 29 minutes, the neutron war star would reach its critical mass point and collapse into a black hole. In this moment, Lily's face showed a hint of a smile. This is it. Become a black hole. Neutron war star. After 29 minutes, when the circular entity in the image suddenly stopped shrinking, Lily's lips curved into a smile. End of the chapter. Chapter 435. In the command room of the neutron war star, the red warning lights were flashing continuously, and the piercing warning sounds filled the entire room. All crew members were in chaos, except for Landhi. Everyone was like ants on a hot pan. Marshall, the gravity barrier is about to collapse. It could happen at any moment. Once the gravity barrier collapsed, everyone here understood what would happen next. But there was nothing they could do. Landhi didn't answer. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes, waiting for the arrival of the final moment. And not far from the neutron war star, no one noticed, a group of energy emitting a red light suddenly appeared, rapidly changing its form, and a human with a physical body quietly appeared here. Yes, a human, at least from the outside. There was no difference from a human. Interesting, this human created by the council is quite interesting. Just stepped into the 6th level civilization, yet possesses energy technology from the 7th level civilization. It's really interesting. The one who suddenly appeared was Fan, who once saved Ipaces in the Magellan Galaxy. At this moment, He was watching the Neutron War Star with great interest. Trash will always be trash, even if you obtain the Neutron War Star left by our Alpha civilization. You can't even harness 1% of its power. And you were easily taken down by someone else. Looking at the Neutron War Star whose mass was approaching the critical point, about to collapse into a black hole, Fan's face was full of disdain. Fan, what are you planning to do? At this moment, an angry roar came from behind Fan. Even in the universe where sound couldn't travel, this roar was still unaffected, extremely irrational. But irrationality was right. As a super civilization that mastered all truths in the universe, their methods were inherently irrational. Come on, Lin Hong, I haven't done anything. Just here to watch the show. Turning to look at Lin Hong who appeared behind him, Fan smiled and said casually, "That's for the best, or else, don't blame me for not being polite." Staring firmly at Fan in front of him, Lin Hong warned. Lin Hong didn't believe a word Fan said. "No matter what. Enough, you don't need to scare me. If you really want to say it, your council has broken more rules than me. So, can't each of us mind our own business? After all, we are all working towards the same goal, just using different means, right? Furthermore, you are so sure that human civilization can reach heights that even we, a super civilization, cannot. God-level civilization? In Fan's view, the council's plan was absurd, not as stable as his own. A human civilization that can achieve a god-level civilization that even the Alpha civilization can't achieve. Don't make me laugh. Better be practical like me, using the civilizations of the entire universe as nutrients, incubating the most powerful biological weapons to defend against invasions from other universes. Those civilizations were just ants to the Alpha civilization. Cut a batch, a new batch will grow next year. What's there to care about? And everyone has also broken many iron rules of their own civilizations. No one is better than anyone. What's all this pretense about being a saint? I can ignore your usual antics, but when it comes to human affairs, you better not interfere. All right, I've said I'm just here to watch the show. Why don't you believe me? Fan spread his hands, looking somewhat helpless. Lin Hong didn't say more and just stared at Fan's every move, afraid he might pull something off again. Fan also ignored him, turning his head to continue looking at the Neutron War Star in front of him. After several tens of seconds, as the mass of the Neutron War Star reached the critical point, the collapsing effect began. A blinding white light burst forth from the Neutron War Star's center, instantly flooding the entire galaxy, and its duration was short. Just over 10 seconds later, it quickly disappeared, along with the blinding light. Countless warship wrecks, asteroids, and even planets in the void were torn to pieces and pulled into the position of the Neutron War Star. A black hole was born, like a ferocious beast that had endured hunger for a long time, crazily tearing and consuming everything around it. However, not far from it, there were two figures, unaffected. TSK, humans are quite capable, destroying a Neutron War Star at the level of a 6th-level civilization, and creating a black hole. Have to say, it's quite interesting. You don't need to worry about that. I've seen what I need to see. You can leave now. You are so heartless, Lin Hong. Well, the show is over. Then I'll leave. Shrugging, Fan said with a pained expression, then turned into a red energy group and disappeared into the void. After giving the young black hole a glance, Lin Hong also turned into an energy group and left. Team leader, the formation of the black hole has been observed. We did it. In a laboratory on the edge of the Walton border, a cheer erupted, successfully destroying a Neutron War Star and creating a small black hole. They had every reason to cheer and be proud. However, Lily Z's mind was in a daze at her position, her eyes fixed on the data stream flashing constantly on the virtual interface in front of her, with two sets of unremarkable data catching her attention. If it were someone else, they would surely ignore it, but Lily Z noticed something unusual. It was two sets of energy data, and in the time after the black hole was formed, these two sets of data remained unchanged, as if untouched by the black hole. But according to the data, the sources of these two sets of energy data were less than 100,000 kilometers from the edge of the black hole. How was this possible? What kind of energy was it that remained untouched in front of the black hole? It was quite unbelievable. Team leader, what's wrong? Seeing the abnormality of the team leader amidst the celebration, her deputy immediately approached and asked, "No, nothing. Maybe I'm overthinking it." Team leader, You never doubt that you may be overthinking things. Yuan Ling, if I said that we might have been under surveillance by a higher civilization, would you believe it? Looking at her curious deputy Yuan Ling, Lily Zi asked a question that left her speechless. End of the chapter. Chapter 436. Black Hand appears again. Neutron battle star. Was it really destroyed? When AI Mani uttered these words, his whole body was trembling uncontrollably, his face filled with excitement, but also with a hint of disbelief. In fact, AI Mani had always harbored many doubts about the Federation's ability to destroy the neutron battle star. He had even prepared to follow the Federation to other galaxies in case of failure. However, this sudden news indeed brought him a great surprise. Once the Federation completely defeated the Purple Cloud Empire and became the new ruler of the Orion Galaxy, the glorious Empire's future could definitely be anticipated. Happiness came so quickly. Yes, Your Majesty. According to the information sent by Lord Lin Yu, they wiped out more than 20 billion warships of the Purple Cloud Empire at Sokai and destroyed the neutron battle star that arrived later. Now, Sokai no longer exists, replaced by a newly formed black hole. Lord Lin Yu said that this black hole is formed after they destroyed the neutron battle star. Hiss. Upon hearing AI Benny's words, AI Mani sharply drew a breath. Not only was the destruction of the neutron battle star alarming, but creating a black hole as well. The method was truly terrifying. At the same time, in the Magellanic Galaxy, the headquarters of the Federation Interstellar Fleet, they've really taken out the neutron battle star. Li Lizzie is quite something. Her talent in scientific research is probably even higher than mine. After reading the report sent by Lin Yu, Lin Fen couldn't help but sigh. Previously, when Lin Fen received the report from Lin Yu about the Purple Cloud Empire having the neutron battle star, he asked Bai Zixuan if there was a way to deal with the neutron battle star. Back then, Bai Zixuan had this to say. Do you know what a neutron battle star is? Is that something we can currently confront? You're thinking too much. That time, Lin Fan was scolded by Bai Zixuan, but not long after, Li Lizzie sent a plan to destroy the neutron battle star, giving Bai Zixuan a slap in the face. However, Bai Zixuan wasn't angry, he was actually quite pleased. After all, this was his student. He must be proud of her achievements, right? As for what he had said to Lin Fen before, it was long forgotten. However, when Lin Fen finished reading Lin Yu's report and promptly opened Li Lizzie's report, his expression gradually turned serious. This was a report that Li Lizzie had spent several days studying the data collected from that incident after the destruction of the neutron battle star. In this report, Li Lizzie specifically pointed out the two strange energy beings unaffected by the black hole, and boldly speculated that these were likely to life forms existing in energy form, attaching the complete data flow from that time. Lin Fen didn't take this lightly either and immediately spent a certain amount of points to inquire from the system. However, the answer he received far exceeded his imagination. These are life forms of to super-limit civilizations that have transcended physical form and evolved into energy beings. Unless the universe is destroyed, they do not have any limits in terms of lifespan. After hearing the system's response, Lin Fen also realized the seriousness of the situation. Was the Federation now targeted by the most powerful civilizations in the universe? But what was the reason? According to the system's previous explanation, the universe was divided into 12 levels of civilization, ranging from level 1 to 10 civilizations, super civilizations, and even super-limit civilizations. And presently, the Federation was only a 6th-level civilization. In the eyes of super-limit civilizations, it was not even as powerful as an ant. So why were they being targeted? If it wasn't about civilization level, was it about the human species itself having a problem? It seemed like he needed to investigate the origins of humanity thoroughly. Several days later, the entire Orion civilization was shaken. Under Lin Yu's guidance, AI Mani passed on the information about the Sokai battle to the hegemonic civilizations in the galaxy's regions. This immediately stirred up unrest among all civilizations. More than 20 billion warships of the Purple Cloud Empire were wiped out in one battle, and most crucially, even the neutron battle star was destroyed. My goodness, what was the background of this human federation? Although AI Mani had explained, while passing on the information that the Human Federation was a 6th-level civilization, the majority of civilizations found this too shocking to believe right away, so they began verifying the accuracy of the information. The verification was not without any results. After verifying, they were all startled. Observing a specific location within a star system based on the coordinates provided by Aimani was quite easy. Even a third-level civilization could easily do it. But when these civilizations observed the location according to Aimani's information, they all fell silent. The former Red Federation's capital circle, Saka, had disappeared, replaced by a small black hole. Could it be that Aimani's transmitted information was true? A month later, another piece of news emerged, confirming Aimani's transmitted information to all civilizations. It was information from several civilizations on the trailing arm, and its content was straightforward. The legions of the Purple Cloud Empire stationed in various places on the trailing arm had all left their bases and returned to the Purple Cloud Empire's territory in haste, even leaving numerous facilities unattended, indicating a hurried departure. What did this signify? Without Aimani's information about the Saka battle, all civilizations would have been puzzled about the purpose of the Purple Cloud Empire's actions. However, now they understood clearly that it must be due to the heavy defeat of the Purple Cloud Empire on the front lines, and even losing the neutron battle star. Consequently, they had to urgently recall all legions dispersed on the trailing arm back to the Empire's territory, concentrate their forces, and consolidate defenses. At this moment, following Lin Yu's instructions, Aimani once again shared information, revealing the Federation's origins, its affiliated civilization policy, and announced to these civilizations that the Glorious Empire had become an affiliated civilization of the Federation. This, once again, caused a wave of astonishment within the Orion Galaxy. Of course, in the galaxy, there were always a few die-hard civilizations of the Purple Cloud Empire, and this information also came before Burn. Damn, it turned out to be a 6th-level technological civilization from an external galaxy. Even the neutron battle star is ineffective against them. How are we supposed to fight this? Inside the room, after reading the information, Burn was at a loss. Crossing the enormous gap between civilizations levels, coupled with the failure of his powerful weapon, the neutron battle star, in front of such a civilization, even if he initiated the second civilization plan, as long as he couldn't escape the Orion Galaxy, it was only a matter of time before he was discovered and destroyed. Could it be that the Purple Cloud Empire truly had only one path to destruction? Actually, you still have a chance. And at that moment, a red energy cluster appeared in front of Burn without warning. End of chapter. Chapter 437. Fine is up to something. The red energy body in front of Fine gradually transformed into human form and solidify. What are you? Hey, calling me something? You're going a bit too far, Fine said with a smile, looking at the somewhat frightened Burn. Let me introduce myself. My name is Fine, the former chief scientist of the Alpha Tex civilization. Oh, by the way, according to your civilization level, the Alpha Tex civilization is a 12-level civilization, commonly known as a superlimit civilization. In addition, I have some news that you might be interested in. The 2 neutron war stars in your hands, oh yes, now it's one, were actually left behind by our Alpha Tex civilization after being promoted to a superlimit civilization 100,000 years ago. Shocked, extremely shocked. A 12-level civilization? What concept is this? Burn was not clear, but it did not hinder his understanding of the gap. That is, others trying to kill him was even easier than stepping on an ant. Moreover, the other party actually knew that the Purple Cloud Empire had more than one neutron war star. Apart from the emperors of the past dynasties, only the leaders of the successive Fereski empires knew this secret. After all, when establishing the second civilization, the chosen location was in the star domain where another neutron war star was located. What's more critical is that this person actually said that the neutron war star was created and left by them. If this is true, Burn's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Speaking of which, you guys are really pathetic. Even after getting our neutron war star, you were still messed up by a level 6 civilization, and even the neutron war star was destroyed. Indeed, even if you got our little toe, it's not something you low-level civilizations can handle. With a hint of disdain in his eyes, Fine continued. For the Alpha Tex civilization, which was once a super civilization, the neutron war star was truly just a toy, merely used as patrol ship stationed in various star system outposts. Yes, for the Alpha Tex civilization, the neutron war star was used as a patrol ship, not to mention a battleship. let alone a flagship. If it weren't for some characteristics of the neutron war star that were more convenient for them to suppress various star systems at the time, they wouldn't even bother building it. After all, for the Alpha Tex civilization, this thing was way too backward. Alright, I'll help you adjust the remaining neutron war star to prevent it from being destroyed in the same way by humans. As for the rest, you'll have to handle it yourselves. Why are you helping us? Help you? You're thinking too much. I just don't want humans to progress too smoothly. After all, my former friends used to have high hopes for their future. This answer left Byrne completely puzzled. What kind of logic is this for advanced civilizations? Or are they using our Purple Cloud Empire as whetstones? Byrne thought of a possibility and showed a hint of anger, but quickly suppressed it. Even if he was angry and unwilling, he absolutely couldn't show it now. If they wanted to use our Purple Cloud Empire as a whetstone, then I'll make sure to give them a good grind. If the blade breaks, don't blame me. What Byrne didn't know was that he misunderstood Fine. Fine said former friends, the key word being former. If you were to say it in the present, then they are enemies. Although Byrne quickly suppressed his anger earlier, Fine didn't miss it with his keen eyes. Clever Fine naturally knew that Byrne had misunderstood, but he didn't care. The angrier, the better. Having achieved his goal, Fine didn't say much more, transforming back into energy and disappearing into thin air. Just then, Finn's voice directly entered Byrne's mind. By the way, I'll tell you something good. In this star system, there are 3 Level 7 Civilization Starship-class battleships stored, and I've set their highest control permission to you. Don't disappoint me. Not only did the voice enter, but a set of spatial coordinates were also firmly engraved in Byrne's mind, making it impossible for him to forget. After Fine disappeared, Byrne immediately felt a weight lifted off his shoulders and exhaled in relief. Were all of those just real or fake? At that moment, a communication request suddenly flashed in front of Byrne, a request he hadn't received in decades, originating from the Fereski outpost. Imperial Brother, there's a problem with the Fereski neutron war star. As soon as the communication was connected, the person on the other end said anxiously, and this person was none other than the Emperor of the Fereski Empire, Cart, and also Byrne's younger brother. What's wrong with the Fereski star? Upon hearing that the Fereski neutron war star had an issue, Byrne couldn't stay calm. This was their last ace in the hole. Imperial Brother, I really don't know how to describe it. There have been significant changes in the command room of the Fereski neutron war star, as if it has been rebuilt. And the weirdest thing is, a detailed user manual appeared in the command room, and it's written in our Purple Cloud Empire civilization. Cart's expression was indescribably strange. This incident was just too bizarre. Listening to all this, Byrne was shaken. Could it be? By the way, Imperial Brother, there's something even stranger. What else? Speak quickly. In the energy storage compartment of the outpost, there were originally only 8 energy crystals left. After this strange incident with the neutron war star just now, I had my subordinates inspect the entire outpost, and in the end, what happened? In the end, we found an extra 100 energy crystals in the energy storage compartment. At this point, Byrne almost confirmed that all of this was the handiwork of the person called Fine just now. Truly a 12-level civilization. Truly a super-limit civilization. Such terrifying methods. Cart, I already know what's going on. Stop the investigation here. Imperial Brother, what do you mean by this? Cart was stunned by Byrne's sudden command. At least explain it to me. Alright, like I said, you don't need to worry about this matter anymore. I have another task for you to handle immediately. It concerns the survival of our Purple Cloud Empire. End of this chapter. Chapter 438 Triana Star-class Goddess Constellation, Rear Spiral Arm, within the territory of the Fire Empire. Emperor Cart, we have arrived at the designated coordinates. Standing up, Cart looked through the porthole at the darkness outside, remembering what Byrne had said to him a few days ago. Immediately head to the location of these spatial coordinates where there may be 3 main battleships of a level 7 civilization. Although he didn't know where his brother Byrne got this absurd information, if there was such a thing within the Fire Empire, how could he not know about it? According to the data, the star system they were currently in was named Elon. Despite the pleasant-sounding name, in reality, this star system had no inhabited planets, and even resources were extremely scarce, with no discernible value. Therefore, since the founding of the Fire Empire, there had been no development in this area. Looking at the empty space outside, Where were the 3 level 7 civilization battleships that his brother spoke of? And what were these planet-class battleships, each the size of a planet? Cart furrowed his brows deeply. So, have you detected anything unusual? After staring at the empty starry sky for a while, Cart turned to the captain and asked, "Your Majesty, there's nothing out there. Are you sure the coordinates are correct?" "Sure. In that case, fire a positron cannon towards the coordinates to see if we can discover anything." "Yes, Your Majesty." Shortly after, on Cart's battleship, a positron cannon located in its abdomen, after a brief energizing process, emitted a roar, and a terrifying beam of energy crazily shot towards the target. Just a few seconds later, it crossed the vast distance and directly hit the target location. However, much to Cart's disappointment, the scene he anticipated, where the beam would be blocked, did not occur. The positron beam released directly passed through the coordinates of the target location without any obstruction. Indeed, nothing there. Cart sighed, and prepared to report back to his brother Burr. However, just then, "Your Majesty, we've found something." Take a look." As the captain spoke, he controlled a virtual image that displayed the moment when the positron beam passed through the target location, slowing down the playback. Initially, everything seemed normal, with the beam heading straight for the target. Soon, as the beam reached the target location, it encountered no obstacles and continued forward as if there was nothing there. However, at that moment, Cart finally understood what the captain meant by the discovery. Through slow motion, it was clear to see that as the positron beam reached the target location, ripples appeared around the beam, and within these brief moments, metallic structures became visible within the ripples. Though only a small part was visible, Cart was certain it was an artificial metallic structure. Indeed, a problem. Could it be true that 3 level 7 civilization planet-class battleships were sealed here, using some advanced civilization special methods that prevented their detection? Though hard to believe, the reality was right before Cart's eyes, leaving no room for doubt. However, another problem followed. Even if he knew that advanced civilization had hidden 3 battleships here using technology beyond his comprehension, how could he gain access to them? Cart was perplexed on the bridge. Simultaneously, at the Purple Cloud Empire's Imperial Star, Deep Beep, Commander, BX-1007-2088 base is under attack by an unknown force. Shall we initiate automatic counterattack? A mechanical voice instantly appeared in Burns' mind. Who is it again? Standing up abruptly and looking around, there was no one else in the room besides himself. Deep Beep, Commander, BX-1007-2088 base is under attack by an unknown force. Shall we initiate automatic counterattack? At that moment, the mechanical voice resounded in Burns' mind again, accompanied by an image. This image, directly input into Burns' mind, showed the battleship Cart was on and thousands of escort warships. Naturally, Burn recognized these warships, as the Fire Empire was considered the second civilization by the Purple Cloud Empire, and he was familiar with their ship style. Calculating, Cart should have reached the coordinates by now, right? Along with the fact that the voice was addressing him as Commander and inquiring about initiating a counterattack. It was apparent the actions were to be carried out according to his orders. No counterattack. Trying to say those 3 words, the mechanical voice responded, "Understood. DX-1007-2088 base to maintain phase shield and invisible state." Invisible? Phase shield? Under attack by Cart's fleet. Though Burn wasn't clear on what the phase shield meant, it didn't stop him from inferring a bit from the invisible state and being under attack by Cart's fleet. Understanding what was happening, he immediately requested communication with Cart. Seconds later, the communication was established, and Cart's image appeared before Burn. "Brother, I've discovered something and am confirming." "I know, but you can't see it, right? So, you fired towards those coordinates as a test, right?" How did you know, brother?" Cart widened his eyes. How did his brother, thousands of light years away, know so clearly what was happening on his end? Could it be that his brother didn't trust him and had inserted someone into his fleet? Enough with the guessing. In front of you is a level 7 civilization base, and I currently have the highest authorization for that base. Therefore, after your attack, the bases I sent me will alarm of the attack. Seeing Cart's increasingly grim expression, Burn realized he had misunderstood and provided a brief explanation. "Terminate the base's invisible state and deactivate the phase shield." "Understood, Commander." Shortly after Byrne issued the command in his mind, the scene before Cart changed dramatically. Space began to warp, then shatter into pieces, revealing a massive space base gradually materializing. My God! Staring at the revealed space base, Cart was stunned. Before his eyes was a colossal spaceport-type space base with only 4 berths, one vacant while the other 3 docked 3 immensely huge battleships. Compared to these 3 battleships, Cart felt that his own battleship was as insignificant as an ant. Not only Cart, but all the crew members on the battleship, in the entire fleet, at that moment, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the majestic space structure in front of them. If Lin Fan were here, he would have undoubtedly recognized these 3 battleships. Anna Star-class. End of this chapter. Chapter 439. Crisis approaches. 3 months had quietly passed since the crisis began. Commander, we are about to reach the mission coordinates. Prepare to engage hyperspace travel in 10 seconds. Understood. Inform the other battleships and be on standby for any unexpected events. Yes. On the bridge, Commander Weston sat sternly in the captain's seat. Concerning this mission, it dates back to a week ago, when Lin Yu was still busy integrating the civilizations of the Orion Nebula. Based on the data obtained from the destruction of the Purple Cloud Empire's neutron war star by Lily Z, she developed a galaxy-level abnormal mass detection instrument. Upon activating the device for the first time, it detected an abnormal point at the end of the galaxy's Orion Nebula arm, an anomaly so extreme that it appeared as if there was a neutron war star at those coordinates. The moment this report reached Lin Yu's hands, he immediately took it seriously. This was not a trivial matter. If Lily Z's deductions were correct, that location could either house a neutron war star or a neutron star. The fact that a second neutron war star might exist within the Orion Nebula galaxy was truly hair-raising. Fortunately, this location was not within the Purple Cloud Empire's territory, but rather inside a level for civilization's domain, possibly yet to be discovered. Thinking about this point, Lin Yu promptly opened the star map and civilization distribution chart acquired from Amini. Flame civilization, the first appearance in front of all civilizations was 1,000 years ago, and it was already at the early stage of a level for technological civilization, and now it seemed to be at the late stage of level 4. In the 1,000 years since, there have been many peripheral civilizations, lacking in tribute materials, turning their eyes to the Flame civilization. Strangely, these civilizations were all wiped out by the Purple Cloud Empire for seemingly valid reasons even before taking action. Appearing to be constantly in danger, but mysteriously resolving the crisis every time, up until today, no civilization dares to provoke the Flame civilization. To other civilizations, the Flame civilization seemed to be doomed. Whoever tries, ends up in misfortune. After reading the data, Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Good luck. It's nonsense. The Flame civilization clearly had issues. Most importantly, no matter the relationship between the Flame Empire and the Purple Cloud Empire, the abnormal coordinates detected by Lily Z could not be ignored. It seemed necessary to send someone to investigate. Soon, under Lin Yu's command, a special fleet of only 100 warships set off. Leading this fleet was the currently stern-faced Weston. Lin Yu had given Weston clear instructions regarding this mission. Thus, he was well aware of how crucial and dangerous this mission was. This star system lacked any inhabited planets and was completely undeveloped, appearing desolate. Suddenly, many vortex-shaped portal channels appeared in the void at its periphery, and 100 warships swiftly emerged from within them. No deviation in position. We are currently 10 astronomical units away from the mission target. No abnormal gravitational fields detected. Activate all scanning devices and observe the target location. All scanning devices are operational and have acquired the target location. A large artificial structure is present there, resembling a space base. Observational images are being transmitted to the bridge. With the crew's coordination on the bridge, a large virtual image appeared inside the bridge. It was a large, flat space base, very futuristic in style. Clearly, it was entirely different from the architectural style of the Flame civilization in the data. The central part of this base immediately caught Weston's attention. To put it simply, the base appeared as a hollow circular disc with a spherical blue barrier in the center, making it impossible to see what was inside the barrier. However, Weston keenly noticed that the size of the spherical area enveloped by the blue barrier almost matched that of the neutron war star of the purple cloud, Empire. Could it be that there is another neutron war star here? Thinking this, Weston's expression grew more serious. Had any fleets from other civilizations been detected in the vicinity? No. Commander, what about signs of life inside that unidentified base? Commander, the target seems to have some unknown isolation method that prevents us from scanning its interior. Weston was not satisfied with this answer, frowning deeply. He disliked unclear situations the most because unknown equaled danger. Commander, 3 hyperspace windows are forming 7 million kilometers from our fleet. The window's scale is exceptionally large. Just as Weston was contemplating his next steps with a furrowed brow, a radar officer's shout came from the command center ahead. Activate the spatial radar. Initiate Level 1 combat alert. All ships prepare for combat according to Emergency Encounter Procedure 3. Yes, Commander. Hyperspace windows were not a good sign. Knowing that hyperspace travel was a technology for Level 7 civilization, the Federation's possession of it was actually learned from the Dark Starship in the Milky Way, and it was highly unlikely that these were the battleships sent by Lin Yu. Otherwise, Lin Yu would have informed him as the commander of this mission. Moreover, coupled with the unusually massive hyperspace window, Weston felt a sense of crisis rising within him. Soon, 3 enormous battleships emerged from their respective hyperspace windows. These were not just massive, even when combined. Weston's fleet of 100 warships looked minuscule compared to these 3 battleships, each akin to us. In the bridge, Weston stared at the image of the 3 colossal battleships, resembling planets. His eyes widened, a look of disbelief on his face. The size, the appearance. It all seemed very familiar, just like the one currently situated in the Great Magellanic Cloud, the Dark Starship. Or were there 3? How could this be possible? End of the chapter. Chapter 440. Are you kidding me? Dark Star, the battleship of the same level as the Angsing. And all 3 ships are the same level. No matter how you look at it, this is not a good situation. Speaking of the one in the Milky Way, the reason why the Federation was able to easily deal with it was because at the time, the big shots only understood a portion of the operation, coupled with the fact that the energy they were using was zero-point energy with a backdoor provided by the Federation. It doesn't mean that interstellar battleships are so easy to deal with. If the energy at the time didn't have the backdoor left by the Federation, even if they only understood a portion of the operation, it wouldn't be something the Federation could easily counter. And now, the 3 Star-class battleships in front of Watson can be said to have sufficient energy, proper authority, and are perfectly controlled battleships. It's a world of difference from the previous situation. Prepare for evacuation, and send a message to Commander Lin Yu to transmit all data back. Yes, Commander. Watson decisively gave the order. Confronting 3 Level 7 Civilization Star-class battleships with just 100 Level 6 Civilization battleships is not something a qualified commander could do. This is not a problem that tactics alone can solve. Even Lin Fent here probably would have made the same choice as Watson. Commander, the opponent. Suddenly, the deputy shouted anxiously at Watson, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. What interrupted him was a bright white light that appeared next to Watson's command ship. In an instant, the 3 battleships were torn to pieces and turned into dust, exploding into the air. Seeing this scene, Watson's eyes narrowed. What a terrifying attack method! This scene is even more shocking than several space attack methods currently mastered by the Federation. Damn it! Having just completed a hyperspace jump and arrived here, it would take about 3 minutes to restart the hyperspace engine to inject enough energy. However, such a terrifying attack, even the Federation's 5th-generation space shield had no effect. His remaining 97 battleships simply couldn't withstand for 3 minutes. Since the 6th-level civilization era, the mainstream attack methods had shifted to space attacks, which didn't care about distance. There was almost no time gap between launching an attack and hitting the target. Therefore, the evasion tactics used by civilizations below the 6th level were impossible. It was like shooting and hitting. Evading was non-existent. But since Lin Yu could send Watson to carry out this mission, it meant that Watson had real skills. Even in his anxiety, Watson instinctively analyzed the situation meticulously, and upon analysis, he immediately found that something was abnormal. Yes, very abnormal. He had seen the Dark Star in the Milky Way, And the three ships in front of him were obviously from the same civilization and even the same model of battleship. Since they were the same model, their weapons should be the same. So, the question was, the Dark Star in the Milky Way had so many weapons on its hull that it was terrifying. According to Bai Zixuan's analysis, most of the weapons on it should be spatial range attacks. But why, after the first wave of attacks, did each battleship in front of him only fire once and it was an individual type of spatial attack? Watson didn't think these three ships were particularly special, each just having a cannon. So, there was only one answer. The previous attack was just a warning and a show of force. Their real goal was likely to capture them alive for interrogation to gather enough intelligence. Maybe he could use this to delay time, order all ships to retract their weapons, deactivate the sublight engines, and assume a surrender posture. Commander, are you serious? Even though he was afraid and desperate, the deputy had never considered surrender as an option. The sense of honor in a federal soldier made him reluctant to even consider such thoughts. But what he didn't expect was that his own commander would give such an order. For the hyperspace engines recharging delay, understand, and follow the order. Yes, Commander. Watching his confused deputy, Watson explained loudly. Even though the explanation was brief, it immediately made the deputy understand what his commander was up to. Realizing this, the deputy no longer hesitated and immediately obeyed Watson's orders. Suddenly, all 97 Federation battleships retracted their sublight engines and retracted all weapons that were already deployed on their hulls. It was a posture of non-resistance and surrender. So this is the civilization that destroyed the Seed War Star of the Emperor. Not so impressive. Inside the command center of the Star-class battleship at the center of the array, Carter grinned triumphantly. Your Majesty, we are a Level 7 civilization battleship, and the most powerful of Level 7 civilizations. Even if the opponent is a Level 6 civilization, they have no chance against us. Surrendering is their only and correct choice. The captain of the number 1 ship, Silver Fox, said with a smile. This made Carter even more proud. Release the fleet immediately. Capture all enemy battleships and crew. Yes, Your Majesty Carter. Each Star-class battleship had 12 supersized hangars, each housing 2,000 battleships. In other words, the 3 Star-class battleships carried a total of 72,000 battleships. After Carter's orders were passed down, a large number of battleships immediately activated their engines and one after another emerged from various hangars. How much longer? Of course, this scene also caught Watson's eye, making him anxious. What he lacked most now was time. However, at that moment, the deputy reported something that relieved Watson. Commander, we detected that the enemy released a spatial disruption device. When the deputy reported this, his face looked extremely strange, and upon hearing the report, Watson also looked puzzled. Of course, Watson was only puzzled for a short moment, just 1 second, and then he heaved a sigh of relief. He thought he had encountered a real Level 7 civilization, but it turned out to be a low-level civilization that happened to obtain a Level 7 civilization battleship by chance. They even threw out a spatial barrier to prevent their escape. Are they just teasing me? End of chapter. Chapter 441 Phase Shield. Because of the perfect control of the opponent's battleship, Watson's first reaction was that he had encountered a genuine Level 7 technological civilization. However, the recent actions of the opponent made him extremely surprised. Deploying translocation disruptors, is this something a Level 7 civilization would do? Watson complained inwardly. Nevertheless, it was a bit unfair to blame Carter. After all, Carter had no idea that Watson's fleet would come here for exploration. He was merely conducting training with 3 Starship-class battleships, and happened to come here along the way, planning to retrieve some energy crystals from the Neutron Battlestar's outpost for the battleship's use, as Fane had left 100 zero-point energy crystals here before. Little did he know that upon arrival, he would encounter Watson's fleet, turning it into a sudden engagement. Even if it was an unexpected encounter with the Federal fleet, Carter, who was now armed to the teeth, was not afraid at all. He even toyed with the idea of capturing some Federal soldiers for interrogation. Thus, the recent events unfolded. Why deploy a translocation disruptor? In fact, this wasn't Carter's fault. After gaining access, Carter also checked the ship's database and learned the technological standards of Level 6 and even Level 7 civilizations. In Carter's logic, since the Federation was a Level 6 civilization, there were 2 means of faster-than-light travel: translocation, and spatial teleportation. Based on this information, Carter naturally concluded that to prevent the enemy from escaping, he just needed to prevent them from translocating. As for spatial teleportation, it had too many limitations as it required the construction of a teleportation gate beforehand. It was impossible to construct such a gate in front of 3 Starship-class battleships. A single shot would take care of it, no need to worry. However, who would have thought that the Federation not only possessed Level 7 civilization energy technology, but also had Level 7 civilization hyperspace technology? Such a bizarre situation. There were probably only a few instances in the entire universe. Furthermore, since Watson's fleet arrived first, followed by Carter's 3 battleships, Carter hadn't witnessed the Federation fleet exiting the hyperspace. Hence he was unaware of the Federation battleships having hyperspace engines. At that moment, Watson also noticed something peculiar. His attention had been focused on the 3 Starship-class battleships, completely neglecting the battleships flying out from within. Upon a closer look now, those ships were unexpected. Weren't they the Imperial Fire Empire battleships from the data? And it was clear these weren't level for civilization battleships since all of them had activated spatial shields. This raised a question. Were the Imperial Cloud Empire and the Imperial Fire Empire secretly connected, as Lin Yu had speculated, or was the Imperial Fire Empire hiding too well that not even the Imperial Cloud Empire had noticed? On the surface, they were a level for civilization. But in reality, a Level 5 civilization, along with 3 Starship-class battleships and a suspected neutron battlestar. This civilization was not simple. Commander, all ships' hyperspace engines are ready to launch at any time. Just as Watson was pondering over multiple questions, the voice of his deputy came from the side. As scheduled, leave the gift behind. Then inform the entire fleet to engage the hyperspace engines and retreat. Yes, Commander. Immediately, before the remaining 97 ships, a vortex-like passageway opened up. In a flash, all the ships vanished, leaving only residual images as they disappeared into the passageway. Witnessing this scene, Carter was stunned, as were all the soldiers from the Imperial Fire Empire who had already engaged in battle. What's going on? Didn't the database say only Level 7 civilizations could use hyperspace technology and manufacture hyperspace engines? But just now, what was that? Opening a hyperspace window. Did I see it wrong? Inside Ship No. 1's command center, Carter couldn't help but question life at lab volume. What was a previously stable scene had now ended in this manner, making it difficult for him to accept for the moment. Damn it, they had been completely deceived by the ship's database. If they had known about the opponent's hyperspace capability, they wouldn't have planned to leave any survivors, but would have wiped them all out without giving them time to send any messages. King Carter. There's an unidentified device at the location where the human fleet left. What is it? At this moment, Silver Fox also noticed the gift left behind by Watson and immediately reported it to Carter. However, it was a bit too late. Before Silver Fox could respond, a dazzling white light shone through the command center's portholes. Although the portholes of the ship were made using special technology to effectively avoid bright lights, everyone still couldn't help but close their eyes. As they reopened their eyes, Carter felt as if he were placed in the middle of hell. Outside the porthole, the entire space was continuously tearing, compressing, collapsing, where nothing or no one could survive in such an environment. Of course, things not present in that environment were unaffected. Just a few minutes later, all the Imperial Fire Empire ships that had been dispatched were completely destroyed. Not one survived. Even some nearby planets and minor asteroids couldn't be found intact, let alone some remnants or fragments could be left. However, 3 ships were unaffected, standing as if frozen in that hellish environment, yet remained unfazed. At that moment, the face shields deployed on the 3 Starship-class battleships perfectly showcased what a Level 7 civilization's defense was like. Even the spatial effects triggered by the zero-point bomb, such as tearing, compressing, and collapsing on the spatial level, could not harm them at all. The 3 battleships seemed like 3 virtual images, where attacks could only pass through them without affecting the physical entities. The face shield was a technology that surpassed the probability of spatial science. In simple terms, the face shield did not actually provide any defense. Instead, it could switch the entire space within the shield to various phases at will. In different phases within the same space, attacks, even spatial ones, would have no effect. It was like placing numerous mirrors in space, where the target before your eyes might not actually be the target itself, just an image reflected in one of the mirrors. Therefore, in this universe, it was unlikely for level 7 civilizations to engage in war, because everyone had the strongest shield but lacked the strongest spear. It was only when they reached level 8 civilization that this phenomenon would change. As for the outpost where the neutron battlestar was located, it was too distant to be affected. After all, it was just a standalone zero-point bomb, far less powerful than a zero-point bomb carrier. End of this chapter. Chapter 442. As the destructive power of the zero-point bomb continued to wreak havoc, more than 10 light-years away, a small fleet was observing its location. In reality, the fleet led by Watson had only traveled through hyperspace for 5 seconds, but that was enough for them to fly over 10 light-years. Once out of hyperspace, Watson immediately ordered the observation of their previous coordinates. After capturing the Dark Star, the Federation conducted many tests, including shield tests. Therefore, the Federation already knew that the Dark Star possessed an extremely powerful shield, so powerful that not even spatial attacks could harm it. Unfortunately, even with Baizixuan's considerable effort, no results were achieved. After all, Baizixuan was talented in space and dimensions, but phases were a completely different concept. Baizixuan's talent in phase technology was almost non-existent. Later on, Li Lizzie took over the project and achieved some results, but there were still many technological barriers to overcome. It would take many years before they could develop it. In the meantime, they indirectly destroyed an entire star system, solidifying her reputation as a research maniac. The Federation had conducted many tests on the Dark Star, but they had not tested whether its phase shield could withstand the power of the zero-point bomb. On Watson's ship, there happened to be a small zero-point bomb newly developed by the Federation that could be used individually. Lin Yu authorized him to use it before departure, just in case. And now, Watson had indeed used it, helping the Federation test something they had always wanted to test but were afraid to. As the observation continued, Watson's face looked grim. If not even the zero-point bomb could harm it, then the Federation would be in danger. This thing had a hyperspace engine. Jumping small distances was nothing to it. If it was too dangerous, they had to inform Commander Lin Yu immediately. Connect me to Commander Lin Yu. Yes, Commander. Vortex forearm Watson. If we calculate the time, Watson should be arriving at the target location, and if there is indeed another neutron combat star, don't expect to use the same method again. No one will be foolish enough to fall for it twice. Just as Lin Yu muttered to himself, contemplating whether to send Li Lizzie to another black hole mission, a pleasant voice was heard at the office door. Why didn't I knock? I've been like this since I was young. Then why didn't you close the door? You've been like this since you were young. Asterisk laughter asterisk. A slightly awkward opening dialogue, but once they finished, they burst into laughter simultaneously. It had been said countless times between the two whenever they met. Lin Yu could handle it, but seeing Li Lizzie in this state would shock anyone, especially those in his team. Alright, enough laughing. If the girls in your team saw you like this, your image would be ruined. Who cares about the image? I'm not always like this on purpose, Li Lizzie said, walking up and taking a seat opposite Lin Yu. Alright, let's not talk about that. What did you mean earlier? Lin Yu stopped his laughter and looked at Li Lizzie, asking seriously. Well, using the neutron condensation mass ball I created, it could easily deal with a neutron combat star, and I can hardly think of any countermeasure. But there is an important premise for using this method, and that premise is, the neutron combat star stays still and lets you manipulate it, Li Lizzie said before shaking her head. Lin Yu was a bit puzzled. Isn't it your ultragravity counter system? Although the neutron condensation mass ball is unbeatable, the ultragravity counter system can be beaten, and it's relatively easy to crack. The first time, the opponent was unprepared and didn't have enough time, but for the second time, it probably won't work. Are there other ways? Just as Lin Yu was about to ask the critical question, his communicator interrupted them. Giving Li Lizzie an apologetic gesture, he answered the communication. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the room. It was Watson, the one Lin Yu had sent out on a mission. Commander Lin Yu. Watson, your face looks pale. Did something go wrong with the mission? Seeing Watson's somewhat pale face, Lin Yu felt a pang of worrying and immediately asked. Watson didn't answer directly, but glanced at Li Lizzie in the room. It's okay. The Neutron Combat Star situation is under Li's team, and you can report directly to her. Lin Yu understood Watson's meaning and said, "Yes. Firstly, we found a space base at the target location, and within this base, there is an object resembling a neutron combat star. However, it is blocked by a barrier, making it unclear from the images I provided." As he spoke, Watson transmitted an image data to Lin Yu's office and opened it directly. In the image was a disc-shaped space construction, very futuristic, with a large hollow circle in the middle covered by a deep blue barrier, hiding what was inside, but it was roughly the size of a neutron combat star. "This should be the neutron combat star." At that moment, Li Lizzie spoke from the side. "Why do you say so?" "It's simple. The neutron combat star always has an ultra-gravity field around it. So, how do the crew members enter and exit? How do they dock normally?" After hearing Li Lizzie's words, Lin Yu couldn't come up with an answer. Indeed, how did anyone enter and exit the neutron combat star? Therefore, each neutron combat star must have a base tailored for it, and this base must have a means to isolate the ultra-gravity around the neutron combat star. In this image, the deep blue barrier in the center is likely a technology that can completely isolate the ultra-gravity. After Li Lizzie's explanation, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. It seemed that this was likely a base for a neutron combat star. "Commander Lin Yu, I have another important matter to report, which is even more sinister than the neutron combat star." Just when Lin Yu was about to let Watson return, Watson spoke up, and his words shocked Lin Yu. "Something more sinister than the neutron combat star." End of this chapter. Chapter 443. Stealing a neutron war star. Inside the office, Watson kept narrating the detailed process of this mission, while Lin Yu's expression became increasingly serious. 3 battleships lost. How long has it been since the Federation lost battleships? In recent decades, in the various wars the Federation has participated in, except for losses in the mecha units, battleships have never been lost. After all, they have always used technology several generations ahead of the opponent to crush them. This is the first time they have been reversed. 3 planet-class warships of the same class and model as the Dark Star. Even the zero-point bomb had no effect on them. The most crucial thing is that Lin Yu and Li Lizzie are well aware that these 3 battleships have the ability to cross galaxies. This is a big problem. Once these 3 battleships of the same class as the Dark Star arrive in the galaxy, they can definitely devastate the entire galaxy. After all, even the zero-point bomb is ineffective, and the Federation currently has no way to deal with it. Lizzie, I know you led the research on the defense system on the Dark Star. What exactly is it? Looking at the image data sent by Watson, the scenes caused by the zero-point bomb only passed through like a phantom, incapable of causing any harm. Lin Yu turned to Li Lizzie and asked, "According to my research, the defense barrier on the Dark Star uses phase technology, which can transfer the space and objects inside the barrier to different phases of the same space." Well, in simpler terms, you can understand that within the same space, there are countless dimensions, and objects in different dimensions cannot affect each other. Therefore, the key to this defense system lies in transferring the battleship to another phase through phase technology. So, attacks from the original phase naturally have no effect on it. Li Lizzie's explanation left Lin Yu a bit overwhelmed. How complex is this universe with its dimensional spaces divided into phases? Is there no end to it? However, even if he understood the defense principle of the other party, it seems that he doesn't have any weapons that can handle attacks across phases. Trouble. Wait a minute. Lizzie, what about the weapons on the Dark Star? Also weapons of a level 7 civilization. There should be something that can break through this phase shield, right? Suddenly, Lin Yu felt he had found the path to victory and eagerly asked Li Lizzie. However, the answer was heartless. "I'm sorry to tell you that there isn't. Based on my study of the Dark Star, although the weapons it possesses are more advanced than our Federation's, they still fall within the scope of spatial technology." Looking at Lin Yu's somewhat excited expression, Li Lizzie poured a basin of cold water over him without hesitation. "You mean, a level 7 civilization created an invulnerable shield but didn't create a spear strong enough to penetrate it?" "That's right." This left Lin Yu speechless. How do wars between level 7 civilizations even happen? Everyone has the most powerful shield, but no one has a spear to break through the opponent's defense. Can't anyone kill each other this way? Wait. No. Now is not the time to think about this. How to deal with these 3 battleships that pose a serious threat to the Federation is the key issue. Liz, really no way at all. Well, there wasn't one originally, but if we have this thing, then there is a way. Liz pointed to an image nearby. If you can get hold of the Neutron War Star, then I can decrypt the phase shields of those 3 Dark Star level battleships. Are you asking me to steal a Neutron War Star? Lin Yu instantly widened his eyes in disbelief while looking at Li's eye. Yes, as for the specifics of how to do it, that's not my expertise. It's something for you as a military commander to consider. Saying this, Li's eye stood out and walked towards the door. However, Lin Yu did not notice that at this moment, she had a sly smile on her face. Stealing a Neutron War Star. Is that something that can be stolen? In the first place, isn't it impossible to even approach it? Alas, wait a minute. Didn't Liz mention earlier that this base is likely specifically built for the Neutron War Star to dock, and when the Neutron War Star is not in use, it is completely isolated using a gravity barrier. There might be a way after all. Thinking to this point, Lin Yu, who had just been grimacing, suddenly had a mischievous grin. Commander Lin, seeing Lin Yu's somewhat hair-raising smile, instead of cutting off the communication, Watson, who had been listening on the side, cautiously spoke. Oh, Watson, you're still there? Yes, Commander. In Watson's mind, he was silently cursing. Did you completely forget about me? Prioritizing personal feelings over subordinates, what a brainless leader you are. All right, don't hurry back yet. Continue monitoring over there for me. If there are any changes in those 3 Dark Star-class battleships, report to me immediately. Yes, Commander. After ending the communication with Watson, Lin Yu continued to contemplate how to achieve the great task of stealing the Neutron War Star. The biggest problem in this was the 3 Dark Star-class battleships. As long as they didn't lead, success was practically impossible. However, since we have already discovered the location of the Neutron War Star, presumably the other party won't leave so easily, right? As for the relocation of the Neutron War Star's outpost, Lin Yu expressed that it's not even worth considering. It's definitely not something a level 5 civilization can accomplish. However, even if they don't leave, Lin Yu also has a way to force them to leave. Raising his hand, he tapped on his desk. Connect me to General Johnson. Yes, Commander. Soon, a burly figure appeared in front of Lin Yu. Commander Lin Yu, is this a combat mission? Yes, I want you to lead a fleet to the end of the retrograde arm and attack the capital ring of the Inferno Empire. Yes, I guarantee to swiftly decimate their entire capital ring. Hearing that it was a combat mission, Johnson's eyes immediately glowed, his fighting spirit rising. No one told you to flatten it. Do you understand? Feign an attack. Got it? Feign an attack. You can fight, but don't go all out. Do you understand? Just like a bucket of cold water poured over him, Johnson's entire face drooped at once. End of this chapter. Chapter 440. For the battle begins. Looking at Johnson's pitiful eyes, Lin Yu's heart fluttered, and he immediately cut off communication. After solving the problem of how to lure away the 3 Dark Star-class battleships, the remaining issue was how to operate the Neutron War Star. You see, the Federation itself does not have a Neutron War Star. Even if you manage to steal one, you wouldn't know how to operate it, right? This is a big problem, but it is not unsolvable. After all, brainwave reading is no longer considered advanced technology for a 6th-level technological civilization like the Federation. It's just that, due to its inhumane nature, it is banned for use within the Federation. However, there is no law in the Federation that prohibits the use of this technology on other civilizations. While everything was proceeding smoothly without a hitch, the entire battle plan was stuck at a crucial juncture. In order for the entire operation to go smoothly, Lin Yu believed that not only combat personnel, but also corresponding technical personnel must have access, so they can quickly address any technical issues that may arise during the operation. For this reason, Lin Yu contacted Lily and requested the deployment of several experts to participate in the operation. However, Lily's response gave Lin Yu a headache. I'll go myself. No, it's too dangerous. What if something goes wrong? The battle plan was devised by you. I trust you, but I don't trust myself. The room fell silent as both of them stared each other down, unwilling to back down. Lin Yu, this mission involves too much technology. especially during the third phase, when we need to break through the Dark Star-class battleship's phase shields based on actual circumstances and adapt accordingly. If any part of this goes wrong, it could lead to the failure of the entire operation, and you should understand that to ensure the smooth implementation of the plan and accompany the research experts, there is no one more suitable than I. Seeing Lin Yu unwilling to concede, Lily let out a sigh in her heart. She spoke in a calm tone rather than confrontational. Lin Yu clearly understood that there was no one in the entire fleet more suitable than Lily. However, he didn't want her to go. In Lin Yu's heart, she was still the little girl who used to follow him around all the time, occasionally saying, "When we grow up, I will marry you, okay?" How could he bear to let her take such risks, especially on such a dangerous mission? I understand, but if you continue with buts, I will report to Uncle Lin Fan and tell him that in a crucial battle concerning the survival of the Federation, personal feelings are clouding your judgment. That one statement left Lin Yu speechless. Knowing Lily well, she was capable of doing such a thing. It seemed almost impossible to stop her in this matter. Okay, I agree. Lily nodded and said. After speaking, she did not linger but turned and left Lin Yu's office. However, as she reached the door, she heard Lin Yu's voice from behind, causing a hint of blush to bloom on her face for the first time in decades. Be careful. I'm still waiting for you to come back safely and fulfill the promise we made as kids. 10 days later, all the combat units were in position. Everyone was waiting for Lin Yu's command to begin the operation. Commander Lin Yu, the 3 Dark Star-class battleships still show no sign of leaving. Understood. You continue to maintain long-distance observation and report back at any time. Yes, Commander. After ending the conversation with Watson, Lin Yu turned to look at another virtual figure on the other side, a general under Lin Yu's command, Johnson. Johnson, immediately launch an attack on the Imperial capital ring of the Fire Empire as per the requirements of the first phase of the operation. Make sure to force them to defend. I will complete the mission, Commander. At the same time, less than 100 light years from the Imperial capital ring of the Fire Empire, next to a dying star, a fleet was quietly docking in the void. This was the fainting fleet led by Johnson, consisting of 1 million battleships. The order has been issued. Alert the entire fleet, activate the hyperspace engine, execute the first phase of the operation according to the plan, target the Fire Empire's Imperial capital ring. Yes, 100 light years, for hyperspace travel, was less than a minute. The fleet did not hide its advance, nor did it attack the Fire Empire's Imperial Star directly. They simply used hyperspace travel to the edge of the Fire Empire's Imperial capital ring and exited hyperspace. In a neat formation, like a military parade, they advanced towards the direction of the Fire Empire's Imperial Star without fear or restraint. The Fire Empire, a supposed 4th-level civilization, but actually a 5th-level civilization, naturally noticed this immediately. The alarms echoed throughout the Imperial Star. What's going on? Inside the palace, a roar was heard. It was Carter, who had left the Dark Star-class battleship number 1 and returned to the Imperial Star days ago. Your Majesty, an unknown fleet has entered our Imperial capital ring area, consisting of 1 million battleships. General Lan Wei has already led the escort fleet to intercept. A general stepped forward respectfully and reported, "Only 1 million battleships. Well, since Lan Wei has already gone, there shouldn't be any problem. Turn off the alarm. It's too noisy." Yes, Your Majesty. Upon hearing that there were only 1 million battleships, Carter immediately mistook the fleet for ships from another civilization that had accidentally entered their Imperial capital ring. Besides, General Lan Wei had already gone, so Carter was not worried. The incessant alarms were bothering him, so he gestured to his guard below to turn them off. In space, Lan Wei, who was in charge of training the escort fleet, learned about the unknown fleet's invasion. He immediately led the 10 million battleships he was training towards the interception. Attention, an identified fleet ahead. You have entered the territory of the Fire Empire. Stop immediately and report your civilization and purpose. Otherwise, we will respond with destructive force. Inside the bridge, Johnson, watching the tactical image showing the approaching 10 million battleships and listening to the warning message broadcast by the communication officer, had a cruel smile on his face. As per the usual practice, let's send them a greeting first. Yes, Commander. End of this chapter. Chapter 445. Rapid reinforcements inside the battleship. Admiral Lan Wei's eyes were somewhat gloomy. If the other side claimed to have strayed into this area by mistake, then he had already issued 3 warnings, but received no response. But if it wasn't a mistake and was a deliberate infiltration, that would be too arrogant. Instead of heading directly to the capital circle's depth, the intruders had come to the edge and arranged a neat formation, leisurely advancing towards the Imperial Star. Quite audacious. Admiral Lan Wei, there is still no response from the other side, and they are approaching at a distance of 3.2 astronomical units. Have they been identified yet? No. We couldn't find any matching battleship in the database to confirm which civilization they belong to. Unknown civilization? Notify the stationed Royal Guard Legion to immediately leave the spaceport and prepare for combat, just in case. Understood, Admiral. Speaking of which, the Federal battleship information was truly lacking in the Liar Empire. Although the Purple Cloud Empire had fought the Federation several times before and had shared basic information about the Federation's battleships with Carter, the fact that the Empire of Hell was the second civilization of the Purple Cloud Empire was only known to the Emperors. Therefore, the data provided by Byrne had not been recorded in the public database of the Liar Empire by Carter. And because of the recent battle involving 3 Star-class battleships and the precursor station of the Neutron War Star, Carter also did not enter the data of that battle into the public database of the Liar Empire. This meant that Lan Wei could not compare from the public database of the Empire to determine which civilization the opponent's battleship belonged to. At the same time, inside the Imperial Palace, Your Majesty, Admiral Lan Wei has reported that no matching battleship has been found in the database to identify the civilization they belong to. And the other side showed no response to the multiple warnings issued by Admiral Lan Wei. What was going on? If it wasn't a navigation mistake, were only 1 million battleships invading the Empire's capital circle? Wasn't that too audacious? Wait, the database couldn't find a matching civilization. Speaking of which, there was indeed a civilization within the Orion constellation that was not in the database of the Liar Empire. Could it be so coincidental? Carter's heart suddenly tightened. Quickly, release the images of the enemy battleships that have been observed. Yes, Your Majesty. This was not good. This was truly not good. If it was that civilization, it was quite possible that they would attack the capital circle with just 1 million battleships. And indeed, that civilization had such power. But why did they target the Liar civilization? Oh right, it was for retaliation, as retribution for when I destroyed their 3 battleships. Damn. This was truly damn. Now the capital circle had no Star-class battleships or the Neutron War Star. If it was truly that civilization, there would be no way to resist. Carter's whole being instantly turned bad, only praying internally, please don't be human, please don't be human. At that moment, a guard opened a hologram projection, and as Carter saw the image, he stumbled backward and fell onto his throne. Your Majesty, quick, inform Lan Wei to retreat immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. Even though the guard didn't know why Carter's mood had changed so drastically, he did not hesitate to follow the Emperor's command and swiftly acted upon it. The target's trajectory has not changed, and it is now 3.10 from Admiral Lan Wei. The latest order from Your Majesty demands an immediate withdrawal. What? Confirm the order immediately. The order has been confirmed. Your Majesty demands an immediate retreat. What happened? Lan Wei couldn't understand this sudden order at all, completely baffled as to why his own emperor would issue such a command. But it was the Emperor's order, so even if he didn't understand, he had to follow it. Well, since it is the Emperor's order, then. Lan Wei was about to continue speaking, but then his eyes widened, staring in disbelief at the scene outside the viewports. The entire vast space seemed to have been split apart, and a large number of battleships located on that split were instantly destroyed. The battleship shields were as fragile as tofu, with no resistance. Lan Wei saw this horrific sight for the first time, feeling a long-forgotten instinct, fear. And yet, it was far from over. Battleships not located on that split instantly faced another spatial fissure, sending them into the abyss of death. Multiple areas within the fleet formation were experiencing the same scenario, space being repeatedly sliced apart, harvesting the battleships in Lan Wei's fleet. At that moment, Lan Wei seemed to understand why the Emperor wanted an immediate retreat, but it seemed too late. Quick, order the fleet to retreat at top speed. No. Retreating backwards also doesn't seem safe. Any direction will do. Activate the leap engine on all ships, and leave immediately. Just as he was about to issue orders to evacuate as per Carter's command, Lan Wei suddenly froze. Long-range, large-scale attacks. It seemed that there was no escape even by retreating, right? The only way out might be to escape through the leap engine. It didn't matter where they headed, as long as they entered leap space, that would be victory. There. Admiral Lan Wei, the order has been given, and the leap engine of this ship has been activated. Unable to leap, seems to be encountering interference with leap blockade devices. As if an ice-cold bucket of water was pouring over his head, Lan Wei, who had just remembered what fear was now reminded of what despair felt like. Yes, Lan Wei was in despair. Faced with such a terrifying attack and unable to escape via leap, he knew clearly what his fate would be. It was only a matter of time. Of course, that time was not long. Just over 10 seconds later, another spatial slicing attack, directly enveloping the area where Lan Wei's flagship was located. The entire 10 million battleships of a fifth-tier civilization were slaughtered even before the enemy was visible. The civilization gap was like an unfathomable chasm, impossible to bridge. Your Majesty, all signals from Admiral Lan Wei's fleet are lost. Damn it! Hearing this news, Carter's gaze changed constantly, but soon, he made up his mind and began operating his communication device. Your Majesty, Silver Fox, the capital circle is under attack by human forces. Lead 3 Star-class battleships to provide reinforcements immediately. What? Humans attacking our Imperial capital circle? I will rush to the rescue immediately. Without any hesitation, Silver Fox immediately ordered the 3 ships to rapidly advance towards the capital circle using hyperspace travel. End of chapter. Chapter 446. Rush into the outpost station inside the battleship Pangu. The heads of several combat units maintained virtual combat meetings with Lin Yu as the communication link. 3 Dark Star-class battleships are moving. They are opening a hyperspace window. Confirmed to be leaving. With Watson's report, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. It's time. I now order the official launch of the second phase of the operation. Su Yan. Understood. Commander. Remember, you may only have 385 seconds. Lin Yu nodded, emphasizing once again. This time was calculated by Lin Yu as the shortest time needed for the 3 ships to realize they've been tricked and return, not an absolute time. It could be 500 seconds, 1,000 seconds, or they may not return at all. In any case, within the range of 385 seconds, it's safe. If it exceeds this time limit, it's constant danger. Su Yan's mission is to break through the outpost within 380 seconds and take control of the Neutron War Star. Su Yan led a small number of battleships, only 10 in total. After all, in this operation, battleships didn't play a significant role. It mainly relied on mechas and cosmic knights. Additionally, one of the battleships was unmanned. The Zero ship has locked onto the designated coordinates and is activating the hyperspace engine. Activation successful. Now entering hyperspace. Less than 3 light-years away from the Neutron War Star, 10 battleships lurked there, blending in with the starry sky. One of the battleships had no crew on board and was fully remotely controlled by other ships. Although it couldn't engage in detail and comprehensive combat maneuvers, basic mechanical operations were not a problem. Just then, this unmanned battleship suddenly moved and opened a hyperspace window, swiftly flying into it. Over 10 seconds later, an anomaly occurred at the outpost station where the Neutron War Star was located. A vortex-like spatial window appeared out of nowhere, even engulfing a small area at the outpost station's edge within the open window. Instantly, with the expansion of the hyperspace window, the contacted area of the outpost station's edge vanished in an instant, as if a bite had been taken out, revealing its inner passage. Subsequently, a Federal battleship darted out quickly from the hyperspace window, arriving at the outpost station's side. Report: the ingress gate has been successfully opened with no impact on the central gravity shield of the base. Confirm safe. 3 light-years away, in the bridge of the assault formation's No. 1 ship, the deputy officer reported excitedly to Su Yan. This was why preparing an unmanned battleship was necessary. After all, neither Lin Yu nor Li Lizzie knew the internal structure of this outpost station. Although they could use the hyperspace window in reverse to precisely open a breach on the enemy's outpost station, it was uncertain whether damaging a part of its structure would affect the central gravity shield. If the gravity shield failed, the entire assault formation would be instantly destroyed by the Neutron War Star's super gravity effect. Hence, launching in advance and using the battleship to open an assault landing point on the enemy's outpost station had to be unmanned. Only after confirming safety would the rest of the fleet proceed and initiate the real assault operation. If there were any special defenses on the outpost station, or if the Zero ship failed to open the landing point, resulting in issues with the outpost station's gravity shield, the entire operation would be halted directly. All right, ships 1 to 9 depart immediately. Quickly, after confirming safety, Suyin immediately issued the departure order. Remember, the safe time for the second phase of the operation was less than 380 seconds, and now there were only 362 seconds left, so every second couldn't be wasted. By this time, chaos had already erupted in the entire outpost station. What's going on? Report the situation immediately. Walking swiftly into the control room of the outpost station, Baiyu demanded. Commander Baiyu, an unknown battleship suddenly appeared and seems to have collided with the outpost station, causing severe damage to Area E61. Impossible. We've kept the space shield active all day. Are you telling me we were hit and suffered serious damage? Originally, this outpost station didn't have a defensive shield. It only had a large gravity shield generator and a medium-sized gravity shield generator. The medium generator was located at the center of the outpost station to isolate the Neutron War Star's mooring area. The large generator enveloped the entire outpost station, preventing damage from the Neutron War Star when it came out or returned before docking. The spatial shield Baiyu referred to was something the Fire Empire had constructed, not the outpost station's intrinsic defense measure. Now, Baiyu felt incredulous. He would have believed it if he was told the shield was broken by an attacking fleet, but now he was being told it was just a single ship collision. Did they think the shield was made of paper? Bring up the footage of the collision location. Yes, Commander. Soon, the footage of the collision location was displayed. Baiyu sucked in a breath as he watched. A battleship remained still, showing no signs of impact. However, a large section of the outpost station's edge, the mentioned Area E61, had vanished as if a chunk had been scooped out like ice cream. Wait. Isn't this severed section too neatly cut? Can a collision produce such an effect? Commander, 9 unknown battleships have appeared again. They're deploying combat vehicles and heading directly towards the breaching Area E61. Staring intently at his subordinate who had his focus on the screen, Baiyu was about to scold him when real dire news came. Bad news, they're here to seize the Neutron War Star. Baiyu suddenly understood. A lost battleship collided with the outpost station, apparently breaking through the space shield by unknown means, creating a gap on the outpost station's outer wall. Now they've dispatched an assault force for an attack. No, the Neutron War Star must not be in jeopardy. Order all guard units inside the outpost station to move out to meet the enemy, and have the Neutron War Star's command team members gather at the War Star Passage to meet me. Yes, Commander. After giving the command, Baiyu swiftly turned and hastened out of the control room toward the mooring area of the Neutron War Star. By this time, Baiyu had already thought it through very clearly. As long as he entered the War Star, even if the enemy caused a commotion, even if they successfully captured the outpost station, it wouldn't matter. End of this chapter. Chapter 447. Just as the battle plan of the Silver Fox was reaching a fever pitch within the outpost, the 3 Star-class battleships led by the Silver Fox had finally arrived at the capital circle of the Empire. 3 immensely huge blue vortexes suddenly unfolded in the void without warning. This scene was immediately captured by Johnson's fleet. Commander, we have detected 3 giant superspace windows opening, assumed to be targeting Object No. 2. Should we wait for confirmation after it exits superspace? No need. Notify the fleet to activate the superspace engines immediately and prepare to evacuate. Johnson decisively rejected his deputy's suggestion. Come on. There's no need for confirmation. With such large space windows, 3 of them, what else could it be besides Object No. 2. Johnson didn't want to stay here and face the enemy. The entire feigned attack fleet immediately ceased fire, stopped attacking, and activated the superspace engines one after another, preparing to retreat. At the same time, successfully exited superspace. Begin scanning the battlefield environment. The battlefield environment has been confirmed. The enemy ships are within our firing range. On the flagship of the Dark Star class from now on, this type of battleship will be collectively referred to as Dark Star class, named after the discovery of the first same type of ship in the galaxy. No longer referred to as a star class, the command team members were reporting continuously. Fire immediately. Destroy them. Yes, sir. Just as the weapons officer was about to follow the Silver Fox's command and order all combat positions to attack, his movements suddenly froze. Just as he tried to respond to the Silver Fox, his words were cut off halfway. What's going on? Why aren't they firing yet? Seeing the stunned weapons officer, the Silver Fox stepped forward and shouted angrily, "General, the enemy has already left the combat zone through superspace travel. Damn, I forgot. All their ships have superspace engines. Such a bizarre civilization, right? Can we track their whereabouts?" The Silver Fox was somewhat unwilling. He had just arrived and the opponent had already fled, and they all had superspace engines installed on their ships, making it impossible for him to intercept them. He had 3 such powerful battleships, but couldn't deal with them. Or could he? Wait, 3 ships. Seems like there's a way. The Silver Fox's eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of a brilliant way to deal with those escaping ships. They can be tracked. Even with superspace travel, you can only travel in a straight line. We just need to calculate their most likely destination based on the direction they were heading when they left. Good. Analyze the coordinates of the destination and send the 3rd ship to intercept. Send only the 3rd ship alone. Is it safe? You don't understand. The superspace engine is indeed a good thing, but it also has a weakness. The charging time is too long. A full 5 minutes. What will happen after 5 minutes when you catch up? You charge up, so does the other party, and the same scene will repeat itself. You still won't be able to catch them. But if the 3rd ship is sent after the charge is complete, even if they use the superspace engine to escape immediately upon the arrival of the 3rd ship, it doesn't matter, as long as we calculate their next destination. Then the 2nd ship can pursue. In this way, what will happen? The Silver Fox quickly explained his plan with a smile, while his deputy's eyes widened. No wonder you're a general and I'm just a deputy. When the 2nd ship arrives, the opponent won't be able to escape immediately due to the need to recharge the superspace engine. That's right, you're absolutely correct. And even if the 2nd ship doesn't manage to eliminate them within the limited time, and they escape again with sufficient energy, then our 1st ship can continue with the next round of interception. This tactic, I call it the 3-ship cycle pursuit battle. The Silver Fox looked pleased with himself. It was just too perfect. Trying to escape from me. Don't even think about it. However, as the Silver Fox was feeling triumphant, several light years away, at the outpost where the neutron battlestar was located, after a brief stalemate in the battle, which lasted only half a minute, this stalemate was broken. After all, inside this outpost, the Guardian forces of the Empire only had individual light weapons and a few heavy weapons, and these weapons were only for individual combat from a 5th-level civilization. However, they were facing off against the Federation, which was like cheating. Under the guise of a 6th-level civilization, they hid some of the technology of a 7th-level civilization. Based on zero-point energy, each Greed-Volf mech was equipped with the latest generation of energy shields. How could the weapons of the 5th-level civilization of the Empire resist this? It was like adults disciplining children. In just half a minute, the entire Guardian force collapsed and scattered, fleeing. After breaking through the last resistance in the outpost, all assault squads immediately split into several groups and rushed straight toward their respective mission objectives. Though the Federation did not know the structure of the outpost and could not precisely determine the locations of the control room, energy room, and other key areas, based on the overall shape of the outpost, they could still make educated guesses about several possible locations. Currently, a total of 9 mech squads were converging on these suspicious targets, and among them, the parking lot of the neutron battlestar was of utmost importance. This location was so obvious that no analysis or deduction was needed. It was right at the center of the outpost. This is Suyan. Dyson Squad. Come in. This is Dyson Squad. Commander, go ahead. From now on, Dyson Squad is responsible for the security of the VIP craft. If anything unexpected happens later, don't wait for my command. Evacuate with the VIP craft immediately. Understood? Yes. Dyson Squad understands. As they were about to reach the final destination of the operation, the docking port of the neutron battlestar, Suyan issued orders to a mech squad in formation. End of this chapter. Chapter 448. Li Lizzie, who looked heroic and capable, was in the central area of the outpost's frontline battle, with a huge docking port enveloped completely by a deep blue barrier inside. Outside the barrier, dozens of Imperial Fire Empire troops were lined up waiting for someone. Just then, a hovercar shot out from a passageway high speed towards the crowd, quickly decelerating to a stable stop in front of the formation. "Is everyone here?" White Yufei opened the door, leapt out, and asked in a deep voice. "Everyone is here, Commander White Yufei. Could, without delay, immediately enter the neutron battle star." Yes. Just at that moment, the passageway White Yufei had just passed through, which was now sealed, exploded open with a shockwave, shattering gate fragments flying in all directions. One shard even hit the hovercar White Yufei had been driving earlier, causing significant damage and crashing to the ground, emitting sparks. Not good. Everyone enter the neutron battle star immediately. Seeing this scene, White Yufei's heart skipped a beat, completely unexpected that the other side would break through so quickly and reach here. Originally, in his mind, even if the guard force was not strong, holding out for a few minutes should have been no problem, but he didn't expect just wanting to enter the neutron battle star was not so easy. Necessary procedures had to be carried out step by step. Yes, adjusting gravity barrier, synchronizing with neutron battle star control room. Normally, the docking port's gravity barrier presented a circular shape enveloping the neutron battle star. To enter the neutron battle star, the first thing to do was to adjust this gravity barrier to synchronize it with the internal neutron battle star barrier, essentially isolating the control room from the neutron battle star. Then between the two gravity barriers, through adjustments, form a channel created by the gravity barriers. Only like this could personnel safely enter the neutron battle star. And no matter what, this process would take at least 1 minute. But obviously, White Yufei and his team did not have that much time. A large number of mechs continuously emerged from the newly blasted opening, rushing toward White Yufei and his group. It seemed that in just a few seconds, they would reach them, and White Yufei had no means of resistance. It was a deadlock. Damn it! There's no time. Overload the gravity barrier generator immediately. Watching this complete deadlock, White Yufei's eyes turned red, shouting loudly, "Commander, you can't. Overloading the gravity barrier generator. What would happen?" There was no fool here, and everyone knew that at the moment the gravity barrier collapsed, everyone, including the entire outpost, would be completely destroyed with no chance of survival. And without the outpost's cooperation, the Imperial Fire Empire would say goodbye to the neutron battle star forever. After all, without the outpost's gravity barrier suppression, the Imperial Fire Empire had no way to approach the neutron battle star, let alone enter it. And it was clear that the gravity barrier was not something a level 5 civilization like the Imperial Fire Empire could manufacture. "Get out. I'll handle it myself." Seeing the soldier in front of the console hesitating, White Yufei kicked him away and stepped forward to the console, about to operate it. Tshh! A spray of blood erupted from White Yufei's head, then he tumbled to the right. Not only did this shock the members of the Imperial Fire Empire Command Group, but even the federal pilots who were advancing were also shaken, especially Su Yan. Just now, he saw White Yufei kick aside the soldier in front of the console and was about to operate it himself. In that moment, Su Yan sensed something was amiss, hesitating whether to directly fire the particle cannon to eliminate the console and the Imperial Fire Empire Group, and witness the current scene. It was too beautiful. Who was it? Su Yan's Greedwolf mech turned its head left and right scanning, soon confirming where the shot had come from. But upon discovering the attack source, Su Yan's mouth agape in shock, unable to close it for a long time, even his jaw almost dropped to the ground. In the rear of the assault formation, there was a very special Greedwolf mech. Not that the mech was special, but because around it, a whole mech squad guarded it in the center, highly vigilant. And this guarded mech had already opened the cockpit in its midsection, with the pilot inside, holding a futuristic-looking rifle, still in a shooting posture. It was Li Lizzie, who looked heroic and capable, wearing combat gear and holding an unidentified firearm in a cool pose. Su Yan was dumbstruck, but at the same time, impressed. How could it be? Wasn't she a researcher? Who could have thought that a delicate beauty scientist could suddenly do such a thing on the battlefield? "Commander Su Yan, you've been too careless. Make sure no one gets near the console again." At that moment, Su Yan heard Li Lizzie's pleasant yet slightly cold voice. Her slightly distracted mind was pulled back to reality instantly. "Got it. Everyone, pay attention. No enemy personnel are allowed near the console. I repeat, no enemy personnel are allowed near the console. Yes, in fact, the scene of White Yufei being shot had already shocked the members of the Imperial Fire Empire's Neutron Battlestar Command Group. Until the Federal Mech Forces controlled them all, there were no more accidents, and everyone was obedient. The central area of the outpost was completely suppressed. Suyen's first squadron entirely controlled the Neutron Battlestar's docking port. And the good news wasn't just on Suyen's side. Reports of success continued to come in from the other 8 squadrons. The 3rd Squadron had already seized control of the outpost's control room. The 7th Squadron had control of the outpost's energy warehouse. In a lightning-fast assault, in less than 3 minutes, all critical areas of the outpost were under control, and the remaining task was cleaning up leftover enemies and fully taking control of the Neutron Battlestar. Just as Li Lizzie had arrived at the console and was studying how to operate it, looking at the tens of Imperial Fire Empire troops who were now under control before her eyes, a mischievous smile appeared on Suyen's face. This smile made the members of the Neutron Battlestar Command Group break out in a cold sweat, sensing something very wrong. End of this chapter. Chapter 449. The Neutron Warstar had already been activated in the database of the Glorious Empire, a federation that had obtained data, languages, and scripts from various civilizations within the galaxy. Thus there was no barrier to communication. During a brief friendly negotiation, someone enthusiastically demonstrated the operation of the console. Surprisingly, the negotiation process did not even take a minute. Suyen simply showcased some of the Federation's powerful technologies, earning their admiration. Of course, the demonstration was somewhat bloody. Ah, I see. Li Lizzie listened attentively as the passionate member of the Empire of Flames introduced, nodding in understanding, quickly gaining basic knowledge of the console. This made Suyen next to her tremble inwardly. Was this what the commander meant by possibly the most powerful human researchers today? While standing on the sidelines, listening to the same content, she was still at a loss, while the other party seemed to have fully grasped it. In reality, the method of using the console was not very complicated. It did not require inputting complex commands or numerous keys. It only involved placing the control core on different positions or in a specific sequence to issue a series of commands. Li Lizzie's task was simply to remember these positions and various operation combinations. There are 90 seconds left. Suyen softly reminded Li Lizzie of the time by her side. All right, we're done. Just then, Li Lizzie stopped her actions. Suddenly, the gravitational barrier enveloping the dock began to change. The area in front of Suyen and the rest started to sink inward and deeper, eventually making contact with another gravitational field inside the Neutron Warstar and merging into one. At that moment, everyone realized that the surface of the Neutron Warstar was not solidly enclosed but had a relatively small passage rooted on its surface, similar to a cave. On the inner wall of this passage, a layer of deep blue barrier was visible. The part that sank due to the gravitational barrier from the dock happened to connect with this opening, forming a secure passage protected by it. Let's go. We can go in now. Team Leader Li, shouldn't we test its safety first? No need. Okay. Watching Li Lizzie showing no intention to stop, Suyen reluctantly followed suit. Bring these few up together. Understood, Commander. Upon hearing Suyen's command, 3 pilots directly lifted several members of the Empire of Flames who were lying on the ground. One by one, 3 pilots, 6 hands, effortlessly carried them, seemingly not feeling any weight. In fact, the Federation's pilots were all genetically enhanced top-notch individuals. Even without piloting mechs, they were like little superhumans, easily lifting to people. No big deal. The reason only 6 people were carried was mainly because at the start of the negotiation, it got intense and even led to some physical conflicts. Over 20 members of the Empire of Flames were injured and not fit to move. Following the passage composed of the gravitational barrier, the group quickly arrived at the command room of the Neutron Warstar. It was a room approximately 4 meters high and about 50 square meters in size, not even as large as the bridge of a battleship. How do you operate this thing? With a fierce look fixed on the 6 former members of the Neutron Warstar command team held by the pilots, the original member coldly inquired. This gaze reminded the 6 individuals of the friendly negotiation earlier, sending shivers down their spines. Sir, each of us only knows how to operate our specific part and doesn't know all the operational methods, right? There's an operation manual over there with complete instructions. Watching his frightened appearance, Suyin couldn't help but feel helpless. Was he too harsh previously? Out of the 20 people, only these 6 remained. Trouble. However, when he heard the last part, his eyes lit up. An instruction manual? That's a good thing. Subsequently, Suyin looked in the direction he pointed. Not looking was fine, but once he did, he became furious. There was something resembling a manual, but the thickness, was it too thick? Regardless of how you looked at it, it had at least a few thousand pages. Moreover, such things were surely written in the script of the Empire of Flames. It was impossible to rely on that in a short time. It wasn't that translation couldn't be done. The critical issue was the tight time frame. Who could translate such a thick operations manual now? However, just as Suyin felt he was being played and was about to turn back to friendly negotiations with the others, he heard the sound of pages flipping rapidly. Turning to look, he saw that Li Lizzie had already started reading, and the speed of flipping was incredibly exaggerated. Team Leader Li, can you understand it? Yes. Before the mission, I already learned the script of the Empire of Flames through the database of the Glorious Empire. While saying this, Li Lizzie continued flipping the pages rapidly in her hand. Aside from Marshal Lin Fanyuan, I, Suyin, will now call you the strongest. Half a minute later, Li Lizzie, who had already flipped through hundreds of pages, stopped her movements and then carried the manual to the console. Placing the manual on the side of the console, she continued flipping with her left hand while her right hand began operating the console. Team Leader Li, have you already mastered it? No. I just finished reading the activation part of the Neutron War Star. Time is limited, so I'm starting up the Neutron War Star while checking out the following content. It was too discouraging. Truly too discouraging. Suyin already felt his intelligence being crushed earlier, and now, it was even more extreme. Not only was she multitasking, attempting to execute the complex content she had learned in half a minute while continuously learning new things. Both human beings, why did he feel that Team Leader Li was fundamentally a different species? At that moment, Suyin finally understood what Commander Lin Yu meant when he said to him before they left, "Protect her for me, even if all of you die. Make sure she comes back safely." Initially, Suyin thought the commander must have had a romantic relationship with Team Leader Li, but now it seemed that his own thinking was too narrow-minded. Such a person was worth sacrificing not only their own assault team, but even the entire expeditionary force of the fairy constellation for her safety. Soon, with Li Lizzie's operation, the first change began to occur at the outpost. A deep blue barrier instantly materialized, encasing the entire outpost except for the central docking hub. And the next moment, the gravitational barrier of the central docking hub was lifted, revealing the Neutron War Star within the dock in its entirety. End of chapter. Chapter 450. Strange Operating Manual. Virgo Galaxy, Back Armand, Capital Circle of the Fire Empire. General Silver Fox, the hyperspace engine, is fully charged and ready to activate. Good. Let the third ship take the lead in the attack immediately. Yes, General. Receiving the red level command from His Majesty. What? Red level? Hurry up and read it. As an Imperial General, Silver Fox naturally understood what the red level command represented. This was the Fire Empire's top priority command, under which all other tasks had to be set aside without exception. In Silver Fox's over 100 years of military career, he had only heard of the red level command, never actually seen it. And now, he had received this legendary command. How could he not be nervous? Saint Outpost is off the grid. Immediately halt all operational plans and lead the fleet to support the Saint Outpost. The order was brief and nothing special. However, when Silver Fox's adjutant finished reading the order, his heart skipped a beat. St Outpost off the grid. Perhaps 99.9999999% of the people in the Empire had no idea where the Saint Outpost was, but Silver Fox happened to be one of the few who knew. The outpost with the code name Saint was none other than the outpost where the Neutron Battlestar was located. As the Empire's top-secret facility, the outpost had to be in contact with the Imperial Palace every hour without fail for over 1,000 years. And now, the outpost was off the grid. This was a massive event akin to the sky falling, as the Neutron Battlestar was the Empire's biggest reliance and any mishap was intolerable. Cancel the previous order and issue new operational commands. The second and third ships will depart with us immediately to rush to the Saint Outpost for support. Yes, General, the 3 Dark Star-class giant ships powered up their hyperspace engines, and suddenly, 3 enormous vortex-like hyperspace windows were forcibly opened in front of them. Like being sucked in, the 3 ships vanished into the void together. With the appearance of a deep blue barrier, the Neutron Battlestar outpost was instantly enveloped by a massive gravity barrier. The gravity barrier that once enveloped the dock also disappeared at the same time. However, for the pilots who had not entered the Neutron Battlestar and were still stationed at the dock entrance, there was no difference. Before, there was a barrier in front of them, enveloping the dock. Now, there was still a barrier, but now enveloping the entire outpost like a donut, with them inside the barrier this time. As soon as the dock barrier was shut, the unique super-gravity field surrounding the Neutron Battlestar rapidly expanded. Fortunately, the 9 Federation warships had left after dropping off their troops, so they were not affected. However, the unmanned warship remained outside the outpost and was directly torn to pieces by the unreasonable field of the Neutron Battlestar. Only the outpost, which was completely enveloped by the gravity barrier, remained unharmed. The Neutron Battlestar had been activated, but inside the command room of the Battlestar, Chief Suyan's face turned very unsightly. "Captain Lee, all our communication equipment is down. We can't reach Commander Lin Yu at all. What should we do?" Suyan was getting frantic. Just as the 3rd stage of the operation was about to begin, she discovered a fatal problem. After the Neutron Battlestar was activated, all communication devices became unusable. What did this signify? The return of the 3 Dark Star-class warships on the other side could not be predicted accurately. The earliest estimate was 380 seconds, but this was just a time estimation, not precise timing. This meant that the 3rd stage of the operation had to be adjusted in real time based on circumstances, without being able to preset accurate timings for each stage. But now, with no external communication, how were they supposed to coordinate the operation? They were in big trouble. As expected, because of the super-gravity field surrounding the Neutron Battlestar, conventional communication methods are likely ineffective. What are we going to do if we can't reach Commander Lin Yu? We won't even be able to discuss the 3rd stage of the operation. Relax, I just said conventional communication means won't work. Not that all communications are out. Suyan looked bewildered at Li Liz's words, completely missing the point of what she was saying. Li Liz didn't elaborate further, but took a peculiar device from her combat suit's belt pouch and tapped on it a few times. "Lin Yu, can you hear me?" "Yes." Suyan, standing beside, was in disbelief as she observed the small device in Li Liz's hand. It seemed like she heard Commander Lin Yu's voice. Was she hallucinating? Ignoring Suyan's self-doubt, Li Liz continued speaking. "Yes, we have now secured the Neutron Battlestar and successfully activated it, just as I suspected. Once the Battlestar was activated, all conventional communication methods ceased to work. Now, we have to rely on this phased communication device to maintain our connection. I'll pass the comm device to Suyan." Without waiting for Lin Yu to respond, Li Liz tossed the phased communication device to Suyan and continued flipping through the operating manual. Suyan, receiving the communication device like a treasure, held it cautiously and began reporting the situation to Lin Yu. However, behind Li Liz, he couldn't see the worried expression on her face. Li Liz flipped through the manual rapidly, while her mind raced frantically trying to decipher another issue. This detailed operating manual couldn't possibly have been written by the Fire Empire, a level 5 civilization. The level of detail in this manual gave Li Liz the impression that it was written by the person who built the Neutron Battlestar, detailing every aspect including problem-solving procedures. If it wasn't written by the builder, it wouldn't be possible to understand the Battlestar to this extent. But if it was written by the builder, why was it in the Fire Empire's language? This situation was too contradictory. What's really going on here? End of this chapter. Chapter 451, Change of Plan. Although this matter seems very peculiar, it is not the time to investigate everything at the moment. Li Liz's refocuses most of her energy on reading the operations manual, and in a blink of an eye, she has already read through more than half of it. So, according to the control of the gravity field, we can control posture, navigation, and even open hyperspace windows, release various attack effects, and even broad-spectrum electromagnetic pulse attacks. After more than 10 seconds, Li Liz closed the operations manual and muttered to herself, nodding. "Team Leader Li, have you finished learning?" On the side, Suyan, who was talking with Lin Yu, saw this scene and asked cautiously, "Yes, I have understood the basic operations completely and can begin. Are you sure you are human?" It was only about 2 minutes in total, reading through such a thick operations manual and mastering all of it. Suyan, feeling speechless, mutters softly to herself. "Suyan, say that again?" Li Liz didn't react, but on the other end of the communicator, Lin Yu heard Suyan's muttering and suddenly got a little angry. The roar exploded directly in the command room through the communicator, startling Suyan. But Li Liz, who had her back to everyone, heard the roar and revealed a smile, although no one saw it. "No, Commander Lin Yu, I didn't say anything. You misheard me. HMPH, if I hear such words again, you'll go wash the pans in the engine room." "Yes, there definitely won't be a next time." Suyan shivered, muttering to herself. "The engine room, that's life-threatening. Liz, are you ready?" "No problem." "Good. When the other party appears, we'll follow the plan." "Wait, you said there's a problem?" "Yes, there is a problem." Lin Yu was starting to get anxious. The operation plan had been deployed for so long. Everything was going smoothly. Even the neutron battle stars were under control. However, at this critical moment, Li Liz said there was a problem. How could Lin Yu not feel nervous and anxious? "Do you want to destroy the 3 Dark Star-class warships, or capture them?" "Capture them." Lin Yu was totally confused. Before formulating the plan, Li Liz had told Lin Fan that it was impossible to capture intact Dark Star-class warships. Even if the phase shields were destroyed using the neutron battle stars, the powerful weapon systems of the Level 7 civilization on board could still not be matched by the current Federal warships. The assault team would likely be destroyed by their powerful weapon systems before getting close. But now Li Liz was asking herself whether to destroy or capture them. "Yes, after fully understanding the neutron battle star, I have discovered other methods to disrupt the phase shields, and not just destroy them. I can paralyze those 3 warships for at least half an hour." Paralyze them for half an hour. Lin Yu was shocked and then filled with excitement. With half an hour, what couldn't be accomplished? A new plan formed instantly in Lin Yu's mind. In the colorful hyperspace, 3 huge ships, led by Silver Fox, were traveling. "General Silver Fox, we are about to reach our destination, and will exit hyperspace in 15 seconds. Notify the 2nd and 3rd ships to be ready for battle, and activate the phase shields immediately after exiting hyperspace." "Yes, General. 321 has exited hyperspace, no anomalies in the surrounding area." With the opening of 3 huge vortex-like hyperspace windows, the 3 huge ships smoothly exited hyperspace and returned to normal space. Silver Fox breathed a sigh of relief. What Silver Fox was most worried about was that the neutron battle star had been taken away and used as bait. When they exited hyperspace, if the phase shields were not activated in time, they would be completely destroyed by the neutron, even though the starship was a Level 7 civilization starship. Therefore, Silver Fox set the target coordinates for hyperspace navigation not next to the outpost, but 3 AU away from the outpost. After all, the absolute killing range of the neutron battle star was only 1 astronomical unit, so being 3 astronomical units away was relatively safe. All that was left was to pray not to be caught off guard and end up with the neutron battle star stopping at the exact location where they exited hyperspace. However, what Silver Fox did not know was that this was part of Li Liz and Lin Yu's original plan, and Li Liz had a way to calculate the exit point of the enemy's hyperspace navigation, ambush them in advance. But when Li Liz told Lin Yu that there was a way to paralyze the 3 Dark Star-class warships, Lin Yu abandoned the plan. After all, the temptation to capture 3 Dark Star-class warships was too great. "General Silver Fox, we have successfully exited hyperspace, activating the phase shields." "The phase shields have been successfully activated. Immediately scan the location of the outpost. I want to know the details." "Yes, General." With the operation of the commander and his team, the situation at the outpost quickly became clear, but it looked eerie. There was a wound at least 30 meters in diameter on the outskirts of the outpost, but it did not look like it was forcibly created, as the cut was too smooth. And most crucially, the neutron battle star that should have been more in the center of the outpost was missing. Something was wrong. The neutron battle star was really in trouble. "Quick, use the observation equipment to search for the location of the neutron battle star in the surrounding area." "Yes, General." As a confidant of Silver Fox, who was in charge, he naturally knew many things about the neutron battle star. For example, Due to the supergravity effect generated by the neutron battle star, any scanning equipment would be unable to detect its presence. The only way to find it was to use observation equipment. It was like in the era of the Earth Navy, where a warship had to give up radar and rely on ancient lookouts to find enemy ships. Just imagine this scene, and you'll realize how frustrating it was. But no matter how hard Silver Fox tried, it was ultimately futile, as the current neutron battle star was not even in this dimension. When everyone was at a loss, Silver Fox was anxious and jumped. There was a sudden rupture in the space above the 3 Dark Star-class warships. Yes, it was a rupture. It looked as if a surgical knife had made a cut in a body. Before anyone could react, a spherical object with a diameter of only 300 meters shot out from the rift. End of this chapter. Chapter 4-5. To within the paralyzed Dark Star-class battleship Neutron War Star, there is no installation of a hyperspace engine. On one hand, even if it were installed, it would not be usable. On the other hand, the Neutron War Star does not require a hyperspace engine at all. It solely relies on its own characteristics to forcefully break through the barriers between dimensions and freely travel between them. Even the small universes built by civilizations of advanced levels, denoting civilizations of 9th level or higher, cannot stop the progress of the Neutron War Star. This showcases how terrifying its abilities are. The entire void was torn open, in a way different from a hyperspace engine. A hyperspace engine only establishes a window channel between two-dimensional spaces, whereas the Neutron War Star directly tears open the membrane between two-dimensional spaces. These are two completely different methods. One could be considered as skillful finesse, the other brute force. Through this forcibly torn opening, the Neutron War Star directly plunges out from hyperspace, arriving amidst the formation of 3 Dark Star-class battleships even before anyone could react. Of course, even when the 3 huge ships with activated phase shields were in such close proximity to the Neutron War Star, it still couldn't cause any damage to them. After all, even though the two sides are within the same dimension, they are on different phases. Different phases cannot interfere with each other. This is a universal law, one that even the only super civilization in the universe, the Alpha Tech civilization, cannot defy. However, this doesn't mean that phase shields are invincible. The mere activation of this equipment doesn't mean it can't be dealt with. If that were the case, wouldn't 7th level civilizations be invincible outright? Begin adjusting the supergravity mode and synchronize at the multi-dimensional gravity within hyperspace. Synchronization rate has reached the standard line. Multiple spatial dimensions begin to exhibit mutual attraction. Absorption initiated. Full-phase super-electromagnetic pulse ready to fire. Within the command room of the Neutron War Star, Lily stood in front of the main control panel, continuously operating it and occasionally saying something. Although nobody present could understand, okay, not even the author, it didn't hinder everyone from knowing that Lily's big move was ready. Just as the Neutron War Star could use its own supergravity effect to casually break through multidimensional spaces, what Lily was doing now was using multidimensional supergravity to forcibly break through the limits of phases and launch a full-phase super-electromagnetic pulse attack directly. Yes, different phases cannot interfere with each other, but if I direct the attack straight into your phase, then that attack can interfere with you. And that's exactly what Lily was doing now. It also thanks to the Feign Operation Manual. Otherwise, even if Lily were smart, she wouldn't have been able to utilize the Neutron War Star to this extent in such a short time. Lin Yu, I'm ready. If my calculations are correct, after my attack, although it won't destroy those 3 battleships, it will be enough to paralyze them for a while. Then it's up to you. Prepared. Lily picked up the communicator on the side. I understand. Go for it. All right, I'm initiating the full-phase super-electromagnetic pulse, releasing now. Simultaneously, within the command center of the Dark Star-class No. 1 ship, General Silver Fox, Neutron War Star detected, right in, where? Spit it out. Right in the middle of our fleet array, between the 3 battleships. What? This was an unexpected response for Silver Fox. The other party silently placed the Neutron War Star right next to them, and they were completely unaware. But what was the purpose of the other side doing this? Even though it was the Neutron War Star, even though it was so close that their phase shields were already activated, they couldn't cause any harm. Open up the observed image for me to see. Yes, General. Soon, an image appeared in front of Silver Fox, and after watching the image, his brows furrowed even more. In the image, Right in the center of the three vastly immense battleships was a spherical object with a diameter of just over 300 meters, insignificant compared to the massive battleships beside it. And this spherical object had been motionless, just quietly sitting there. What did this mean? Silver Fox was completely perplexed. Just at that moment, the rift torn open by the Neutron War Star was also discovered. Unlike previous rifts torn open by the Neutron War Star, this one didn't quickly repair itself, but instead maintained its torn state, showing no intention of closing. This also gave Silver Fox a feeling of unease. Should he leave this place first? He had a sense that something bad was about to happen. Watching this completely unclosed rift hovering above the three ships, Silver Fox couldn't help but think so. One could say that this hunch was quite accurate, but it was not decisive enough and seemed a bit late on time. And at that very moment, an anomaly occurred. Centered around the Neutron War Star, visible space ripples rapidly spread in all directions at an incredibly fast pace. Inside the command center of the number 1 ship where Silver Fox was, a piercing alarm suddenly rang out. However, the alarm didn't last long before it stopped, and not only the alarm, but all systems within the command center dimmed, plunging the entire battleship into darkness. General Silver Fox, all systems of the battleship have been damaged. Engine systems, life support systems, weapon systems, even the face shield system. Everything has malfunctioned, and we might soon be ejected. Damn it, find the cause and restore everything quickly. Do you know what it means when the face shield fails? There's a Neutron War Star waiting for us there. General, ejection has begun. We are about to reappear in our original phase. It's over. In the void, the three Dark Star-class battleships began to distort slightly and then return to their original state. By then, these three battleships had returned to their original phase. No longer hidden in other phases, they were no longer Dark Star-class battleships that couldn't be attacked. However, Silver Fox, who had lost all equipment temporarily, had not noticed. The Neutron War Star had disappeared. And in the space around the three battleships, numerous vortex-shaped hyperspace windows continued to open, and a large number of battleships leapt out from hyperspace, heading straight for the three ships. End of this chapter. Chapter 453. On board the first ship of the final crazy Dark Star-class battleship of the Silver Fox. Through the porthole, he saw the continuously opening hyperspace windows outside the battleship, and batches of warships flying out of them. The Silver Fox's eyelid was uncontrollably twitching. By now, he understood why the Neutron War Star had disappeared. After all, if the Neutron War Star were still here, then the enemy's fleets wouldn't be able to approach this area. At this moment, they were preparing to capture his three Planet-class battleships. In reality, the full-phase electromagnetic pulse released by Lily Z through the Neutron War Star, coordinating with high-latitude gravity, did not cause much damage to the main devices on the battleship. It primarily damaged the loops of the battleship's main brain. To put it simply, the brain's nerves. The Dark Star-class battleship's main systems were all assisted by the battleship's main brain. Once the main brain was damaged, these systems naturally shut down. Of course, there was a way to deal with it. By quickly overlaying all the main systems with backup secondary systems, it could operate without relying on the main brain's assistance, but purely through the crew. However, there were many issues with this. One was that this battleship was not manufactured by the Empire of Blaze, so it was difficult to say if they had that backup system. Another issue was that even if they had that system, to switch over all the main systems on the entire battleship would not be something that could be done quickly. At least as Lily Z had said, it would take at least 30 minutes to cripple the ship. Another bigger issue was that even if the Silver Fox had the system and could quickly rewrite all the operational systems on the battleship, they wouldn't have enough personnel to operate such a Planet-class battleship. You see, the reason why the Dark Star-class needed the main brain's assistance was that if they didn't do this, operating such a huge and immensely powerful behemoth would require over 100 times the personnel. What's the situation? Inside the command center, the Silver Fox anxiously asked. It's no good. The battleship's main brain loop has been completely destroyed and cannot be started. Without the main brain's assistance, we can't operate the main equipment on the battleship. The head of the technical team shook his head, saying pessimistically, "Tam, is there really no way?" "There's none." The Silver Fox finally couldn't maintain his stern face. At this moment, he felt like a lamb waiting for slaughter, completely powerless to resist. The only thing he could do was to wait for the final moment. A moment of panic briefly appeared on his face. However, this panic didn't last long. It was quickly replaced by another bout of madness. What if I were to overload the battleship's core energy for operation? Would that be possible? It is, as long as General. What are you planning? The head of the technical team responded very naturally, only partway through realizing the issue. Just tell me if it's possible or not. It is, but all of our main systems are offline now. We can't operate remotely. I need to be sent to the energy storage to perform the operation. The head of the technical team swallowed his saliva, then said. He also understood that the situation was now hopeless. In the confrontation between two civilizations, the fate of the captured was known to everyone. Either they were executed, or they were treated as slaves and sold to other civilizations, a fate worse than death. Thinking about this, his gaze gradually became firm, and seeing the change in the eyes of his subordinates, the Silver Fox nodded. Fine. I will arrange for a unit to escort you there, but I can't delay you for too long. It has to be done quickly. Yes, General. Soon, under the Silver Fox's arrangement, the head of the technical team left the command center and, after meeting with the alert team outside, they both quickly rode a hovering tank towards the location of the energy storage. General, the enemy battleship has released a large number of combat vehicles. They have infiltrated into various hangars of the battleship. Currently, the fleets and units inside the hangars are fighting them, but the situation is very unfavorable. I know, for the Empire. Let them hold on as long as they can. Of course, the Silver Fox knew it was unfavorable. Despite the Dark Star-class battleship being large enough, each could only carry around 200,000 warships. But the enemy, just by visual estimation, there were no less than 1 million fleets, and they belonged to a 6th-level civilization that completely outstripped their empire's technology. The situation was only unfavorable, but for the Silver Fox, it was like a heavenly tune. At least they weren't instantly crushed due to the huge technological gap. In fact, it wasn't that the fighting strength of the Empire of Blaze was strong. A 5th-level civilization against a 6th-level civilization was simply an unfavorable situation. It was because the Federal Assault Corps was entirely composed of mechas and cosmic knights, without the battleships joining in. After all, the Federation still used spatial shields, which for weapons of the 5th-level civilization did not provide absolute defense. Hence, battleships were not suitable for such an assault operation. On the other hand, mechas and cosmic knights had small targets, high mobility, and in direct close combat, the main and secondary cannons of the Empire of Blaze's battleships were practically useless, as they could only rely on point defense cannons to respond. In Lin Yu's fleet, all the mechas were the latest models of the Greedy Mecha, equipped with energy shields and zero-point energy source. Where was the threat from mere point defense weapons? Ultimately, the technological gap was too wide. The 5th-level civilization could not yet fully utilize space-based attack methods. They were still using a mode reminiscent of the for giants of the galaxy, combining physical projectiles with spatial barriers. This was a race against time. You see, this was a planet-class battleship, and the distance from the command center to the energy storage was a whopping 3,000 kilometers. Even if they rode a hover tank at the fastest speed, it would still take at least half an hour to arrive. And evidently, when Lin Yu made his battle plan, he wouldn't overlook the battleship's self-destruct as a final killer move. Therefore, in this operation, the Dark Star's command center was merely the secondary target. The energy storage was the primary target. General, the fleet commander in the 7th hangar has reported that a small group of enemies have broken through their interception network and rushed into the ship. They are heading towards They should be heading straight to the ship's energy storage. Inside the command center, the deputy immediately reported the most recent information to the Silver Fox. His face was filled with anxiety. Hearing this, the Silver Fox's expression changed dramatically. Damn it! Order all forces to quickly intercept at all costs. We must delay these enemies by any means necessary. Yes, General. End of this chapter. Chapter 450 for Interception and Breakthrough Part 1. It is called a planetary-grade battleship for a reason, because its length exceeds 10,000 kilometers, not much smaller than some small planets. Similarly, with such a large size, its internal space is also quite vast. In addition to having 12 hangars that can accommodate a total of 240,000 battleships of the battleship class. Inside the ship, there are even 3 megacities that could be considered super large even within the Federation, able to accommodate over 1 billion people. Of course, those who can live here are not civilians. Besides the fleet personnel stationed here, there are also the crew and security forces inside the battleship. The number of this security force absolutely cannot be said to be small. Within this huge space, it is like being inside a living planet, with a blue sky above, white clouds, and even a sun hanging high. Even if you know these are all fake, you can't help but want to enjoy a moment here. About 300 kilometers from City No. 3, a mechanized brigade is rapidly advancing, heading straight towards the city. I say, Lao Wang, steady your flight, my position doesn't have the shock absorption system like your cockpit. What are you complaining about? This mission was none of your squadron's business to begin with. You insisted on following along, so why so many demands? Wang Jun glanced at the person who was standing on his shoulder, complaining, and quit. He is the captain of a special Space Knight reinforcement squad and also a comrade in arms named Lei Li. Wang Jun himself is the commander of the advancing mechanized brigade, but unfortunately, he encountered his buddy Lei Li when he broke into the hangar of the battleship, and that's how it ended up like this. Fortunately, this is not a big problem. Space Knights are roughly the same size as ordinary people, so standing on the shoulder of a mechanized robot doesn't slow down the speed and affect the mission. Commander, a large number of ground forces have appeared ahead, 150 kilometers away. The number of walkers alone has reached 3,000, and they have taken up an interception posture. All right, I knew they wouldn't let us in that easily. Everyone, prepare for battle. Yes. As the distance closed in, an overwhelming number of walkers gradually appeared in front of everyone. These are the heavy combat vehicles of the Inferno Empire's ground forces, towering at 80 meters high. They are known by many names such as Empire Walkers, Standing Tanks, and Bipeds. If Lin Fan were here, he would surely complain that this thing is just like the Imperial Saint Walker he saw in that famous sci-fi movie in his previous life. This design is at least 99% similar. Of course, Wang Jun and Lei Li are not strangers to this thing as they already faced it in the hangar. Even they have to admit that this thing is quite impressive, at least much more powerful compared to the ground combat vehicles of the four major factions in the past. However, its shortcomings are also very apparent. Despite being able to install more powerful weapons and even shields, the bulky walker is not very agile, moving slowly and appearing like a turtle in front of mechas and space knights. While the walker has energy shields, they lack the powerful energy sources like those of the Federation, making their energy shields more symbolic than practical. They are easily breached, especially against mechas. If it were battleship cannons, even conventional cannon attacks, one shot would be enough. 9 to 10 squads, artillery mode. The remaining 8 squads form an assault array and breach the enemy's blockade in one breath. Yes, immediately, the 18 mecha units of the 2 squads suddenly slowed down their speed until they came to a complete stop. Then, they shot out something from all parts of their mechs. Doom, doom, doom. A series of sounds rang out as each mecha shot out over a dozen unknown material chains that deeply embedded into the ground, fixing the mecha's posture completely. After doing all this, the at least 800mm caliber gun barrels carried on the back of each mecha also started moving, rotating upwards until fully erected on the mecha's shoulder. Report, artillery mode ready. Good. Aim at our point of entry and bombard it. Blast a hole before I make contact with the enemy array. Understood. Doom, doom, doom. Soon, the sound of artillery fire came from the rear of Wang Chun's assault team. Different from conventional artillery fire, it was the sound of plasma cannon fire. With the attack from the 2 squads in artillery mode beginning, 18 blue energy projectiles flew over the advancing formation and directly hit the Inferno Empire's defensive position. Just over 100 kilometers away, the energy projectiles arrived in an instant and immediately exploded within the enemy array. The power was slightly inferior to the secondary cannons on the Federation battleship. The 18 shots directly destroy a section of the Inferno Empire's formation, causing at least 50 walkers to be destroyed or severely damaged. As for other small combat vehicles and ordinary soldiers, the losses were countless. The commander of the frontline was stunned as he previously thought his huge blockade on the frontline would scare off the two mecha squads who were attempting to attack, but instead, they dealt a heavy blow. The threat was too great. He immediately modified the command after witnessing the power displayed by the 18 mechas in the rear. Coordinate all attacks immediately. Provide cover fire towards the rear position acting as an artillery platform, and ensure its complete destruction as quickly as possible. The Inferno Empire commander gritted his teeth as he spoke into the communicator. Doom, doom, doom. Swish, swish, swish. Energy projectiles, particle beams, solid ammunition, and more. All varieties of attacks were launched towards the location of the 9th and 10th squads. However, those mechas showed no intention of evading and even launched a second wave of strikes. The attacks from both sides crossed in the air, hitting their respective targets in a flash. The successive strikes from the greedy mecha's artillery were still strong, causing another wave of strikes that resulted in the destruction of dozens of Empire Walker units and numerous other personnel. Meanwhile, on the greedy mecha's side, under the simultaneous attack of thousands of projectiles and a saturated area attack, the surrounding area was completely covered in dust and smoke. The situation inside was completely obscured. End of this chapter. Chapter 455 Intercept and Breakthrough Part 2. Chapter 455 Intercept and Breakthrough Part 2. The first 10-second ships are not far from the second city. The air is filled with dust and smoke, making it impossible to see clearly what the situation inside is. Is it taken down? It should have been taken down. Just over 10 combat vehicles, no matter how strong, under such an attack, it's definitely impossible to survive. But the other side didn't even try to dodge during our attack. I'm worried. Don't scare yourself. Everything will be fine. In the front of the city's defensive line, on the communication channel, many people are whispering to each other. Obviously, the powerful attacks displayed by the two mech squads before, and their behavior of not evading attacks, have made them lack confidence in their own attack effectiveness. Many people even suspect whether the enemy's mechs are equipped with space shields. If that's the case, the previous wave of attacks might have had no effect at all. However, this is just the speculation of ordinary soldiers. As for the higher-ranking officers, they would not think that way. They know that space shield generators are unlikely to be miniaturized. It's a problem that technology cannot solve. And in fact, just like the officers of the Flame Empire thought, the Federation has not miniaturized the space shield generator to the point where it can be installed inside a mech. However, unlike other civilizations, the Federation, even when reaching level 5 civilization and having space shields, continues to delve deep into energy shield technology. It can be said that the energy shield technology, the level for civilization, is just basic, and after becoming a level 5 civilization, because of the more powerful space shields, almost all civilizations have given up further research on energy shields. Currently, the Federation's energy shield technology has reached a master level. Although it's still not as powerful as space shields, when miniaturized and installed on combat vehicles, its effectiveness is outstanding, far beyond what the Flame Empire, a level 5 civilization, can imagine. As the dust gradually dissipates, just as they are about to confirm the effectiveness of the attack, at that moment boom, along with a series of roars, energy projectiles fired by over 10 plasma cannons directly broke through the smoke and flew towards the Flame Empire's position. As the dust cleared a bit, the defending forces were able to gradually see the situation where the two mech squads were located. What is that? Everyone saw a truly shocking scene. Within a huge light blue energy shield, all mechs remained unharmed. This is the Federation's latest application of energy shields, also known as the Unified Shield. By combining multiple energy shield generators, they form a more powerful shield, which boosts both defense and energy replenishment speeds exponentially. This is not a matter of 1 equals 2, but rather 1 + 1 = 3 or even 4. The Flame Empire's attack earlier was just a covering attack, not a precise concentrated strike. Therefore, it was expected that their attack was completely withstood. Evade quickly. After a brief moment of shock, the commander reacted and immediately shouted. However, it was too late. Just over 100 kilometers away, the attack had arrived in an instant, striking the defender's position just after the commander's shout, once again, causing significant casualties among the defenders. Damn it! Focus fire. Just mere energy shields. How much stronger can they be? I refuse to believe that they can withstand a concentrated attack. Watching the significant casualties on their side, the defending commander's eyes were bloodshot as he roared angrily. However, he had been too distracted by the two mech squads, forgetting that on the other side, dozens of mechs were swiftly approaching. Good. The enemy's attention has been drawn by the artillery group. Take advantage of this opportunity to penetrate their formation. All squads, activate unified energy shields by squad. Breakthrough forcefully. After the breakthrough, the first and second squads along with the Cosmic Knight squad head to the city center, control the energy warehouse located at the central hub. The other squads harass the formation, coordinate with the artillery group, and await the arrival of reinforcements. Watching the movements on the Flame Empire's lines, General Wang's eyes flashed and immediately gave orders. Suddenly, in the entire assault formation, 8 large energy shields appear, each enveloping the mechs of 8 squads, like sharp knives, directly piercing into the gap in the Flame Empire's blockade that had been opened up by the artillery group. The normal Greedwolf mechs, in their standard configuration, did not have the same level of attack power as in artillery mode. They could only use their beam rifles for attacks, not enough to directly shatter the defender's shields as in artillery mode. However, it was still a breeze to clean up other small combat vehicles and individual soldiers. As for the Empire's walkers, for General Wan, they could simply be ignored. After all, those were slow-moving and mostly equipped with long-range high-power weapons. The close-range weapons posed little actual threat to the mechs that were already in close proximity and had activated unified energy shields. With the insertion of General Wan-led mech units into the blockade, the entire defensive line immediately became chaotic. The artillery group also adjusted its attack direction immediately, starting to bombard the flanks of the Flame Empire's formation. Just a standard company formation. 90 Greedwolf mechs, through the entire defensive line into chaos. All walkers, disregard the incoming enemy forces and focus on attacking the heavy firepower positions in the distance. The rest of the forces intercept and must not let them breach the line. Seeing the chaotic defense line, the Flame Empire's commander also made immediate adjustments. However, this inadvertently made it easier for General Wang's forces to break through. While the Empire's walkers were not a significant threat to General Wang's forces, they still provided some hindrance. But, when they abandoned the hindrance and focused on attacking the artillery group in the distance, even the small combat vehicles and individual soldiers couldn't slow down the mech's pace. It can be said that, with the absence of walkers' hindrance, General Wang's forces could just advance with their unified shield and waltz in, without having to do anything. In the second city, a fleet composed of hundreds of hover tanks swiftly entered, heading towards the central hut where the energy warehouse was located. Lord Blue, we will arrive at the mission location in 1 minute. Good. Once we arrive, I will go directly to operate in the energy warehouse. You must guard the entrance and ensure no one disturbs me. Understood. Sitting inside the tank, watching the increasingly closer enormous building ahead, Blue Maple clenched his fists tightly with a determined expression. End of chapter. Chapter 456. In the vast urban area racing against time, two teams of mechas are swiftly shuttling between the buildings, flying towards the central huge building in the city at high speed. Accompanying them is a reinforcement squad of the Cosmic Knights, with team members standing on the shoulders of each mecha. This is the Pangnu Command Team. Wang Squadron, report your progress immediately. At this moment, a female voice suddenly came through the communicator of Wang's squadron. Upon hearing it was the Pangnu Command Team, Wang Squadron immediately responded, Wang Squadron has received it. Currently, we have breached the enemy's defense line and entered the city area. We are expected to arrive at the location of the energy warehouse in 50 seconds. Received. Please continue. Over. Command Team, may I inquire about the status of the suppression of the other two energy warehouses? Certainly. City number 1 completed the suppression 1 minute ago, and assault teams in city number 3 have entered the city area, but have not yet reached the energy warehouse. Understood. Thank you for the information. After the communication ended, Mang's expression was somewhat unnatural. City number 1 had completed the suppression 1 minute ago, leaving a significant gap. Could it be that Fujihara Yuki, the daughter of Admiral Fujiwara Ayako of the Federal Interstellar Fleet, and one of Elder Lin Fan's subordinates, truly lived up to her reputation? Setting aside the mystery of her father's identity, Fujihara Yuki herself was already very outstanding, excelling in both mecha operation and combat command among the younger generation, making others hesitate to catch up with her. Losing to her didn't surprise Wang much, but what surprised him was the margin of his defeat. Was this the difference between an ordinary person and a genius? However, Wang was determined not to lose to his archenemy, the Karl Squadron responsible for the third city. Attention, everyone, attention! Fujihara Squadron completed the suppression of the energy warehouse in city number 1 minute ago, and our archenemy, Karl Squadron, has also entered the city area. I can accept losing to Fujihara Squadron, but I cannot tolerate losing to Karl Squadron. Can you tolerate it? No. Immediately, dozens of uniformed shouts came through the communication, carrying a palpable sense of killing intent. It was evident that the resentment between these two squadrons ran deep. Only on the internal communication channel of the squadron, Lei Li, standing on the shoulder of Wang's mecha, was unaware of this exchange. However, he keenly sensed that the two mecha squads had become more fierce and deadly in just that instant. Although curious, Lei Li did not ask further. After all, one of the three enormous buildings, housing one of the Dark Star-class battleship's energy warehouses, stood right in front of them. Everyone, prepare for battle immediately. Seconds later, after passing through the final intersection, the massive central hub of the city, the energy warehouse, towered before everyone. At the entrance of the energy warehouse, a defensive line formed by hundreds of large floating tanks appeared. It was clear that these tanks posed no threat to the mechas. Wang didn't even spare them a glance, instead focusing on the entrance of the energy warehouse. However, upon closer inspection, he furrowed his brows. While the entrance wasn't small, it was still not accessible to mechas. Dismantling the entire building was the only way to reach the core energy chamber, as the design didn't allow mechas to move inside. The only feasible method to enter was for the pilot to leave the mecha, don battle armor, and infiltrate as an individual. However, without a few minutes, reaching the target location and gaining control of the energy warehouse would be impossible. Additionally, clearing out the tank fleet in front was necessary. Otherwise, even with the battle armor's protection, facing the tanks would pose a significant danger. Wait. What was he forgetting? As Wang turned his head towards the cockpit, the mecha's massive head followed suit, locking eyes with Lei Li standing on his shoulder. Lei Li felt a shiver run down his spine. What are you planning? Lei Li, our relationship is good, right? Well, it's not bad. Let me just say it. Even if our relationship is good, I have certain preferences in some areas. Don't get ahead of yourself. I just want you to go in and help me control the energy warehouse. Our mecha team will deal with the tank fleet outside. While saying this, Wang raised his massive mechanical right arm and pointed towards the entrance of the energy warehouse. Stop scaring me with your speech. Lei Li patted his chest, relieved, and said, No problem. Just drop us near the entrance. Got it. Thanks. Immediately, the two mecha squads flew towards the energy warehouse. As they charged forward, they raised their beam rifles and fired at the tank group ahead. These tanks, not the resilient and shielded walkers, would each crumble with a single shot from the beam rifle. Of course, the tanks had their own advantages, primarily speed. Although floating tanks couldn't be considered very fast, in a gravity environment like this, their speed wasn't slow by any means. Equipped with anti-gravity systems, these floating tanks could be considered quite fast in this environment. After the attack on over 100 floating tanks, they immediately scattered and sprung into action. As the Silver Fox's guard, all of them were elite warriors, well-trained and organized, making it difficult for the two mecha squads. The difficulty lay not in the tanks posing a threat but in their well-drilled formation and swift movements, hindering a quick elimination. And time was a resource Wang couldn't afford to waste, not even a second. However, this didn't bother Wang much. The energy shields of the mechas were impervious, allowing them to move past unharmed. The two squads pressed on through the surrounding attacks and easily reached the entrance of the energy warehouse. Second squad on perimeter protection. First squad released the joint shield, enveloped the entrance, protect the Cosmic Knight squad to enter. Yes, Captain. End of chapter. Chapter 457. No one understands zero-point energy for Dark Star-class battleships better than the Federation. After all, many years ago, they captured one from the three giants. Looking at the energy warehouse diagram sent by Wang Jun, Lei Li led his small team at top speed. Captain, 28 lifeforms with weapons detected at the corner ahead. Suspected enemy single soldier armed. We have no time to waste. Break through forcibly. Numbers 1 and to move up. Deploy the front energy barrier. The rest follow closely. Close combat weapons, yes. The entire small team quickly changed formation. To Cosmic Knight suddenly accelerated and arrived at the front of the array, racing a blue one-way energy barrier at the forefront of the array. The other team members huddled together, hiding behind the energy barrier, drawing their own blades. A few seconds later, as the Cosmic Knights passed through the long corridor and approached the corner, as expected, 28 single soldiers of the Inferno Empire armed with armor suddenly appear and began firing madly at the Cosmic Knight squad with their single particle beam rifles. However, the soldiers' weapons were too weak to pose a threat to the Cosmic Knight's one-way energy barrier. With the protection of the 2 team members in the front, the entire Cosmic Knight squad rushed into the crowd, and screams filled the corridor instantly. At the same time, at the core energy conversion facility on the 3rd level of the energy warehouse, Blue Maple stood in front of it, rapidly operating something on a virtual panel. Warning: main energy about to enter overload mode. May cause serious unpredictable consequences. Please confirm. Confirm action. Stop. 2 voices simultaneously echoed here, but the command has been confirmed. The main energy system is about to enter overload mode. It is expected to reach the critical point in 1 minute. Please evacuate immediately. You're a step late. Blue Maple turned to look at the Lely team that had already rushed in here, grinning. Even if you're aware of it now, without the key, you can't operate anything, let alone cancel the command. Just 1 minute left. You can't do anything. You can't even escape. The only thing you can do is stay here and go towards destruction with me. Watching the countdown reach 57 seconds, Blue Maple's smile grew more twisted. You bastard! What have you done? Lely came in front of Blue Maple, shouting angrily. The red light kept flashing inside the entire floor, and the alarm sound that was definitely not good kept echoing. Lely had no idea what had happened. This zero-point energy device was probably already in overload mode and would soon reach the critical point. And everyone present knew what would happen after reaching the critical point. What should we do? What should we do? A question composed of 3 words kept repeating in his mind, but there were no answers. These people were good at fighting, but in this situation, they were completely clueless. Law 1, I'm a step late. The zero-point energy has already started the overload mode operation. There's only 50 seconds left at most. What else could it be? Didn't I give you something when I brought you in? Why did Won Jun not seem nervous at all? Wait, when he entered the energy warehouse earlier, that guy did give him something. Remembering this, Lely reached into a multifunctional storage device on his back and pulled out a palm-sized unknown object. Looking at the thing in his hand, Lely was full of doubts. What is this? This is distributed to each squad when they set off. It said that if you don't make it in time, and the other side has activated the self-destruct of the zero-point energy, just place this device on the zero-point energy crystal. And there's this. Let me try it now. Hearing Wang Chun's words, Lely was overjoyed. There was always a way when you least expected it. There was actually such a good thing. That guy Wang Jun gave him this thing without explaining clearly, making him scared for several seconds. Without further hesitation, he immediately walked up to the front of the zero-point energy conversion device. No, don't bother. There are only 40 seconds left. Do you plan to take control in 40 seconds? Ha. At that moment, Blue Maple's somewhat manic laughter and mockery came from beside him. Make him shut up. Yes, Captain. A merciless slap directly sent the person flying, not knowing if they were dead or not. After all, a slap of a Cosmic Knight wearing armor was not something Blue Maple's armor could withstand. However, no one cared about this guy now. Everyone stared intently. Lely, standing in front of the zero-point energy conversion device, Lely carefully placed the strange device he held onto it. When the strange thing made contact with the energy crystal, it clung to its outer wall like a magnet. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Nothing happened. Is this thing reliable? Looking at the zero-point energy crystal in front of him, which remained motionless, Lely began to waver. At that moment, the crystal, which initially emitted a faint orange red light, suddenly shone brightly and then gradually dimmed. After about 10 seconds, even the faint orange red light had disappeared, as if it had withered away. Warning! Warning, main energy depleted. Overload operation stopped. Please replace the main energy as soon as possible. As if proclaiming Lei Li's success, another warning sound echo in the energy warehouse, opposite in meaning to the previous one. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What did you do? 20 meters away, Blue Maple lay on the ground, using his relatively intact right arm to prop himself up slightly. Disbelief was written all over his face. What did I do? I really don't know how to answer this question, because even I don't know. But I can tell you one thing. The low-level 7 civilizations, no one understands zero-point energy better than the Federation. Regaining his confidence, Lei Li turned to the previously knocked-down Blue Maple, grinning. End of this chapter. Chapter 458. Facing the destruction of the Three-Eyed Empire in the Void. The Void has returned to calmness. Only within the 3 massive Dark Star-class battleships, sporadic resistance and skirmishes still exist, but they no longer affect the overall situation. It's only a matter of time. However, no one noticed that not far from the battlefield in the pitch-black void, a figure was standing. TSK. What a bunch of trash. Indeed. A 5th-level civilization is nothing compared to even garbage. Looking at the current battle, Fane said disdainfully. For Fane, this intervention was just a way to pass the time and perhaps bother Lin Han a bit. However, little did he expect that the Purple Cloud Empire, being so incompetent, possessed a neutron battlestar and 3 planet-class battleships, yet they were still being beaten so badly by humans. One could say they didn't even put up a fraction of a fight. Indeed, no matter how powerful the weapon, it's useless if the user isn't competent. This indirectly proved that his theory was correct. Only by developing the most powerful individuals could the crisis in this universe be fundamentally resolved. With this thought, Fane nodded involuntarily. However, although this Purple Cloud Empire is useless, that species seems quite interesting. Maybe helping them out a bit could bring some different kind of enjoyment. Should I lend a hand? Smirking to himself, Fane turned his gaze towards the depths of the starry sky, 150 million light-years away, to the Mel's Galaxy Group, the Gal Empire. The Three-Eyed Empire was now at its most critical moment. Facing the endless onslaught of the insect race, even a 6th-level civilization was struggling. The insect race the Three-Eyed Empire faced was not like the lowly invaders of the Milky Way. Here, not even the regular combat bugs or jet bugs qualified to be cannon fodder. Continuous retreats, continuous losses. Now, the Three-Eyed Empire had only one domain left. This powerful 6th-level civilization was gradually approaching its downfall. In the palace, all ministers above the 3rd tier gathered, a look of despair written on each of their faces. At this point, nobody believed the Empire had a chance to turn the tide. The impending destruction of civilization seemed just a matter of time. Mio was sitting at the top position, but after decades of only defeats in the ongoing wars, the Emperor had lost the vigor of yesteryears, emanating a sense of desolation. Your Highness, the chief scientist of the Empire wishes to see you. Quick, let him in. Yes, Your Highness. With the guard's announcement, a glimmer of hope returned to Mio's face. The Empire's failure was sealed, yet the survival of civilization was still up in the air. Everything depended on the project led by Wei, whether it could be implemented successfully before civilization was destroyed. Soon, a young woman, distinct from all other ministers, entered the audience room. If there were any federations present, they would surely marvel at her appearance. Yes, even to human eyes, Wei's beauty was extraordinary. Speaking of the Three-Eyed Empire's people, except for the third eye on their foreheads, they bore almost no difference from humans. Though the Three-Eyed Empire's individuals had 3 eyes, most couldn't open the third eye throughout their lives. Once the third eye opened, it indicated a breakthrough in genetic logs, resulting in numerous benefits such as greatly extended lifespan and increased brain capabilities. Every successfully opened third eye bearer would be granted the status of Empire nobility without exception, though the title was non-hereditary. Wei was the youngest documented eye-opener in the Three-Eye Empire's history, at just 5 years old. Your Majesty, the scientific department has a major breakthrough to report to you. The crisp voice echoed through the audience room, akin to heavenly music. The content of the message was as exciting as the tone, stirring Mio. Over the past 10 years, he knew the specifics of what Wei's leadership in the scientific department had been researching. It was the key to civilization's survival. With a major breakthrough now, how could Mio not be excited? Was it successful? No, it wasn't. But we found another way. In a few short sentences, the roller coaster of emotions took Mio to the peak, then plunged him into the depths before lifting him up again. Your Majesty, though we haven't broken through the 10 million light-year space teleportation barrier, we've developed another technology. What technology? Indeed, the primary reason the Three-Eyed Empire, after controlling the entire Mel's galaxy group, couldn't expand further outward was due to the limitations of space teleportation technology. It could at most achieve a teleportation distance of 10 million light-years, with no advancement beyond that. This limitation also prevented the Three-Eyed Empire, even in the face of civilization's peril, from fleeing to other galaxy groups. Thus, over a decade ago, Mio had tasked Wei with breaking the current spatial teleportation limits to provide an escape route for Three-Eyed Civilization's survival. While Mio felt disappointed hearing Wei hadn't surpassed the 10 million light-year spatial technology, he was equally curious about the new alternative technology she mentioned. Your Majesty, do you recall the capture of a queen insect by the Empire over 2 decades ago? I do. After capturing that queen insect, didn't the scientific department dissect it thoroughly to find the weaknesses of the insect race? Mio remembered what Wei brought up. Indeed, at the time, this event caused quite a stir in the Empire. After decades of warfare, capturing an intelligent bug for the first time led to the assembly of all Empire scientists to research and find the insect race's weaknesses to turn the tide of battle. However, after many years passed, with minimal progress made, the dissected bugs were preserved, and research shifted to other areas. Now, Wei mentioning this had they discovered something from the queen insect. Your Majesty, we've decoded the process by which the queen insect opened the passage to the insect nest, and in technological form, we've replicated this process. What? Not just Mio, everyone in the audience room looked at Wei, astonished. End of chapter. Chapter 459. Fen's means were completely visible in the meeting room, and no one spoke. Only the sounds of rapid breathing continued. When everyone first heard that the space transmission of tens of millions of light-years level was not possible, there was some disappointment. But immediately after that, the Worm Tribe's wormhole passage. Yes, Your Majesty, can it support our entire civilization's evacuation plan? When Miu asked this question, his voice trembled slightly. Yes, Your Majesty, the Worm Tribe spatial tunnel, although also a form of spatial transmission technology application, has some differences, the biggest being distance and speed. The advantage of spatial transmission technology, speed, while spatial migration, well, the wormhole passage. Spatial migration is the name I've given it, the advantage is distance. According to my calculations, with the spatial migration technology have developed, the furthest distance should be able to reach 200 million light-years, and the speed is roughly 100 million light-years per year. 200 million light-years of distance. That's enough. Miu, sitting on the throne, clenched his fist tightly, a kind of excitement surged on his face. All right, starting today, besides the necessary resources at the front line, all the resources of the entire empire will be tilted towards the Department of Science, and the evacuation plan must be completed at the fastest speed. Thanks for your hard work, Your Majesty. Please rest assured, I will do my best. As the Three-Eyed Empire began preparations for the evacuation plan, more than 30,000 light-years away, in the void, more than 30 giant insects lay horizontally. Among them, one had a huge body, almost like a planet, and it was one of the 3 Grand Dukes of the insect race, Albo. How is the frontline battle going? The majestic voice was transmitted through the mental network of the insect tribe to every king insect here. Your Highness, everything is going smoothly. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to completely eliminate the Three-Eyed Empire within 3 years. The answer came from one of Alba's closest confidants, also a second-level king insect, who had a very feminine name that sounded to humans, Heine. Speaking of Heine, he could be considered a senior member of the Alba group. When Alba was still a second-level king insect and had not yet established his own lineage, Heine had already followed him. At that time, he was just a third-level king insect. Alba treated his confidants quite well. After evolving into a first-level king insect, he also spent a lot of resources to help Heine evolve into a second-level king insect. This was the only time Alba had consumed a large amount of resources to help his subordinates evolve, showing how much he valued Heine. Very well, after we deal with the Three-Eyed Empire, Our next target will be the galaxy discovered by that fool Socrates. Yes, a galaxy cluster without a 6th-level civilization is indeed very enticing. Hearing Alba's decision, Heine also agreed. Indeed, a galaxy cluster with only 5-level civilizations was like a fat piece of meat that could be easily taken. It was a whole galaxy cluster. It must be noted that in the 100-plus years since Alba became a Grand Duke, it had taken several decades to conquer just one Mel's galaxy cluster, which had not yet been completed. The reason was that there was a 6th-level civilization in the Mel's galaxy cluster, even if it was just an early 6th-level technological civilization. But the galaxy was different. According to the information transmitted by Socrates before, there were only a few 5-level civilizations there, and they were only mid-level 5-level technological civilizations, which were extremely weak. I think you guys are overestimating yourselves a bit too much. Just as Alba was happily thinking that he could soon have to galaxy territories, he suddenly heard a chuckle and was instantly alarmed. Alba found that this voice did not come from the insect tribe's mental network, yet it echoed deep in his mind. And he had no idea how this voice had entered his mind. How could he not be alarmed by this? Who is speaking? With doubts, Alba searched around and quickly spotted a very suspicious target. It was a mass of red energy that looked like flames, gradually taking on a human form. A three-eyed person? When Alba saw Falan in human form, his first reaction was that this was a person from the Three-Eye Empire, because apart from the third eye on the forehead, there was no obvious difference between three-eyed people and humans in appearance. And at that moment, the surrounding kings also noticed Falan, and some had even adopted an attacking stance. Little guy, I'm not from the Three-Eyed Empire. Also, tell your subordinates to calm down, or I don't mind teaching them a lesson. Although Falan said this with a smile, Alba felt a strong sense of crisis from this smile. He only informed Heine not to act rashly, but Alba did not order the other kings. Though he felt a sense of crisis for some reason, if he backed off at the mere mentioning of a threat from someone else, that would be unworthy of him. Therefore, Alba was ready to let his subordinates handle the situation and test the opponent's mettle. Falan naturally noticed this action, but it didn't bother him. In the void, all the kings looked at Alba, waiting for his command and ready to devour this three-eyed person who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. However, what puzzled the kings was that Grand Duke Alba showed no reaction at all, not even a response through the insect tribe's mental network. Falan continued to smile, standing in the void. To the insect tribe, this smile seemed contemptuous. Suddenly, two irritable third-level king insects couldn't bear it any longer and launched an attack on Falan. With a wide mouth, two powerful violet red beams shot out, seemingly about to engulf Falan completely. However, the next moment, all the kings froze. The two powerful attacks released by the third-level king insects, upon nearing Falan, suddenly disappeared. Yes, they vanished, as though these two attacks had never existed, without even a ripple. To a bizarre extent, this was not some magical means, but purely technological. When technology reaches a certain level of sophistication, what may seem incomprehensible to ordinary people becomes mystical. Of course, that wasn't all. Falan lightly raised his right hand as if he held the entire void in his grasp and then slightly clenched it in the direction of the two king insects. Instantly, as if Falan had crushed the entire space, it collapsed with a resounding bang, and the two third-level king insects even left no remains. End of this chapter. Chapter 460. The temptation of the demon. At this moment, Alba experienced fear, a kind of intense fear that he had never felt since birth. Alba could instantly kill to level 3 king insects, he believed, but to do so effortlessly and leisurely, like Falan, was completely impossible. The most crucial part was that Alba couldn't understand at all how Falan managed to kill those to level 3 king insects. Even more so, Alba felt that even if he were in the position of those two insects, the outcome would be the same. Little one, can you quiet down and listen to me now? Falan maintained a faint smile, looking at Alba. Alba was too scared to even move. Speaking of which, your race really has a low upper limit. Even if you reach the limit, it's just stepping into the threshold of a level 7 civilization. Falan continued. How about it? Do you not want to break through the limits of your race and evolve to a higher level? Ignoring Alba, who was frozen in place, Falan sarcastically commented before asking, stirring a storm in Alba's heart. As a level 1 king insect, Alba was well aware of the evolution of the insect race. Firstly, there were various types of battle insects, but these insects, although numerous, were unable to evolve and could only remain as battle insects throughout their lives. In fact, battle insects were created by king insects through biological technology. Secondly, there were king insects, which did not evolve from battle insects, but were directly bred from queen insects. Therefore, all king insects were blood-related from a biological perspective. Newly born king insects, which were level 5 king insects, were far superior to battle insects, even at the lowest level. Most importantly, king insects could evolve by devouring the flesh and resources of different species, progressing from level 5 to 1, finally culminating as a queen insect. However, the evolution of the insect race was not an easy task. In fact, it was quite challenging. Otherwise, the insect race would not have developed only one queen insect and 3 level 1 king insects until now. Theoretically, if the insect race continuously strengthened itself through battles, it could grow stronger indefinitely. However, in reality, it was not as simple. The reason being the race limit mentioned by Fan. In the current universe, civilizations could generally be divided into 3 types. The first was technological civilization, the most common form. The second was biological civilization, which referred not to biotechnology, but to civilizations like the insect race that pursued constant evolution and enhancement without technological development. As for the third type, the author noted there was premature information here. For biological civilizations, there was an intrinsic race limit that prevented perpetual evolution. For the insect race, that limit was the insect queen. Compared to technological civilizations, the insect queen's level was roughly equivalent to stepping into a level 7 civilization, as Fan stated. To put it simply, it was an innate inadequacy that even effort could not overcome. However, there was an exception: the unexpected birth of Epunos in the Large Magellanic Cloud. Even Fan couldn't discern where its race limit lay. This was why Fan was willing to risk a conflict with Lin Han to take Epunos away. Such material was incredibly tempting. Are you saying you can help me evolve to a higher level, even break through the innate limit of our race? Correct. The explosion in Albo's heart felt like a bomb going off. Was it true? Or was it a deception? With the others' power, they could effortlessly kill him without much effort, making it likely they were telling the truth. Breaking through the innate limit of the race, that temptation was too great, to the extent that even if it were a trap, Alba was willing to jump in. However, Alba understood that in this world, there were no free benefits. What do I need to give in return? Well, not that foolish. I only need you to do one thing for me. As expected, there were conditions, but the task might not be simple. Don't worry, it's not a difficult task, just something you were planning to do anyway. Go to the Milky Way and eliminate the dominant civilization there, the Human Federation. Seeing Albo's cautious expression, Fan smiled slightly, continuing. However, Alba was stunned. He had prepared himself mentally to face an extremely difficult request from Fan, but what did they ask for? To go to the Milky Way and eliminate the dominant civilization there. Wasn't that part of his plan all along? Dealing with a mere 5 intermediate-level civilizations should be easy, right? The Milky Way. Is it really that simple? Simple, heh. If it weren't for me, wouldn't you be clueless about how to die there? As far as I know, the Milky Way has only a few 5 intermediate-level civilizations. Is that still not easy? Alba was puzzled and somewhat disgruntled. How could he possibly die facing just a few 5 intermediate civilizations? Wasn't it a joke? A few 5 intermediate-level civilizations? It seems you still don't know who eliminated your 3 king insects from front to back. It's truly pitiful. Let me kindly tell you more. The current Milky Way, or rather the entire star system where the Milky Way is located, has already been unified. As the dominant civilization of the entire star system, the Human Federation is genuinely a pinnacle 6th-level civilization. One foot has already stepped into the realm of a level 7 civilization. It's at your current level. You specialize in providing research materials for others, don't you? Fan mocked mercilessly. Rather than angering Alba, this ridicule stirred up a storm of shock in his heart. A pinnacle 6th-level civilization, with one foot stepping into level 7. If everything the other said was true, going there would indeed be walking to one's death. That level of civilization was something only a queen insect could handle, far beyond his capability. Even without sweat glands, Alba felt cold sweat all over his body. Alright, don't worry. I'll help you evolve to the limit of your race first, and then you can carry out this task. Of course, if you accomplish this, I'll keep my word and help you break through the racial limit. Now tell me, What is your choice? Like a demon, continuously tempting Alba. End of this chapter. Chapter 461. Strange Insect Nest Passage. Federal Calendar 123 years. Virgo Galaxy. At this moment, it has been exactly 2 years since Lin Yu and the capture of the Neutron War Star and 3 Dark Star-class warships. After losing the Seed War Star and the Planet-class warships, the Purple Cloud Empire and its covertly set-up second civilization, the Flame Empire, were unsurprisingly destroyed by the Federation. However, Emperor Burn of the Purple Cloud Empire was not confirmed to be killed or captured. He disappeared. As for post-war arrangements, being originally designated as within the federal territory in the Virgo Galaxy, it was naturally not allowed for other civilizations to remain. Similar to how the handling was done in the Milky Way Galaxy, territories were directly allocated within the Galaxy Group. However, a problem arose here. Currently, out of the 50 star systems in the Galaxy Group, excluding the 2 star systems occupied by the Federation and their respective satellite star systems, and further removing the territories already allocated to other civilizations in the Milky Way, only 6 star systems were left for distribution. Obviously, just 6 star systems were not enough to accommodate the entire civilization of the Virgo Galaxy for migration. Ultimately, the Federation had no choice but to first relocate the civilizations in the trailing arm. After all, nearly 1/3 of the star domains in the trailing arm were originally occupied by the Purple Cloud Empire, and if you added the territories of the Flame Empire, it would be even more. Therefore, after the collapse of the Purple Cloud Empire and the Flame Empire, civilizations in the trailing arm were much fewer compared to the leading arm, just enough to be accommodated within the final 6 star systems, while also allowing the Federation to monopolize an entire trailing arm. As for the leading arm, the Federation would not halt its advance just because it occupied a star system group. There were plenty of places ahead to arrange for. Furthermore, even for the civilizations already settled, once the Federation took over other star system clusters in the future, they would all have to move out. The Federation would absolutely not tolerate the existence of other civilizations in this star system group. Additionally, the expansion plans of Linzan and Linfan were already in place. These few star system groups surrounding them had already been eyed by these two, and if it weren't for the fact that the Federation's population was still too small at the moment, and even these few star systems couldn't be fully integrated, the fleet would have already advanced. Magellanic Galaxy, Federation Interstellar Fleet Headquarters. Inside a conference room, Linfan was convening an important military meeting, with the lowest-ranked participants being Federation Lieutenant Generals, indicating the high level and importance of the meeting. Of course, besides Linfan, Lian Zhu, Sanders, and others, the vast majority of the participants were joining through virtual conferencing. First, let the current Supreme Commander station in the Virgo Galaxy, Lin Yu, give us the situation report. With all present, Linfan tapped on the table and began. Colleagues, just yesterday, in the trailing arm of the Virgo Galaxy, within the former Purple Cloud Empire's territory, an insect nest passage appeared. Hiss. Lin Yu's opening sentence jolted everyone present. What was an insect nest passage? Every person here held a high rank and naturally knew. This meant that the insect race was about to invade, and every person present would not underestimate the insect race, because they had all read the intelligence on the insect race and understood that in the 2 previous invasions, the insect race, only the level 5 fan level for insect kings had come, which weren't formidable characters. This time, no one knew what level of insects would arrive, thus, no one dared to underestimate them. However, there is something very strange. After discovering the insect nest passage, we immediately had Minister Bai of the Science Department intrude into the insect race's mental network. But the results were somewhat unexpected. Based on the information obtained by Minister Bai, even the nearest insect king to us is a full 150 million light-years away with no signs of moving towards our star system group. Currently, the situation we have is basically this. This led to some confusion among all present. Everyone knew about Minister Bai Jixuan's involvement in the insect race's mental network through captured insects, but this situation was indeed strange. If it wasn't the insect race who opened the insect nest passage, then who exactly was responsible for it? With minds filled with questions, everyone turned to Linfan. Any thoughts? You can speak now. Tengyuan Ayako. After allowing for input, A person immediately raised their hand below, and upon seeing it was his old subordinate, Lin Fen acknowledged and allowed them to speak. "Minister, can we directly destroy this insect nest passage?" With Teng Yuan Ayako's question, many commanders below also nodded, as this was the same question they had in mind. After all, the Federation had possessed the technology to destroy insect nest passages long before and had successfully implemented it, destroying the ingress passage of the insect invasion in the Milky Way galaxy. So why not destroy it directly now? Well, Teng Yuan Ayako's question is very good. Let me explain the reason here. Firstly, this insect nest passage is very strange this time, and we cannot currently confirm if it was opened by the insect race for invasion. Secondly, even if this is still an insect invasion, is it really a good idea for us to destroy this insect nest passage now? Everyone needs to understand one thing. We and the insect race are fundamentally incompatible species. Since the insect race's invasion is an inevitable event, rather than letting them open an insect nest passage in some corner of a star system, arrive undetected, and establish a foothold, perhaps it is better to retain this insect nest passage, deploy heavy troops at the exit in advance, and give them a direct frontal attack. After Lin Fen finished speaking, everyone began to contemplate. Indeed, as long as the insect race wasn't wiped out, their invasion wouldn't cease. Even if the current insect nest passage was destroyed, who could guarantee that the next passage opened by the insect race could be discovered as quickly by the Federation? Monitoring every nook and cranny of a star system was simply impossible, especially considering the Federation now had not just one star system, but a total of 50 star systems. If the next passage was opened in some remote corner not discovered in time, it could lead to very serious consequences. In that case, why not utilize the advantage of early discovery, deploy resonance devices at the exit of the insect nest passage in advance, and give them a thorough preemptive strike? Understood. I have no more questions. All right, Qin Tia, your turn. After Teng Yuan Ayako sat down, several people raised their hands again, and Lin Fen selected another person to continue speaking. This person was also one of the veteran commanders under Lin Fen. "Minister, I would like to ask, can we prepare resonance devices in advance just in case?" End of chapter. Chapter 462. Gathering heavy troops in advance to install space resonators. This question caused everyone to pause for a moment. Right? How could we forget about this matter? What is a space resonator? Everyone here knows, isn't it the thing White Zixuan used years ago to destroy the wormhole passage in the Milky Way galaxy? And not only to destroy the wormhole passage, but even to obliterate the worm race within the passage. After all, in the previous operation, even a queen worm inside the passage was taken out. The key point is that the wormhole passage is different from spatial teleportation. Its speed is very slow, and after the worm race enters the wormhole passage in other galaxy clusters, they need to spend a lot of time. According to the information obtained by White Zixuan from the worm race's mental network, the nearest queen worm to our galaxy is still a whopping 150 million light-years away. In other words, to arrive here, it would take at least 1 to 2 years. What does this mean? It means that after the worm race arrives in the Cassiopeia galaxy, all its subsequent troops should already be inside the wormhole passage. So, if the situation of the war is not optimistic at this time, can we just activate the space resonator directly to destroy the wormhole passage along with the worm race inside? This is a good idea. No. Just as a group of high-ranking generals below were getting excited, Lin Fen uttered 2 words, pouring cold water over everyone. This made everyone puzzled. Why not? This is obviously a great idea. After setting it up in advance, if the real worm race arrives and poses a threat to the defending forces, then we can activate the space resonator directly for a destructive strike. Why can't it be done? At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Fen, waiting for his explanation. On this issue, I consulted Minister White Zixuan of the Department of Science yesterday. To destroy the wormhole passage, you need to set up hundreds of space resonators according to the windows of the wormhole passage and calculate the coordinates carefully. And after activating the space resonators, all resonators are synchronized to a rate of over 96.8% to successfully destroy the wormhole passage. When the worm race arrives and emerges from the wormhole passage, it's difficult to avoid some of the resonators inside, causing them to deviate from their original positions. Even if by coincidence, none of the resonators are touched by the worm race, all in their designated locations, once the two sides engage in combat, it's not possible to ensure that all firepower avoids the positions of those resonators. Once any space resonator deviates from its coordinates, it's impossible to successfully destroy the wormhole passage. So that's it. Now everyone understood that even if it's set up in advance, it won't work unless you destroyed the wormhole passage undisturbed before the arrival of the worm race. However, if you do that, it circles back to the initial problem of Ayako Fujihara again. I understand, Minister. Lin Fan nodded towards him and signaled to sit down. Subsequently, several other generals raised some key questions. Lin Fan directly answered some, while for some, he discussed with everyone until there were no more questions. Well, since no one has any other questions, I announce the battle plan. Looking down, after more than a minute without anyone raising their hands, Lin Fan stood out, speaking solemnly. To 1st to 5th galaxy clusters, prepare immediately. Set out for the Cassiopeia galaxy 3 days later. Converge with Lin Yu's forces in the area of the wormhole passage and jointly establish a defense line. At the same time, upload the war missions in the affiliated civilization platforms, recruit a coalition of 100 billion level to 5 affiliated civilizations, and transfer them to the Cassiopeia galaxy through the super stargates. Lastly, the overall commander of this operation is Admiral Lian Xingchen. Admiral Lian, please depart from the package pass immediately and take command of the defense line. All other fleets maintain a level to readiness state until new orders are issued by the Federal Fleet Headquarters and reinforce the patrol intensity of their respective star systems. Orders completed. Yes. Below, everyone stood up and shouted in unison. Among them, Lian Xingchen was the most excited. For decades, he had been stationed at the package pass and had missed out on several major battles. How frustrating it was for Lian Xingchen, acclaimed as one of the 2 military gods of the Federation. But he was a soldier, needing to go wherever he was needed. Lian Xingchen, despite feeling a bit frustrated, never complained, always mindful of his identity. Now, a new battle was about to begin, and this time, he was the commander. Suddenly, a sense of heroic spirit surged within him, even making him feel a few years younger. Lian Xingchen couldn't help but cast a grateful look towards Lin Fan. In fact, this time, it wasn't particularly favoring Lian Xingchen for personal reasons. Firstly, if it was indeed a worm race invasion this time, it would be a defensive battle rather than an offensive one. And as for who is most proficient in defensive battles, apart from Lin Fan, it might just be Lian Xingchen in the whole Federation. Secondly, being one of the Federation's recognized military gods, Lian Xingchen had been like an exile at the package pass for decades. Although it was an important point in the early days, with the migration of the 3 giants and the entire civilization of the Milky Way galaxy, this pass lost its original significance. Continuing to heavily garrison there was meaningless. And not just meaninglessness in garrisoning. Letting a distinguished general stay there was wasteful. Therefore, taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Fan conveniently transferred Lian Xingchen out of the package pass to the Cassiopeia galaxy to take on the role of overall commander in this operation, allowing him to demonstrate his talents, which he excelled the most. It also served as a way to make up for his father-in-law's decades of frustration. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. 3 days later, the massive army set out, with 5 billion Federal Fleet and 100 billion affiliated civilization coalition forces departing from various star systems, whether through spatial teleportation or hyperspace travel. They all headed towards the gathering point. The assembly of over 100 billion warships had not happened in many years, stirring a sense of an impending great war among all civilizations. However, this time, the enemy would probably be beyond everyone's expectations. Even for the Federation, even for Lin Fan. End of this chapter. Chapter 463. Insect Emperor Alba Mel's Galaxy Group, Galaxy of Gao. In the void, a vast energy mass, like a star, emits waves of dark red light in the dark space, and surrounding it, dozens of king insects are guarding motionlessly as if protecting it. It's been over 2 years since that strange humanoid creature appeared and made some kind of agreement with Duke Alba. No one knows if the Duke's decision was right or wrong. Watching the huge energy mass in front of her, Haney thought with some worry. During these 2 years, Haney had been by Alba's side, but this energy mass seemed to isolate everything. making it impossible to investigate Alba's situation. The only thing known was that as time passed, this energy mass had been expanding steadily, becoming larger and larger, more than 10 times its original size. And at that moment, a change began. A familiar yet unfamiliar aura, one recognized by all king insects as Alba's, started to appear. Familiar because all king insects could recognize it as Alba's aura, but unfamiliar because it was incredibly powerful, similar to the insect queen. As the energy gradually dissipated, Alba's figure began to appear, surprising all the king insects. Even Haney, who had been promoted to a second-level king insect, seemed insignificant in front of Alba. This size, this aura, Haney had only felt it on one being since birth, the queen of all insects, Insect Queen Alia. Had Duke Alba truly evolved into the Insect Emperor, Haney? Suddenly, a stern voice echoed in Haney's mind. It wasn't the usual way the insects communicated through the mental network. It was a direct message planted in Haney's mind, making her startled. Duke. No, Your Majesty, I'm here. Haney immediately realized her mistake and corrected herself to address Alba as the Emperor. Alba was pleased with Haney's new title. How long have I been sleeping? 2.5 years, Your Majesty. It's been 2.5 years. What about the war? Your Majesty. Don't worry. Progress has been good these past 2 years, even better than we anticipated. If we continue like this, we should be able to conquer the entire galaxy of Gal within a year. Oh, interesting. Let me see. In an instant, Alba's unique mental network spread out, enveloping a large portion of the galaxy of Gal's area within minutes. Within that range, nothing could escape his scrutiny. However, upon investigation, Alba immediately noticed something unusual. In the capital circle of the 3i Empire, a passage to a nest had been opened, and most of the Empire's ships and battleships from various star regions were converging towards the capital circle. Moreover, the ships that had already reached the capital circle were entering the nest passage in large numbers. What the heck? Traitors within the Empire, opening a nest passage to help people from the 3i Empire escape. Haney, order the entire clan to attack at the fastest speed and take over the capital circle of the 3i Empire at all costs. Your Majesty, what's happening? Haney was confused. What in the world was going on? Things were going smoothly. Why was the Emperor suddenly so urgent? A nest passage has been opened in the capital circle of the 3i Empire, and they are using it to evacuate. The reason why your attack was so successful over the past 2 years lies in this. People from the 3i Empire are evacuating through the nest passage. Upon hearing Alba's words, Haney was also shocked. How was this possible? Yes, I will arrange it immediately. On the other side of the galaxy, in the capital circle of the 3i Empire, tens of thousands of light years away. Your Majesty, everything is progressing smoothly. We should be able to evacuate at least 80% of the Empire's population within the remaining time, barring any surprises. Considering the timing, we should be almost there, right? Yes, Your Majesty. Lady Wei set out as the vanguard, and by now, she should be close. Good. As long as Wei can arrive safely, I can rest assured. With her, the Empire can rise again, even stronger. In the future, we might even reclaim the Mel's Galaxy Group. Watching the ministers below, Mia nodded and said, Your Majesty, urgent report. Just then, a guard burst into the court and reported loudly. Hearing this, Mia's heart skipped a beat. What could be happening at this critical moment? What's happening at the front? Speak quickly. Your Majesty. The entire insect race in the galaxy is acting like mad, constantly attacking our defenses. Moreover what? Moreover, a large number of king insects have appeared, over 30 of them confirmed. According to the report from the front, at this rate, our defenses may hold for at most a month. Doom. Like a bolt from the blue sky, these words struck the hearts of everyone in the court. 80% of the Empire's fleet was deployed on the final defense line, while the remaining 20%, along with the first group of evacuees, had entered the nest passage. According to previous calculations, this defense line, combining 80% of the Empire's forces, should be able to hold for at least a year. But now, a month. Yes, Your Majesty, that's what the report from the front says. A month was simply not enough time. Mia quickly calculated in her mind that with only a month left, even with over 40% of the Empire already in the nest passage, at most, less than 50% of the population could be evacuated. This was far from the initial goal of evacuating at least 80%. What should she do? Mia was lost in confusion. At the same time, 1.5 billion light-years away, in the Andromeda Galaxy, within the former Xian Empire's territory, in a star system named Gaia, a massive spatial crevice was opening in the dark void, showing no signs of closing. Nearby, hundreds of billions of battleships were surrounding the crevice, setting up layers of defense arrays. Report to the Commander-in-Chief, there's a severe energy fluctuation inside the Nest Passage. Something is about to come out. Is it finally here? Have all fleets prepared for battle and await my orders. In the command room of the Mars Starship Fire, upon hearing the report from the deputy, Liang Xingchen, his eyes narrowed, and he stood up, commanding loudly. End of this chapter. Chapter 460. Before the Triple Light Empire arrived at the Insect Nest Passage, a stern killing intent permeated the air. Even in the void of space, it could still be sensed. The fleet on the defensive line had already begun charging their weapons and aimed all kinds of cannons at the exit of the passage, ready to deliver a devastating blow once the insect race appeared. At that moment, a change occurred in the Insect Nest Passage. A prominent metallic gleaming horn emerged, causing everyone to be puzzled. It didn't look like the insect race at all. Instead, it resembled a part of a battleship. As time passed, the object that appeared from the Insect Nest Passage gradually revealed its full appearance. It was a triangular battleship full of high-tech aesthetics, gigantic in size, clearly a Titan-class battleship. Following closely behind, a large number of warships began slowly sailing out from the passage. Commander, what's this? Don't open fire yet. Follow the third contact guidelines and issue a warning. Understood, Commander. At the same time, in the bridge of the Titan-class battleship, Wei, who was watching the tactical images of the massive fleet, was also puzzled. It felt like waking up from a comfortable sleep and suddenly finding countless people pointing guns at you. Could one not be baffled? What should we do? Lady Wei, don't rush. Let's assess the situation first. After all, to the people of this galaxy, we are seen as invaders. Understood. Lady Wei, we've received a message from the other side. Immediately play the message. Understood. Warning. This is the territory of the Level 6 Civilized Human Federation, unknown civilization. Immediately report your intentions, or we will take measures to respond with force. Repeat. Hiss. There was also a Level 6 civilization here, and they were already being targeted. This could pose a problem. If not handled properly, not only oneself, but all the subsequent fleets might perish here. Though they were both Level 6 civilizations, the other side held the geographical advantage, while their own fleet, though not insignificant, was still inside the passage, arriving one by one. Once a battle broke out, it would undoubtedly be a slaughter, possibly lasting for 1 or 2 years. This was the last hope for the Triple Light Empire, and they couldn't afford any issues to arise here. Do not act recklessly. Also, try sending a communication request to the other side. I want to personally communicate with them. Understood. Lady Wei, inside the Firestar Battlestar. Report to the commander. The other side has sent a communication request. Patch it through. Understood, Commander. Soon after establishing the communication, a figure appeared in the command center of the Firestar, causing a wave of amazement, albeit internal, from everyone present. It wasn't surprising considering the figure was too beautiful. Even by human standards, it was a breathtaking beauty. The crucial detail was that aside from a vertical line on the forehead, there was no discernible difference between this figure and a human. Hello, we are the Triple Light Empire from the Melis Galaxy Cluster, 150 million light-years away. And I am Wei, the Empire's chief scientist. We mean no harm, please rest assured. A clear voice, as melodious as a oriole, came out from Wei's mouth, causing even Liang Xingchen, who was over 100 years old, to feel a ripple in his heart. Cough. Miss Wei, I am the commander here, Federal General Liang Xingchen. First, I have a few things that I need to understand about you. After regaining his composure, Liang Xingchen spoke solemnly. Liang Xingchen, please ask, I shall answer truthfully. Wei nodded without any reluctance. This surprised Liang Xingchen a bit. As a level 6 civilization, one would expect some arrogance, yet it seemed that the Triple Light Empire wasn't exhibiting the typical superiority complex, probably due to the current circumstances not permitting it. If this negotiation failed, it could endanger the future of the entire civilization. Therefore, as long as Leon Shinken's demands weren't unreasonable, Wei would agree. Well, firstly, why did you appear from the insect nest passage? You know about the insect nest passage? Wei was somewhat surprised. After all, she had meticulously selected this destination since the probability of encountering the insect race should be low considering the distance. Yet, their knowledge of the insect nest passage indicated that maybe the Human Federation was also at war with the insect race within this galaxy cluster. If that was the case, it could be an opportunity for cooperation. Once everything was explained, the other side shouldn't engage in direct conflict. The technology used here is not the insect race's nest passage. It is a technology derived from reverse engineering a captured king worm, a method later reproduced with technology, which I call spatial migration. General Leon Xingchen, do you have any insect race present in this galaxy cluster as well since you know about the insect nest passage? After addressing the issue of the insect nest passage, Wei voiced her question. Yes, there was, but we repelled them. Then, the next question is, what is your purpose for coming here? Without waiting for Wei's surprise, Leon Xingchen directly pointed to the core question. Wei's response to this would determine whether Leon Xingchen would issue the command to open fire. Leon Xingchen, please allow me some time to introduce the recent 100-year history of our Triple Light Empire. Starting from the first encounter with the insect race, which wasn't taken seriously, up to the Triple Light Empire's near destruction under the insect race's attack, the final evacuation, using the spatial migration technology towards the Virgo cluster was recounted. It was a tearful tale, listening to a tragic story, yet Leon Shinken's face remained devoid of any sadness, instead filled with solemnity. In Wei's story, he heard of a level 1 king worm. To date, the strongest type of worm encountered by humans had only been a level 4 king worm. This demanded immediate reporting to higher-ups to decide on how to proceed. Lady Wei, I understand your purpose, but I am not the one to make the decision. I need to contact the Federation's higher-ups. During this period, I can allow your fleet to arrive gradually, but all arriving fleets must stay in the area designated by me and refrain from any provocative behavior until the Federation's higher-ups make the final decision. Soon, Leon Xingchen made his decision. The subsequent arrival of the Triple Light Empire's fleet didn't pose an immediate threat. Even if given a day, they could only arrive in the hundreds of millions, confined within the area designated by Leon Xingchen and ensnared by the fleet, preventing any provocations. We are willing to accept your conditions. End of this chapter. Chapter 465 Strategic Scientist. Human Federation Capital Region. Mother Planet Earth. Even though the Federation has now taken over the entire Milky Way, Andromeda Galaxy, and more than 20 corresponding satellite galaxies, all of these places are wealthier than the Orion Spur by countless times. However, the Federal Capital Region is still located in the extremely poor Orion Spur, considered a remote area within the Orion Spur itself. Earth's position in the minds of humans remains incredibly sacred. Inside the Presidential Palace's meeting room, a special emergency meeting is being held. All attendees are top figures of the Federation, except for one person, Leon Xingchen. Based on Leon Shinken's rank, he was still slightly below the level of participating in such a meeting. Nevertheless, as the frontline commander and holder of first-hand information, he needed to provide a situation report. At this moment, Leon Shinken's virtual image stood in front of the meeting room, presenting the report. The content of the report surprised many. Initially, everyone thought it would be a war with the insect race, and because the scale of the war was temporarily uncertain, Lin Fen had even prepared for reinforcements at any time. However, who could have imagined that after gathering heavy troops for over a year, instead of the insect race, a group of refugees arrived? General Leon Xingchen, in your report just now, you mentioned that the chief scientist of the Tri-Empire said that this insect nest channel, according to them, is a space migration technology developed by her, and she is not even 30 years old. Is that correct? After Leon Xingchen finished reporting, Lin Fen pondered for a moment before asking. This question also piqued the interest of Minister of Science Bai Zixuan, whose eyes immediately lit up. Yes, that's right. What do you think, Professor Bai? After receiving a definite answer, Lin Fen also smiled, then asked Bai Zixuan beside him. What do I think? This young girl is quite amazing. When it comes to the insect nest channel, I have researched it before, but could never recreate the process through technological means, and in the end had to give up. But this young girl succeeded, and the key is that she is not yet 30 years old. This reminds me of you decades ago, when you were also so outstanding, but unfortunately, alas, Bai Zixuan first affirmed Wei's ability, then brought up past events, teasing Lin Fan. This made Lin Fan feel helpless and could only smile bitterly. Lin Fan knew that Bai Zixuan harbored deep resentment towards him for not pursuing a career in research, but he knew his own path, and there was nothing he could do about it. Lin Fan, do you have any ideas? The atmosphere became somewhat awkward for a moment, but thankfully, just a few seconds later, Lin Zhen spoke up. Well, I do have some ideas. Firstly, the Tri-Empire is very similar to humans. We should confirm whether they are in a situation similar to the Angel and Elven races. If they are, we can try to absorb this civilization. In addition, this chief scientist named Wei, we need to find a way to acquire her, even if it means paying a certain price. In any case, she must be willing to stay. Everyone should understand what a strategic scientist means for a civilization, and I believe that Wei has already met the standards of a strategic scientist. Lin Fan nodded seriously. Currently, for the Federation, there are only 2 strategic scientists. One is Bai Zixuan, and the other is Li Lizzie, who has not yet taken the forefront. The leaders present all understood very clearly what a strategic scientist represented. To be honest, even if it meant exchanging the entire Andromeda galaxy, Lin Zhen would nod in agreement without hesitation. That is the value of a strategic scientist. If General Liang Xingqin's report is accurate, then this young girl can indeed be considered a strategic scientist. Bai Zixuan also nodded at this point, confirming. Previously, when it was just Lin Fan stating that Wei was a strategic scientist, there was still some uncertainty, but now that even Bai Zixuan was saying the same, it was a concrete fact. Wei must be fought for and must be willing to stay in the Federation. However, it wouldn't be easy to convince her to willingly stay in the Federation. According to Liang Xingqin's report, she has a high level of approval within the Tri-Empire. In this situation, the best scenario would be for the Tri-race to be in a situation similar to the Angel and Elven races, and then directly integrate them into the Federation. Of course, this is just the best case scenario, not an absolute. Let's do this. General Liang Xingqian, arrange for Wei to connect to the virtual meeting room. We will talk to her first. After some thought, Lin Zhen made a firm decision. At this point, no matter how much he thought about it, it wouldn't help. Only after the conversation would they know where the breakthrough lies. Okay, Mr. President, I will arrange that immediately. After saying that, Liang Xingqian disconnected the virtual meeting, apparently going to make arrangements with Wei. Lin Fan, how confident are you? About 80%. Based on the intelligence we have obtained so far, the Tri-Empire is still evacuating gradually and may not be able to evacuate in time, which means this may be our breakthrough. Are you suggesting sending troops to the Gal star system? Lin Zhen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't thought that Lin Fan would come up with this idea. Yes, not just for Wei's sake, but more importantly, we should go there to assess the top combat power of the insect race. After all, in the future, if the Federation wants to expand, a war with the insect race is unavoidable, and it's better to know the bottom line early to make targeted preparations. As Lin Fan said, the Federation's understanding of the insect race still remained at the level of the 3rd and 4th grade kings. While the Federation could easily defeat the 3rd and 4th grade kings, these were still the lower-end combatants within the insect race. Currently, the insect race engaging in war in the Gal star system and the Tri-Empire were commanded by 1st grade kings, true top-tier combatants. Even without the incident involving Wei, Lin Fan had already planned to send a fleet to the Gal star system. Even if it meant paying some price, it was entirely acceptable. At the same time, in the Andromeda galaxy, Lord Liang Xingqian, you mean the Federation's high-ranking officials want to see me? Yes, if there are no issues, you can come aboard my ship and join the virtual meeting room through our equipment. All right, no problem. I will shuttle over now. Now, she had received information from Liang Xingqian that the Federation was not a 6th grade early-stage technological civilization like the Tri-Empire, but had reached the peak of 6th grade civilization, and had even stepped into the realm of 7th grade civilization. Just now, she also received a communication from the Empire informing her of the rapidly deteriorating situation. So, without any hesitation, Regardless of the cost, for the sake of her compatriots, she must convince the Federation to send troops to the Gal star system. End of this chapter. Chapter 466. When the figures of Wei and Linzhen appeared in the conference room, everyone was somewhat surprised. Although they had heard Liang Xingchen describe it before, there was no obvious difference between the three-eyed race and humans in appearance. But seeing it in person still caused a slight shock. After all, whether it was the angel race or the elf race, although the overall differences in appearance from humans were very subtle, they were still distinguishable to the naked eye, such as the prominent wings behind the angel race or the distinctive pointed ears of the elf race. However, for a race like the three-eyed race, where there was no obvious difference visible to the naked eye, it was the first time the Federation had encountered such a situation. Of course, the premise was that Wei's third eye was closed. If it were to open, the differences would probably be even more noticeable than those of angels and elves. Nice to meet you, esteemed members of the Federation. I am Wei, the chief scientists of the Three-Eyed Empire. Wei said elegantly, all performing an imperial noble gesture. With such a strikingly similar appearance, mesmerizing beauty, and excellent manners, everyone in the conference room had a very favorable first impression of her. Hello, I am Linzhen, the president of the Human Federation. I invited you to attend this meeting because there are some things I would like to ask you. Of course, it's nothing bad, so you can relax, Linzhen said with a friendly face, causing Lin Fan to roll his eyes nearby. Is this the old man I know? Is he a body double? Could my old man have such an expression? Don't be ridiculous. Noticing Lin Fan's expression, Linzhen glared at him fiercely and then continued speaking. First of all, you should have noticed that the similarity in appearance between our two races has reached an almost impossible level. However, it has happened nonetheless. Yes, from a scientific perspective, the probability of this should be close to zero. Wei also nodded slightly in agreement. Since the first time she communicated with Liang Xingchen, she had been shocked. Something that was thought to be impossible had happened right before her eyes. Two races being so similar at a distance of 150 million light-years was truly astonishing. Wei even wondered if this was a sign of something predetermined. In fact, your civilization is not the first we have encountered that is so similar to ours. Prior to your arrival, we had already encountered two other civilizations with this situation. How is that possible? Wei's expression collapsed for the first time since entering the virtual meeting room. What Linzhen just said shocked her beyond measure. She could understand the similarity between the three-eyed race and humans as a coincidence, but when Linzhen mentioned that there were two other races in the same situation, Wei could no longer remain calm. How could this be possible? Seeing Wei's incredulous expression, Linzhen did not continue but instead raised his hand, performed several gestures in the air, and then waved, sending a virtual interface in front of Wei, indicating for her to look at its contents. Wei didn't say anything and looked intently. The interface contained some of the Federation's history, as well as data on the angel and elf races, including physical examination results. When Wei saw it, she almost couldn't believe her beautiful eyes. Not only were the appearances similar, but even at the genetic level, there were almost no differences, reaching a point where they could reproduce offspring together. Could such a thing really be possible? This is the first thing I wanted to discuss, so after our conversation, I hope you can undergo a physical examination with Liang Xingchen. Although I know the chances are close to zero, since it has already happened twice, who can guarantee there won't be a third time, right? Listening to Linzhen, Wei couldn't help but nod. She was also very curious about the result. Okay, let's talk about the second matter. When your civilization arrived in the constellation of the Fairy, what goal did you have in mind? Was it just to find a place for your civilization to survive and persist, or to redevelop and rise towards a higher level of civilization? If it's the former, I can decide now to provide you with a place to sustain your civilization, but that place won't be large because we don't have much space, and you'll only be able to sustain your civilization without any room for development. But if it's the latter, I think we can have a good discussion. Linzhen was straightforward. In short, if you're just trying to prevent the extinction of your civilization and preserve the seed of your civilization, the Federation can provide you with a shelter, but it will be limited to that area only. In the future, whether you want to expand or develop, it will be nearly impossible. Keep in mind that the surrounding regions are all within the Federation's territory, and soon the surrounding star systems will also be under the Federation's control. Development and expansion will forever be out of reach for the Three-Eyed Empire. After all, the Federation is not a charity organization, and considering the high degree of similarity between the two races, what they have offered so far is already quite generous. For other civilizations, the fate of the people of the Three-Eyed Empire would likely be extremely tragic. Wei naturally understood this, and Wei also thought that if the positions were reversed, the Three-Eyed Empire might not even be able to do what Lin Zhen had done. There were no feelings of the Federation being overly harsh. On the contrary, it was already very magnanimous. The most crucial point was when Wei noted that Lin Zhen mentioned a second choice, to redevelop and rise towards a higher level of civilization. What did that mean? President Lin Zhen, what exactly do you mean by the latter? Regardless of the meaning, just the tempting nature of the words had made Wei unable to bear it any longer, and she directly asked, who would willingly give up the future of their civilization, if there was even a glimmer of hope? But Wei knew that nothing came for free in this world, and with such a great temptation, the conditions were surely not going to be simple. The concept of input and output was always equal. It's simple. Become a subordinate civilization of the Federation. Of course, if the situation of the Three-Eyed race aligns with that of the Angel and Elf races in the later physical examination, you won't need to become a subordinate civilization, but like those two races, you will directly become a part of the Federation. The term subordinate civilization was understood by Wei. After all, the Three-Eyed Empire had once had many subordinate civilizations under its rule. However, it seemed that the concept of a subordinate civilization did not quite match with what Lin Zhen had described, which could allow the Three-Eyed Empire to continue developing. In Wei's memory, a subordinate civilization was one that had to tribute a large amount of resources to the suzerain state in exchange for the continued existence of its civilization. Development was almost impossible. This is the agreement for a subordinate civilization in our Federation. You can take a look. Seeing Wei's expression, Lin Zhen naturally understood what this girl was thinking. After all, he had seen this kind of expression countless times. Do you really call this a subordinate civilization? A few minutes later, after reading the agreement, Wei made a face that said, "You're playing with me," and asked. End of the chapter. Chapter 467. Lin Fan's terrifying remarks made Vi wear a playful expression, causing everyone in the conference room to suppress their laughter. It seemed that every civilization had a similar expression upon seeing the Federal Civilization Subsidiary Agreement for the first time. Is your civilization serious about this agreement? Of course, currently, over 200,000 subsidiary civilizations under the Federation have all signed the same agreement. Upon hearing Lin Zhen's confirmation, Vi began to feel intrigued. Looking at the agreement, besides the unattractive name Subsidiary Civilization, there were no flaws. It seemed like a fair cooperation agreement among civilizations. However, even with some interest, it wasn't urgent at the moment. Well, don't rush. As we just said, even if the probability is low, there is still a possibility. Let's wait until after the physical examination results are in. Just as Vi was about to speak, Lin Zhen interrupted. After a moment of thought, Vi realized it was true. If the Three-Eyed clan was indeed like angelic elves, there could be better options. Vi didn't continue discussing further and left the virtual conference room to find Liang Shenchen. As for the others, they continued waiting in the conference room, knowing that with the current technology of the Federation, the testing results would be available in a few minutes. Lin Fan, what do you think the outcome will be? If nothing unexpected happens, it should be as expected, Lin Fan answered without hesitation. However, this surprised everyone. To anyone, the likelihood should be close to zero. So why was Lin Fan so sure? Lin Fan, you're just making baseless claims. The first to oppose in the conference room was Minister Bai Zixuan from the Department of Science. As the current chief scientist of the Federation, rigor was his nature, and Lin Fan's words seemed far from rigorous to him. By Lao, don't get worked up. I have my reasons for saying so. Fine. Then tell us your reasons. Bai Zixuan retorted with an intense expression. Recently, I've also studied the history of human evolution. But no matter how much research I did, there were too many doubts. There are too many discontinuities in the process of evolution, only filled by speculations. Doesn't anyone see a problem here? To verify this suspicion, I also studied the evolution history of several subsidiary civilizations, but none of them have as many discontinuities and doubts as humans in their evolutionary path. This raises doubts about the known history of human evolution. Also, Although I didn't find issues with the racial evolution history of the subsidiary civilizations, those angels and elves who have joined the Federation have a similarly questionable evolution process just like humans. Doesn't anyone notice the huge problem here? The room fell silent. Lin Fan's words were unsettling. If all this was true, then the existence of humans, angels, and elves would raise significant questions. It was chilling. Even Minister Bai Zixuan, who was just chiding Lin Fan, now had a serious expression and fell into contemplation. Along with the unique star row in the galaxy, Li Lizzie's twice monitoring of humanoid energy bodies in the constellation of the Fairy, and if this time the Three-Eyed Clan also. Are you suggesting that there is something manipulating all this behind the scenes? Lin Fan didn't say it aloud, but how could Lin Zhen not understand the implications? Exactly. The over a dozen people in the conference room all looked at Lin Fan with widened eyes. This deduction was bold and almost unbelievable. If this were true, what would humans be considered? Guinea pigs of some advanced civilization's experiment? The conference room fell silent. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, Lin Zhen clapped his hands to break the silence, bringing everyone's attention back. All right, this is just speculation for now, everyone. Don't get too absorbed in it. I just received a message from Liang Xingchen that the testing on their end has been completed, and VI will rejoin the conference room shortly. The content from before was so unsettling that everyone seemed to have temporarily forgotten about VI. Now, following Lin Zhen's prompt, they regained their composure and waited for VI to return. Over a minute later, VI re-entered the virtual conference room. However, this time, he sensed that something was different in the atmosphere. Although he couldn't pinpoint the issue, it felt slightly off compared to before. Vi's instincts were usually accurate. President Lin Zhen, I have completed all the tests. Liang Xingchen said that the detailed report will be sent to your terminal in a few minutes. All right, let's wait together then, Lin Zhen said kindly to VI. They didn't have to wait long. Just 2 minutes later, the report was sent to Lin Zhen's terminal. As he opened the report and started reading, his expression became increasingly strange. That damn familiar feeling. It was almost like reading a duplicate of the reports on angels and elves. In summary, it was the same. The differences with humans were so negligible that they could be ignored, allowing for the mutual reproduction of offspring. Additionally, the genetic makeup of the Three-Eyed Clan was at a disadvantaged position compared to humans. In other words, if offspring were to be produced, the human genes would dominate, resulting in 99.9% of the next generation not possessing a third eye. After finishing the report, Lin Zhen raised his head and saw everyone staring at him blankly. He shared the report with everyone, including VI. The expressions of the people after reading the report were all varied, but almost all had the same thing in mind. Lin Fan's words had indeed hit the mark. On the other hand, VI, who was reading the report, was equally shaken. How could this be possible? It was one thing for biological features to align, but why were the genetics so compatible, allowing for the potential of offspring? It was simply too bizarre. Since it has been confirmed, I, on behalf of the Human Federation, extend an invitation to the Three-Eyed Empire to join the Federation as the 236th member state. If needed, you can contact the Emperor of your empire to make a decision. At that moment, Lin Zhen stood up and extended the invitation to VI. Upon hearing Lin Zhen's words, VI was initially flustered but quickly regained composure. No. I can make the decision on behalf of the Three-Eyed Empire. End of the chapter. Chapter 468. Lin Fan took over as leader of Lin Zhen, somewhat unexpected. After all, Wei's previous self-introduction had always been the Empire's chief scientist. Logically, she should not have the qualification to make such a decision. In fact, Lin Zhen's thoughts were not wrong. A chief scientist indeed did not have the qualification to decide on such a major matter. The Wei was different. She was designated as the next leader by Emperor Mu personally and was the one pressured into the battleship and sent into the channel by Emperor Mu. That's why Wei was among the first group to evacuate. Mu had long made plans to coexist or perish with the Empire, never considering evacuation in the first place. So, Wei indeed had the qualification to make a decision. During the evacuation, His Majesty has designated me as the Empire's next leader. Seeing Lin Zhen's somewhat surprised expression, Wei showed a trace of sadness and said, "So that's how it is. Then Wei, are you willing to lead the Tri-Empire to join the Federation and become the 236th member?" "Yes, I am willing. Still without any hesitation, Wei had no time to hesitate at all, because she knew that once the Empire's citizens within the Gaul system joined the Federation would be obliged to send troops to the Gaul system, not necessarily to reclaim the Mel system from the bug race, but to ensure the safe evacuation of the Empire's citizens still in the Gaul system. And that was Wei's current hope. Very well, we will arrange the formal entry procedure as soon as possible. After all procedures are completed, the Tri-Clan will officially become the 236th member of the Federation. Lin Zhen was in a good mood. This result was the best outcome, as it would add another strategic scientist to the Federation. President Lin Zhen, the procedures can proceed slowly, but there is one thing I would like to ask for the Federation's help. Well, go ahead. Since we are allies, we will do our best to help. As for what Wei wanted to say, Lin Zhen could guess for the most part. After all, Lin Fen had already planned in this direction, and Lin Zhen just went with the flow. Everything progressed naturally. Currently, in the Gaul system, the entire empire is evacuating. To ensure the safe evacuation of all citizens, 80% of the empire's fleet has deployed a powerful defense line. According to the original calculations, this defense line could hold for at least a year, enough time for the empire to evacuate at least 80% of its citizens. However, things have changed. The bug race suddenly, for whatever reason, seems to be in a hurry, completely disregarding losses, launching a mad attack. Now the defense line is on the verge of collapse, possibly unable to hold on for even a month. I'm not asking for the Federation to help us reclaim the Mel system from the bug race. I only ask for the Federation to send troops to the Gaul system to resist the bug race's assault so that our citizens can safely evacuate. It was not surprising to Lin Zhen. It was exactly as he expected. After hearing it, Lin Zhen nodded and looked at Lin Fan. This is the Supreme Commander of the Federation Interstellar Fleet and also the Minister of the Federation Military Department. Let him handle this. After the introduction by Lin Zhen, Wei also followed Lin Zhen's direction to look at Lin Fan, her face showing a hint of supplication. I will go myself. For the force, if it's just to cover the evacuation, 5 sector clusters should be enough. You will go yourself. Lin Zhen was somewhat surprised. Not only Lin Zhen but everyone present was somewhat surprised. After all, Lin Fan was already a top leader. In general, in battles, all related to the survival of civilizations, one should not personally engage. However, in this case, Lin Fan had his own reasons. Yes, after all, the opponent is a level 1 king bug. We have not fought with it before, and I'm not confident handing it over to someone else. And continuing to sit in the office like this is driving me crazy. Well, the real reason is that there are things I want to confirm personally. In reality, the last reason was the real reason. Lin Fan had a hunch that this matter might be related to the puppeteer behind the scenes. For this reason, he had to confirm it in person. Alright, if you've made up your mind. Yes, I have. Lin Fan earnestly nodded at Lin Zhen and confirmed. Seeing Lin Fan's expression, Lin Zhen didn't say anything further. In fact, he understood that in a war where intelligence was lacking and the enemy's strength was unknown, the Federation indeed needed to take it seriously. The best way was to appoint one of the 2 military gods to lead the troops. Among the current military gods of the Federation, if we were to say who was more suitable for this operation, it was clearly not Lian Xingchen, but Lin Fan. After all, in terms of adaptability, Lin Fan was stronger. I have a question. How many warships are in one sector cluster of the Federation? At this moment, Wei's voice suddenly came from the conference room. When it came to the Federation's fleet system, Wei really didn't understand it at all and had no idea what a sector cluster was. In one sector cluster, there are 1 billion warships. What? 1 billion warships? A total of 50 billion warships? Yes, that's right. Lin Fan confirmed. But Wei was a bit anxious. President Lin Fan, won't 50 billion warships be a bit too few? You see, the Tri-Empire had deployed a total of 100 billion warships on the front line and still couldn't resist the bug race's assault. In Wei's eyes, even if the Federation had stepped into the realm of a level 7 civilization with 1 foot, fundamentally, it was still a level 6 civilization. Even if their technology was more advanced than the Tri-Empire's, it was still within the same category of power, not surpassing to another level. Looked at from any angle, using only 50 billion warships seemed a bit too arrogant. Don't worry, I never do anything without assurance, but Just as Wei was about to say something more, Lin Fan raised his right hand to stop her from continuing. "Leave everything to me." Lin Fan's words seemed to have a magical power. Wei inexplicably calmed down, without even understanding why herself. "If there are no issues, I will go prepare. The fleet is already in a state of readiness, so there's no need to waste time. We can depart tomorrow. Also, this mission may take a year or even 2 years to complete. During my absence, I request Mr. Sanders to take charge of the military affairs." "No problem." Sanders, who had been silent on the side, nodded and spoke. On the other side, Wei suddenly had a strange expression, as if wanting to say something but unsure how to start. "It's okay. Just say what you want to say." Lin Fan smiled lightly at Wei and said, "Can I go with you?" End of this chapter. Chapter 469. Vita Defense Line. Mel's Galaxy Group. Gao Galaxy. The entire void was almost devoid of any surplus, filled with all sorts of bugs constantly rushing forward. On the other side, a vastly different technological style, one after another, an almost countless array of battleships, unleashing the roar of cannon fire, halting the advance of the bug race. This is the Vita Defense Line, and also the final line of defense for the Third Eye Empire. The main battleships alone concentrate over 80% of the Empire's fleet, with more than 1 trillion battleships. It should be noted that this is not a coalition of 3rd and 4th level civilizations in the galaxy, but a very real trillion battleships from a 6th level civilization, so their combat power goes without saying. As a 6th level early stage technological civilization, the Third Eye Empire naturally also possesses some space manipulation means, with their battleships mainly using gravity cannons. However, these are not the gravity cannons of the past Velen Federation, but have really evolved through several generations to a highly mature stage of technology, nearly on the verge of developing spatial tearing capabilities. However, the bug race, the opponent, is also quite formidable, with various more powerful bug species seen here instead of the previous combat bugs encountered by humans, like grappling bugs, jet bugs, battleship bugs. Dai Shuai, continuing like this won't work. Right now, we can only passively keep filling gaps, and once the reserve fleet depletes, the entire line of defense will collapse instantly. Behind the defense line, inside the command center of a war star, the deputy was anxiously speaking to the dignified figure in front of him. Half a month ago, the bug race seemed to have gone mad, relentlessly attacking without pausing for even 1 second, which was quite different from their previous methods. Previously, even though the bug race relied on numbers for victory, there were higher intelligence queen bugs commanding and they would choose less costly ways to fight. But now, with the bugs appearing to lack command and acting purely on instinct, they just mindlessly stampede forward. From a warfare perspective, the bugs now are easier to deal with. Just looking at the casualty ratio over the past half month, it had increased more than 10 times compared to before. In terms of data, it was definitely advantageous to the Third Eye Empire, but the premise was that the bug numbers were within a manageable range. However, now, how could these numbers be considered manageable? Despite all efforts, there was no trend of decrease in bug numbers, while on the other hand, the Third Eye Empire had soldiers on the brink of exhaustion after continuous high-intensity operations for half a month. And with constantly patching up the defense line's battle damage, they were almost out of reserve fleet. In just half a month, almost a third of the 150 billion battleships were lost, leaving just over 1 trillion now. As the Imperial Commander, Mu, how could he not understand all this? But there was no other way. They had to hang on, even if it meant enduring for just 1 more day. Once they abandoned the Vita defense line, the Empire's final territories would be completely slaughtered by the bug race, and the evacuation plan currently underway would also fail because of them. Despite the challenges, they must hold on, so that even just 1 more person from the Empire's citizens could evacuate. Dai Shuai, didn't the capital send a message before, saying that Lord Wei had found a supporting fleet in the Andromeda Galaxy to help us? At this moment, the deputy suddenly remembered something and mentioned it to Mu. Yes, according to the information, that is also a 6th level civilization, that only 50 billion battleships were mobilized to support, which is almost meaningless. Mu shook his head. This was actually not his fault, but Mia had hidden a lot of details when sending this message to Mu. After all, they were in a great battle, And he couldn't tell the frontline soldiers who were fighting fervently that we had been assimilated by another civilization, could he? Although there were various strange reasons, and it couldn't be considered complete assimilation, but it couldn't be guaranteed that it wouldn't bring negative effects to the frontline soldiers. Therefore, in the message Miao sent, it just mentioned that Lord Wei had found a willing 6th-level civilization in the Andromeda Galaxy to help us, and sent 50 billion battleships for support, but the arrival time was uncertain. That was why Miao didn't have high hopes for this matter from the start. One reason being the small number, and the other being the uncertain arrival time. They had no idea if the support fleet would arrive before the defense line collapsed. Hence, it was better not to pin any hopes on the supporting fleet. While the Vita defense line was struggling, in a colorful hyperspace, a massive fleet was advancing. Does hyperspace really exist? This question had been asked many times by Wei from the scientist in charge, but each time she looked out through the window at the colorful space outside, she couldn't help but say it out loud. Even though she was a strategic-level scientist, her exposure to technology was still at the early stages was 6th-level civilization. Hyperspace, something that only a 7th-level civilization could handle, was still somewhat unbelievable to Wei. Why are you still asking this question when you are currently inside it? Lily sighed and responded, Indeed, are you really a peak level of a 6th-level civilization? Leaving aside hyperspace navigation technology, the application of zero-point particles, energy conversion, and this battleship, from whichever angle you look at it, I don't think a 6th-level civilization can achieve this. After retracting her attention from the beautiful hyperspace outside the window, Wei turned to Lily and asked, In truth, after learning more about the Federation's technology in these days, Wei's worldview had been completely overturned. The biggest question was, as to 6th-level civilizations, could the gap between them truly be this huge? If someone told her this was a 7th-level civilization, she wouldn't doubt it at all. The gap was just that wide. Well, in a way, the core technology tree of the Federation does indeed reach the peak level of a 6th-level civilization. But because of some special circumstances, the Federation has some technology from 7th-level civilizations, so you can also think of the Federation as a 6th-level civilization that has already stepped into the 7th level with 1 foot. I see. After listening to Lily's explanation, Wei nodded in agreement with this perspective. Just at that moment, a battle readiness alert sounded inside the battleship. All hands, we are about to arrive at the battlefield. Everyone immediately enter level 1 combat readiness. After hearing the shipwide broadcast from the Dark Star captain, Lily and Wei glanced at each other and quickly headed to the command center in the hovercar parked on the side. End of chapter. Chapter 470 Special Heavy Fleet Gull Star System. Located tens of thousands of light-years away from the Veta defense line, 2 huge bugs are lying across the starry sky. Although the size of these 2 bugs is very large, it is evident that one of them is tens of times larger than the other. Heine, how much longer until we take over the Gull Star system? Currently, progress is very rapid. We can take over the last defense line of the Tri-Empire in a maximum of half a month, but the losses are relatively high according to the current strategy. Heine respectfully reported. In fact, he did not quite understand why Alba used this kind of battle strategy. With the current strategy, although the issue of the Gull Star system can be swiftly resolved, the losses of the battle bugs increase by more than tenfold. Although the greatest feature of cultivating the insect race is the nearly endless number, it should not be wasted, especially those high-level king bugs cultivated by the main public. Well, I know that the losses will be significant, but these low-level battle bugs are no longer useful to me. After the matter of the Gull Star system is concluded, I will personally help you evolve. After hearing Alba's words, Heine was extremely shocked. What did Alba just say? Personally help us evolve. Does that not mean that he will soon advance again and become a level 1 king bug? At the same time, Heine also understood the sentence Alba said. Why the low-level battle bugs are no longer meaningful. Isn't it natural? Just like a level 5 king bug evolving to level 4, would it still cultivate those low-level battle bugs that were once bred? The answer is obviously no. Similarly, when Alba helps them evolve, they will also no longer value the battle bugs they previously cultivated, but will cultivate more powerful ones. Therefore, it is indeed unnecessary to care about the casualties of these battle bugs now. My emperor is wise. After understanding this layer, Heine immediately complimented. "Alright, I'll leave the matter of the Gull Star system to you. I'm going to cultivate the Royal Bud Guard. Do not disturb me for a year." "Yes, my Emperor." At the same time, the Veta defense line. "Great Commander, two King Bugs have appeared in the 38th defense zone, at least level 3. Immediately send the first 2/4 special heavy fleet over. The speed must be fast." "Yes, Great Commander." Watching the tactical images dominating the entire defense zone, the prominent deep red dots in Zone 38, Mu's face looked very grim. Speaking of level 3 King Bugs, the Tri-Empire had encountered one before, and although the Tri-Empire achieved unparalleled brilliant results that time, even successfully capturing that level 3 King Bug, they also paid an extremely heavy price. That battle was also under Mu's command, and he knew better than anyone the terror of a level 3 King Bug. In order to counter the threat of high-level King Bugs under Mu's leadership, the Empire specifically designed and constructed a large number of special heavy battleships and organized them into 8 special heavy fleets, specifically to deal with situations like the present one. However, although the battleships in the special heavy fleet were designed by Imperial scientists specifically after studying that level 3 King Bug, they had not yet seen real combat. Whether they could completely restrain level 3 King Bugs as theorized was still an unknown. In fact, the level 3 King Bug itself is not that powerful. Even a regular fleet from the Tri-Empire is enough to hunt it down. However, level 3 King Bugs do not appear alone, not to mention the vast number of bugs in the insect sea. The key is the guard of the level 3 King Bug, which are powerful battle bugs with certain spatial attack capabilities. If the battle bugs bred by a level 5 King Bug have no way to deal with spatial shields, and the level 4 battle bugs have initial means to break spatial shields, then the guard of the level 3 King Bug is capable of inflicting fatal damage on battleships of the Tri-Empire. After all, level 4 battle bugs merely use the quantity and concentrated firepower of battleship bugs to create strikes exceeding the limits that spatial shields can withstand. Breaking through them, which is not a true spatial attack but rather a clever way, with correspondingly lower efficiency. The guards of level 3 King Bugs are different. They possess genuine spatial attack capabilities, even if they are only at a rudimentary level of spatial application. Within Zone 38, since the level 3 King Bugs emerged leading a massive swarm of bugs, the battlefield underwent a radical transformation. Initially, the insect race was being slaughtered unilaterally, occasionally taking out some Empire battleships on the defense line. But now, with the addition of the level 3 King Bugs and their guard, the situation was completely overturned. On the defense line, a sudden white light radiated. Cracks appeared on the spatial shield of an Empire flagship battleship. Then, in less than a second, the shield shattered like broken glass with a deafening noise. This scene was repeated in various areas of the defense line. A battleship without its spatial shield was essentially disarmed, vulnerable to destruction, even a low-grade battle bug. Fortunately, the attacks by these level 3 guard bugs were slow and could only target single entities, so although Zone 38's frontlines were critical, they did not collapse instantly. "Commander, the special heavy fleet has arrived." "Good. They've come just in time." Just as the commander in Zone 38 was at wit's end, the report from the deputy immediately lifted his spirits. "What is the special heavy fleet for?" "It is specifically for dealing with these high-level King Bugs." "Quick, immediately deploy the operational plan against the high-level King Bugs, coordinate with the special heavy fleet to exterminate the King Bugs." "Yes, Commander." Not far behind the defense line, for fleets organized according to the standard of the Tri-Empire were rapidly approaching, but the battleships were completely different from the Empire flagship battleships on the defense line, being much larger in size. Of course, merely enlarging the battleships did not qualify them as specialized battleships against high-level King Bugs. The real key laid in the equipment inside these special heavy battleships. With the arrival of the special heavy fleet, the formation along Zone 38's defense line immediately adjusted. Two passageways were clear in the area facing the level 3 King Bugs and their guard, allowing the special heavy fleet to enter. When the special heavy fleet filled the passageways with 2 fleet sizes upon entry, the performance began. The 2 King Bugs were unaware of the uniqueness of these battleships and continued to command their guard bugs to attack. To them, this wave of attack could harvest at least tens of thousands of Tri-Empire battleships. However, after this wave of attacks, the 2 King Bugs were taken aback. the opposing side did not suffer any losses of battleships. End of this chapter. Chapter 471 Retreat of the third-level King Worm. In fact, when it comes to the Empire's special heavy battleships, their firepower is not even as strong as that of ordinary Empire main battleships. However, they possess abilities that regular battleships cannot compare to, and it is precisely because of this unique ability that the special heavy battleships are referred to as specialized ships for high-level King Worms. Several years ago, prior to the Empire's full focus on developing space migration technology, the final project they were working on was called the Multiple Space Shield technology. This concept was proposed only after studying the captured third-level King Worm and several of its Guardian Worms. Though the third-level Guardian Worms have primary spatial attack capabilities that can cause lethal damage to space shields, their attacks are neither penetrating nor area effect. In other words, their attacks can only destroy space shields, requiring a second attack to damage the battleships themselves. Thus, why not equip the battleships with multiple layers of shields for recycling? This was Wei's initial idea, and it was because of this idea that the multiple space shield technology was developed several years later. The reason why the special heavy battleships have weak firepower is that most of their space is occupied by the installation of multiple space shield devices and multiple sets of core energy systems. After all, the three-eyed Empire does not have zero-point energy sources like an energy source that breaks the rules. It relies on multiple energy cores to support the immense energy consumption of the entire battleship. As a result, the weaponry systems can only compromise by reducing the number of installations. As the first wave of attacks against the specially equipped heavy fleet concluded, within the defensive zone, Mu was watching the various feedback data coming in with a hint of tension. In the end, the effectiveness of the specially equipped heavy fleet against the third-level King Worms had not been tested in actual combat, so no one could say for certain. However, upon seeing the specially equipped heavy fleet withstand the first wave of attacks unscathed, Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Well, not entirely unscathed. The multiple shields on the special heavy battleships numbered 5 layers, and these 5 layers did incur some damage. Most battleships lost 1 to 2 layers of shields, while some unlucky ones lost 3 to 4 layers. Regardless, the battleships themselves could indeed be considered relatively unharmed. And do not think that the multiple space shields are merely 5 layers. If that were the case, they could not be considered specialized ships for high-level King Worms. What Wei designed was a system where the true strength lay in the ability to recycle shields. Simply put, if 2 shield layers were broken in one wave of attacks, in the next wave, 3 shield layers were still usable, with the previous 2 layers recharging and recovering. Ultimately, with 5 layers of space shield cycling, unless continuously struck by third-level Guardian Worms, it would be difficult to deal a fatal blow through regular large-scale attacks. Of course, this technology is not without its drawbacks, primarily in 2 areas. One is the enormous energy consumption required. Space shields are already energy-intensive, and with 5 layers of space shields, battleships had to install multiple independent energy cores to meet this significant energy demand. And due to the installation of the multiple space shield system and multiple independent core energies, even when transforming battleships into heavy battleships, space remained tight, leading to continuous compromises in the weapon systems, resulting in firepower roughly half compared to ordinary main battleships. Could have the conventional fleet on the defense line coordinate with the specially equipped heavy fleet to press forward and take down those to third-level King Worms. Yes, Commander. Watching the awe-inspiring defense capabilities of the specially equipped heavy fleet, Mu no longer hesitated and decided to seize the opportunity by sending fighters to attempt a direct strike on the third-level King Worms. Following the order, all the defending forces within Zone 38 began to act. Originally in a passive defensive stance, they suddenly took on an offensive vibe. The sudden and unexpected shift caught the King Worms controlling the swarm off guard, putting them in a state of panic. The powerful gravity cannons continued to roar within the swarm, causing batches of insects to be instantly sucked into the irregular gravitational fields, resulting in violent spatial tearing effects, annihilation ensuing. In the 2 most critical areas of the battlefield, where they faced the 2 third-level King Worms directly, for specially equipped heavy fleets were fending off continuous attacks from Guardian Worms and moving closer to the location of the 2 third-level King Worms. Although the multiple space shield system was indeed powerful, it was not invincible, and if subjected to too many attacks in a short amount of time, the 5 layers of shields might not have time to cycle, and the possibility of being destroyed remained. Commander, the specially equipped heavy fleet is 20 million kilometers away from the King Worms, with a loss of over 3,700 warships at present. The losses are within acceptable limits. Once they enter the 15 million kilometer range, without waiting for further orders, they should aim to take down the 3rd level King Worms directly. Yes, Commander. Staring at the massive tactical image ahead, Mu clenched his fists tightly, understanding that victory or defeat hung in the balance. However, it seemed that this specialized heavy battleship was indeed tailored perfectly for attacking the 3rd level Guardian Worms, decisively defeating them. Yet, Mu seemed to forget one critical point. Who they were currently at war with was not the 3rd level King Worms, and one could even say the 3rd level King Worms were just minor players. In response to the changing situation on the front line, Hanne, overseeing the overall situation from the rear, naturally observed everything. Though she was somewhat surprised by the Empire's use of the specially equipped heavy fleet, she remained composed, understanding that the multiple space shields were designed specifically for the 3rd level Guardian Worms and not all high-level King Worms. The crucial point was that Hanne, who had previously communicated with Alba, had already deployed her 2nd level Guardian Worms, along with the 2 3rd level King Worms, to the front line. As Alba had mentioned, since after advancing and becoming a 1st level King Worm, there would be no more use for those 2nd level Guardian Worms, it was better to send them all to the front line, hastening the end of the war. And now, the opportunity had arrived. With a single thought, the command was transmitted through the insect tribe's spiritual network to the front lines. Commander, the 2 3rd level King Worms have retreated. Damn it. Calculate immediately. If we continue the pursuit and forcefully eliminate them, what price will we have to pay? According to calculations, if the specially equipped heavy fleet pursues at maximum speed, it will take at least 5 minutes to catch up with and bring them within range. However, due to the deep infiltration into the insect swarm, even if 2 3rd level King Worms are successfully eliminated, the specially equipped heavy fleet will still suffer a loss of at least half of its warships. After simulating through the central computer, the assistant reported back to Mu. Furrowing his brows, Mu hesitated, unsure of what decision to make. End of this chapter. Chapter 472. Sudden incident for Mu. This was indeed a good opportunity, with a high probability of being able to kill 2 3rd level king insects. However, the cost was quite high. Just the specially equipped heavy fleet, based on simulations, would suffer more than half of its losses, not to mention the main fleet that was cooperating on the side, which would likely suffer even greater losses. But, faced with such a tempting opportunity, Mu felt a bit unwilling to give up. After all, those were 2 3rd level king insects. How many of such high-level king insects were there in the entire insect race? In fact, Mu's guess was spot on. There were only 5 3rd level king insects under Alba's command, and one of them had been captured by the Triple I Empire many years ago. Commander, do we pursue or not? Watching Mu hesitate, the adjutant on the side became anxious. With each second of hesitation, the casualties that would need to be paid if they decided to pursue would rise exponentially over time. How could the adjutant not be anxious? Order all fleets to retreat. Commander, retreat. Our current mission is not to kill the enemy, but to hold the defense line and buy more time for the retreat behind us. Yes, Commander. Although Mu also greatly desired to pursue, as such opportunities were rare, ultimately, rationality triumphed over impulse. With a clenched jaw and a hint of reluctance, Mu issued the order to retreat, directing all fleets back to the defense line to rebuild the defense system. Just as he had told his adjutant, our goal is not to kill the king insects, but to buy time. On the battlefield, as if by agreement, the regular insect swarm once again filled in the gap left by the retreat of the 3rd level king insects, while the Empire's main fleet similarly filled in the gap left by the withdrawal of the specially equipped heavy fleet. The entire defense zone returned to the battle between the regular insect swarm and the Empire's main fleet. Watching this scene unfold within the battle star, Mu breathed a sigh of relief, though he regretted not being able to take down those 2 3rd level king insects. Looking at it from a positive perspective, they had averted the crisis in Zone 38. And validated the effectiveness of the specially equipped heavy fleet against the 3rd level king insects. One could say it was still a fruitful outcome. Just as Mu began to relax, those 2 3rd level king insects reappeared. Commander, third-level king insects and their escort insect swarm have appeared in Zone 15. Based on comparison, they are still the same to that appear in Zone 38. They dare to come again. Mu was somewhat surprised. After all, king insects could be considered advanced intelligent beings. Knowing that his fleet could counter them, yet still daring to show their heads, was quite abnormal. But an opportunity like this was rare, and Mu didn't want to miss out again. Send all first to 8 specially equipped heavy fleets to engage. We must leave these to third-level king insects this time. Yes, Commander. The 4 specially equipped heavy fleets that had just returned to the rear, with their battleships still not completely powered down, received the command to engage once again. Instead of just those 4 fleets, the opponents were still the same to 4th-level king insects. But this time, all 8 specially equipped heavy fleets were engaged. Vita Defense Line, Zone 15. With the addition of the 2 third-level king insects and their escort insect swarm, the battle situation began to develop in a very unfavorable direction, similar to what happened in Zone 38. The insect swarm swept toward the defense line like a sea of insects, mixed with the attacks of a large number of third-level escort insects. The casualties of the Imperial defenders skyrocketed. At this rate, the entire zone would collapse within a few hours. Commander, the specially equipped heavy fleets have arrived. Excellent. Inform all fleets to commence operations according to the operational plan for dealing with high-level king insects. Yes, Commander. Similar to the tactics used in Zone 38, tactics that had already been verified in combat. The area facing the 2 king insects was vacated to allow the specially equipped heavy fleets to enter, while the other fleets prepared to support the specially equipped heavy fleets with a fierce counterattack. Commander, all specially equipped heavy fleets are in position, and the other fleets are ready to cooperate with the operation. Good. Alert the frontline commanders to begin the operation. Yes. As before, the main fleet on the defense line suppressed the regular insect swarm, while the specially equipped heavy fleets dealt with the third-level escort insect swarm, continuously advancing toward the location of the third-level king insects. Distance 38 million kilometers. Distance 25 million kilometers. Distance 17 million kilometers, estimated to enter range in 30 seconds. Very good. Watching the tactical images as his adjutant reported, Mu pumped his fist excitedly. At the preset distance, even if the 2 third-level king insects started to retreat, it would be too late. With minimal cost, they could forcibly kill them. Indeed, insects were just insects. Even though they had intelligence, they were still insects, and were quite foolish. In the heat of the moment, Mu focused on the tactical images of the 2 third-level king insects, but he neglected the changes in the surrounding regular insect swarm. This oversight could potentially result in a cost he could not bear. Distance 16 million kilometers. Order the specially equipped heavy fleets to cease fire, save the next wave of attacks, and ensure a decisive kill of the third-level king insects upon entering range. Yes, Commander. After all, battleship cannons were not machine guns that could fire rapidly. On the contrary, after each shot, they needed to recharge before firing again, though the recharge time was short, approximately 10 seconds. Nevertheless, it was still time-consuming, and every second was extremely precious at that moment. In order to decisively kill the 2 third-level king insects at the first opportunity, without giving them any chance, Mu directly ordered the specially equipped heavy fleets to stop firing. Distance 15.5 million kilometers. After entering range, there is no need to wait for my command. Open fire directly. Yes. With the adjutant's report once again, Mu's eyes lit up, fixed on the tactical image in front of him. They were only 500,000 kilometers away, almost there, just a little more. Mu clenched his right fist tightly, shouting in his heart. Distance 15 million kilometers, entering range. Good. Just as he was about to finish saying good, Mu suddenly froze. In the tactical image before him, the green markers that represented the frontmost battleships of the specially equipped heavy fleet suddenly turned gray. What did gray signify? It meant the battleships were destroyed, and the signals were lost. Initially, it should have been the 2 third-level king insects that were decisively killed. Now, unexpectedly, the frontmost battleships of the specially equipped heavy fleets inexplicably were destroyed. This twist left everyone momentarily stunned. What in the world had happened? The same question filled the minds of everyone in the command center. End of this chapter. Chapter 473 Total Collapse Part 1 Quick. Retrieve the images recorded by the remaining warships. Inside the command center, Mu, who was stunned for a few seconds, finally came back to his senses and immediately shouted loudly towards the direction of the command group, "Yes, the image recordings have been retrieved. Switch to virtual image playback." With the operations from the command group, images recorded by the warships that were not affected were quickly retrieved and played. From the images, it could be seen that the front image recording of a warship showed a large number of specialized heavy warships advancing in front of it, with energy surrounding all their naval guns. Obviously, they were fully charged and ready to fire. Everything was just as Mu had expected, with no problems. However, Mu was aware that something must have happened in the next few seconds, otherwise, it could not explain why all the signals of the warships in the front array were suddenly lost. Just as if to confirm Mu's speculation, suddenly, the entire image began to distort. No, not the image itself, but the space recorded within the image. And as the space continued to distort, the multi-layer shields of all the specialized heavy warships were shattered one after another. Not one shield, but 5 shields consecutively shattered. At this moment, without the space shields, the specialized heavy warships were defenseless, unable to resist the tearing effect brought by space distortion, and were all torn into pieces in a very short moment. However, this scene was not isolated, but was happening continuously in the front array of the entire specialized heavy fleet, as if countless attacks hit every part of the formation, instantly devouring all the warships completely. At this moment, Mu also reacted, realizing that they were under a spatial attack, and a widespread one at that. But where did the attack come from? The guard bugs of the 3rd level King Worm clearly did not possess such a powerful attack, and the surroundings were only filled with lower level ordinary insect groups. Adjusting the tactical image displayed, Mu studied repeatedly. Due to his focus being on the areas where the 2 3rd-level King Worms were located, Mu had overlooked the other areas around. It wasn't until now that he finally noticed something was wrong. The formation position of the 3rd-level King Worm seemed to be too far back. Well, not exactly too far back, but it did not resist the specialized heavy fleet as it should have, allowing the specialized heavy fleet to advance faster than the surrounding main fleet, even giving off a hint of being a lone advance. What was most strange was that even though the formations of the 2 specialized heavy fleets were much deeper than the other main fleets, and were even in a semi-encirclement by the insect swarm, the surrounding ordinary insect groups had not attacked the specialized heavy fleet. This was very puzzling, as if these ordinary insect groups did attack the deeply encircled specialized heavy fleet, Mu would have noticed it, and would have reacted accordingly to adjust the fleet's advance, but the insect race did not do so, causing Mu, who had been focusing solely on the 3rd-level King Worms, to completely overlook this serious issue. Damn, there must be a problem here. Immediately scan the surrounding ordinary insect groups. There must be something wrong within these groups. Mu, who had some understanding now, immediately commanded loudly towards the operations command group. Notify the specialized heavy fleet to halt their advance, start an orderly retreat, and order the surrounding main fleet to apply greater pressure on those ordinary insect groups. Yes, Captain. After giving the command to the command group, Mu turned to his deputy officer. Report to the captain. According to the scans, there are a large number of high-energy reactions within the several insect groups around the 3rd-level King Worms. Can it be determined what exactly these are? Yes, we are currently conducting biological structure scans and have successfully detected the unknown high-energy organisms, projecting them into the virtual image. Suddenly, a huge virtual image appeared in the command center, showing a creature with a shape that no one had ever seen before, along with various data related to it. Looking at the appearance of the creature was nothing special, as insects tend to look ugly anyway, so everyone was used to it. But after looking at the displayed data on biological energy intensity and size, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. Speaking of insects, the largest in size naturally were the King Worms, and with each evolution, the size of the King Worm would become even larger. Following the King Worms were the guard bugs, which were a special insect species that could only be cultivated after the King Worm evolved to the 3rd level, and compared to the warrior insects, they were much stronger. But based on the data in front of them, it was evident that this creature was even larger than a 3rd-level King Worm, and was almost as big as an Imperial battleship. What was even more crucial was that its internal biological energy intensity was nearly twice that of a 3rd-level King Worm, and there were quite a few of these creatures. Could it be that they had encountered 2nd-level guard bugs of the insect race? Although the Third Eye Empire had never faced the second-level guard bugs before, that didn't hinder Mu's guessing, as it seemed like this was the second-level guard bug. In fact, as Mu speculated, this new creature was precisely the second-level guard bug bred by Heine, possessing two very powerful abilities. One was an initial spatial range attack, but with a very short range, about only 10 million kilometers. The other was the insect race barrier, which was a capability that the third-level Kingworms could only use, distinguishing itself from energy shields and spatial shields, even possessing a slight resistance to spatial attacks. However, its attack range and speed were weaknesses. If it were to directly confront the Third Eye Empire's fleet, it would not end well. Therefore, after observing the tactics of the specialized heavy fleet once, Heine came up with the current counter-tactic, catching Mu completely off guard. Captain, the biological energy within these unknown creatures' bodies is gathering at their rear, suspected to be a precursor to an attack. Damn it! How is the retreat progress of the specialized heavy fleet? No good. They have gone too deep, unable to retreat completely in a short time. The deputy officer reported anxiously. While the specialized heavy fleet had already started retreating, they had gone too deep, and there was no way to completely extricate themselves in a short period. It could be said that at the moment, the specialized heavy fleet was surrounded by the insect swarm in every direction except the rear, making their situation critical. Attack incoming! A sudden shout rang out in the command group. Damn it! Mu's face stiffened. Looking back at the tactical image, those representing the specialized heavy fleet, composed of countless green dots, had turned gray once again in just a few seconds. End of this chapter. Chapter 470 for complete collapse part 2. Looking at the tactical images, a large number of warship signals were lost again. Mu's tightly clenched fists even showed traces of blood, dripping onto the ground. The special heavy fleet was his precious and powerful force against the high-level king insects. If they were all destroyed here, the consequences would be disastrous. Immediately order all main fleets to press forward at all costs and attack with full force. Special heavy fleet retreat at full speed. Do not consider formation issues. After a brief deliberation, Mu gritted his teeth and issued the order. He was well aware that once this order was given, the fate of the fleets pressing forward would be dire. However, even so, Mu had no choice but to do this. If the special heavy fleet was completely sacrificed here, he would have no more power to fight against the high-level king insects. The entire Vita defense line would crumble under the rampage of those few third-level king insects. Yes, Commander. Seeing Mu's determined expression, the deputy immediately responded and went to carry out the orders. On the battlefield, the special heavy fleet was no longer retreating while fighting but instead turned and accelerated to the maximum speed, ignoring even the formation, resulting in numerous collision accidents. The surrounding main fleets also displayed a scene of madness, abandoning their slow firepower suppression and steady advancement tactics. They were now just like the special heavy fleet, increasing their speed to the maximum, charging towards the insect swarms in front of them, as if they were facing death. This sudden change caught Hannah by surprise. After all, if left unchecked, those fleets rushing forward so recklessly would completely plunge into the swarm and launch fierce attacks on the second-level guard insects. If it were the Hannah of yesterday, she might have chosen to retreat immediately to let the ordinary insects wear them down, saving her second-level guard insects. However, the Hannah of today was not the same as the one from yesterday. After her conversation with Alba, she no longer valued the second-level guard insects she had painstakingly cultivated. For Hannah, as long as she destroyed the special heavy fleet in front of her, the enemy would have no means to counter the third-level king insects. Then, by using the third-level king insects, guard insects, as a sharp blade, she could easily take down the entire Vita defense line. Soon, not only the main fleet of the Three Eye Empire went crazy, but even the insect race went mad as well, reverting to the strategy of the 4th and 5th level king insects, completely disregarding casualties and relying solely on numbers for brute force. They continued to throw themselves into battle, exchanging thousands or even tens of thousands for one, without any hesitation. Of course, this was just an ordinary swarm's action. Meanwhile, Hannah's second-level guard insect swarm continued to attack the fleeing special heavy fleet. Commander, the insect race has gone mad. The main fleet can't advance at all, let alone threaten the insects hidden within the swarm. In the command center, the deputy spoke urgently to Mu, his face full of anxiety. In reality, There was no need for the deputy to say anything. How could Mu, as the commander, not see the situation clearly? But what could he do now? Watching the tactical images, the main fleet and the special heavy fleet were entangled in the swarm, and the entire battlefield had become chaotic. The madness of those insect swarms completely exceeded his expectations. Now, Mu regretted his decisions. At this rate, if the special heavy fleet could escape even 1%, it would already be fortunate. As for the rest of the main fleet, almost all of them would be lost there. However, it was too late to say anything now. He could only grit his teeth and continue. Immediately dispatch all reserve fleets behind to the 15th defense zone at the fastest speed and re-establish the defense line. Yes, Commander. Seeing the situation that was already irreversibly unfolding, Mu had no choice but to deploy all remaining reserve fleets to reconstruct the defense line of the 15th zone. Even if the special heavy fleet were all sacrificed, the Vita defense line must not be compromised. As for stopping the special heavy fleet from retreating and continuing to fight, sorry, Mu never even considered it. It was meaningless for the special heavy battleships, which had lost their defensive advantage and had only half the firepower of the main battleships, to turn back and keep fighting. Escaping with even one ship was already a victory. Time passed by, and the void was filled with corpses of the insect race and the wreckage of the three Empire's warships. However, compared to the wrecks of the Empire's warships, there were even more insect corpses, reaching tens of thousands of times more. But what difference did it make? For the insect race, casualties were never a concern, especially, and Hannah paid no attention to them. Out of the initial 2 billion main battleships and 800 million special heavy battleships, only about 150 million special heavy battleships successfully retreated to the defense line. As for the 2 billion main battleships, all of them were sacrificed on the battlefield. Why isn't the insect race launching a full-on attack? Watching the tactical images, where countless swarms were maintaining a distance of 20 million kilometers from the 15th zone, Mu asked in confusion. In his opinion, it was the perfect time for them to attack, so why had the insect race stopped? He was no longer willing to think of the insect race as foolish, as Hannah had taught him otherwise. But if the insect race wasn't being foolish, then what was the reason behind their actions? Perhaps they were planning some new conspiracy. Commander, the insect race is starting to move. Quickly, report the specific intelligence. Yes, in the 15th zone, there are 300 swarms, 20 million kilometers away, and to third-level king insects. Order the special heavy fleet to split into 2 formations to deal with the 2 third-level king insects, but do not allow them to advance. Only engage in containment. The rest of the fleet should prepare for normal defensive deployment. Yes, Commander. After the lesson learned from the previous encounter, Mu dared not let the special heavy fleet advance easily. With only 150 million ships remaining, there could be no more risky moves. However, would Hanny's new offensive be as simple as she thought? The answer was clearly no. Reports from the 6th Defense Zone confirm the presence of a third-level king insect. Reports from the 8th Combat Zone also confirm the presence of a third-level king insect. These 2 reports hit Mu like sledgehammers, leaving him stunned. End of this chapter. Chapter 475 Comprehensive Collapse Part 2. If it were before, with Mu holding 8 special heavy fleet, even facing for level 3 Kingvorms simultaneously, he could still manage the situation without any crisis. However, now Mu doesn't have the 8 special heavy fleet in hand, but only half, 1.5 billion special heavy battleships. There are simply not enough troops to handle the current crisis. Withdraw 1 billion battleships from each defense zone. Send them to the 6th and 8th defense zones. Increase firepower on the defense lines, and make sure they hold out until the 15th defense zone to repel those to level 3 Kingvorms. Yes, Commander. This is the best solution Mu can think of at the moment. Of course, the premise is that the battle develops as he expects. The calm void that had just settled down not long ago suddenly became chaotic again. Amidst a large number of ionic beam attacks, there were also quite a few space-class attacks, even in their nascent form. The losses on both sides were rapidly escalating at a terrifying rate. Commander, the escort swarm of the 2 level 3 Kingvorms has been maintaining a distance beyond our special heavy fleet's range, clearly just trying to distract us. I know. Indeed, Mu, who had been focusing on the tactical image, how could he not know the situation now? It's clear that the 2 level 3 Kingvorms had no intention of engaging in battle with the special heavy fleet, just hanging conveniently outside the fleet's range, making it impossible for Mu to do anything. Even though he understood their intentions, there was no good way to deal with it. Just now, Mu tried to make the special heavy fleet retreat, but as soon as the fleet did so, the escort swarm of the two level 3 Kingworms immediately pressed forward, and when the fleet stopped retreating and advanced again, they retreated, maintaining their distance beyond the fleet's range. This led to the current situation. The entire special heavy fleet was at a standstill. Damn it, how are things in the 6th and 8th defense zones? Watching the embarrassing situation in front of him, Mu couldn't help but curse before immediately asking, "Commander, it's very critical. Without the special heavy fleet, the regular fleet is struggling against the level 3 Kingworms. Currently, the 6th defense zone has suffered losses of 9%, and the 8th defense zone's losses have reached 13%. At the current rate, the collapse of the 6th and 8th defense zones is just a matter of time." The deputy officer reported to Mu, his face filled with worry. In his view, the entire Vidat defense line had entered a deadlock, and breaking through would be incredibly difficult. "Commander, urgent battle report from the 2nd defense zone." "2nd defense zone?" "Yes, Commander. The new type of worm species that appeared in the 15th defense zone earlier has now appeared in the 2nd defense zone and has torn a hole in the defense line." "What? The defense line of the 2nd defense zone has been torn open?" This startled Mu, prompting him to adjust the tactical image and switch to the 2nd defense zone. Indeed, what used to be a dense defense line had now been torn open, with a large number of swarms flooding into the gap. After a brief look at the battle briefing in the 2nd defense zone, Mu understood why the 2nd defense zone fell so quickly. While everyone's focus was on the 4 level 3 Kingworms in the 6th, 8th, and 15th zones, the other zones were merely dealing with regular swarms following normal strategies. However, what caught everyone by surprise was that Hina once again hid the 2nd tier worm squad among the regular swarms. Except this time, it wasn't in the 6th, 8th, or 15th zones, but in the relatively stable 2nd defense zone. Most crucially, this 2nd tier squad had been biding its time, remaining concealed within the innermost part of the regular swarms without showing any signs, even when attacked and suffering losses along the way. Only when it was close to a distance of 10 million kilometers from the defense line did it suddenly launch a wave of dense spatial attacks, clearing a significant area of the defense line, tearing open a substantial gap. Despite Mu's precautions, he fell into Hina's trap once again, and as a large number of worm species poured in from the breach, the entire defense line rapidly collapsed. The special heavy fleet was restrained, unable to move. The 6th and 8th defense zones were still holding on stubbornly, with losses increasing rapidly. The defense line of the 2nd zone had been thoroughly torn open and was on the brink of collapse. In this situation, without strong reinforcements, there was simply no way to turn the tide. Inside the command center, watching the situation in the 2nd defense zone, Mu fell into silence. At most half an hour later, the entire defense line within the zone would inevitably collapse, allowing the Vorms to bypass the Vita defense line. At that time, whether the Vorms chose to encircle the Vita defense line or directly penetrate the heart of the Empire, it would be effortless, and he had no way to stop it. Notify all fleets within the Vita defense line to execute the 3rd evacuation plan immediately. Rebuild the final defense line in the capital circle. Mu closed his eyes with a tinge of pain and issued this command, a decision he had deeply contemplated. But if they didn't make a swift decision, even the possibility of retreat would become impossible. Since the collapse of the Great Defense Line was inevitable, it was better to preserve most of the remaining forces, reconstruct the defense line in the capital circle, protect the migration channel, and make a wiser choice to allow more people to leave. "Commander, if we retreat, what about the administrative stars outside the capital circle?" The deputy officer didn't finish his sentence, but Mu understood what he was implying. It should be noted that the entire empire had entered the evacuation through the migration channel, arriving in the capital circle, but not all had entered the channel. The population was not even half of what it used to be. If the Vita defense line ceased to exist, more than half of the empire's citizens would be mercilessly swallowed by the Vorms, with no exceptions. Did Mu have a solution? Clearly not. But as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he wouldn't act this way. Even his own family was not currently within the capital circle. If he didn't make a tough decision now, fewer people would be able to escape. Execute immediately. The overall situation is paramount. Yes, Commander. Seeing the determined look in Mu's eyes, the deputy officer finally stopped speaking further and responded with the same determination. An hour later, watching the final fleet successfully evacuating, Mu in the command center finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, leading the remaining fleet in the rear, he was already surrounded by worm swarms and unable to break through. And the remaining fleet now had less than 3 billion battleships. End of this chapter. Chapter 476. The reinforcement army arrived within the colorful hyperspace, with a massive fleet advancing within. Among them was an immensely huge warship, none other than the Shadow Horizon-class starship, the one captured by the Federation from the Triad in the first place. After all, among the 4 Shadow-class battleships, the remaining 3 had their main processors destroyed and could not be used for a while this one was taken by the Federation using the zero-point energy backdoor and had not suffered any damage. It only needed a supply of zero-point energy devices to be usable again. Countdown to exiting hyperspace, 1 minute left, 59, 58, 57. Inside the main bridge, standing behind Lin Fen were only Li Lizzie, listening to the constant countdown with a complex expression on her face. It seemed to be a mix of nervousness, nostalgia, and excitement. Don't worry. Just leave it to us. Looking at Lin Fan's back, listening to Lin Fan's words, Li Lizzie's body instantly relaxed, even she herself didn't know why. However, no one noticed that Lian Zhu, standing on Lin Fan's right side, had a slight twitch in her facial expression. It seemed that domestic violence would definitely be inevitable in the near future. The 15th defense zone of the Galen Galaxy. General, we are the only ones left. All the other defense zones have fallen. In front of Mu, the adjutant spoke with a hint of sadness. In this command room, everyone understood what kind of fate they would soon face. Nevertheless, all of them had a look of determination on their faces. Perhaps some, like the adjutant, carried a hint of sadness, but not a single person showed fear or despair. These were true Imperial soldiers, marching forward to this front line that seemed to offer no way out, day after day for decades, constantly resisting the endless hordes of the insect race, until the very last moment of their lives. Send the War God-class starship to the front, join the battle. In this final moment, we should not be the ones protected at the rear. Yes, General. Immediately, the entire War Star began to move, accompanied by the escort fleet of the War God-class starship, heading towards the brutal main battlefield ahead. On the main battlefield, the entire defense line was riddled with holes, everywhere torn open by the insect race, with less than 500 million warships remaining, most of them surrounded by the insect swarms, putting up the final resistance. Thousands of light years away, Hanny, watching the scene unfold, had already lost all interest, handing over command of the frontline to several level 3 king insects before losing focus. In its view, everything had already been determined, with no possibility of turning the tide. In reality, Hanny's thoughts were not unfounded, but that was under the assumption that no unexpected events occur. However, unexpected occurrences were never lacking in this world. Just minutes later, the War God-class starship that charged to the front was completely surrounded by several insect swarms, with nearly half of the escort fleet also lost, struggling like other fleets on the battlefield. General, the escort fleet's losses have reached 50%. Do the king insects and their escort swarms have any movements? None. They are all in the rear, beyond our range, just watching as if it were a show. Damn. Just as the adjutant said, those to level 3 king insects and their escort swarms showed no intention of advancing, just leaving their escort swarms to watch from behind, watching as the countless ordinary swarms, like a sea of insects, gradually consumed the last resistance. The attacks from the ordinary swarms currently pose no threat to the War God shields. Full speed ahead. Even if we have to perish here, we must take a bite out of those level 3 king insects first. Yes, General, the shields on a war star are much stronger than those on a warship, given their larger size, allowing for more powerful energy sources and shield systems. Furthermore, ordinary swarms lack the spatial attacks needed to pose a significant threat to the War God-class starship for the time being. Hey Hardy, those things are charging towards us. I see it too. Rita, they seem much stronger than regular warships. For the time being, we can't do much against it. 30 million kilometers away, the 2 level 3 king insects, Hardy and Rita, clearly noticed the War God coming towards their position and were communicating through the insect race's mental network. So what should we do? Retreat a bit more. Rita, as a king insect, are you going to lose face? Send some of the escort swarms over to break through their barrier, and then we can just sit back and watch, right? True. Let's do that. The two king insects quickly reached an agreement. It was just a massive war star. Even if its shields were strong, did you forget that the level 3 escort swarms were skilled at breaking shields? Once the shields were down, the ordinary worms could infiltrate and continue the fight on their own. General, a portion of the level 3 escort swarms are heading towards our position, numbering 1 million. Damn it, Mu instantly deduced what those two king insects were planning. They intended to use a small portion of the escorts to break the shield. As a single ship charging out of the swarm, the escort fleet couldn't keep up, or rather, it was impossible to keep up. In this situation, with just a single war star, it was impossible to simultaneously deal with millions of level 3 escort swarms, almost a certainty that the shields would be shattered. With no shield and surrounded by countless swarms, what future could there be? Was it just wishful thinking to even hope to take down a level 3 king insect through forceful confrontation? Mu was somewhat unwilling. No, extremely unwilling to accept that his death might seem utterly meaningless. 1 million level 3 escort swarms, 16 million kilometers away, about to enter firing range. The adjutant reported urgently. Speaking of level 3 escort swarms, their attack range was almost the same as the Empire's current armament, both within a range of 15 million kilometers, with no advantage for either side. Another 100,000 kilometers, and both would be within firing range, at which point the subsequent developments could be foreseen entirely. After both sides opened fire, a large number of escort swarms would be annihilated, but likewise, the shields of the war god starship would be completely shattered. Eventually, the surrounding swarms eyeing them greedily would swarm in like locusts, devouring them completely. It seemed like an unalterable fate. 15.8 million kilometers, 15.5 million kilometers, 15.2 million kilometers, 15 million kilometers. Target lost. General, a large fleet has arrived in the rear, numbering 5 billion. At that moment, the fleet led by Lin Fan arrived and unleashed the Federation's first strike after arriving in the Galen Galaxy. End of this chapter. Chapter 477. Rescue of the rear area of the 15th Defense Zone. The massive Federal fleet is currently deployed in the main battlefield of the 15th Defense Zone. The attack has been completed, with a target annihilation rate of 99.2%. Standing to Lin Fan's right, Lian Zhu reported in a casual tone, as though it was a routine matter, showing no emotional fluctuations. However, behind Lin Fan, Wei's mouth was wide open in shock for a long time. Just a minute ago, when the Federal fleet led by the Dark Star emerged from hyperspace and arrived here, they immediately discovered the war god that was in crisis. With just a secondary gun on the Dark Shadow, a single attack crossed a distance of 3 astronomical units and directly hit the third-order defense units preparing to attack the war god. The aftermath, as reported by Lian Zhu, was nearly complete annihilation. The terrifying power bypass even the defenses of the Federal warships from years ago, let alone these defenseless insect units. Initiate precise strikes. Prioritize clearing the bubs around the fleet. Understood. Furthermore, communications officer, send a message to our allies to retreat and inform them that we will provide cover. Yes, Marshal. Li Kangqian, Tokugawa Ayako, you each lead your cluster to eliminate all breach defense zones. Do not allow a single insect to penetrate the heart of the Triple I Empire. Understood. Inside the main bridge of the Dark Star, with each command from Lin Fan, the operation was fully underway. Li Kangqian and Tokugawa Ayako also seized communication and led their clusters away from the main fleet. The next moment, the main fleet where Lin Fan was began its operation. Countless spatial attacks were released, precisely tearing apart the bud masses within the killing range, without harming any warships of the Triple I Empire. The precision of the attacks was evident. Mu was also greatly impressed as he witnessed the scene. General, the unidentified fleet has sent a message instructing us to retreat immediately, assuring us that they will provide cover. Do it immediately. Yes, General. From the moment Mu discovered this fleet, he had his subordinates compare them from the database, but there was no match found. Combined with the sheer number of 5 billion warships, it finally jogged his memory about what His Majesty mentioned, that reinforcements of 5 billion were found only within the Virgo constellation. Mu was now convinced that this fleet was the reinforcements brought by His Majesty. and they were exceptionally powerful. The sight of them effortlessly eliminating 1 million third-order defense unit bugs made him even more astonished. The entire voice seemed to undergo high-frequency vibrations, turning everything, be it defense bugs or small celestial bodies, into cosmic dust instantaneously, leaving no traces behind. Such formidable technology left Mu in awe. Therefore, regardless of the enemy's plan, he decided to trust them completely. Even if the situation couldn't get any worse, he trusted in their ability to turn the tide completely. When the order was given, all the fleet commanders left on the defensive line were somewhat dumbfounded. Retreating in this situation, was it possible? Their fleet was being surrounded tightly by countless bug swarms, making it impossible for them to retreat, even if they wanted to. Understanding but refusing to execute timely orders is a grave error on the battlefield. That's why military emphasized obeying orders and the importance of strict compliance. Hence, despite their confusion, everyone immediately executed the order unconditionally. As they started to retreat, they found it surprisingly easy. The bug swarms blocking their retreat path were swiftly clear, creating a massive pathway for their retreat through the sea of bugs. The bug masses surrounding their fleet were kept at a certain distance at all times. Any bug attempting to get close would be met with a blinding white light. And then, nothing. The bugs were obliterated. The Federal fleet strikes were unbelievably precise. Within the main bridge, we watched everything in astonishment, seeing the bugs that troubled the Imperial forces bend effortlessly in the hands of the Federal forces as if they were mere playthings. It was at this moment that she gained a clear understanding of the Federal forces' might. However, what she didn't know was that this was just the beginning. Marshal, the bugs are beginning to retreat. In the tactical image, not only were the remaining ships of the Triple I Empire retreating, but the bugs attempting to swarm in but were kept at bay by Federal attacks were also gradually pulling back. Clearly, the two third-order King bugs currently responsible for command were not foolish. After encountering the Federal fleet's attacks, they quickly realized that this new known civilization was beyond their capability to resist. With this understanding, a temporary retreat became the only viable option. In the face of an unstoppable force, they chose to fall back. Even if they could not withstand the attacks, they had the second-order King bugs, and even their new emperor, Albo, right? However, Lin Fan was not going to allow them to escape so easily. Staff, calculate the number of zero-point missiles needed for a 5-tier destructive attack. Provide the optimal attack time, and plan that does not harm our allies. Yes, Marshal. The staff's efficiency was superb, and in just over 20 seconds, they had the results ready. Report to the Marshal. According to the calculation, deploying 7 small zero-point missiles in 5 minutes is the best course of action. It can maximize the 5-tier destructive strike without harming our allies. Execute. Yes, Marshal. Once the order to launch zero-point missiles was officially given, everyone became busy. As the current ultimate assassin of the Federation, launching these weapons was not a simple task and required a very intricate and complex procedure to initiate successfully. Watching this scene unfold on the bridge, Wei, standing behind Lin Fan, was also curious. What exactly were these zero-point missiles? Why did the atmosphere within the bridge suddenly change? Soon, you'll find out. Lily, who was standing beside them, watched Wei's expression and smiled mysteriously. 5 minutes quickly passed. The surviving fleet of the Empire had completely disengaged from the bug army, leaving everyone with a sense of surviving a calamity. However, just as Mu relaxed for a brief moment, he received another puzzling message. Prepare for a destructive strike against the bugs. Brace for impact. End of chapter. Chapter 478. Zero-point missiles avoid tens of thousands of light-years away from the Veta defense line. Suddenly Hannah felt something was wrong. Her second-tier defense insect swarm was disappearing at an extremely abnormal speed. Although she had entrusted the frontline command to the few third-tier king insects, the second-tier defense insects were cultivated by herself and had a special connection with her in the insect race's mental network. Massive deaths like this would trigger a reaction, even if she wasn't paying attention. Could Hardy and Rito, those fools, have caused trouble again? Feeling uncomfortable all over, she once again accessed the insect race's mental network to investigate the frontline situation. What she saw dumbfounded her. Her second-tier king insects were being chased and slaughtered by an unknown fleet, without any resistance, even beyond a 2 astronomical units range. Even Alba's first-tier defense insects could only attack across a 1 astronomical unit distance. Where did this terrifying civilization come from? With a mix of fear and endless doubt, Hani investigated the other 3 battlefields. In the Veta defense line, the 6th and 8th defense zones, the 2 third-tier king insects were not as clever as Hardy and Rita and were blindly commanding their insect swarms to attack, but it was futile. The situation was slightly better in the 15th defense zone where Hardy and Rita were, having completely disengaged from the enemy. However, the unknown fleet, in the distance that neither pursued nor attacked, always gave her a bad feeling. Maybe she was overthinking it. After all, Hardy and Rita were over 3 astronomical units away from that fleet, so they should be safe. Unable to find any reason for her unease, Hannah had to console herself this way. However, intuition is often very accurate. Just then, Hannah noticed a gigantic battleship in the unknown fleet, even slightly larger than herself, and it released 7 strange things. In the interstellar age, no one played with missiles from a 4th-level civilization, so Hannah naturally didn't pay attention to the weapons of 3rd or 2nd-level civilizations and had no idea what these missiles were. One thing was certain, though. The 7 strange things were moving very slowly, not even reaching a speed of 10,000 kilometers per second. 0-point missiles all launched, locking in on the target coordinates. Coordinates locked. Activate the hyperspace engine. Inside the main bridge of the Dark Starship, commands echoed continuously as they monitored the status of the 0-point missiles on a virtual display. In the image, 7 large missiles with portals to hyperspace suddenly disappeared into them. Are hyperspace engines installed in these flying vehicles? Looking at this, someone asked incredulously. These days, she had learned a lot about Federation technology, and hyperspace technology was one of her favorites. During her studies, she found out that with current Federation technology, hyperspace engines couldn't be miniaturized and had to be installed on battleships, not on mechs. That these flying vehicles she saw were about the size of mechs, so how could they have hyperspace engines? Yes, but the technology is not fully developed yet. Although miniaturized, currently can only travel up to 1 light-year in hyperspace and doesn't have much practical significance, though when used with the 0-point bomb, it gives us a very convenient tactical strike capability. Lily elaborated on the Psi. In fact, she had developed this technology herself, but as she said, it was far from perfect. Distance was one issue, but there was another more important issue she hadn't mentioned. The cost was incredibly high. The cost of a miniaturized hyperspace engine was roughly equivalent to half of a Federation mainline battleship. Trying to mass install this on mechs, Lin Fan would probably kill her on the spot. However, using it on 0-point missiles to create a tactical weapon that wasn't affected by jump interference was quite appropriate. 0-point missiles arrived at the attack position, exiting hyperspace. 3.20 away, the retreating insect army. Hardy, what are those things attacking us from 3 holo away? We need to retreat immediately. We can't deal with that. Don't know, but retreating first is definitely right. That's something we can't handle. Okay. Wait. What is that? Inside the insect sea made up of countless insect swarms, vortex-like spatial windows suddenly appeared, seemingly connecting to another space. And such spatial windows are distributed throughout the insect sea. The 2 third-tier king insects couldn't recognize what it was. Escape quickly. Suddenly, an urgent shout from Hani echoed in the insect race's mental network. Clearly, Hardy and Rita didn't know what it was, but Hani, with her rich experience, did. Just now, she saw the 7 missiles entering hyperspace and understood that it was hyperspace technology. After all, the Insect Emperor had similar abilities, and she had seen it before. However, she didn't know what the missiles were, nor did she know where those 7 strange things were going through hyperspace, until she found out that in Hardy and Rita's Insect Sea, 7 hyperspace windows appeared. She realized that those 7 things were some kind of weapon. She immediately warned Hardy and Rita through the insect race's mental network, but she didn't know that these things were actually doomsday devices created by 0-point particles, nor did she know the horrific range of destruction this weapon possessed. Otherwise, she would have realized that her warning was meaningless. Without giving the 2 third-tier king insects a chance to react, 7 missiles emerged from the 7 hyperspace windows. Unlike 0-point bombs, 0-point missiles didn't combine 0-point particles with jump engines for large-scale spatial damage. They relied on pure 0-point energy overload detonation, causing a pure energy explosion. Although the range of damage was smaller, it was easier to control. 7 incredibly massive blinding white energy orbs suddenly appear in the void, devouring almost all of the insect race and turning them into nothingness. No, within the insect race's mental network, Henny's voice rang again. This time, her voice carried endless horror. End of this chapter. Chapter 479. The Bug Clan preparing for a full retreat. The dazzling white light nearly illuminated the entire dark starry sky as the massive energy erupted in an instant, turning all the bugs enveloped within it into cosmic dust. Even the 2 level 3 web bugs couldn't escape this fate. Everyone, prepare for impact. Despite the Federation having calculated the kill radius precisely, ensuring it wouldn't affect the Empire's fleet, such a massive energy eruption would inevitably create strong shockwaves. Just as Mu widened his eyes and shouted these words through the all-member communication system, before the others could react, the shockwave had already arrived. Even the massive battle star was shaking violently continuously, let alone the smaller warships. Several collisions occurred, fortunately only minor ones, avoiding any catastrophic ship destruction and casualties. Inside the command center of the War God, as the tremors gradually subsided, everyone wore an expression of relief as if they had narrowly escaped death. Just a moment ago, they all thought they couldn't survive this calamity. Where did that girl find such a terrifying civilization? This is totally beyond the level 6 technological civilization, isn't it? Straightening his body, Mu suddenly remembered what His Majesty had mentioned before. Wei had brought help from a level 6 civilization. He couldn't help but chuckle and comment, while the Vice Admiral beside him nodded in agreement. If this is a level 6 civilization, then what are we? Mu suddenly remembered something. Immediately scanned the surrounding bug groups. Yes, Admiral. Almost all the bugs in the 15th defense zone have been wiped out, including the 2 level 3 king bugs. A few seconds later, the Vice Admiral, looking at the scanning results, took in a sharp breath, unable to form coherent words. Everyone in the command center fell silent, their faces showing disbelief. For the soldiers of the Triad Empire, the 0-point particle series armaments were far beyond their comprehension. Even though the reality was staring at them, accepting it was not an easy task. With one exception, the one in the main bridge of the Dark Star, Wei. In the War God's command center, the only exception was Wei. Is this the 0-point missile? Yes. It's quite impressive, isn't it? Indeed, very impressive. I am very interested in these 0-point particles. Can I participate in the research in the future? Of course. Lin Fen smiled and nodded. That's the effect he wanted. In fact, among the 0-point series armaments, the 0-point missile's power is not the greatest. The most powerful armament can destroy an entire supermassive stellar system with just one shot. That the attack range of such armaments is hard to control, so unless in special circumstances, the tactical 0-point missiles are more practical. Wei. Lin Fen might have said a bit too much, as he noticed a gleam of interest in Wei's eyes, eager to rush to the laboratory and study its miraculous 0-point particle immediately. The scene left everyone speechless. Marshal, Li Kangqiang and Fujiwara Ayaka request to use a 0-point missile. Permission granted. Without hesitation, Lin Fen agreed to their request. Their situation was different from his. In the 15th defense zone under Lin Fan's command, there were at least 30 star systems, a total of 30 billion Federation battleships. On the other hand, the Vita defense line had a total of 68 defense zones. However, Li Kangqiang and Fujiwara Ayako only had 2 star systems each, totaling 20 billion battleships. They had to split forces to reorganize 67 defense zones, with only a few million battleships assigned to each defense zone. Though having a few million battleships was enough to stall the bug advance, it wasn't sufficient to swiftly eradicate all bug groups, risking the escape of the other to level 3 king bugs. Hence, to prevent such a scenario, both of them applied for a 0-point missile each, a request Lin Fen naturally couldn't refuse. It's your turn, Lily. Your mission begins now. I understand. After authorizing them, Lin Fen turned towards Lily. As she responded, Lily immediately went to a console, activating a special circular virtual operation page and started operating it continuously. This sight puzzled many, wondering what was happening. Seeing Lin Fan's expression growing more serious, everyone remained silent. Minutes later, Lily stopped. Any discoveries? Lin Fen asked immediately. No. Nothing found. Lily shook her head. Is that so? I might be overthinking it. No. It's too early to draw a conclusion. In that case, we shall remain here for about a year, and during this time, continue your investigation. I have a feeling that we should be able to uncover some clues here. Quickly dispelling his doubts, Lin Fen spoke to Lily seriously. Yes, I understand. It had been a long time since Lily had seen Lin Fen so serious. In her memory, her father's superior always appeared relaxed and composed, no matter the situation. Lily nodded in response. Thousands of light years away, Hanny's colossal body visibly trembled, a mix of fear and anger. The opposing force's power evidently surpassed his capability, reaching a level where he needed a level 1 king bug or even the Imperial Bug Emperor to intervene. A situation exacerbated as the Bug Emperor Alba was in the process of nurturing its exclusive royal guard. It had ordered not to be disturbed for a year. Familiar with Alba's temperament, Hannah dared not disobey its command. Damn it, let's first recall all the king bugs and bug groups from the front lines. Having lost to level 3 king bugs already, Hannah didn't want to lose more. Yet, it seemed it might already be too late. End of the chapter. Chapter 480. The insect clan assembles. In reality, there was no need for Haney to say much. In the 6th and 8th defense zones of the Vita defense line, the 2 third-tier king insects had already fled for their lives. As previously mentioned, in these 2 defense zones, there were not many federal battleships, only Li Kangqiang and Tokugawa Ayako's flagship, along with approximately 30 million battleships. While they could still defeat the ordinary insect swarms, it would be quite challenging to clear out all the insect swarms in a short amount of time, and catch up to destroy the king insects. After all, the main battleships used by the Federation were equipped with space shields, not dimensional shields like the Dark Star, so even getting close to the ordinary insect swarms posed a threat to the battleships. Commander, the authorization for the 0-point missiles has been given. Immediately initiate the 0-point missile launch procedure and plan the attack strategy. Yes, the launch procedure has been initiated, the attack strategy has been planned, and launch authorization transferred to the commander. With a series of commands and confirmation from the command center, a virtual red launch button suddenly appeared in front of Li Kangqiang. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand and pressed down on the virtual launch button. The 0-point missile was successfully launched, stabilizing its trajectory and activating the micro-hyperspace engine. The hyperspace window opened, and the 0-point missile entered hyperspace, engulfing the fleeing third-tier king insect and its escort insects in a burst of white light. A similar scene occurred in the 6th defense zone, where Tokugawa Ayako also used the 0-point missile to eliminate the other third-tier king insect. With this, all 4 third-tier king insects participating in the attack on the Vita defense line had been successfully killed. With the one previously taken out by the Three-Eyed Empire years ago, there was now a discontinuity within the ranks of the king insects under Alba's command, and there were no longer any third-tier king insects present. In the 15th defense zone, the War God-class battleship had already joined forces with Lin Fan's fleet. As they stood side by side with the Dark Star, despite being a War God-class battleship, it still gave everyone a sense of insignificance. When Mud stepped onto the Dark Star and arrived at the main bridge, a figure suddenly pounced on him. Uncle Mu. Not caring about appearances, the figure directly pounced on Mu, eyes red with emotion. Mud had taken care of Wei since she was 3 years old, after her parents, who had been commanders of a fleet under Mu and a medical officer, died in the war against the insects. Since then, Mud had raised Wei as his own daughter. Over a year ago, Mud had directly carried Wei onto a battleship and sent her through a spatial channel to the Andromeda Galaxy. Therefore, although Wei called him uncle, in her heart, Mud was more like a father figure. The feeling of being reunited was always so beautiful. All right, silly girl, don't cry. There are so many people around, man. After sniffing a few times and calming down a bit, Wei reluctantly let go of Mud and stood by his side. At that moment, Lin Fen stood before the two, having observed their interaction without interrupting. Is this Marshal Lin Fen? Yes, he is the Marshal of the Human Federation, Lin Fen. Before Lin Fen could speak, Wei suddenly took the initiative to introduce him, giving Mud a clearer understanding of the situation. Wei, who usually ignored males, was surprisingly proactive today. Hello, I'm Lin Fen. Extending his right hand, Lin Fen, accustomed to various cultural etiquette as a Grand Marshal of the Empire, naturally shook hands with Mu in return. I'm Mu, Wei's guardian. Thank you for taking care of her these past months. It's my pleasure. Lin Fan smiled. Wei is now our federal strategic scientist. Of course, she should be taken care of. A strategic scientist is a treasure for any civilization. Marshal, Li Kangqiang and Tokugawa Ayako have each dealt with the last to third-tier king insects and are currently clearing out the remaining insect swarms. Tell them to clean up thoroughly. I don't want to see any insects crossing the defense line. Understood. Just as Lin Fan and Mu finished their introductions and were about to discuss business, Liang Zhu arrived by Lin Fan's side to report. Upon hearing this, Mu was surprised. Not only had they taken out the two third-tier king insects in the 15th defense zone, but had they also managed to deal with the ones in the 6th and 8th defense zones as well. The speed was incredible. However, considering the horrific weapons they had witnessed before, such efficiency seemed reasonable. May I trouble General Mu to recall those fleets? Since we only have 5 billion battleships, if the entire insect clan within the star system launches a relentless attack on the defense line, we might struggle. This wasn't an exaggeration by Lin Fan. The insect clan that attacked the Vita defense line previously had been only a small part of the entire star system's insect population. If the entirety of the star system, or even the entire galaxy, launched an all-out assault, the defense provided by less than 1 billion battleships per defense zone would indeed be challenging, even with the continuous use of zero-point missiles. Although the Federation was rich and powerful, there were still limits. Not to mention the first and second-tier king insects mentioned in the intelligence reports. Therefore, Lin Fan truly needed the hundreds of billions of Imperial battleships to assist in defense. Very well, I will immediately order their return. Mu agreed with Lin Fan's request and promptly instructed his deputy to relay the command. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of light years away, just as Lin Fan guessed, Hanyi was giving orders to the insect clan within the Mel Star System cluster through the mental network, to the Gal Galaxy cluster. End of chapter. Chapter 481. The human recognized by Alba is thousands of light years away from the Veta defense line. A massive fleet lies sprawled in the void, with more than 100 billion warships. In front of this fleet, a large number of engineering ships are busy building something. If Lin Fan were to see this scene, he would recognize that these engineering ships are constructing stargates. This massive fleet was previously ordered by Mu to retreat to the capital circle of the Three-Eyed Empire. The defending force stationed at the original Veta defense line was a staggering 110 billion warships. Commander, are we really going to retreat like this? We might still have time now. We could still save the Grand Commander. Shut up. Do you know the determination with which the Grand Commander stayed behind for us, and the expectations he had, sending us to establish the final defense line in the capital circle? Do you want all the sacrifices made by the Grand Commander to be in vain? As the temporary commander of this great army and also Mu's only student, Zhu was very clear-headed. Only by reaching the capital circle as quickly as possible and constructing a solid defense line could more people be evacuated from the Empire. Only then could the sacrifice of Grand Commander Mu have meaning. After giving a stern command to his deputy, Zhu closed his eyes in pain. However, at that moment, unexpected news came from the communications officer. Commander, we have received a communication request from the War God. 2 hours later, at the Veta defense line, headquarters of the garrison, the void contracted, and a large number of fleets continued to arrive, stretching as far as the eye could see. Even until now, Zhu found it somewhat unbelievable. Just 2 hours ago, he was busy constructing stargates in preparation to retreat to the capital circle, and now he received a communication from Mu. Honestly, at first, Zhu thought Mu wanted to explain something in his final moments, but when the communication connected, and he saw the massive warship through the porthole, especially the huge warship beside it, Zhu finally accepted what Mu had mentioned in the previous communication. A civilization capable of building such powerful warships indeed had the ability to crush the insect race unilaterally. After all, based on Chu's years of experience fighting against the bugs, the insects were not necessarily stronger than the Three-Eyed Empire, just that their numbers were overwhelming. Of course, this was under the assumption that Alba had not personally intervened otherwise. Half an hour later, under Mu's lead, Zhu finally saw the man he had imagined countless times in his mind, Lin Fan. Unfortunately, Lin Fan looked different from all his previous imaginations. Just from his appearance, there was no sign of wisdom or strength. At most, He looked a bit charming. All right, he was very handsome. Hadn't his junior sister almost become his shadow lately? Watching Wei's reaction, Shu's mouth twitched slightly. This meeting didn't last long, but it left both Mu and Zhu almost speechless. Through a long-distance communication link with the Emperor of the Three-Eyed Empire, Miao, to finally learn that the Empire had joined this human federation and become a member, but due to the tension at the Veda defense line, they had kept it quiet. And in front of them, this man who didn't even seem as powerful as Wei was apparently the highest commander of the Federation fleet, in other words, the superior of their group. Of course, at that moment, Mu and the others did not know that although Lin Fan looked like a young man, his actual age was not younger than Mu's. After this meeting, Lin Fan naturally became the highest commander of the Veda defense line and started to rebuild the defense line with a fleet of 5 billion from the Federation and over 110 billion warships from the Three-Eyed Empire. However, while Lin Fan was busy arranging the defense, tens of thousands of light years away, a certain insect emperor had reached his breaking point. Though Alba had instructed not to disturb for a year, as it needed to focus on nurturing the royal guard. However, even if Haina did not dare disturb, and Alba himself wouldn't actively investigate, it didn't mean Alba was unaware of everything. The stir was too great. In fact, hours ago, Alba had felt that something was amiss, but it still didn't actively investigate. In its view, Haina could handle everything, and it didn't need to be concerned. However, just now, Alba felt something strange again. It seemed that all the insect races in the star system were gravitating towards itself. At this point, Alba couldn't sit still any longer and immediately tapped into the insect's mental network, shouting in rage, "Haina, what are you doing? Why have you gathered all the races within the star system? Wait, what about Rita and the others? Why can't I sense their presence anymore?" When Alba reconnected to the insect's mental network, it soon sensed an even stranger occurrence. Its third-tier king bugs were missing. Yes, they had disappeared. No matter how it tried to sense, it couldn't pick up their presence. And this, Alba knew well what it meant. It meant that its third-tier king bugs, Rita and the others, had all perished. Haina. At that moment, Alba was truly furious, erupting with the angry stir since becoming the Duke. What a joke, he had only been away for a few hours, and how had the whole world changed? If Haina couldn't offer a reasonable explanation, even though Alba trusted it, it might just tear it apart. "Your Majesty, please let me explain." Startled by Alba's roar, Haina, with its massive body trembling, cautiously spoke. "Very well. Speak. If there is anything that displeases me, I will tear you apart." "Yes. Here's the situation." As Haina recounted the events, Alba, who had been on the verge of losing control, gradually quieted down. If Haina's explanation was true, Alba was certain that Haina wouldn't lie to it. Then, the whole situation wasn't Haina's fault, and even if it was its fault, it might not receive a good outcome. After all, the royal guard exclusive to the insect emperor had not yet been nurtured, which meant the current Alba did not possess complete combat capabilities as an insect emperor. The opponent's strength had already reached the level of that powerful civilization during the previous holy war of the insect race. Alba still vividly remembered that battle. Although the insect race eventually won, the price paid was that 80% of the king bugs perished, a devastating loss. Now, to face an enemy of that level again, which civilization was it from? Haina, open your mind. Let me see the appearance of the enemy. Yes, my emperor. Following the insect's mental network, Alba used its incredibly powerful insect emperor's mental strength to directly enter Haina's mind and look at the information. And when it finally saw this powerful enemy and the emblem on their warship, this is a human. End of the chapter. Chapter 482. The insect queen Alia of the human race. Alba was suddenly shocked. This emblem, there is absolutely no mistake, it is the human federation of the Milky Way. That Farn really didn't lie to himself. This human race is indeed powerful enough. This powerful civilization that could trigger holy war for the insect clan turns out to be that human race. It's a good thing that back then he planned on taking down the Gal Galaxy first before heading straight to the Milky Way. Thinking of this, Alba couldn't help but shudder. Even the surrounding void rippled with his shudder. Hane, I already know what's going on. Continue with your original plan. Gather all the races of the entire galaxy, and launch an endless wave of insects against them. After pondering for a moment, Alba said to Hane, "Yes, Your Majesty, I will use absolute numbers to completely overwhelm them. You fool. Do you think you can win against an enemy of this level with numbers alone? Use your brain. This time, Hannah was a bit confused. What did the Emperor mean? He asked me to launch a tide of insects with the entire tribe, but then said that it's not about numbers. Isn't that contradictory? Furthermore, even my first-tier guard insects are all under your command. Even if they all die, it's fine. Just as Hannah was feeling baffled, Alba added, leaving Hannah even more puzzled. The first-tier guard insects are under my command, and even if they all die, it's fine. Why is everything the Emperor says so contradictory? Don't you understand? That's an opponent we can't currently deal with. Your mission is to completely restrain them. Don't allow them to disturb me until I have cultivated enough royal guard insects. Seeing Hannah in a state of confusion, Alba had to explain briefly. Nevertheless, even if the insect clan couldn't shudder in disbelief, Hannah still wanted to shudder. The Emperor's words were too shocking. Is that civilization truly so powerful? Although he understood that civilization was powerful, following the Emperor's words made it seem 100 times more powerful than he originally thought. I will contact Aelia and see if we can launch another holy war together. That's it. I leave this matter to you. After saying this, Alba directly cut off the connection in the mental network, leaving Hannah almost stunned into silence, only recovering a few minutes later. The Emperor actually wants to join forces with Aelia for this civilization and even launch the second holy war of the insect clan. Hannah felt that if things continued like this, he might evolve an organ for shuddering. At that moment, it realized the seriousness of the problem and without further hesitation, continued to mobilize troops throughout the Mears galaxy cluster via the mental network, -7 billion light-years away from the Milky Way. This is the Velisto hypergalactic cluster adjacent to the Reniacquia hypergalactic cluster where the Milky Way is located. However, this galaxy cluster is quite strange. Unlike the Reniacquia hypergalactic cluster, the Velisto hypergalactic cluster seems to have been hollowed out, with a diameter of about 300 million light-years. And there is a void within it with a diameter of 250 million light-years, containing fewer than 100 galaxies. If a federal astronomer were to see this, they would quickly recognize it. This is one of the 3 major mysteries in federal astronomy, the Shepherd's Hole. On the edge of the Velisto hypergalactic cluster, in a galaxy outside the Shepherd's Hole, a giant insect lies sideways in the void. She is the only female insect species in the insect clan, the insect queen Aelia. Is it Alba? Suddenly, Aelia sensed that a fellow member was calling her through the mental network and slowly opened her eyes. The immense psychic power that had not been released for nearly 100 years suddenly blossomed, establishing a connection with Alba through the mental network across 600 million light-years. Alba, what's the matter? Have you evolved into a royal insect? Halfway through the conversation, Aelia, shocked by Alba's revelation, interrupted. This little guy who just became the 3rd Grand Duke 100 years ago has evolved into a royal insect. Yes, Aelia, I have evolved into a monarch. Ha ha. Wonderful, Alba. You have indeed brought me a surprise I have been waiting for many years. With genuine joy, Aelia burst into laughter like never before. However, this scene left Alba completely baffled. This was completely different from what he had anticipated. Normally, Aelia should feel threatened by her status and be wary of him, leading to constant scheming and competing for control of the entire insect clan over the long years. But now, what was this genuine joy all about? In reality, what Alba didn't know was that normally this was indeed the case. However, throughout Aelia's long years, there were many first-tier royal insects, but she remained the only queen. Initially, this wasn't a problem, as it made her rule easier. However, everything was different now. Over the long years, Aelia had tried almost every method she could think of to break through the limits of her race and evolve into a more powerful being. However, when all her efforts failed, one day Aelia accidentally discovered the method to break through the racial limits, the successful combination of two royal insects to give birth to the next generation. This new generation would have no racial limits from birth and theoretically could evolve indefinitely. While this discovery should have made her happy, where would she find two royal insects? In the entire history of the insect clan, she was the only royal insect. Now, all of this was no longer a problem. Two royal insects, one male and one female. What could be more perfect than this? Therefore, at this moment, Aelia did not reject Alba at all but was genuinely happy. "Aelia, I need your help with something important. Tell me. Anything is not a problem." Alba was now completely puzzled by Aelia. Was she too easygoing? "I hope you will join me in launching the second holy war of the insect clan. Yes, I have encountered a powerful enemy, a civilization as strong as the Holy Empire," Alba said very seriously through the mental network. This Holy Empire was the enemy it faced during the first holy war of the insect clan. Those two words, holy war, immediately brought Aelia, who was in endless joy, back to reality. Without thinking, without hesitating, she responded directly, "Yes, I will help you, even if it means losing 80% of our tribe." End of this chapter. Chapter 483. The Holy War of the Insect Tribe. The Holy War severed the spiritual network connection with Alba. Arya looked towards the distant, somewhat terrifying shepherd's seat that seemed to go from nothing to something. She recalled the great battle that had taken place in the Verse Super Galaxy cluster. At that time, she was full of spirit, leading her lineage to sweep through, growing stronger and more audacious. Until one day, Arya encountered the Holy VI Empire within this Verse Super Galaxy cluster. This was an incredibly powerful seventh-level technological civilization. Even the insect queen Arya herself couldn't stand against it. Of course, not being able to stand against it didn't mean being completely overwhelmed. In the beginning, the Holy VI Empire had the advantage, but unfortunately, they lacked lasting power. Actually, this couldn't be blamed on the Holy VI Empire. It should be said that compared to their lasting power, there were hardly any civilizations in the entire universe that could compare to the insect tribe. After tens of thousands of years of war, most of the territory of the Holy VI Empire had been captured by the insect tribe, almost facing the end of the country. Its scientists finally discovered zero-point particles in the Verse Super Galaxy cluster and successfully developed the technology to acquire them. The Holy VI Empire, completely bloodthirsty, continued to acquire zero-point particles without restraint and constantly turned them into heavy-duty weapons. Any place where the insect tribe existed was dealt with directly by a zero-point bomb. From that day on, the entire Verse Super Galaxy cluster fell into chaos. Star systems and even galaxies were destroyed one after another. At later stages, even galaxy clusters were destroyed successively. This madness continued for a full 8,000 years, until a huge void appeared within the Verse Super Galaxy cluster, one of the three great mysteries in federal astronomy today. The Shepherd's Seat Hollow finally settled down. However, it was not because the insect tribe annihilated the Holy VI Empire, but one day, the Holy VI Empire suddenly disappeared. No one knew why the Holy VI Empire disappeared, and no one knew where they had gone. This remains a huge mystery to this day. Knowing how powerful the Holy VI Empire was, Aelia was well aware of how strong the civilization Alba mentioned, comparable to the Holy VI Empire, must be. At other times, even if Aelia abandoned a third-rank king worm, she would absolutely not provoke such a powerful civilization again. However, the current situation was somewhat different. The long-awaited path of racial evolution appeared, and for this hope, even if 80% of the lineage die, even if only their two imperial worms remained, Aelia would not hesitate. Lineages could be nurtured again, but once the path of racial evolution was missed, it might never reappear. Emil, Gayashi, immediately lead all your lineages to the Mel's Galaxy cluster, the Gal Galaxy. Upon arrival, obey the commands of the insect queen Alba. A new round of holy war has begun. Once again radiating the powerful spiritual power unique to the insect queen, Aelia instantly connected to her to first-rank king worms under her command via the spiritual network. This brief content completely shocked Emil and Gayashi, especially the insect queen Alba mentioned by Aelia during the Holy War, which directly turned the two Grand Dukes into specimens. Wasn't that little guy just promoted to Grand Duke 100 years ago? And he is already evolved into an insect queen. Isn't that a bit too sensational? Well, in any case, since the insect queen Aelia has issued the order, it's time to organize and set off immediately. After all the questions will be answered in the Mel's Galaxy cluster. Unlike Alba, Emil and Gayashi were veteran Grand Dukes whose territories were even calculated by galaxy clusters. They weren't like Alba still spending time on a galaxy cluster. Once the lineages were fully mobilized, the scene was, compared to Alba's meager forces, it was simply incomparable. And Lin Fan, located in the Gal Galaxy, was still unaware of all this. He was currently busy redeploying the Vita defense line. Perhaps, technologically speaking, the Federation was not much worse than the former Holy VI Empire, and in some aspects, even surpassed it, such as in the application of zero-point particles. However, in terms of military strength, the Federation was probably not even 1% as much as the Holy VI Empire. Take the fleet led by Lin Fan. The 5 billion warships were nearly 30% of the Federation's total forces. In terms of population and military strength alone, any fifth-level civilization could probably crush the Federation with ease. In the end, it was because the Federation's development had been so rapid, to the extent that it was unmatched in the universe. This also led to a severe lack of foundation in the Federation, best represented by its population. While merging with the Three-Eyed Empire, a sixth-level civilization, the current Three-Eyed Empire had hardly anything left from its peak, neither in terms of population nor military strength. Marshall, according to the space radar, the entire insect tribe of the Gal Galaxy is heading towards the Vita defense line. At the same time, we received information from the science department that through the invasion of the insect tribe's spiritual network, the entire Mel's Galaxy cluster's insect tribe is also converging towards the Gal Galaxy. This quantity is likely to exceed the scale of the Milky Way galaxy many times over. Inside the war room, Liangzu was reporting the latest military intelligence. Obviously, the insect tribe intended to spare no expense and trade quantity for quality. However, Lin Fan felt that there was a problem with this, and a significant one at that. After all, the kingworms within the insect tribe had already evolved into a species with high intelligence. They should have understood from previous battles that quantity was ineffective against zero-point armaments. While you could completely bog down the Federation on the Vita defense line with an endless supply of troops, it was impossible to defeat the Federation. Not even a glimmer of hope existed. Lin Fan's fleet even carried several zero-point particle collection ships. Therefore, whether it was energy or zero-point weapons, Lin Fan could acquire them anytime, anywhere without the risk of running out, no matter how much quantity used for exchange. In that case, what was the purpose of this first-rank kingworm? To delay himself, waiting for reinforcements strong enough to oppose him to arrive. An insect queen strong enough to contend with a pseudo-7th-level technological civilization within the insect tribe. Thinking of this, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. That should be it. Notify headquarters, request them to mobilize Federation forces to assist the Three-Eyed Empire in speeding up the migration process. We may not have as much time as we think we do. Understood. End of this chapter. Chapter 484. Launching a direct attack on the Huanglong Galaxy, Vita defense line. It has been a whole month since the last Vita offensive van defensive battle. Spanning a whole light-year of distance, the starry sky is no longer visible, as the entire void has been squeezed without any spare space by the insect race. It is not until now that Liangzu realized that the previous report indicating the scale of the insect race in the Milky Way galaxy was underestimated by orders of magnitude. Since half a month ago, when the insect race began to reinvigorate the defense line, there has been no respite on the battlefield for even a second. Fortunately, with the presence of the Federation, there is a crushing advantage over these ordinary insect swarms, preventing them from entering the defense line within 1 astronomical unit. Moreover, all defenders can rotate for rest, unlike the previous continuous combat in the first offensive van defensive battle, avoiding a significant decrease in combat effectiveness due to fatigue. In the rear, apart from organizing a large-scale evacuation through the spatial displacement channel opened by Wei Suo, the Triple-I Empire, the Federation has now also joined in with a large number of military and civilian ships, constantly shuttling back and forth between the Gal Galaxy and the Andromeda Galaxy, accelerating the entire evacuation process by at least 3 times. What was originally a plan for over a year of evacuation can now be completed in just 3 more months. Everything seems to be progressing in a positive direction, but Lin Fan doesn't think so. At this moment, he is presiding over a war meeting. The insect race has been attacking for a month now. According to our detection, the front of the Vita defense line within a full light-year range is filled with insect swarms, all heading towards our position. Does anyone have any thoughts on this situation? Lin Fan looked down at the more than 10 people below him, including 5 cluster commanders who followed him to the Gal Galaxy and senior leaders of the Vita defense line of the Triple-I Empire. Although he already had a firm idea in mind, Lin Fen still wanted to hear if his subordinates had any thoughts. This was considered an assessment, but at the same time, it was also collective brainstorming. After all, Lin Fen was not a god, and there might be oversights. Marshal, I think this time the insect race's attack is very suspicious. Among the leaders, the first to speak was Li Kangqian, Lin Fan's most capable officer. He was no longer the excellent Mecha Division commander he used to be, nor the young fleet commander, but now large star system level cluster commander, a 2-star admiral of the Federation, who had participated in almost all Federation wars. For half a month, the insect race should have fully understood that with us here, they simply can't get close to the Vita defense line. However, they continued to attack as if they want to send all the insect races in the galaxy group to us, waiting for us to execute them. I think this is highly unusual, unless the insect race's commander is a creature with low intelligence that acts purely on instinct, but obviously, the Insect King is not such a creature. Based on our past experiences, the Insect King is undoubtedly a highly intelligent life form, and would not make such brainless commands. Therefore, I conclude that the current actions of the insect race must have other hidden purposes, with the goal of defeating us as a premise. We must be more cautious. Lin Fen nodded in agreement. Although Li Kangqian did not think as far as he did, his basic train of thought was consistent with his own. Lin Fen believed that given some time, Li would definitely figure out the rest of the issues. Marshal Lin Fen, I also have some thoughts. May I share them? Just as everyone was contemplating Li Kangqian's words, there was a voice in the war meeting room. Although the two civilizations had not formally completed their integration, Lin Fen already regarded the leaders of the Triple I Empire as his own and did not treat them differently. Of course, General Mu, please go ahead. Lin Fen nodded. Well, it's like this. Everyone should know that based on the information we obtained from capturing a third-rank king worm, the highest commander of the insect race attacking the Mel's Galaxy group should be a first-rank king worm. However, after nearly 100 years of war, we have yet to see this king worm appear. In fact, not to mention a first-rank king worm, so far, we haven't even encountered a second-rank king worm. It's quite embarrassing to say. Perhaps in the eyes of the insect race, only a third-rank king worm is enough to deal with us, so first and second-rank king worms do not need to personally enter the field. But the current situation is different. With all third-rank king worms being killed, if the insect race wants to regain control of the battlefield, they should use more powerful forces, rather than the present situation where not even a king worm has appeared and simply rely on ordinary swarms to continuously carry out suicidal attacks. Therefore, I am thinking, perhaps the first-rank king worm, upon seeing the Federation's military strength, believes that even if it enters the field, it cannot achieve victory. Therefore, it is using ordinary swarms as cannon fodder to continually assault the defense line, thoroughly immobilizing us, and its purpose is likely to wait for an opportunity that can defeat us. And this opportunity may require time, such as the support of a more powerful existence beyond a first-rank king worm. Lin Fen was somewhat surprised to look at Mu, as he had not expected Mu to think to this level. After all, for these past 2 weeks, Mu gave him the impression of being somewhat like Lian Xingchen, leaning towards conventional warfare, not liking adventures, somewhat of a rigid commander. It's not to say that such a commander is bad. In many cases, such commanders are very reliable. However, this type of commander has a common flaw, which is only thinking about the enemy with conventional thinking. That's why Lin Fen was surprised. In fact, in the case of Mu, Lin Fen really underestimated him. The reason why Mu's command style over the years was so similar to Lian Xingchen was mainly because he bore the fate of the entire empire and did not allow for any risky behavior, not because he was truly conservative in tactical thinking. General Mu's thoughts align completely with mine. As for this opportunity, I believe the possibility of the Insect Emperor is highly likely. Looking at the leaders below, especially the federal leaders, except for Ayako Fujihara, all showed surprise at Mu's words, and Lin Fen sighed slightly in his heart. Except for individually talented leaders, it seems that most others have been into few battles, with too little experience. When standing up and looking around at all the leaders below, Lin Fen laid out his plan. End of chapter. Chapter 485. Father and daughter join forces to break through the Yellow Dragon. Lin Fan's statement truly surprised everyone. After all, The true strength of the first and second tier king bugs was unknown to everyone, so sending the fleet directly to attack the Yellow Dragon might seem too risky. However, there were also those who understood, such as Li Kangqiang, Fujiwara Aoyako, or Mu. They understood clearly, if the first-tier king bug could really defeat the Federation fleet, why wouldn't it take action, instead of letting ordinary chitlins be cannon fodder to hold itself back? Furthermore, if the first-tier king bug was really stronger than the Federation fleet, could it be defeated even if guarding the defense line? The reason was simple, but most people easily fell into a thinking trap. Looking around, Lin Fen sighing in his heart once again. Indeed, besides these three individuals, it was obvious that the others, although not lacking in tactical skills, were clearly inferior to these three at the strategic level. Obviously, Li Kangqiang, Fujiwara Aoyako, and Mu were the types who could lead, while the others could only follow suit. Perhaps their career as cluster commanders had reached its end. No matter if the other side is waiting for the Insect King or scheming something else, there is only one thing we must do, Lin Fen declared. Before they are fully prepared, completely crush them in their cradle. Therefore, I have decided to detach a Federal Galaxy cluster from the vetted defense line, utilizing the advantage of the hyperspace engine to directly surpass the insect horde, reach their rear, locate the first-tier king bug, and then... Does detaching a Federal Galaxy cluster have an impact on the vetted defense line? Definitely, as it represents 20% of the Federation's forces here. However, this impact is within manageable limits and will not result in the defense line being unable to stop the insect horde from advancing. Li Kangqiang. Here. Hearing Lin Fen call out his name, Li Kangqiang immediately stood up. Lead your first cluster to coordinate with the redeployment of the staff department. Withdraw the fleet from the vetted defense line in order, and depart after 3 days, heading to the rear of the insect horde. For this operation, I will let Li Lizzie accompany your ship to provide technical support. Any problems? Actually, Lin Fen was not planning to let Li Lizzie join the fleet originally. After all, she was Li Kangqiang's daughter. Sending her father on such a dangerous mission was one thing, but allowing his daughter to go along as well seemed questionable. However, there was something Lin Fen did not mention here. This mission was not just about finding and eliminating the first-tier king bug. In reality, there was another purpose which Li Lizzie was most suitable for. Therefore, despite feeling somewhat sorry towards Li Kangqiang, Lin Fen still issued this order. No problem, Marshal. Without any hesitation, Li Kangqiang believed that under no circumstances would Lin Fen send Li Lizzie along if there was a choice. This was not because Li Lizzie was his daughter, but because she was currently one of the 2 strategic scientists of the Federation. Nevertheless, Lin Fen still gave such an order. Thus, there must be a reason why Li Lizzie had to go on this mission, even if Lin Fen did not explicitly mention it. Regarding this matter, Li Kangqiang had absolutely no complaints. On the contrary, he was somewhat looking forward to it, as the opportunity for father and daughter to go on a mission together was indeed rare. As for the danger, Li Kangqiang believed that Lin Fen would not send him on an uncertain mission. Furthermore, he believed in his own abilities, a confidence that every leader must possess. And even if something unexpected were to happen, he would risk his life to ensure Li Lizzie's safety. This was not only because Li Lizzie was a valuable strategic scientist of the Federation, but also because she was his daughter. 3 days later, at the main base camp behind the vetted defense line, a massive fleet had already lined up neatly in the void, presenting a spectacular sight. Among them, a huge Titan-class battleship seemed to be the flagship of the fleet, with the words Yingluan inscribed on its hull, the seat of Li Kangqiang. Yingluan. Inside the bridge, the command and staff teams were all busy, making final preparations for the fleet's departure. Commander, all fleets are ready to depart at any time. Full fleet departure. Yes, Commander. More than 50,000 light-years away. Hainai. Prepare yourself. The vanguard forces of Vimal and Gayasi will arrive in 3 months. In addition, Arya will also arrive in half a year. As Hainai, commanding the entire star system cluster of the insect horde towards the vetted defense line as cannon fodder, a more majestic voice came through the mental network after Albana became the insect king. Feeling a shock in its heart, Hainai was immediately shaken by Albana's words. The other 2 archdukes and the insect queen Arya were gathering together and coming here. Unlike Albana, the young Hainai had not participated in the previous holy war, so it did not fully understand the significance of the Insect Emperor and all the Archdukes gathering together. Nevertheless, this did not prevent it from being deeply impressed by the lineup. After all, for a small figure like itself, when would there be an opportunity to see so many important figures at the same time? Yes, Your Majesty. Hainai's voice was even slightly trembling. Well, in addition, you continue with the current strategy. I will continue to isolate the space. Cultivate the royal guard as much as possible before they arrive. Unless it is Arya. Do not disturb me. Yes, I understand, Your Majesty. What does it mean not to disturb it unless Arya arrives? Clearly, Albana's intention was to assert dominance over the other two archdukes. After all, they were all once archdukes, and Albana was the youngest and weakest, but now that it had evolved into the Insect Emperor, it was no longer in the same class as them. Therefore, it was necessary to re-establish the understanding of the other two archdukes, prompting the need for such a power play. No matter how important the archdukes are, they must wait patiently until I have time, and until I want to see them. After finishing the matter, Albana once again cut off the mental network connection, while Hainai continued to command. Through the frontline sensory sharing of the insect horde, Hainai looked at the defenders on the vetted defense line. These days, it always felt that something was wrong, but could not pinpoint the exact problem. Suddenly, like a flash of insight, Hainai finally figured it out. Something was off in terms of numbers. The number of human warships was clearly lacking a portion. End of this chapter. Chapter 486. Li Kangqian, the galaxy of Algol, Terra Starfield, who was held under control, was staring at the data feedback from the space radar in a bridge of the Titan-class battleship Yingluan No. Li Kangqian frowned tightly. Yes, there was trouble. In Li Kangqian's plan, he intended to use the Federal Space Radar technology advantage to locate areas without the presence of the Insect Clan to settle. After all, currently, the Insect Clan within the entire galaxy was surging towards the Vitted defense line. In such a situation, it was not very difficult to find some insect-free areas. Originally, it should be like this, but now the situation had deviated. Within the scouting range of the 3D radar spanning 5 light-years, those areas that were originally insect-free were being constantly filled with battle insects by the Insect Clan. Even if only a few insects were placed in those areas, it would be futile to attempt to eliminate them. Even if Li Kangqian's fleet went there, they would still be discovered. This diplomat seemed as if they were aware of his plan and intentionally carried out targeted tactics, causing a headache. And indeed it was. When Hainer discovered that the human fleet on the Vitted defense line suddenly decreased by 20%, he took this matter very seriously. Speaking of which, if these fleets belonged to the Tri-Empire, Hainer probably would not even bother, but if it was a human fleet, it could not be ignored. A full billion human battleships, this was already threatening enough to the Queen Insect of the entire Insect Clan rear area. Therefore, this led to Hainer's current deployment, which was like setting up an alternative monitoring network throughout the Algol galaxy. It had to be said that Hainer's move had hit Li Kangqian where it hurts. If the fleet's whereabouts were discovered, the entire operation plan would be ruined, and trying to track down and eliminate Alba would be nothing but wishful thinking. After all, once Alba sensed danger, it could easily leave the Algol galaxy and go to other star systems in the Mel's galaxy group. By that time, trying to find it again would be as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Therefore, Li Kangqian had to hit the mark, and to do so relied on covert operations. He absolutely could not be discovered before taking action. Connect me to the Marshal. Yes, Commander. Watching the space radar, with a few battle insects moving towards his position, Li Kangqian knew that in a day's time, his location would likely fall within the perception range of these battle insects. There was no time to hesitate anymore. Although he wasn't sure if his plan would work, it was much better than waiting for the plan to fail. However, to use this method, he needed the cooperation of the Marshal. Li Kangqian, what's the problem? The communication was connected, and Lin Fan's figure appeared on the bridge. Marshal, it's like this. Soon, Li Kangqian explained the situation to Lin Fan. The Insect Clan's response did not surprise Lin Fan, as he had not expected to keep it a secret forever. But the speed of their reaction was indeed fast. He had thought he could delay it for 10 days to half a month, but it turned out to be just a few days before they realized it and made targeted deployments. However, this was not an unsolvable problem. Lin Fan had at least 3 possible solutions. I understand the situation. Do you have a solution? I do have one, but it requires the Marshal's cooperation. Oh, this is interesting. All right. Tell me, how do you want me to cooperate? Lin Fen asked with interest. Li Kangqian's request was somewhat unexpected, which meant it was different from his own methods. After all, Lin Fan's methods did not require the cooperation of the defenders on the Vita defense line. I hope Marshall can use the space illusion technique on the defense line and create the illusion of 3 battleships entering hyperspace and leaving each day. So that's what it is. I suppose I'm going to play mind games with the insect clan. It's quite interesting. After listening, Lin Fen immediately understood what Li Kangqian wanted to do. In his opinion, this idea was quite interesting. If successful, the effect might be surprisingly good. However, the probability of failure was slightly higher than Lin Fen had thought with his own methods. In any case, it was worth a try. Heh, I know you can't fool the Marshal. All right, I agree with your request. We can start in an hour. Get ready. Yes, Marshal. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, Heiner, who was commanding the entire insect clan within the Algol galaxy, constantly filling in the monitoring blind spots, suddenly froze. Through the sensory network sharing of the frontline insect clan, it found that those human fleets that had suddenly disappeared had reappeared. Once again, a total of 3 federal battleships had left the Vita defense line through hyperspace windows, and their destinations were all towards the insect clan occupying area. In the Terra starfield, Commander, those insects are getting closer. According to estimates, there is a 99.2% chance they will discover us in an hour. It's okay, the conditions are ripe now. Order the fleet to start implementing plan. Yes, Commander. End of the chapter. Chapter 487. Heine, who discovered the truth, was still engaged in a fierce battle on the Veta line. However, the joint forces of the Federation and the III Empire securely held the defense line, preventing the insect race from making any progress. 20,000 light-years away, there was a void that was completely different from the Veta line. It was vast and peaceful. In this vast expanse of stars, only a few very ordinary warbugs roamed. Suddenly, a swirling superspace window quietly opened in the void, just 2 AU away from the few warbugs wandering there. Of course, this activity immediately alerted the warbugs. 5,000 light-years away from the Veta line, Heine was meticulously searching through the warbugs that spread across the entire galaxy, trying to locate the missing human warships in the Gal star cluster. Perhaps it wouldn't mind missing one ship, but with the second and third ships disappearing, it couldn't remain calm. Intuition told it that there must be a problem. However, despite deploying surveillance networks throughout the entire galaxy, the whereabouts of these warships were still unknown. Could they have flown out of the galaxy and headed to other star systems? It was a possibility, considering that humans obviously had the technology to travel across star systems. Found it. While Heine was deep in thought, it suddenly received a message from the mental network of the insect race. The message came from the few warbugs roaming, revealing the presence of the suddenly appearing human warship. I thought you ran out of the Gal star cluster, but you're actually here. Immediately through the mental network, Heine involuntarily shared the senses of the warbugs. Indeed, it's a human warship. Upon seeing the emblem on the hull of the warship, Heine quickly confirmed that it was one of the 3 warships that disappeared from the Veta line. After confirming the identity of the ship, the question remained, where was this warship heading to and what was it planning to do? Do you feel detected? Connecting to all the senses of the warbugs, Heine suddenly felt as if it was being observed. Realizing that the human warship was scanning the surrounding void, the warbugs had obviously been discovered. Subsequently, after the discovery, the warship launched an attack directly on the position of the warbugs. With overwhelming force, the warbugs were torn apart without resistance, and Heine's mental connection was abruptly severed. Although several warbugs were killed in the attack, Heine felt unfazed. It believed that the warship's reaction was a normal response upon discovering the warbugs. Even though it lost the warbugs and couldn't see what the warship was up to, Heine had a certain speculation forming in its mind. It seemed like reconnaissance. After all, the ship did not engage in any actions, a repeated scanning of the surroundings. Found another one. At that moment, Heine received another message through the mental network, indicating that several warbugs had discovered another human warship in a different region of space. Just like before, the senses of the warbugs were swiftly intertwined. confirming the presence of another human warship, which was also conducting comprehensive scans. As expected, the war bugs were once again detected. However, to Heine's surprise, instead of attacking, this human warship opened a superspace window and escaped. In a sudden turn of events, the third human warship appeared. This time, the warship only scanned ahead, with the war bugs positioned behind it seemingly unnoticed. The warship continued scanning and, after about 10 minutes, exited through a superspace window. Now, all three human warships had appeared, each behaving differently, yet all shared the common objective of scanning and probing upon appearing. So that's how it is. After a moment of contemplation, Heine suddenly understood. Just like three queen insects making different choices and encountering enemies, each individual had different logic and reasoning leading to varied choices. It made sense now. Humans have sent out reconnaissance ships to observe our rear deployment of troops. However, their timing was unfortunate, as we had just set up an extensive surveillance network throughout the entire galaxy. When the three human warships encountered the war bugs used for monitoring, they each reacted differently. Heine felt it had finally seen the truth. A sense of achievement washed over it, bringing unparalleled relief and contentment. However, unknown to Heine, in the star system where the first human warship, the one that had initially killed a few war bugs, was located, a fleet containing a whopping 10 billion warships had just arrived through superspace travel. How's it going, Lily? Any findings? On the bridge of the Yinglong warship, Li Kangqiang approached Lily from behind and inquired. Lily, continuously operating at a console, shook her head. It's okay. Take your time. In the intricate data flow on the console and Lily's eyes moving in sync, processing vast amounts of information in her mind. After sustaining intensive work for over 10 minutes, Lily finally paused, showing signs of exhaustion, which troubled Li Kangqiang standing beside her. Let's go. We need to move on to the next location. All right. You go rest in your room for a while. I'll call for you when needed. Officer, escort Commander Li to rest. Understood, Commander. Without allowing Lily a chance to respond, Li Kangqiang promptly escorted her off the bridge, ensuring his adjutant would monitor her return for rest. Lily felt a sense of helplessness, but eventually nodded at Li Kangqiang and followed his adjutant out. Staff team, continue planning the next superspace navigation according to the first plan. Understood, Commander. A minute later, in front of the fleet, the solitary warship that initially annihilated several war bugs suddenly opened another superspace window and departed, marking the end of this chapter. Chapter 488. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 months had passed for Emil and Garcia. During these 3 months, the so-called human reconnaissance battleships continued to appear in various locations in the Gaul star system. Of course, each appearance was promptly detected by the insectoid race. As before, some battleships discovered the insectoids and immediately destroyed them, some fled right away, and some, by pure chance, sailed for a long time without noticing the insectoids being followed by them. At the beginning, Heine paid close attention to the situation of these battleships, but as time went on, it lost interest and merely dispatched a few more to the areas where the insectoids were eliminated to fill the gaps in the monitoring network. 80,000 light-years away from the Veta line, within the starry sky, 2 insects the size of planets lie horizontally in the void. Emil, isn't Alba going a bit too far? The two of us are both Grand-class Kingworms. We've been here for several days, and it still hasn't shown up. Even Queen Arya has never neglected us like this before. Garcia complained loudly to Emil through the mental network, looking very disgruntled. As proud Grand-class Kingworms, when have they ever been treated like this? Even Queen Arya has never simply ignored and disregarded them. Be careful with your words, Garcia. You can't directly mention the Emperor's name. Emil, you. Garcia expected Emil to support him, and even echoed his complaints, but he was left speechless. What's with this deferential attitude? Isn't Emil supposed to care more about his own reputation than Garcia's? Garcia, don't you understand? Understand what? Although Garcia is known for being hot-tempered, it doesn't mean he's foolish. After all, as a first-level Kingworm, he stands at the top of the insectoid hierarchy in terms of intelligence. It's just his extremely irritable nature that makes him avoid deep thoughts. But now, thanks to Emil's reminder, Garcia immediately grasped the critical issue. Why would Queen Arya go to such lengths to launch a second insectoid war for Alba? During the first war, the number of Kingworms was 10 times what it is now, with even the first-level Kingworms numbering over 10. Despite this, they still lost 80% of the Kingworms before winning the war. In fact, it's inaccurate to say they won the war. If the Holy Vitae Empire hadn't suddenly disappeared when victory was at hand, the Insectoids might not exist today. And now, with a civilization on par with the Holy Vitae Empire appearing, the Insectoids' power hasn't even recovered to 30% of its peak. In this situation, Queen Arya should be trying to avoid conflict with such a powerful civilization, because victory seems almost impossible. Why did Queen Arya then recklessly launch a second Insectoid war for Alba? A perplexing mystery. Garcia couldn't fathom what exactly is Queen Arya aiming for. I have a guess. Just as Garcia was deep in thought, Emil spoke up. Have you ever considered that Queen Arya is different from all of us Kingworms? She is the only female in the entire Insectoid race, and Alba is the first male Insectoid emperor since the birth of the Insectoid race. Emil said meaningfully through the mental network. This revelation startled Garcia, his 6 eyes widening like small moons. Are you saying? Yes, that's what I mean. So you must never show disrespect towards our emperor. Otherwise, Queen Arya will not protect you, and she might even use you as a sacrifice for Alba. Garcia finally understood why Emil was acting so deferentially. The key to the problem lay here as Garcia kept his mouth shut and no longer complained. Just over 10,000 light-years away from them, Lizzie was inside the Longfellow's bridge, repeating a task she had done dozens of times during this period, searching for any anomalies nearby and tracking the traces of first-level Kingworms. What's this? Quickly scrolling through the data streams flashing before her, Lizzie suddenly noticed something completely different from previous times. Lizzie, did you find something? Standing next to Lizzie the whole time, Li Kongqing keenly noticed her change. Not clear yet, but I did find something. I need to analyze the data carefully to figure out what it is. All right. Continuing to operate the virtual interface, she extracted the abnormal parts from the data streams one by one and started analyzing them. 10 minutes passed quickly. With each ticking second, Lizzie's eyes sparkled brighter and brighter. I can confirm now that there are 2 enormous bioenergy reactions roughly 17,000 light-years away from us. The wavelengths are similar to third-level Kingworms, but the intensity is vastly different. If the bioenergy reaction, the third-level Kingworm, is like a pond, then this reaction is like a river. Even if they're not first-level Kingworms, they're at least second-level, and there are 2 of them. Pausing her movements, Lizzie muttered to herself. 2 of them? Li Kongqing was taken aback. This was different from what he had expected. After all, humans had previously captured a 4th-level Kingworm and gained crucial intelligence from it, including information about first-level Kingworms. Within the entire Insectoid group, there are only 3 first-level Kingworms, each having its own territory and not appearing together. Could these just be second-level Kingworms? Attacking them would expose their forces entirely. And if it turns out they are only 2 second-level Kingworms, it would be like drawing attention to nothing. Let's record the location first. No need to act hastily. We'll continue the exploration as planned. Understood, Commander. After a brief contemplation, Li Kongqing made a decision and issued orders to his subordinates. Most of the Gaul star system had already been surveyed, and they would likely complete the exploration of the entire system within a month. There was no need to act rashly at this moment. If, after a month, they still couldn't find other targets, they could turn back and deal with them then. At this moment, Emil and Garcia were still oblivious. They had just narrowly escaped a dangerous situation. End of the chapter. Chapter 489. In the midst of empty space, a massive fleet is arranged in a neat formation, stretching as far as the eye can see. On the bridge of the flagship, Longying, Lizzie stands in front of a control panel, furrowing her brows. It has been for months since the fleet left the Vita defense line to carry out the first stage of the Kingworm extermination operation. Apart from the discovery of the 2 suspected first-stage Kingworm targets a month ago, there have been no other findings in a whole month. Now, this is the final stop of the Gal star system exploration plan. The entire reconnaissance phase has reached its end. Have we found anything here? Li Kongqing, standing next to Lizzie, asks as she stops. Yes. Still nothing. Since there is nothing here, it should be those 2 we discovered earlier. Your mission is over. No need to participate in further operations. I will arrange for a warship to take you directly back to the Vita defense line, Li Kangqian says. Hearing her father's words, Li Lizzie slightly opens her mouth but says nothing. It's not that she doesn't want to leave, or that she wants to check on Li Kangqian's safety. She always feels like she has missed something, but after thinking for a long time, she still doesn't have an answer. Maybe she is overthinking it. Consoled by this thought, she unconsciously follows the escort arranged by Li Kangqian out of the bridge, heading towards the spaceport. Order all fleet commanders to immediately connect to the virtual war meeting room. Yes, Commander. Watching his daughter leave, Li Kangqian is finally able to let go of all burdens, focusing on arranging the battle plan to end this 4-month mission. More than 10 minutes later, a shuttle ship flies out from the Longying spaceport, heading towards a nearby battleship. Inside the ship, Li Lizzie stares blankly out the window at the dark space, lost in thought. I understand now. I finally understand what's wrong. Suddenly, her blank eyes regain their focus, and Li Lizzie stands up, muttering to herself in a voice that is loud for her. Take me back to the Yingyan immediately. After touching the control panel next to her seat, she directly says, Captain Li, the commander's orders are, forget about the orders. Send me back immediately. I have made a new discovery. Hearing the response from the shuttle pilot, Li Lizzie grits her teeth and insists, all right, I will request permission from the Yingyan. Please wait. Hurry. 2 minutes later, the shuttle ship returns without any surprises to the Longying spaceport. After all, Li Lizzie claimed to have made a new discovery, and Li Kangqian had no reason to refuse her return. No matter what this discovery turns out to be, she will be sent away before the battle. And that's all that matters. Lizzie, what have you discovered? In the bridge, Li Kangqian asks as he watches Li Lizzie walk in quickly. I don't know yet. Please wait a moment. Returning to the operations console she has been using for months, after a series of operations, a large amount of data streams reappear in the air, and Li Lizzie's eyes keep moving with the changing data. Indeed, there is an issue here. After several minutes of staring at the rapidly flashing data, Li Lizzie speaks to herself. Then, her hands move even faster, almost leaving a trail in the air. What have you found? Li Kangqian has joined Li Lizzie by now and asks immediately. It's an area we previously overlooked, a region without any presence of the insect race. S7-16 area. Li Kangqian does recall an area without any insect presence. Since Heine utilized the battle worms to form a surveillance network, there has been no place in the Gal star system except for the sector behind the Vita defense line, where no battle worms are present. But 3 months ago, there was indeed a region without any insects, the S7-16 area, as Li Kangqian mentioned. During that time, after the recon ship cleared out some of Heine's monitoring worms, the fleet used hyperspace travel to reach that location. After Li Lizzie's intense investigation, there was no abnormality within hundreds of light years. But interestingly, according to the spatial radar at the time, there were no signs of battle worms within over 300 light years from the fleet within the S7-16 area. The battle worms are not like human warships. They can detect situations over tens of thousands of light years with ease, even up to a few thousand light years in detail. The range of ordinary battle worms exploration is at most around 5 astronomical units. So Heine's surveillance network is designed to ensure no blind spots in their surveillance network every less than 10 astronomical units. However, in the S7-16 region, a range of several light years, not a single worm was detected, which was quite strange. At that time, Li Lizzie also conducted a thorough investigation of that area but still found nothing abnormal. In the end, the strangeness of S7-16 could only be attributed to a random anomaly, and the fleet then continued to the next location. Yes, it's the S7-16 area. When I was investigating that area before, I overlooked something. Just because there was no biological energy there, I passed it over. But I overlooked a crucial question. The S7-16 area has several star systems. Even if there are no kingworms and no biological energy, stars and planets have energy. How can there be no energy detected in the entire area? And now, I finally understand. In that region, the insect race used a method unknown to us to create spatial shielding, making it impossible for us to detect anything. Speaking rapidly, Li Lizzie explains her deduction. Li Kangqian furrows his brow. If what Li Lizzie said is true, even if there are no first-stage kingworms there, There must be something crucial hidden for the insect race. Otherwise, why would they be so desperate to conceal it in their occupied area? However, from the current intelligence, the probability is still higher for those to high-energy kingworms. After all, compared to the third-stage kingworms, which are several levels more powerful, it is very likely that they are first-stage kingworms. Li Lizi's new discovery, though deliberate, does not provide any evidence that there is a first-stage kingworm hidden there. This operation must not alert the enemy prematurely. It must hit the target decisively. Otherwise, if the first-stage kingworm is alerted and flees to other star systems in the Melt's galaxy group, the entire operation will be a complete failure. Li Kangqian is faced with a rare dilemma, whether to choose the two targets with higher probabilities or the suspicious S7 to 16 area. End of the chapter. Chapter 490. Father and daughter confrontation in the Gull system. Vita defense line. Inside the main bridge of the Dark Starship, Lin Fen fell into contemplation. Previously, unable to make a decision, Li Kangqian eventually sought out Lin Fen and reported the intelligence truthfully. After all, lacking crucial intelligence support, making the wrong choice and do the progress of the past for months of the operation. 1 minute later, Lin Fen made a decision and looked up at the image of Li Kangqian in front of him. Eliminating the first-order kingworm is not as important as you think. I'm more interested in the secrets the insect clan is desperately hiding. Abandon the two previous targets and change the operation target to the S7 to 16 area. Dig out everything the insect clan is fiercely hiding. As Lin Fen said, the fate of the first-order kingworm was no longer important. After all, for months had passed, and in another month, the entire Three-Eyed Empire could complete the evacuation. Instead, it was the region discovered by Li Lizi that intrigued Lin Fen. What exactly was hidden there that the insect clan was willing to spend so much effort to conceal? Mind you, that area spanned a whole light year. Yes, Marshal. After cutting off communication, Li Kangqian immediately ordered all fleet commanders to enter the virtual war room, ready to deploy the operation tasks. This time, Li Lizi also participated. The S7 to 16 area was too special, with many technical aspects requiring suggestions for planning the operation. Just a minute later, all 10 Legion commanders had already logged into the war room. Let me start by saying that the two previous targets we set are officially cancelled. The new target is here. Li Kangqian, sitting in the main seat, said as he waved his hand, and a virtual star map of the S7 to 16 area appeared before everyone. What is this? The S7 to 16 area. I remember this place. I've been there before, but we didn't find anything last time. Not a single insect within a few light years. Looking at the star map Li Kangqian opened, the 10 Legion commanders were all puzzled. Everything seemed fine before, so why suddenly abandon the mission targets and designate such a seemingly barren place as the new target? Of course, their reactions were already within Li Kangqian's expectations. He glanced at his daughter, Li Lizi, signaling her. Understanding, Li Lizi nodded slightly. Legion commanders, please quiet down. I will explain the situation in the S7 to 16 area. Several minutes later, after Li Lizi detailed the situation, everyone finally understood. So there was more to it. But what she said still seemed suspicious, and the previous two targets seemed more certain choices. Were they being impulsive? All right, everyone. Don't think too much about it. S7 to 16 area is our final goal, as ordered by Marshal Lin Fen. Our task is to execute it perfectly. Tapping the table, Li Kangqian spoke. Upon hearing that the target was personally designated by Lin Fen, everyone immediately fell silent. The person's name can cast a shadow. The Federal War God had never known defeat in his life and had never made a wrong decision. Now he was the supreme commander of the Federal Fleet. Since it was Lin Fan's choice, there should be no problem. Watching the Legion commanders below instantly quiet down and all doubts vanish from their eyes, Li Kangqian felt a bit sour. It seems that compared to his prestige, the prestige of Marshal Lin Fen was far superior, making trust absolute and unreasonable. Yes, his authority and Marshal Lin Fen were worlds apart. However, despite feeling a bit sour, Li Kangqian was not jealous of Lin Fen at all. Strictly speaking, he was also a fan of Lin Fen. Leader Li, may I ask, is there no way at all to investigate the S7 to 16 area? After all, it's hard to plan an operation if it's completely in the dark. This was the second Legion commander, Meng Fei, who spoke, hitting the core of the problem. Any operation, before being planned, was based on intelligence. Otherwise, severe consequences could occur. It could be said that intelligence was the biggest premise of war, without exception. This was also the question all other 9 Legion commanders wanted to know, as they all looked at Li Lizzie. "There is a way, but I must accompany you on board," Li Lizzie started to say, but her words were suddenly interrupted by a loud shout from Li Kangqian in the virtual meeting room. Obviously, everyone in the war room was startled, looking at each other. Such a display of emotion was rare for Li Kangqian's character. That they quickly understood, as everyone there knew the relationship between Li Lizzie and Li Kangqian. "Why not? Just because I'm your daughter," Li Lizzie retorted without hesitation, not backing down. Li Kangqian fell silent, conflicted as a father. He clearly did not want Li Lizzie to undertake such a dangerous mission, but as the supreme commander of an entire federal fleet, he understood that having Li Lizzie along would greatly increase the chances of a successful operation. This left Li Kangqian in a dilemma once again. Seeing Li Kangqian's silence, the Legion commanders did not speak. They understood their commander. If it were them, they wouldn't know how to choose either. "I can agree to your participation in this mission, but on one condition." After a few minutes of silence, with no one speaking in the war room, Li Kangqian finally spoke. "What condition?" "Once any danger arises, I will let you go. If you don't agree, then leave right now." "All right, I agree." After hesitating for a few seconds, Li Lizzie nodded. In fact, there was something Li Lizzie hadn't mentioned. She still held something given to her by Lin Fan. Once revealed, not just Li Kangqian, but the entire fleet would have to follow her lead. Of course, such an item would only be used as a last resort, but for now, she could reluctantly accept this outcome. "Okay. Now let's discuss how we can find out the situation in the S7 to 16 area. First of all, we need to." End of this chapter. Chapter 491. The disturbance in the distance of Farn and the Veta defense line, 5 light-years away, in the S7 to 16 region marked on the Federal Star map, within the expansive area spanning light-years, not to mention the insect race. There were no stars, just emptiness. At least, that's what it seemed on the surface. "It's indeed resource-intensive to raise the Imperial Guard," Alba muttered as he gazed at the enormous cocoon-like objects in the void, endless and out of reach. Just the trillion Imperial Guards consumed nearly half of the resources he had prepared. The breeding progress was less than 40% so far, and the remaining resources might only suffice until this batch of Imperial Guards emerged from their cocoons. To put it into perspective, the resources spent on nurturing these Imperial Guards could have been used to raise several first-tier Kingworms, possibly even progressing from the 3rd or 4th tier. However, despite the high cost, it was undeniably worth it. Alba could clearly sense the exaggerated bioenergy intensity within these cocoons, comparable to a 2nd-tier Kingworm in terms of strength. Despite the headache, the task had to continue. Not dwelling on it further, Alba continued to exude the powerful spiritual force unique to the Worm Emperor, tending to each developing Imperial Guard as if he were a nanny. All his mental energy was consumed in this noble endeavor, and Alba was completely unaware that a massive fleet had arrived less than a light-year away from him. Inside the main bridge of the Wyvern, Lily was busy at a console, manipulating the virtual interface swiftly. A plethora of mind-boggling data streams flashed before her eyes, leaving others unable to intervene. "There it is. There's indeed a spatial fault here." Half an hour later, Lily paused her actions, speaking up. "Can we see the actual situation inside?" Li Kangqian hastened to ask upon hearing Lily's confirmation. "Yes, there are 2 methods, but which one would you prefer?" "Tell me both." "The first one is to attack directly." "That's it." After staring at each other dumbfounded for several seconds, Li Kangqian questioned with a puzzled expression. "Of course. How else do you propose?" "Spatial defenses can only be countered with spatial offensive means to be effective. Obviously, this spatial fault is a form of spatial defense, and a massive one at that. Hence, continuously attacking the S7 to 16 region with spatial attacks should soon break through this shell. However, by doing so, the insect race might detect us before breaking through the spatial fault." Clearly, this method did not meet Li Kangqian's expectations. It was no different from advancing blindly and was immediately marked with a giant X in his mind. What about the second method? The second method involves adjusting the parameters of the spatial resonator to create a small, blurry area without destroying the spatial fault, allowing us to see the situation inside S7-16. Alright, you have control over all the spatial resonators carried by the Wyvern. How long will it take to complete? Li Kangqian chose the second method without hesitation. Although this method couldn't intrude or attack within, it wasn't a problem. Using the second method to gather intelligence first, and then formulating the final battle plan based on the obtained information with the first method would suffice. Give me a day. Okay. While Lily was busy in the Wyvern, inside the spatial vault, Alba continued caring for the Imperial Guards without distraction. Suddenly, Farn's voice echoed in Alba's mind, surprising him as he opened his 3 pairs of enormous eyes to find Farn standing before him. Negligent? Alba couldn't quite grasp Farn's words. The human fleet is now less than a light year away from you and has discovered the spatial fault. Oh, and here's some good news. Just now, humans have figured out how to crack this spatial fault of yours, Farn said casually with a smile, but Alba couldn't remain calm. What? What is Heine up to? Why are the human fleets coming so close? And he didn't inform me. Alba was first surprised, then immediately anger, targeting his trusted subordinate, the second-tier King Worm, Heine. Recently, Heine had become increasingly unreliable, perhaps deserving of some punishment. Just as Alba was about to seek help from Farn, he suddenly realized that Farn, who had been in front of him, had disappeared, leaving no trace after exploring the entire space within the vault. Damn it, I'll have to rely on myself. Though that was the case, Alba had no troops by his side. The first-tier King Worm had been sent to the front lines by Heine, and the Imperial Guards were still in incubation, at least 4 or 5 months away from readiness. Mobilized from the front lines, not only was there doubt about the timing, but even if the ordinary insect swarms could arrive in time, what impact could they have? And those 2 fellows, who are apparently just over 1,000 light-years away from me. Alba suddenly thought of something, and his mood brightened. With his mighty spiritual force once again radiating, he instantly connected to Heine through the mental network. Heine, relay my orders to Emil and Garcia to bring their main forces to my area within 12 hours. Yes, my Emperor. Without much thought, Heine assumed Alba was finally taking action after leaving them in the cold for so long. After ending the conversation with Alba, Heine quickly contacted Emil and Garcia. Lords, His Majesty has issued orders. End of this chapter. Chapter 492. A serious situation. The area where Alba arranged the spatial vault zone is only 1,700 light-years away. In the void, Garcia's huge and obese body is shaking uncontrollably. Don't get it wrong, it's not exercising to lose weight, but rather it's infuriated. It's so angry that just now, Alba's subordinate, a second-tier King Worm named Heine, actually gave it an order to lead all the security worms to a designated location within 12 hours. Alba became the Worm King and it ignored itself, which was fine. But what about now? A small second-tier King Worm dared to wear Alba's skin and issue commands to it. If it weren't for Emir's intervention, Garcia would have almost gone to Heine and torn him to shreds. Garcia, calm down. Our King Alba wouldn't let us go for no reason. We have to bring all the security worms with us at the designated time. If I'm not mistaken, trouble is afoot. In any case, let's go see according to the orders first and figure out the situation. Unlike the irritable Garcia, Emir seems much calmer. As the oldest Grand Duke-level King Worm, Emir knows more secrets of the worms than other King Worms, including that Aelia has always hoped for the birth of a male Worm King. It is precisely because of this that Emir understands the importance of Alba now. Once it has a problem due to not following the instructions with Garcia, the ending awaiting the 2 worms is definitely death, with no other possibility. Without waiting for Garcia's reaction, Emir has already started controlling its guard worm group in the mental network, making preparations for departure. In its body, all the energy converges towards an organ in the abdomen. After a minute, with Emir's 6 large eyeballs focused, a spatial fissure is forcibly opened in front of it. This is the racial talent of the worm tribe, a universal method used by all king worms, the worm nest channel. The difference is that when a first-tier king worm opens the worm nest channel, it only needs to use its own energy, unlike other king worms that require a massive amount of resources to assist. 10 hours later, the Gal star system, edge of S7-16. Numerous mechs are busy in the void. Whether it's luck or not, after Lily adjusted the parameters of the spatial resonance device, she passed the simulation with just 1 attempt, eliminating the need for further adjustments, thus greatly advancing the timetable. In space, 10 spatial resonance devices are arranged in a circular formation at equal distances. After all, this time they didn't need to destroy the worm nest channel, so there was no need for so many spatial resonance devices to synchronize. 10 devices were enough. Captain Lee, all spatial resonance devices have been deployed according to the coordinates you provided. Inside the command bridge of the Yinglong, after the mech battalion that went out for operation reported back, they spoke to Lily in front of the control console. Okay, I'll do one final check. If everything's fine, we'll start in 10 minutes. Understood. Time passes by continuously, and soon almost 10 minutes have passed. At this moment, Lily has finished the check and is adjusting the synchronization rates of the 10 spatial resonance devices. Inside the bridge, everyone is watching the interface in front of Lily, where the numbers representing the synchronization rate are constantly changing. Lily previously said that for success, the synchronization rate of the spatial resonance device must reach at least 97%. Now, the numbers on the interface have reached 96.2 and are continuously fluctuating. 96.5%, 96.9%, 90. Finally, the synchronization rate achieves above 97% as desired, stabilizing above 97.3, meeting the standard value required to activate the spatial resonance device network. Now, it's officially starting. After I begin, the spatial resonance devices will gradually blur the boundaries between the inside and outside of the fault zone, allowing us to investigate the situation inside the fault. But I can't maintain it for too long. According to estimates, you may have less than a minute to explore the inside of the fault through the area I have blurred. After reaching the standard synchronization rate, Lily does not start right away but looks at Li Kangqian and the others, reminding them, "Rest assured, we're ready. You can start." Okay. Then let's start. Spatial resonance devices activate. Suddenly, with the circular array set up not far away, the 10 spatial resonance devices emit a bright white light, connecting in a ring formation, presenting a shimmering circle of white light in the void. A few seconds later, the interior space of the ring begins to change, becoming somewhat blurred, but also seeming to have something added. As time passes, the observed image gradually becomes clearer. At this moment, everyone finally confirms that through the shimmering circle of white light, a distant planet can be seen. And when looking in the same direction without the circle, there is nothing there. The entire command team is instantly busy, with various radar scanners taking turns to scan and not missing any suspicious information. Quick, my build spatial resonance field is about to be unable to withstand the sulfur terror force from the spatial fault. It can only last for 10 seconds at most. Looking at the database in front of her, Lily can't help but shout. The spatial radar has completed the scan. All data has been uploaded. The energy analyzer has also completed the scan, and the data has been uploaded too. In the final 10 seconds, successful messages were continuously coming from the command team, causing Li Kangqian and Lily to breathe a sigh of relief. And it is at this moment that the spatial resonance field created by Lily can no longer withstand the self-repair force from the spatial fault and collapses. In space, only a pile of debris shattered by the force remained, speaking of how they had fulfilled their duties. However, there is not a single person on the command bridge who is discouraged by the collapse of the spatial resonance field. After all, their mission has been completed. Immediately open all the scan data. Yes. In an instant, more than 10 images appeared in front of Li Kangqian, and the most eye-catching among them were the results of the spatial radar and the energy analyzer. Hiss. Looking at the detection results of the spatial radar and the various data beside it, everyone seems fine. With a trillion number of worm individuals, for those accustomed to the worm unit in the Jing, a trillion isn't that much. However, when everyone saw the detection results of the energy analyzer, they all gasped in shock. What is this joke? The energy of a trillion biological entities is nearly 10 times that of a third-tier king worm. And there is one biological entity whose energy is directly 10,000 times that of a third-tier king worm. On the main seat of the command bridge, Li Kangqian's face was filled with seriousness. The situation has become serious. End of the chapter. Chapter 493. Lizzie grabs power. In fact, the Federation has conducted an analysis on the 3rd to 5th level king worms that have been in contact. If we simply calculate based on life energy, a 4th level king worm is 10 times stronger than a 5th level king worm, And similarly, a third-level king worm is 10 times stronger than a fourth-level king worm. As for the first 10 second-level king worms and the king worm, the Federation has not encountered them, and there is a lack of information. Originally, everyone speculated that with each evolution of the king worm, the bioenergy inside would increase tenfold. However, now, Li Kangqian has serious doubts about this assumption. If calculated based on this assumption, a first-level king worm is only 100 times stronger than a third level, and the king worm is only 1,000 times stronger than a third level. But now, the energy analyzer has detected that the bioenergy intensity of an individual is over 10,000 times that of a third-level king worm. What does this concept mean? Either the assumption is wrong and the increase is not tenfold starting from the second-level king worm, but 100-fold, or they have encountered a more terrifying species. However, no matter what, the situation now is that the die is cast. Notify all Legion commanders to connect to the virtual war room immediately. We need to redeploy our forces. Yes, Commander. Lizzie, come with me. I need your professional opinion. Lizzie, on the side, if it weren't for Lizzie's eyes continuously scanning along with the data flow on the virtual interface in front, Li Kangqian almost thought that Lizzie had suddenly turned into a statue. As a large amount of data was being read, Lizzie's eyes became brighter and even a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Finally, caught you. Suddenly, Lizzie said these words, leaving everyone puzzled. Lizzie, what's going on? Looking at his daughter with some concern, Li Kangqian asked. Dad, I'm sorry. The sudden apology and the undisguised guilt on Lizzie's face completely bewildered Li Kangqian. What's happening? First saying finally caught you, and now suddenly showing this expression and apologizing to me. What is going on? Just as Li Kangqian was about to ask for clarification, he saw Lizzie turn her head and continued to operate the console. First level authorization confirmed. The cluster command chain has been reorganized in order of priority. Reorganization complete. The first priority command target has been changed to Lizzie. When Lizzie stopped operating, the voice of the mainframe suddenly echoed throughout the bridge, but the content made everyone look at Lizzie in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. What does it mean to be the first priority command target? Everyone present were Federation military personnel, and no one was unclear about it. It is the highest level of the entire fleet command chain. To put it simply, if one were to conduct operations under Lin Fan's command, such as at the Veta line of defense, then the first priority command target for the cluster would be Lin Fan. And in a situation like now, where Li Kangqian leads the cluster alone, the first priority command target would be changed to Li Kangqian. Of course, this requires Lin Fan's authorization. But what the heck is going on now? The mainframe has actually confirmed Lizzie is the first priority command target for the cluster and even confirmed the authorization. As stated earlier, only Lin Fan in the entire Federation has the authority to confirm such authorization. Lizzie, what's happening? Li Kangqian's face turned unpleasant. He had been usurped, and the subject was his own daughter. What's even more critical is that he is not even a Federation military personnel, but a Federation scientist. Is there anything more absurd in this world? What is the Marshal thinking and doing? Sorry, I didn't want this either, but the situation now forces me to do so. Specifically, let's talk in the war room. After all, this matter is quite confidential and should not be known by too many people. Only you and the 10 Legion commanders, no more. Looking at her father, Lizzie's face once again showed a trace of apology. All right, let's discuss it in the war room. I want to hear your explanation. A minute later, Li Kangqian, Lizzie, and the 10 Legion commanders all accessed the virtual war room, but each person's expression was uncommon. Li Kangqian's face showed a hint of anger. It was just a hint because Lizzie was his most beloved daughter, and if it were someone else, he might have exploded directly. On the other hand, Lizzie's expression was somewhat awkward, with a hint of guilt and determination, very contradictory. As for the 10 Legion commanders below, almost every one of them looked puzzled. After all, when the flagship confirmed Lizzie as the first priority command target, this information was instantly synchronized to every battleship in the cluster. Now, each Legion commander was constantly asking themselves, what exactly is the situation now? Can you explain now? Yes. Watching the conversation between the father and daughter at the main seat, the Legion commanders were all silent, not daring to speak. No kidding. No matter how things turned out, At the end of the day, when the big shots clash, we cannon fodder might as well not rush forward, it's just asking for trouble. In fact, our mission this time has two objectives. Two objectives? How come I didn't know? Li Kangqiang was puzzled by Li Lizi's first statement. Yes, two objectives, one overt and one covert. The overt mission is to find and kill a first-level king worm, while the covert mission is to trace the whereabouts of the mastermind behind the scenes. As for this mastermind, we only know that he or she is likely to be a high-level civilization's existence. The Federation has detected the shadow of this mastermind in several major events. For example, the planet Devourer in a large Magellanic cloud, the neutron war star Manual in the Andromeda Galaxy, and the sudden possession of dark star-level warships by the fiery civilization. It may even involve some more serious issues, but I am not allowed to disclose these issues without permission. I'm sorry. In any case, if the trace of this mastermind is not found, simply execute the overt mission. But once any trace is found, an immediate investigation must be carried out, even if it means abandoning the entire overt mission. Therefore, Marshal Lin Fan authorized me. If nothing is found, this authorization will not be activated. However, if I find the trace of this mastermind, I can obtain the first priority command for the cluster through this authorization and lead the entire cluster to complete the mission. Several minutes later, after Li Lizi finished speaking, the whole war room fell silent. End of this chapter. Chapter 494. Lin Han makes a move. Fein is sealed and speaks the truth. What Lizi said about this matter exceeded everyone's expectations. It turns out that there were so many things in the Federation that were related to this so-called mastermind behind the scenes. The key is, according to Lizi's implications, there are still many more serious matters that cannot be disclosed before her permission is obtained. When you think about it carefully, it's really chilling. What terrifying thing is the Federation being targeted by? How do you need me to cooperate? With a clearer understanding of the seriousness of the situation, Li Kang stopped pondering and looked up at his daughter. At this moment, Alba is very annoyed. Just before, he had discovered that someone had tampered with the spatial fault he had set up. Although it was only for a minute, he truly felt the scrutiny from afar. Speaking of which, he really has to thank Fein. If it wasn't for him, his attention would still be focused solely on the development of the royal guard of the royal family, and he probably wouldn't have noticed this situation. As for the source of the scrutiny, Alba has already pinpointed the location. 1 billion human warships just 1 light-year away. This is not good news at all. Although the kingworm is in the ruling class among the insect race, the kingworm is not so powerful. The reason why the kingworm can be in the ruling class is that it has a high level of intelligence that ordinary warrior bugs do not have, as well as incomparable mental power. More importantly, the absolute hierarchical level engraved in the entire insect race gene hierarchy makes the lower-level warrior bugs unconditionally obedient to the kingworm. Otherwise, the insect race would probably no longer have kingworms long ago. Of course, this is not to say that the kingworm is not stronger than ordinary warrior bugs. In fact, compared to ordinary warrior bugs, the kingworm is much stronger. However, this strength is based on one-on-one battles, and ordinary warrior bugs never engage in one-on-one battles, overwhelming with billions or even trillions in numbers. Take a 5th-level kingworm, for example. A cannon fodder-style fighting bug swarm can tear it apart. Even reaching the level of a 1st-level kingworm, they may have stronger killing power and defense, can withstand more warrior bug siege, but faced with the endless swarms of bugs, they still cannot escape death. Therefore, Alba's current situation is actually very dangerous. This is also why, even though he has discovered the location of the human fleet, he has not taken the initiative to rush out. Without bugs in hand, it's frustrating. Looking at the Royal Guard bugs in front of him that still need several months to be fully developed, Alba complained about Heine again, actually putting himself in such a dangerous situation. Within the spatial fault, in an empty area, a human figure leisurely wanders in the void. This is really interesting. Among humans, there are still those who have discovered my existence. Fein looks through the stars toward the direction of the human fleet, or more accurately, toward where Lizi is located, with a curve smiling at the corner of his mouth. The council still has some skills, huh? This most perfect race they created does have some meaning. Fein. Behind Fein, a mass of energy slowly condenses into a human form. A slightly angry voice suddenly passed on. The Lin Hong who condensed into a human form had a gnashing teeth expression, as if he wanted to swallow Fane alive. Just before, he left the galaxy to attend the Millennium Council mission report, and when he came back, he found that during these days, Fane had done quite a few good deeds. "Oh, isn't my friend Lin Han here, coming to catch up today? You bastard! Don't give me this nonsense. Originally, I only focused on your biological technology. There are things I can turn a blind eye to, but you absolutely shouldn't have extended your hand to humans. So what? How were these humans born? You know better than I do. Or is it because someone touched your toe that you're unhappy?" Fane was indifferent, continuing to tease. However, he did not realize that Lin Han's momentum was getting a little out of control. "Yes, we council members violated the highest guidelines. We 5 are all clear. No need for you to remind us. After saving this universe, we will naturally accept punishment. But you, I am not prepared to let go any longer." Lin Han was angry. Really angry. The space around him suddenly shook violently, and terrifying energy constantly radiated from Lin Han's body, turning the entire void as if it were the end of the world. The sudden change made Fane stop joking and revealed a hint of panic. "Lin Han, what do you want to do?" "Yes, since we have evolved into pure energy forms after leaving the physical bodies, we have reached an immortal state. Even I cannot destroy you, but sealing you for thousands of years, I can still do it." After saying this, Lin Fen rapidly dissipated and transformed back into a mass of energy, rushing towards Fane. "Damn it! Lin Han, you madman! Madman!" Finally, Fane could no longer maintain his irritated expression and transformed into a state of panic, just like Lin Han, turning into an energy form. "Stop yelling, it's just tens of millions. Maybe when we come out, everything will be over." Leaving this last sentence, the white spherical energy fiercely collided with another flame-like red energy, the two completely different colors entwining in a spiral in the void. Several seconds later, as the entire space suddenly shook, the two energy masses dissipated into faint starlight, gradually disappearing into the void. This is a pure white space, boundless white, empty, tranquil to the extreme. Doom. Like an explosion, it instantly shattered the peace in this space. A red and a white energy appeared here without warning. However, these two energy masses both looked dim and lifeless, as if they could dissipate at any moment. "Damn it, Fane, how dare you bring me into the outer dimensional space, you madman!" Fane was just so infuriated. The outer dimensional space, also referred to as the white secondary void by the Alpha civilizations. Here, almost no energy exists, and it's very easy to get out. Just break the space barrier directly, which is extremely simple for people of the Alpha civilizations. However, the problem is, before coming in, Lin Han directly used his energy to clash with Fane's energy, creating a mutual annihilation effect between them. It wasn't until both sides had almost no energy left that he dragged him into this outer dimensional space. Therefore, while it's easy to get out, the problem is, the energy on Fane's body right now, let alone breaking the space barrier, it's a bit difficult to maintain his own existence. End of this chapter. Chapter 495. Locking on the target without saying a word of gratitude was extremely difficult for Lin Han, who found it equally difficult. Watching the constantly cursing Fane, Lin Han felt more relaxed instead. To him, humans were like his own children, and Fane was like a human trafficker constantly watching over his children. But now, Fane had been dragged into this outer spatial dimension by himself. In this space that almost lacked any energy, it would take at least a few thousand years to recover the energy needed to break through spatial barriers, and that was being optimistic. It could even take tens of thousands of years. Regardless, Fane could no longer interfere with human development. "You seem very happy. I shouldn't have disturbed your dream, but I still feel it's necessary to tell you something. Without my presence, my little ones won't be kept in check anymore. They'll act on instinct. Do you know what that means?" Just as Lin Han was relaxing, Fane's voice sounded extremely inappropriate. After hearing what Fane said, Lin Han's face suddenly changed. Damn, he had forgotten about this before taking action himself. Fane was the former chief scientist of Alpha, and after being expelled, he had been hiding in his own constructed mini-universe, conducting various biological experiments and creating terrifying creatures. And now, just as Fane had said, without his control, these creatures would eventually escape from his mini-universe and enter their own universe. When that happens, it would be a catastrophe for the entire universe's civilization. unless the Alpha civilization intervened directly. However, due to the existence of the highest principles, this became almost impossible. Damn it. Laughing at Lin Hong's pale face, Fian laughed manically. Titan-class battleship Yinglong. Main bridge. Li Lizzie widened her eyes, trying to speak, looking shocked at the continuous flow of data flashing before her. This is impossible. Just now, she detected horrifying energy suddenly erupting, with wavelengths matching those detected in the Andromeda system, but with much greater intensity, even surpassing the measurement capabilities of the Federation's current technology, known as off the charts. What did this mean? Li Lizzie couldn't fathom it anymore. What on earth was she searching for? While unable to measure how strong these two energies were, Li Lizzie noticed that just now, these energies suddenly entangled each other, and that immense energy rapidly consumed itself at a speed she couldn't comprehend until it completely vanished. No, not entirely. Some remnants remained. From the data, Li Lizzie found that at the point of energy impact, some remnants persisted, albeit weakly. I have locked onto the target location. We can take action now. Gritting her teeth, Li Lizzie's gaze became resolute. Despite the risk, she had to go. This was the best opportunity to uncover everything. Where? Right here. With a wave of her hand, Li Lizzie projected an image of the S7-16 sector star map, marked with a glaring red dot in a specific position. However, Li Kangqiang, seeing the star map, furrowed his brows. This position it's dangerous. It's only 10 light years away from the things inside the spatial rupture. Do we really have to take such a risk? Yes. For the Federation, no. For all humans, it is crucial. Elevating the command from the Federation to the racial level reminded Li Kangqiang of what his daughter had previously said. It might involve even more serious issues, which I'm not allowed to mention without permission. Sorry. Now, it seemed that the situation was even more severe than he had speculated. All right, as agreed, I will help you maintain enough time. Officer, order all battleships to charge their main cannons, then fire 3 consecutive volleys forward after 1 minute. After breaking the spatial rupture, the entire fleet will use hyperspace travel to head towards the target provided by Captain Li. Upon arrival, set up a full defensive formation centered around the Yinglong, with a radius of 10 astronomical units. Standing up, Li Kangqiang issued the command. The entire cluster of 5 billion warships started to act at that moment, energetically charging their main cannons. Fire. Yes, fire. There were no dazzling lights, no torrents of steel, nothing. Spatial attacks were just that monotonous. Almost simultaneously, billions of spatial attacks struck the target directly, followed by a bright burst of white light, illuminating the entire universe as if trying to shine on everything. Detecting intense spatial stability ahead, but the target remains intact. Continue firing. Proceed with the 3 volleys. Yes, understood. Soon, the second and third attacks arrived successively, striking the exterior wall of the spatial rupture again. When the third attack hit, the rupture finally couldn't hold together any longer. Like glass shattering, it turned into fragments, into spakes of starlight, dissipating into the void. Simultaneously, the real face of S7-16 was finally revealed. Commander, the target has been confirmed destroyed. Quickly, order all fleets in the cluster to activate their hyperspace engines and head towards Captain Li's designated target. Upon arrival, follow the previous battle arrangements, with the Yinglong at the center, establishing a full defensive circle with a radius of 10 astronomical units. Yes, Commander. In an instant, countless swirling hyperspace windows opened up, and the entire cluster of 5 billion warships disappeared into them. However, at that moment, Alpha's attention was no longer on this human fleet. In the void, Alba's massive body trembled constantly, not because of its overwhelmingly fearful energy eruption. Compared to that, the biological energy within itself was insignificant. The collision of these two energies, while not causing a rupture in the universal space, gave Alba a sense of an impending apocalypse. It was the first time since its birth that it had such a feeling. Even during its first participation in the initial battle against the bug race, it had never felt this intensely before. At this moment, Alba, who had become the royal insect and thought itself powerful, began to doubt itself for the first time. Was it really strong? Was the bug race truly weak? At this moment, near Alba, two sudden ruptures in space appeared without warning. End of this chapter. Chapter 496. The war begins. My Emperor Alba. Emil and Garcia arrived in front of Alba, respectfully saying, "Speaking of which, this scene is quite pleasing." In front of today's Alba, Emil and Garcia's figures appear so small, like a newborn baby facing an adult, giving a sense of déjà vu. Looking at the two former senior giant warworms, Alba finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the enemy facing them now, in terms of strength, may not be able to match a first-class warworm, but after all, their numbers are few, with only 1 billion warships. Furthermore, the power in the hands of these two veteran giant warworms is quite formidable. Each of their armies is definitely more than 10 times the peak period of Alba. Taking a step back, even if they can win, having these two in front, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to retreat. Over there, 1,000 light years away, do you feel a faint special energy? Yes, I have felt it. Emil still respectfully said, already sensing it as soon as it arrived here through the wormhole passage. The remaining energy was too special to ignore. Very well, that energy is useful to me. You two will be my escorts and, Suddenly, speaking in a general tone, Alba's whole face changed. Originally, in his plan, he was going to have the two warworms serve as his escort and utilize their large army to block the human fleet while he safely obtained that energy. But what's the situation now? Human fleet, which he thought was heading towards him, suddenly appeared in the area where that energy was located. Damn it, the humans must also have noticed that special energy. No, that belongs to me. The plan has changed. Have you noticed the fleet that has appeared around that energy? Those are our enemies, humans. You two must immediately mobilize the army and defeat this human fleet in the shortest possible time, at any cost. Under no circumstances should that energy fall into the hands of humans, do you understand? Alba was getting anxious. He had a feeling that once he absorbed that energy, he would definitely evolve significantly. Just like the human saying goes, seizing opportunities is like killing parents. Can he tolerate this? Yes, my emperor, we will go immediately. Wait. Just as Emil was about to open the wormhole passage, Alba stopped him, joking. How could they transport all their forces in a short amount of time through the small opening of a warworm-made passage? With a thought, a terrifying biological energy rushed towards a certain organ in Alba's abdomen, and a few seconds later, with Alba's 10 huge eyes suddenly widened, a space crack appeared that was tens of times larger in diameter than an ordinary star. This scene, did Emil and Garcia just witness that? This size, it's much larger than the one they opened. Let's go. Ignoring the bewildered Tvorms, Alba went in directly. Fein and Lin Hong's collision site. Up to now, the space still seemed somewhat unstable, but it no longer affected the opening of the hyperspace window. After exiting hyperspace, the entire fleet started to act without hesitation. Obviously, all the soldiers in the fleet were well trained. The center of the collision, the Dragonfly has arrived here. With it as the center, 5 million kilometers outward, a total of 100 million battleships and countless mechs formed an impenetrable spherical formation, protecting the Dragonfly in a 360-degree angle. 2-0 outward, the remaining 9 billion warships formed an even larger sphere, creating a comprehensive defense line. How about it? Has the authorization from the Marshal come down? It has, Commander. The Marshal has authorized the unlimited use of all 500 zero-point missiles. Good. Clenching his fist tightly, with the support of the zero-point missiles, Li Kangqiang felt more confident. Although only the flagship had 500, it was enough since they didn't need to hold out for a long time, and just needed to defend for a short while to allow Li Lizzie to complete her task. Commander, two super giant wormhole portals have been detected, each about 10,000 times the scale of the Milky Way. Located 1 astronomical unit from the outer defense perimeter. Activate the alarm for all fleets. Prepare for battle. The insect race is coming. Yes, Commander. Despite having 500 zero-point missiles facing the impending insect race, Li Kangqiang still didn't dare to underestimate them. Previously, the fleet had already detected a large number of giant warworms and members of the insect race coming to the location of Target 3, including numbers 1 and 2, which were designated as mission objectives by Li Kangqiang. In other words, the worst-case scenario faced was a first-class warworm and two second-class warworms, or perhaps even a royal worm and two first-class warworms. Whatever the combination, their combat capabilities were unknown to humans. They couldn't afford to be careless in their first encounter. Where are the main targets 1 to 3 located now? Report. Targets 1 to 3 have already disappeared, and it is highly likely that they have hidden inside the wormhole portals. The staff immediately responded, causing Li Kangqian to furrow his brow. Indeed, they couldn't underestimate the intelligence of these insects just because they were insects. Knowing that zero-point missiles could threaten them, they wouldn't easily show themselves, right? But that's fine. Although warworms may not be good at combat, they have quite a few strange abilities. It's better if they don't come out, so I don't have to worry about other things. Commander, the insect race has come out of the portal. Open the observation images. Yes. Immediately, a virtual image appeared on the bridge, and upon seeing it, everyone took a sharp breath. This scene, compared to the Milky Way before, how can it be described? In comparison, the efficiency of the insect race coming to the Milky Way seemed as if the tap had been turned to its smallest, while the scene before them was clearly the tap turned to its largest. A vast sea of insects. Yes, this scene could no longer be called a swarm. It was a sea of insects. Composed entirely of insect races, a surging wave of a sea of insects rolled towards the outer defense perimeter. If someone with a fear of dense crowds saw this scene, they would definitely break out in goosebumps. It's simply hair-raising. All fleets, attention! I am the Supreme Commander Li Kangqian, and now I command. Full firepower, attack commencing, suppress the insect race at the entrance of the portal. End of this chapter. Chapter 497. Albo's backup in the void. There were no colorful energy beams or energy projectiles, and definitely no barbaric physical bullets. In the war of the 6th level civilization, from a distance, it simply didn't look like a war. The only visible thing was the enormous insect nest entrance, where energy clusters emitting white light were rising, followed by various spatial anomalies, distortion, tearing, rupture. And as long as the cloaked insect warriors were inside, they would only have one outcome. However, despite the unmatched firepower of the Federation, the number of warships was still too small. You see, the entire fleet was deployed with a 360-degree spherical defense formation, and the warships that could attack the insect nest entrance simultaneously or not even a tenth of the entire fleet. Moreover, the insect nest entrance was just too large. Even though the fleet was unleashing its full firepower continuously, they still couldn't completely suppress the insect race. In fact, simply abandoning the defense formation and mobilizing other fleets for a joint attack would probably easily suppress the insect race. However, Li Kangqian dared not to do so. Who knew if the insects would open a breach behind him and ambush the dragonfly after he removed his defense formation? Plus, he still had the assassin's halberd unused, right? Just as Li Kangqian was contemplating when to unleash the zero-point missiles, inside the insect nest passage, Emil and Garcia were connected to the frontline warrior insects through the insect race's psychic network, watching the battlefield image and trembling constantly. These attack images completely stirred up the terrifying memories sealed within them for countless years. It was the memory of the First Holy War, and the attack methods used by the humans in front of them were similar to those of the Saint Whitey Empire. Impossible. With such enemies, just the two of us first-rank queen insects would never be able to win. Fools, wake up a bit. The enemy only has 1 billion warships. Watching the embarrassed appearance of the two first-rank queen insects, Alba directly shouted in the psychic network, "The enemy is indeed powerful, comparable to the Saint Whitey Empire. Don't I know that? First-rank queen insects cannot win against such a civilization. Don't I know that either? Yet the enemy only has 1 billion warships, not like during the Holy War when the Saint Whitey Empire had fleets numbering in the hundreds of billions or even trillions. What do you have to fear? Just overwhelm them with numbers. Can't you see that the swarm is gradually being pushed back?" With Alba's shout, the two insects finally sobered up a bit. Yes, the enemy only has 1 billion warships. Even just the two of us have a chance. Ceasing their trembling, stabilizing their minds, the two insects resumed command. This is more like it. Seeing Emil and Garcia returning to normal, Alba also breathed a sigh of relief. If these two couldn't recover, this battle wouldn't be feasible. After all, he didn't have any troops at hand now. "Hey Ed, how much longer until you arrive?" Alba entrusted the front battle to Emil and Garcia, connecting with Heya through the psychic network. "My Emperor, we should arrive in about 10 minutes. Good." Li Kangqian had the assassin's halberd, and Alba had his own assassin's halberd. Now, It was a matter of whose assassin's halberd was sharper. On the battlefield, the situation on the insect side was still dire. However, although it looked dire for the two queen insects, the losses at present were not even worth mentioning compared to their total numbers. Finally, after 5 minutes of fighting, due to the insufficiency of firepower, they could no longer continue to suppress the insects from rushing to the passage entrance. A large number of insects left a range of firepower, spread out in all directions, like a net spreading towards the defense formation arranged by Li Kangqiang. Staff team, immediately calculate the number of zero-point missiles needed to repress the insects back to the passage entrance, and where each missile should be deployed. Yes, Commander. Li Kangqiang no longer wanted to wait. Only by keeping the insects pressed at the mouth of the passage could limited firepower be most effectively used to inflict maximum damage. Once the insects burst out and spread, the casualties wouldn't be as significant under equal firepower. Watching his daughter swiftly operating something in front of the control panel, Li Kangqiang clenched his right fist fiercely and commanded, "Commander, the calculations are complete. The President needs to use 8 zero-point missiles to push the insects back to the passage entrance and eliminate 99% of the dispersed insects. This is the best course of action. Good. Execute the plan immediately." "Yes, Commander." The next moment, inside the inner defense formation, 8 large missiles shot out from the Dragonfly, activated their miniaturized hyperspace engines after flying 1,000,000 kilometers, opened a hyperspace window, and swiftly disappeared into it. Zero-point missiles will arrive in 1 second. Zero-point missiles have reached the designated coordinates and are detonating. At the insect nest passage, a enormously bright white energy cluster suddenly appeared in the void, engulfing almost all the insects and turning them into nothingness. As the light gradually dissipated, the area that was once teeming with warrior insects was now empty, with only a few lucky ones that managed to escape the killing radius left in between. However, while they narrowly escaped, they were all severely injured by the shockwave at close range, completely losing their ability to move. The target has been destroyed, and the attack effectiveness is evaluated at 99.93%. Good. Continue to focus all firepower on the mouth of the passage. Yes, Commander. Inside the insect nest passage, Emil and Garcia were completely stunned. Wasn't this the super weapon used by the Saint Whitey Empire in the later stages of the war? With such a weapon, was it really impossible to rely on numbers to overpower them? My Emperor Alba, I know what you want to say. Rest assured, I have other arrangements. Just keep the warrior insects continuously attacking. Emil was about to say something when Alba interrupted him. Also, have your first-rank guard insects prepare, and in 5 minutes, launch a coordinated attack altogether. Yes, my Emperor. What else could Emil say? Even if Alba was really preparing to let his guard insects become cannon fodder, Emil could only obey. Could he resist? Hopefully, Alba really had some plan in mind. On the battlefield, the situation reverted to how it was at the beginning. The Federation fleet continuously blocked the exit of the insect nest passage with their powerful firepower. The insect race, like a sea of insects, crazily surged toward the passage entrance, unafraid of death. As time passed with the insect tie, the war had unknowingly been raging for over 10 minutes. Li Kangqiang had already used a second round of 7 zero-point missiles, pushing the slightly protruding insect tie back to the passage entrance again. It's time. Emil, Garcia, immediately deploy the Queen Insect Guard. Just as Alba issued the latest order, a new insect nest passage opened on the other side of the Federation fleet's defense formation. End of this chapter. Chapter 498. Lin Fen and Lin Hong travel back in time to 10 minutes ago. Inside the Yinglong number protected by 2 layers of defense shields, Li Lizzie stared wide-eyed with her beautiful eyes, her face full of incredulity. The residual energy left behind by this is actually alive. Since the Federation made contact with other civilizations after leaving the solar system, the number of civilizations recorded in the database has increased to 8 million. However, this pure energy life form that only existed in human science fiction works is truly seen for the first time. No wonder Li Lizzie is so surprised. But how can we communicate with it? Looking at the observation image provided by the Yinglong, the energy blob floating just outside the ship, already very faint, even Li Lizzie felt a bit stuck. But just as Li Lizzie was feeling stuck, the white energy blob in the image suddenly disappeared. To communicate, all you need to do is this. The white energy blob suddenly appeared without warning inside the bridge, slowly transforming into a human form. If Fan were here, he would definitely recognize that it was Lin Hong. Who else could it be? The man looked at the girl in front of him with a kind smile. The girl stood up and looked at the man. But unlike him, her eyes were full of curiosity. Guard! What was supposed to be a harmonious scene was interrupted by a sudden shout. Lin Hong, who suddenly appeared, was not just seen by Li Lizzie. Li Kangqian, who had been observing his daughter, also saw him and immediately pulled out his sidearm and aimed at Lin Hong, calling for the guards. Chaos erupted in the bridge as everyone realized there was an extra person inside. The guards acted swiftly, and within a few seconds, a team of 12 guards had surrounded Lin Hong and raised their weapons, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Lower your weapons, they are useless against me. And, I mean no harm, isn't this girl trying to communicate with me? Lin Hong still had a smile on his face, completely unconcerned about the lethal weapons pointed at him. However, although he said so, Li Kangqian and the guards did not dare to relax. Put down your weapons. Do you think your weapons will have any effect on a pure energy life form? If he wants to do something, we can't stop him. It was Li Lizzie who spoke. Although she still didn't fully understand Lin Hong's presence, she seemed to know more than Li Kangqian and others. What difference do your weapons and torches make for a pure energy life form? In fact, the torch might be more useful. Fine. Since those things pose no threat to you, let them hold them. Just pretend you didn't see anything. After talking for a while and seeing Li Kangqian and others still not dropping their weapons, Li Lizzie sighed and said to Lin Hong, "No problem, I don't mind. In fact, this is not my real body right now. It's just a small part separated from my real body to have a chat with you." As Lin Hong said, he truly did not care about the weapons in the hands of Li Kangqian and others. Lin Hong saw those weapons no different than tow guns, completely lacking any lethal ability. Please wait a moment, I want to add one more person to this conversation. You don't mind, right? Lin Fan, right? No problem. Speaking of which, I am very curious about him too. This surprised Li Lizzie. It seemed this person knew the marshal, and for some reason, she felt he resembled the marshal and the president in some way. But now was not the time to address these questions. Li Lizzie turned to her father. Li Kangqian, who still held a gun, naturally understood his daughter's intentions, as he had heard the conversation just now. "Officer, connect to the marshal." "Yes, Commander." It didn't take long, just under 10 seconds, to establish communication with Lin Fan. When Lin Fan's figure appeared in the bridge, he was somewhat confused. Li Lizzie was standing face to face with a stranger, surrounded by Li Kangqian and over 10 guards keeping a watchful eye, guns aimed at the man. "Who can explain the situation to me first?" "Marshal, this is the situation." Li Kangqian, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, immediately summarized the situation in clear and concise words. "I see. Put down your weapons, Kangqian." "But ... no buts. This is an order." "Yes, Marshal." Watching everyone lay down their weapons, Lin Fan turned to Lin Hong. "The Alpha Teta civilization, the only 12th-tier civilization in the universe, commonly known as the Super Limit civilization, you really know about us." How could Lin Fan not know? Initially, due to the interference of the Super Limit civilization, the mission to Indos couldn't be completed. At that time, the system kindly offered some information about the Alpha Teta civilization to Lin Fan for free, giving him a preliminary understanding of the Super Limit civilization. However, Lin Hong showed no surprise, as if he had known this all along. But while Lin Fan wasn't surprised, the others around him were astonished. Each of their jaws almost dropped to the ground. What did they just hear? The 12th-tier civilization, the only Super Limit civilization in the universe. The Federation is only a 6th-tier civilization. What kind of entity is this 12th-tier civilization? Lin Fan, I am also very interested in you. After all, you should have been dead long ago. I came back to life, which is quite embarrassing. It's okay. I'm glad you've come back to life. Fan brought a new opportunity to humanity. Well, though I don't know why you're happy about it. Thank you. After a moment of silence, both men smiled. The others, still reeling from the shock of the conversation about the Super Limit civilization, were now even more perplexed by the dialogue between Lin Hong and Lin Fan. What were these two talking about? Why did they feel completely unable to understand? Well, I don't have much time left. Before my remaining energy dissipates, let's get down to business. Lin Hong, feeling his body becoming less and less sustainable, put away his smile and spoke seriously. End of chapter. Chapter 499. God-level civilization. When it came to serious matters, Lin Fan also became more serious. After all, it was for this reason that he personally led the army to this Gao cluster. Lin Fan, do you know what a God-level civilization is? Lin Fan shook his head. This was something he truly didn't know. According to the information provided by the system, there were only 12 levels of civilization, with the highest being the Transcendent Civilization. As for the God-level civilization, this was the first time he had heard of it. Alright, let's start from the beginning. First, you need to know that the universe we are in is not the only one, but just a small existence among countless universes. And surrounding these countless universes is a massive black cavity. What's beyond the black cavity? I do not know. Perhaps no one knows. Secondly, among these countless universes, there are wars just like the relationships between galaxies. The daily routine of the universe is wars for obtaining more resources. We are fortunate to be on the outskirts of the black cavity, which in human terms is considered the suburbs. Therefore, for hundreds of millions of years, as recorded by the Alpha civilization, our universe has never been invaded by external universes. However, our luck seems to be running out. In a universe not far from ours, known as Haimang, a god-level civilization has emerged. They have launched wars and continuously invaded neighboring universes. Currently, they have already seized control of over 30 universes, with only one universe separating us from them. Do you understand what this means? There was silence in the entire bridge of the ship. Everyone, except for Lin Fan, was astonished. The impact of this information was too significant for them. We are still fighting galaxy wars, and you are talking about wars between universes. Isn't this progressing too quickly? If we cannot resist, then all civilizations in this universe will be brutally slaughtered. Is that right? Correct. Therefore, tens of thousands of years ago, the highest council of the Alpha civilization initiated a plan to create a god-level civilization capable of resisting Haimang universe. And humans, that is, you, are our last hope. Hearing this, everyone took a sharp breath. Is this person talking about turning humans into a god-level civilization? Wait, did he say create? Are humans created by the Alpha civilization? Li Kangqiang looked at Lin Fan and then at his daughter, Li Lizzie. He noticed that the two of them, unlike the others on the bridge, including himself, were not shocked. This indicated something. Lin Fan and Li Lizzie had known about this for a while. Perhaps not everything, but definitely a part. At this moment, Li Kangqiang finally understood why Lin Fan had granted his daughter such authority and why Li Lizzie had mentioned more details during the briefing, stating that she couldn't reveal them without permission. The whole situation was becoming clear. But I have one question. If the goal is to create a god-level civilization, why didn't you choose to ascend yourselves? Why go through humans to achieve this? Just as Li Kangqiang's mind was racing, Lin Fan spoke up, posing a direct question. Yes, the universe needed a god-level civilization, but as the most powerful Alpha civilization in this universe, why didn't they strive for ascension themselves, but instead took the uncertain path of spending a long time selecting another race to accomplish it? Because we are no longer able to ascend to a god-level civilization. Why is that? Lin Fan was now puzzled. Why were they unable to ascend? Did ascending to a god-level civilization have certain racial restrictions? This requires an explanation of what a god-level civilization is. Perhaps just by hearing the name, you would think that a god-level civilization is a 13th level of civilization hidden behind the Transcendent Civilization. But it is not like that. The so-called god-level civilization can also be understood as another form of a Transcendent Civilization. When a civilization reaches the 11th level as a super civilization and wants to continue ascending, there are two ways. One is for the entire civilization to undergo ultimate evolution, like our Alpha civilization evolving into pure energy beings. The other is to master all the secrets of the universe, taking the path of technology to its pinnacle. Obviously, our Alpha civilization made a wrong choice back then. After evolving into pure energy beings, we realized that the mysteries of the entire universe were sealed off to us the moment we became a Transcendent Civilization. Since that time, our technology could no longer make any progress, and therefore, the Alpha civilization can no longer become a god-level civilization. At this point, a hint of pain appeared on Lin Han's face. I understand this, But why didn't you try to support the 11th level super civilizations in the universe, telling them not to choose racial evolution? Or is there no 11th level civilization in the universe? We have indeed tried that, but unfortunately, the two super civilizations in the universe have limited potential. If nothing unexpected happens, they have reached their limit as super civilizations. At this point, Lin Han's body began to distort slightly. I'm sorry, my time is running out. I have at most 2 to 3 minutes left. If you have any more questions, ask quickly. Feeling the energy almost dissipating, Lin Han said, "All right, I have two final questions. The first is, who was the alpha person who has been hindering us all along?" "That guy is called Fan. He used to be the chief scientist of the Alpha civilization, but was later exiled for violating the laws of civilization. The energy clashes before were caused by me trying to stop him, and now, I have dragged him into the outer dimensional space, and he won't be able to cause trouble for at least 3 to 5,000 years. And what about your own self?" "Yes. So the next time we meet, if we do, it will be at least 3 to 5,000 years later." "Thank you." "You're welcome. Time is short, so ask your next question quickly." Lin Han shook his head, looking at Lin Fan. "All right, I want to know, what is the relationship between humans and the Alpha civilization?" "I knew you would ask that." Lin Han laughed. However, this smile made Lin Fan feel strangely uneasy. End of this chapter. Chapter 500. The origin of humanity. When Lin Fan asked a second question, everyone on the main bridge of the Dragonfly number looked over. After all, they had been listening for so long and were eager to know the answer. The relationship between the Alpha civilization and humanity is a bit complicated to explain. Unfortunately, we are short on time, so I can only touch on the important points. He raised his right hand. Looking at his hand that was gradually losing its shaped panta fingers that were beginning to energize, Lin Han frowned slightly. "In fact, humans are Alpha people, just the ancient Alpha people. We have improved the genes of the ancient Alpha people multiple times, and after scattering many life seeds within this galaxy system, we finally discovered, no matter how we improve ourselves, we can never compare to the original version that came from natural evolution, which is the Alpha people. So, the Angel tribe, the Elf tribe, and the current Three-Eyed tribe are indeed your human races from the same roots, just enhanced genetically. While humans are the orthodox Alpha people from ancient times, that's why I say humans are the last hope of this universe, because currently, only humans have the opportunity to reach the divine civilization. Well, I wanted to tell you more, but it seems time does not allow." After a quick explanation, Lin Han looked at his now completely energized and gradually dissipating right hand, smiling bitterly. "Finally, let me tell you one more thing. You don't have much time left. According to our estimate, the Black Man universe has at most another 10,000 years before." Before Lin Han could finish his sentence, his whole body couldn't hold on any longer, suddenly dissipating into a dim energy and disappearing completely in just a few seconds. Li Lizzie's face turned pale, immediately turning to the control console, and started operating quickly. "No trace. Can't find him." A few minutes later, Li Lizzie stopped her actions, somewhat discouraged. "It's okay," as he said. "This was only a part deliberately left behind by him, or you can understand it as a strand of his consciousness possibly. And his essence still lives, in what he calls the outer dimensional space." Li Lizzie nodded, recalling what Lin Han had said before. This contact was deeply significant for Lin Fan. Although due to time constraints, many questions were left unanswered. From the answers obtained so far, several key points could be outlined. First of all, humans were not created by advanced civilizations. According to Lin Han, humans were actually the Alpha people before ultimate evolution. For a civilization of the Alpha level to revive a batch of people through ancient genes was no big deal. After all, not to mention the Alpha civilization, even humans have long had the ability to revive ancient creatures from fossils, haven't they? Secondly, according to Lin Han, he has always been the guardian of humanity. But now, in order to help humanity deal with the trouble of Fan, Lin Han has dragged him into the so-called outer dimensional space for at least 3 to 5,000 years. Therefore, if any advanced civilization causes trouble in the future, humans will have to rely on themselves. Lastly, and most importantly, is the Black Man universe. As Lin Han said, humanity's time is running out. The urgency of time, even Lin Fan felt the deep pressure. Although the Federation has nearly reached the 7th level civilization from the 3rd level in just 100 years, the time needed further on will only increase. Speaking of the 6th to 7th level civilization jump, it had been almost 50 years until now and it's not completely achieved yet. And that's even with Lin Fan at the helm. So what about the 8th, 9th, and ultimately divine level civilizations? In truth, 10,000 years may seem like a lot, but in terms of a civilization's level advancement, the time is actually quite pitifully short. It seems that the Federation needs to accelerate its conquests to acquire more system points. With this in mind, Lin Fan made up his mind. For him, as long as he had enough system points, conjuring up a divine level civilization would not be an issue. And how to get system points? War, continuous war. Territory, more resources. Commander, a new insect nest channel has appeared 1 astronomical unit away from the 3rd Legion, home. As Lin Fan was contemplating, a voice came from the command post inside the bridge. Li Kangqiang immediately turned to the tactical image. In the image, at the center was a sphere made up of numerous blue dots, the defensive circle arranged by the swarm. On one side of the defensive circle, there was a huge red light mass and countless small red dots, representing the first insect nest channel and the continuous flow of war insects emerging from it. On the other side of the defensive circle, another red light mass appeared, although not as large as the first one. It was much larger than anything in the galaxy before. Have the 3rd Legion immediately. Wait, just as Li Kangqiang was preparing to issue battle task orders, Lin Fan ended his contemplative stay and interrupted the process. Li Kangqiang, stop all combat tasks. Maintain the defense circle, move in the direction away from the insect nest channel, and when there are enough insect numbers, use all remaining 0-point missiles at once to clear them out and return to the Vita defense line. Yes, Marshal. Though Li Kangqiang completely couldn't grasp what Lin Fan was up to, it didn't mean he would question it. In fact, not just Li Kangqiang, but anyone who came wouldn't understand what Lin Fan was preparing. After the new order was issued, the fully trained Federal Fleet immediately mobilized without any discount. The entire cluster maintained a spherical defense circle, with all fleets and warships moving in unison, beginning to move. As a large number of insects began to emerge from the new insect nest channel, these giant-sized insects had such strong biological energy that they could almost rival a rank 3 king worm. However, the Federation had never seen this type of threatening insects, not even in the data provided by the Tri Empire. Nonetheless, none of that mattered. The appearance of unfamiliar insects was already within Li Kangqiang's expectations, so they just opened fire directly. Order the fleet with firing angles covering the insect nest channel to fire at full force to intercept. Yes, Commander. End of this chapter. Chapter 501. A massive spherical defensive formation, made up of a fleet cluster, was quickly moving away from the direction of the insect nest passageway. Of course, the fleet's firepower did not cease, continuously unleashing its immensely powerful firepower covering the 2 insect nest passageways. At this moment, Alba was a bit puzzled. The position he had carefully calculated to open the insect nest passageway was within the shooting range of a first-tier queen insect located at a distance of 1 astronomical unit. This distance was carefully maintained to prevent the first-tier queen insect from reaching the human fleet without the humans forming a pocket formation centered around the insect nest passageway. After all, if the human fleet surrounded the insect nests and formed a dense crossfire, no insect race would be able to safely escape from such firepower. This was why Alba did not directly open the insect nest passageway in front of the human defensive formation, but instead chose to create some distance. Originally, Alba's plan was flawless, and the first-tier defense insect swarm he received from Hainai could have caused significant trouble to the Federation. Everything should have proceeded as planned. However, what was the current situation? The insect nest passageway had just opened, and the human fleet began to change its position, moving further away from the 2 insect nest passageways. When the first-tier queen insects started pouring out of the nest passageway, the human fleet was already 1.2 astronomical units away from the entrance. The range was a serious problem. Additionally, what made Alba truly frustrated was that his first-tier defense insect swarm's range was inadequate, but the humans' range was still effective. The entire first-tier defense insect swarm became sitting ducks, subjected to one-sided massacre. It was incredible. Within the human ranks, there were individuals who could completely anticipate his moves. Well, Alba might not realize that if Lin Fen knew his current thoughts, he would be even more puzzled. He just wanted them to gather together, then clear the system points with a wave of .0 missiles, and finally finish up and go home. Who would have thought it would turn out this way? Alba immediately transmitted a new order through the insect psychic network. All first-tier defense insect swarms should continue to wait inside the passageway for further instructions. It wasn't like the Star Road, where one had to follow the flow like ocean currents. It was not like space teleportation, where there was no consciousness of the process. Regarding the insect nest passageway, its most significant characteristic was that one could stay inside as long as they wanted and leave by drilling out when desired. Of course, if the nest were closed or destroyed, then sorry, it would be just like a certain third-tier queen insect attempting to enter the Milky Way, simply dying blindly. In Alba's view, the current actions of the Federation fleet were directed against his first-tier defense insect swarm. However, as over 20 minutes passed, Alba started to doubt his initial thoughts. The human fleet had moved 2 astronomical units away from the insect nest passageway and continued to distance themselves. Moreover, Li Kangqiang had ordered the entire cluster to cease fire at a distance of 1.5 astronomical units. This situation presented a highly deceptive scenario to Alba. The human fleet's range was essentially limited to 1.5 astronomical units, and even though they seemed to target his first-tier defense insect swarm, at this range, it couldn't even reach it. So why go after it? Could it be that he had overthought it? Well, regardless of whether he had overthought it, there was certainly another motive behind the humans' actions. In any case, at this range, they posed no threat to him. With this opportunity, Alba decided to send out the entire insect race and advance towards the humans, forcing them to move further away, thus providing a safe rear area to search for the special energy cluster. Instantly, the first-tier defense insect swarm continued to pour out of the second insect nest passageway. During this time, due to Li Kangqiang's ceasefire order, the ordinary insect swarms that had already gathered outside the passageway were even larger in scale, and the previous attack on the Vita defensive line by the insect race. One had to admit that the strategic capability of the insect nest passageway opened by the Emperor insect was indeed terrifying. Staff Group, how are the calculations going? Commander, according to our calculations, in order to unleash a wave of attacks with the remaining 469.0 missiles and ensure maximum damage, the current size of the insect sea is still a bit small. After estimating, how long until the insect population reaches the expected scale? Based on the current progress, another 12 minutes should suffice. Good. Order the entire fleet to continue retreating, providing those insects with a sense of security, allowing them to come out boldly. Yes, Commander. Unfortunately, the range covered by the 469.0 missiles was too expansive. Although the insect sea generated by the insect race was already fearsome, it still did not fully meet the goal of maximizing the effects of the attacks. The soldiers had to wait for the insect population to further expand. For this reason, Li Kangqiang felt it was best for the fleet to continue retreating. After all, the queen insects also possessed high intelligence, so one had to provide them with some sense of security to ensure a smooth operation, right? The air of killing intent was so close. However, the 3 queen insects inside the passageway completely failed to notice it. Although Alba was unaware of this killing intent, he found himself somewhat puzzled by the movements of the human fleet, unable to comprehend their true intentions. Should he go out now to look for the special energy cluster, or observe the human movements a bit longer? My Emperor, should I go out first, and later open another insect nest passageway behind the humans to block them? Just as Alba was hesitating, Garcia spoke up. Obviously, despite his impulsive nature, when dealing with Alba, he maintained a respectful tone. Do we just sit here watching the human fleet run away, and we haven't even destroyed a single human warship? Aren't we losing face as insects? Except for the First Holy War, Garcia had never experienced such frustration. He inquired towards Alba. All right, let's proceed as you suggested. Garcia's proposal instantly brightened Alba's view. Not that Garcia's idea was brilliant, just that there was a fool willing to help him scout the situation. A truly excellent insect. Yes, my Emperor, I will go immediately. End of chapter. Chapter 502. Is the #1 target the Insect King? Even though the attacks had stopped, the bridge of the Yingluan was unusually busy, especially on the staff side. Several staff members were constantly adjusting the strike plans according to the latest situation, aiming to maximize the results. Radar team. Any signs of the king worm? Negative. Commander. Li Kangqiang felt somewhat disappointed. This worm was really cautious. Even at this point, not a single king worm had come out. Commander, we have reached the ideal strike status and are ready to proceed. Over on the staff side, the chief of staff looked at the strike model in front of him, his eyes lighting up as he turned to report to Li Kangqiang. All right, let's begin. Transfer the strike plans to the tactical team. Yes, Commander. The entire command team operated like a precision instrument. 0-point missiles are all unlocked. Strike plans are entered. 0-point missiles ready for launch. Launch authority transferred to Commander. Transfer procedure completed. The entire bridge fell silent, and in front of Li Kangqiang, a virtual raid button appeared, and Li Kangqiang had raised his right hand, preparing to press it. Suddenly, a report came in. Commander, detected traces of the king worms. 1, 2, 38, 9. A total of 9 king worms, one of which is marked as the second target. The sudden report caused Li Kangqiang's eye to twitch. His hand trembled, and he abruptly stopped, just 1 centimeter away from pressing the launch button. Thankfully, he hadn't pressed it yet. Looking at his right hand, still a bit away from the launch button, Li Kangqiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had almost missed an opportunity to harvest a large number of king worms. In order to maximize the results, the targets chosen by the staff or areas were complete and large swarms of worms had gathered. If he had pressed the button earlier, he would have missed the chance to take down the 9 king worms. Staff, immediately replan the strike plan to ensure the complete elimination of all 9 king worms at once. Yes, Commander. However, as Li Kangqiang issued the latest orders, there was another person in the bridge, frowning at the data flow in front of her. While everyone was busy with the new strike plans, Li Lizzies noticed something different. Among the 9 king worms, there were 3 5th rank, 2 4th rank, and 2 3rd rank king worms. As for the remaining 2 worms, there were no detailed data in the database. The most critical point was that one of the 2 worms had a much stronger biological energy, and the 3rd rank king worms, while the other one, designated as the second target by Li Kangqiang, was even more powerful. The question then arose, if the second target was a 3rd rank king worm, then what was the number 1 target? Commander, I have important information to report. Thinking to herself, Li Lizzies turned to Li Kangqiang and said, yes. At this point in time, whatever Li Lizzies had to say was certainly not simple, and Li Kangqiang, who knew his daughter very well, understood this. It seemed there was something significant that she had discovered. Please continue. As Li Lizzies spoke, Li Kangqiang listened, but as time passed, his expression became more solemn. If Li Lizzies' deductions were all correct, should he wait for a little longer? Wait for the appearance of the suspected insect king target? Commander, the new strike plan has been completed. Shall we proceed? Commander, seeing Li Kangqiang lost in thought without responding, the chief of staff asked again. Proceed immediately. Li Kangqiang halted his thoughts and gave his direct command. Although Li Kangqiang didn't understand the 1st and 2nd grade king worms and the insect king, he knew that all king worms had the ability to open wormhole channels. At this moment, there were already 9 king worms present here. If he hesitated, he might miss the suspected insect king target and lose this excellent opportunity for a strike. Yes, Commander. After the order was officially issued, all the members of the command team in the bridge busied themselves again. 1 minute later, the familiar red virtual launch button once again appeared in front of Li Kangqiang. This time, no one interrupted him, and his right hand smoothly pressed down on it. At the same time, on one side of the wormhole channel, it's much more comfortable outside. The inside of the wormhole channel is too oppressive. As the Sias flew out of the wormhole channel and into the open space, he couldn't help but think so. Although the wormhole channel was a good thing, Sias always felt uncomfortable staying inside. Oh, the humans are still retreating. Val, later. You and I will open the wormhole channel together and intercept the human retreat route directly. Without calling other king worms, Sias mentioned to the nearby 2nd rank king worm Val. After all, relying solely on their own energy, the 3rd to 5th rank king worms would not have enough energy to open the wormhole channel. It required massive resources. However, in this battlefield, there was clearly no time for them to prepare resources. Yes, Your Highness. As the two worms prepared to activate the energy within their bodies to open the wormhole channel, a glaring white light suddenly shone from a distance. This is not good. Perhaps Val and the other king worms did not know what the white light represented, but for Sias, who had experienced the first holy war of the worm tribe, how could he not know? As his long-buried memories resurfaced, Sias turned and fled madly in the direction of the wormhole far away from the worm tribe. He knew better than anyone what kind of outcome would result if this attack hit here. Nearby, Val and other worms were dumbfounded to see Sias turning to escape. What was going on? However, in the same onslaught, there was not much time left for them. Just as Sias had turned and flown a short distance, a small hyperspace window suddenly opened in front of him. Subsequently, a large missile flew out, and after completely leaving hyperspace, it exploded directly. No. Just as he left behind a deeply resentful thought within the mental network, Sias's massive body was completely engulfed by the white light sphere. Of course, the other 8 king worms were also swallowed up. Report to the commander, all 0-point missiles have detonated successfully at the designated coordinates. Mission completion rate 100%. Very good. Notify all legions, activate the hyperspace engine. Target, the main camp of the Veta defense line garrison. Yes, Commander. End of this chapter. Chapter 503. Grinding Holy Land. Is this the thing that was once used by the Saint V Empire? Inside the worm nest passage, through the war worms that were not covered by the 0-point missiles outside the passage, Emil naturally saw everything that was happening, causing his entire worm body to tremble. Facing the scene before him, just like Garcia, the surviving First-Order King Worm from the First Holy War, naturally recognized what it was. A simple wave of attack directly led to total annihilation. Garcia and the king worms he brought out from the passage were all instantly doomed, not even leaving behind a fragment. The enormous worm sea formed by countless swarms outside the passage disappeared in an instant, leaving only a few scattered war worms that were not affected, escaping unscathed, as if the worm sea had never existed. Damn. Alba wouldn't have known about this kind of weapon that humans possess already and deliberately let Garcia go out, Emil said. Regarding Emil and Garcia, their relationship had always been quite good, having both survived the First Holy War as the only two surviving First-Order King Worms. This was a solid comrade-in-arms bond. Now, Emil saw the tragic death of Garcia, and Alba did not show any surprise at this weapon, leading Emil to conclude that it must have known about this weapon long before but deliberately kept it hidden. What do you take us First-Order King Worms for? However, even though Emil hated it to the extreme, it did not show it. It knew that once it revealed its emotions, it would end up like Garcia. The difference was that Garcia was killed by humans, while Emil would be taken out by Alba. Ha! Are the humans retreating? Emil, go out and command the follow-up swarm. Set up a sufficiently large safe zone based on the coordinates I gave you. While Emil was trying to control his emotions, the human fleet utilized hyperspace travel to depart. Alba, who witnessed this scene, was initially delighted, but soon began to hesitate. After all, the scene of Garcia's demise had just occurred, and Alba couldn't help but think more. However, Alba quickly came up with a plan. Yes, it was true that Garcia was done for, but wasn't there still Emil here? What excellent bait to lure them in as cannon fodder. If humans had any tricks up their sleeves, the appearance of a First-Order King Worm would surely provoke them. However, this command made Emil all cold. But, yes, Your Majesty, I'll go now. Maintaining a respectful and submissive appearance on the surface, Emil immediately took action. Although Emil knew that Alba was using it as bait to trigger minds, it had no choice but to bear with it and forge ahead. It couldn't show any traces of dissatisfaction either. Now, it could only hope that humans had indeed retreated and not devised any new tricks. With such thoughts in mind, Emil reached the outer side of the worm nest passage, and of course, the things it feared did not occur because the Federal fleet indeed departed without leaving any traps. An hour passed quickly, during which Emil nervously commanded numerous swarms and set up a defense perimeter with a diameter of up to 10 astronomical units. Only then did Alba fly out of the worm nest passage, flying swiftly towards the initial sensed location of that special energy. However, its actions were destined to be futile, as the residual energy left by Lin Hong was already very weak and had completely dissipated now, leaving no traces behind. Hence, no matter how much Alba searched, it was all in vain. As time passed, Alba was increasingly furious. That's it. The humans must have stolen that energy just now. It must be. This could have been the chance for me to evolve once again. Damn humans. At the same time, at the main base camp of the Vita Defense Line, aboard the Uncrossing Star main ship, frankly, Lin Fan was now feeling conflicted. The evacuation operations of the 3i Empire would be completed within a month at most. By then, should he lead his army back to the Milky Way galaxy, or continue to stay here and grind points? Yes, grind points. Since Lin Fan obtained some information from Lin Han, he now had a more urgent need for system points. Just as Lin Han said, human time was running out. Most notably, the Melts Galaxy Group was undoubtedly a holy land for grinding points that wouldn't affect the Federation's mainland but could provide a steady source of points. After all, the reproductive capacity of the insect race was not to be underestimated. Look at the Vita Defense Line. The artillery hasn't ceased for even a moment over these past few months. Lin Fan's system points had been increasing crazily every moment during this time, showing no signs of stopping. At this rate, with at most another 3 months, Lin Fan would have enough points to exchange for all the key technologies that would elevate the civilization to level 7. Such temptation was significant. But Lin Fan only considered the system points issue. After all, the saying, guard against external enemies, still applied even in the era of Galaxy. If he withdrew now, who could guarantee that the insect race wouldn't pursue into the home galaxy system? If it came to that, the Federation would need to defend not just a front line, but 50 star systems simultaneously within the entire galaxy group, with numerous defense lines. For the current military strength of the Federation, reaching that point would be disastrous. Even if they managed to defeat the insect race in the end, the Federation's losses would be severe. Thus, guarding against external enemies and confining the war against the insect race to the Gao Galaxy Group were imperative. However, there was another factor that made Lin Fan hesitate. The entire insect race seemed to be converging towards the Mel's Galaxy Group, with even the Insect Emperor appearing. Don't ask how Lin Fan knew that the primary target was the Insect Emperor. At the moment when the secondary target Garcia was taken out by Li Kangqian, Lin Fan received a system prompt and obtained a large amount of kill points. After all, the system had records for every point source. So, as Lily had deduced, if the secondary target was a first-order king worm, then compared to the secondary target, the primary target was at least 100 times stronger. Naturally, only the Insect Emperor. Speaking of the Insect Emperor, its combat power and the types of insect troops it could nurture remained unknown to the Federation. The lack of intelligence was precisely why Lin Fan was hesitating whether to start a full-scale war with the insect race in the Mel's Galaxy Group, considering it was a war rule of thumb. In the past, Lin Fan might have evacuated without hesitation and waited for the Federation to formally ascend to level 7 civilization or uncover the bottom line of the Insect Emperor. Yet, now he came back to the same point. Human time was running out. End of this chapter. Chapter 504. The Fearless Fleet. That's the situation. Inside the virtual conference room, after listening to Lin Fan's account, the federal big shots were simply dumbfounded. Human beings are actually the alpha species before the ultimate evolution. Wait, we need to slow down. It was just too shocking. Normal people couldn't accept it all at once. Well, that's one thing, but what's even more mind-boggling is that there are other universes beyond our own universe, and there is constant warfare between universes. This is not good news at all. In the face of such a level of war, the current federal government is not even considered on par with an ant, let alone safeguarding civilization. There's no qualification to even participate. Everyone, given the current situation, I believe it's necessary for us to redevelop the federal development strategy. As everyone knows, originally, the Federal was planning to spend some time in the 6th level civilization, to settle down and recollect. But now, we can't continue like this. On the stage, Linzhen, the Federal President, looked around at the audience and spoke. According to the Federal's original plan, they were prepared to spend at least hundreds of years settling in the 6th level civilization, before advancing to the 7th level of civilization in the technology tree. After all, many technologies were based on the technical data provided by Lin Fan, and most of them were military technologies. This caused a problem. The speed at which the federal civilization advanced could make all civilizations in the universe ashamed. But looking at the entire federal technology tree, one would find that while the core was relatively intact, The branches were completely bare, especially in civilian technologies. Previously, they could rely on subsidiary civilizations to upload technology to help fill in the gaps in the federal technology tree, but that was limited to 3rd or 4th level civilizations. As for 5th level civilizations, there were only a few under the federal government. Even if they shared all their technologies, there were still many gaps, not to mention 6th level civilizations. Therefore, the federal government decided on a 100-year plan to gradually fill these gaps in the technology tree. I understand the urgency of the time, but if we rush to advance to the 7th level of civilization without truly filling all the gaps in our technology tree, it will destabilize the foundation of federal technology systems, and there will definitely be problems in the future. Your approach is extremely irresponsible. Someone slammed the table directly and scolded Linzhen. Who was that? That was none other than White Zixuan, known as the king of scolding among the federal big shots. In the circle of big shots, there was no one who had not been scolded by him. Hey, White, did you not look at the data I sent you before? Seeing the angry White Zixuan ready to lash out, Lin Fan was speechless and asked. Not yet. The data you sent me was so extensive. I plan to look at it after the meeting. I suggest you take a quick look now. White Zixuan was puzzled, and everyone in the room except Linzhen was also puzzled. What was Lin Fan up to? At this moment, White Zixuan suddenly remembered something, and directly opened a virtual interface and started operating it. Teleportation technology, space compression technology, space storage technology. Just by looking at the catalog of civilizations, this guy, with thousands of detailed data on various technologies, made White Zixuan's mouth twitch uncontrollably. Usually, when Lin Fan was asked to produce something good, he would search for it and take a long time to come up with a few pieces of technology. But what was going on now? For 1,829 types of technologies, all of which were 5th and 6th level civilization technologies that the federal government did not possess, how did this guy manage to acquire them all? With meaningful eyes, he glanced deeply at Lin Fan and then, well, there was no need for a follow-up because White Zixuan had already disappeared from the virtual conference room. Who would want to stay in a meeting like this when faced with such a wealth of technology? Why not hurry back to study it? Didn't you see White Zixuan drooling in excitement? Inside the virtual conference room, except for Lin Fan trying to stifle a laugh, everyone else was dumbfounded. What exactly had Lin Fan shown White Zixuan? Beside Linzhen, Vice President had asked curiously. It's just some 5th and 6th level civilization technology data that the federal government hasn't acquired. There's not that much. Less than 5,000 types. 5,000? Not that many. And all of them are 5th and 6th level civilization technologies that the federal government hasn't acquired. At this moment, everyone present looked at Lin Fan with strange eyes. Alright, let's not delve into how Lin Fan obtained these technologies. This is the top secret of the federal government. What you need to know is that we currently have the means and ways to rapidly obtain various technologies, so it will not destabilize the foundation of federal technology. And on top of that, there is something more important that needs to be decided upon. Lin Fan, why don't you explain the situation with the insect clan? Linzhen first suppressed everyone's curiosity, defining it as a top-secret federal affair, and then shifted the topic. After all, Lin Fan's possession of the system was not yet suitable for exposure. Alright, now, 10 minutes later, as Lin Fan spoke, everyone's expression grew more serious. The entire insect clan was now converging towards the Mir star system. If they were recalled at this time, there was a high possibility that the insect clan would redirect their target and launch a full-scale attack on the star system where the federal government was located. It was known that the insect clan had long been aware of the location of the Milky Way, and during the time in the Gar system, humans had been completely exposed to the insect clan. Therefore, when they completely took over the Gar system, the possibility of a full-scale invasion of this star system was very high. Yes, the federal fleet was indeed very powerful and could crush the insect clan completely on a single front, preventing any advancement. However, the situation was different if the insect clan invaded this star system. It might be hundreds of battlefields, thousands of wars, or even tens of thousands of battlefronts. The current size of the federal fleet could not simultaneously engage in battles on such a scale. As for the subsidiary civilizations under the federal government, unless they reach the 6th level of civilization, They were essentially food for the insect clan. Therefore, we need to defend against the enemy beyond our borders and root ourselves in the Mir star system to engage in a prolonged battle with the insect clan, even leading to the final decisive battle. For this reason, I am preparing to mobilize the Fearless Fleet to the Gar system for combat. The Fearless Fleet, except for Linzen, Ed, and Sondes, the rest of the big shots were all puzzled. Did the Federal Fleet have this organization? It probably didn't. End of chapter. Chapter 505. The so-called Invincible Fleet of the Zero Zone is actually not a standard Federation formation. After all, when it comes to counting the number of battleships, this fleet boasts a total of 10 billion battleships, equivalent to 10 fleet clusters in the regular Federation lineup. This is a top-secret fleet. The construction of its battleships did not use Federation shipyards, and even the crew members are not recorded Federation personnel. It can be said that apart from the fleet commander, neither the personnel nor the ships can be traced within the Federation. That's why the vast majority of Federation high-ranking officials are unaware of the existence of this fleet. In fact, if one really delves into it, some traces can still be found since the precursor of the Invincible Fleet has some records within the Federation. Its predecessor was the first fleet cluster of the Magellan Galaxy, once stationed at Lossart, one of the most secretive regions of the Federation. Do you intend to deploy the Invincible Fleet? Linzen glanced at his son, somewhat puzzled. After all, this fleet is one of the Federation's trump cards, and isn't it a bit premature to deploy it now? In Lin Zhen's opinion, the regular Federation fleet is sufficient to deal with the insect race within the Gal system, and there isn't a need to call upon the Invincible Fleet. Absolutely. Although based on the current Vita defensive line, there may not be a need to deploy the Invincible Fleet, but the peak combat power of the insect race has yet to appear. I must take certain precautions. If we continue with the current setup, there is no guarantee of overwhelming combat power against the Insect Queen. And once we fail to dominate in terms of combat power, it will inevitably result in heavy casualties among Federation soldiers. Therefore, in the absence of intelligence on the peak combat power of the insect race, committing all forces is the most prudent approach. Lin Fen nodded in explanation. I support Marshal Lin Fen. In the absence of intelligence on the insect race, it is logical to deploy the most powerful force as a precaution. Remember, even a lion must exert full effort to hunt a hare. Any adversary could pose serious consequences. The Federation cannot afford losses at the moment. As Sanders said, perhaps other civilizations can afford to lose tens of billions of battleships, but if the Federation makes a misstep, even a loss of a few billion battleships would be a severe blow. The Federation's population is still considerably scarce compared to other civilizations. This is mainly due to the slow population growth rate of the Federation, unable to keep up with the progress of civilization. Even though the Triocular civilization has been integrated, and due to human genes dominating over the Trioculi, Celestials, or Elves, with the integrated next generation largely assimilated into human race, this is a phenomenon for many generations later. Currently, the human population is still miserably low, barely reaching 200 billion, and within the Federation, humans have become a minority. According to the latest statistics, after the Triocular integration, the human population is less than 1% of the total Federation population. If it weren't for the dominant genetic position allowing gradual assimilation of the other three races, the Federation would never have permitted the integration of those races. The phrase "the Federation cannot afford losses" at the moment struck a chord with all the big shots, unanimously nodding in agreement. Yet, they were still curious about the background of the Invincible Fleet, being labeled as the most powerful force by Sanders. In reality, even Sanders only knew of the existence of the Invincible Fleet and that the technology used for its battleships far exceeds that of the current Federation's conventional fleet. However, he himself is not clear about how these battleships were built or where the soldiers came from. All right, let's go with your plan. Since this is not his area of expertise, Linzen immediately chose to follow the advice of the professionals. If both Lin Fen and Sanders, the former marshals and the current marshal, suggest this course of action, then that's how it will be. Linzen won't risk making foolish decisions by commanding experts in an area he isn't familiar with. Magellan Galaxy, Federation Zero Zone. This is a combat zone not documented in the Federation's records, and even all star systems within its territory have been erased from the official Federation star map. The entire Zero Zone is centered around Lossart, radiating out to over 1,000 star systems with its own independent battleship production base. Apart from supply transport and resources, it is completely cut off from the outside world. In space, a massive fleet is engaged in offensive and defensive exercises, with its battleships distinctly differing from the Federation's regular fleet. The biggest visible difference is that even the largest battleship here is only the size of a former Federation destroyer, with the rest being the size of escort ships at best. Since the Federation became a level for civilization, it hasn't built warships this small, only producing universal battleships at least the size of battleships. If you underestimate these ships just because of their size, you'll definitely regret it. These battleships can be said to have reached a technological level of a late or even peak level 7 civilization, as not only the production line, but also the blueprints and even the personnel are all exchanged from Linfan's system. This is why Linfan and Linzan chose to keep the Invincible Fleet as one of the Federation's top secrets. On one hand, these matters are too sensational, and on the other hand, too many things here would disrupt the Federation's normal research system since the production system here is derived from the system, with even many critical components being exchanged directly from the system as finished products, lacking a complete technical system. Thus, complete isolation from the Federation fleet, hiding it away as one of the strongest cards to be used, is undoubtedly the best choice. Currently conducting the exercises is a division of the Invincible Fleet. Although it's called a division, when counting the number of battleships, it amounts to a staggering 10 billion battleships, equivalent to a fleet cluster in a regular fleet. Commander, first priority orders have been received from the military headquarters. Relevant documents have been sent to your terminal. Understood. Inside the flagship that is only the size of a destroyer, BWDC informed Lin Tia. Though BWDC and Lin Tia have long been together, having her serve as his adjutant posed no issue. According to Lin Tia, as he put it to Lin Fan, isn't it better for your wife to be your adjutant after marriage? So what's the problem with BWDC being my adjutant? Well, that makes sense. Besides, this is the Federation's top secret. Besides our family elders and our brothers, who else would care? Consequently, BWDC became Lin Tian's adjutant, and also the second couple in the Federation fleet. Opening the terminal, Lin Tia saw the highly prioritized order document. Convey the order to all divisions assemble at Lossart within 3 days and participate in the war against the insect race in the Mers Galaxy cluster. Yes, Commander. End of the chapter. Chapter 506 is getting ready to change defense in the Mel Star cluster, the Gal Star system, and the Vita defense line. The front line is still raging with the fires of war, but the insect race continues to send out their endless waves of ordinary insect swarms, launching relentless attacks. After all, the only ones capable of posing a threat to the Federal Fleet are the Royal Guard, while others, even the First Order Queen Ninsect and her guard swarm, are merely cannon fodder here. Unfortunately, it will take several more months for Alba's Royal Guard to be fully trained, and Arlia has not arrived yet. Therefore, Alba can only continue to rely on ordinary insect swarms to restrain the human fleet, buying more time. In the rear of the defense line, the two clusters led by Li Kangqian and Fujihara Yako are currently rotating for rest, but it is evident that neither of them is in the mood to relax on the life planet with other soldiers. Instead, they choose to stay in their own cockpits. Just 2 days ago, Lin Fen had informed 5 cluster commanders that the Fearless Fleet would soon arrive at the Vita defense line to take over the war against the insects. As for what the Fearless Fleet was, the commanders were puzzled as they had never heard of such a fleet within the federal ranks. When they asked Lin Fan, the only response they got was that it was the Federal Fleet's most powerful fleet and top secret. Today, or more precisely, in 1 minute, is the scheduled arrival time for the Fearless Fleet. Both of them were eager to see for themselves what this fleet, referred to as the Federation's most powerful, actually looked like. After all, the 2 clusters they commanded were among the elite of the Federal Fleet and believed confidently that the strongest fleet should be their own. Upon hearing about the emergence of a new strongest fleet, they felt somewhat dissatisfied. Commander, they're here. Not far from the main military camp, a large swirling blue hyperspace window suddenly appeared, and numerous warships arrived in the starry sky. However, as Li Kangqian and Fujihara Yako looked at the incoming warships, they were somewhat puzzled. On observation, These warships had sleek and elegant designs, far more beautiful than the standard Federal Fleet's warships. However, in terms of weapons and defense, it was hard to discern. Federal warships had concealed weapons that only revealed themselves when needed for attack. Nevertheless, such features would not usually leave Li Kangqiang and Fujihara Ayako perplexed. The issue was that these warships were too small. After initial observation, there were only 2 battleships of battleship size in the entire massive fleet. The rest comprised hundreds of destroyers from the 3rd-level civilization period, and the remaining nearly billions were all corvette-sized ships. Since the Federal 4th-level civilization, they had completely abandoned the multi-ship fleet composition model and had switched to a single-ship universal warship configuration. Destroyers and corvettes were now only found in Federal museums. Therefore, the feel of the fleet being made up of antiques pulled out from a museum left the two feeling bewildered. Ayako, is this what the Marshal referred to as the Federation's strongest fleet? It should be. The Marshal wouldn't say it randomly. The two of them were full of doubt in their communication. Commander, the Marshal wants you to connect immediately to the number 3 virtual war room. Understood. At that moment, Li Kangqiang's adjutant approached and informed him. Similarly, Fujihara Ayako received the same order. As for the 3 still on the defense line, Lin Fan hadn't issued this command to them as they were currently commanding the battle. Soon, Li Kangqiang and Fujihara Ayako entered the number 3 conference room. Lingshan, is it you? Upon entering, Li Kangqiang immediately noticed that besides Lin Fan, there was another person in the war room. With his familiar face and prominent angel wings, who else could it be but Linshan, the former Angel King, the only male angel in the lineage, the son of the federal president, and Lin Fan's brother. Li Kangqiang was very familiar with Linshan, as they had worked together for a long time. Wasn't this guy supposed to retire from the federal fleet and live the carefree life after the Federation unified the galaxy and tied the knot with beer oats? Why was he here now, and what was with the military uniform he was wearing? Although slightly different in style, it was still recognizable as a federal fleet uniform. And what was with that 4-star general's insignia? Li Kangqiang suddenly felt like he had discovered a tremendous secret. All right, stop guessing and speculating. Linshan is the commander of the Fearless Fleet, the fleet that just arrived at the Vita defense line. It's just that because the Fearless Fleet has always been the highest federal secret, Linshan left a record of retirement on paper. I see. That explained it. It made sense why Linshan was here and why he possessed the 4-star general's rank. But what about these small warships in the Fearless Fleet? Marshal, about the Fearless Fleet. All right, I know what you're going to ask. The size of the warships in the Fearless Fleet is too small, resembling ancient warships from a museum. Lin Fan chuckled, knowing Li Kangqiang would inquire about this. Current federal technology could not fully understand these warships in the Fearless Fleet. Oh, that? With his inner thoughts caught by Lin Fan, Li Kangqiang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. You don't have to beat around the bush. I can tell you that all warships in the Fearless Fleet utilize the latest technology, especially in spatial technology, reaching a high level. Therefore, even though the warships look small, only the size of corvettes, through cutting-edge spatial technology, the insides of these warships are not smaller than battleships. In terms of firepower and defense, the warships of the Fearless Fleet are superior to regular fleets by a significant margin. Dumbfounded, both Li Kangqiang and Fujihara Ayako were left in disbelief. Could it really be done this way? Since the 4th-level civilization began, warships have kept getting larger, but now, are they to be smaller? This spatial technology was truly mind-boggling. All right, today I've called you here mainly to discuss the handover arrangement between the Fearless Fleet and your forces. The war meeting did not take too long. Lin Fan had already drafted the handover plan, basically just issuing tasks. The handover time was officially set for 10 days later. End of chapter. Chapter 507. The space compression cannon. 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. On the Vita defense line, 3 federal fleet clusters were dispersed across dozens of defense zones, continuously unleashing immensely powerful attacks. Of course, there were also 500 billion 3I Empire warships providing support. However, throughout the entire day, they did not have a single opportunity to launch an attack, as if they were just watching a show. There was no choice but to blame the fact that their firing range was too close. If it weren't for the just-in-case scenario, they might not even need to take the field at all. Today is the day, isn't it? That so-called fearless fleet. Carlo's face was filled with exhaustion at this moment as she looked at the communication with Dennis and Shangguan Yunting. As one of Lin Fan's earliest crew members, even though she had undergone intermediate genetic enhancement drug strengthening, commanding non-stop for 10 full days and nights, without a second of rest had taken its toll on her. Yes, today it is. I haven't heard of this fleet before, but what I know is that the number of warships is as high as hundreds of billions, and the commander is supposed to be the retired Lin Tia. Shangguan Yunting nodded but then shook her head. The fearless fleet was truly too mysterious. Attention, they're coming. It was at this moment that Dennis shouted towards the two. The viewpoint switched to behind the defense line. Numerous Azure hyperspace channels were continuously opening in the void, with a large number of warships arriving. Just like Li Kangqiang and Fujiwara Ayako at the front line, the three commanders were also stunned. Escort ships, destroyers, only one battleship. Well, there were originally two, but one of them was refitted by Lin Fan. After all, this battleship was much stronger than the Black Star class manufactured in the early phase of the 7th level civilization. However, due to the technology surpassing that of the Federation by too much, several core components were so expensive in points that Lin Fan was unwilling to build a third ship. So, these two battleships were just completed, and Lin Tia had brought them both over. In short, the three of them were dumbfounded. What kind of group of escort and destroyer ships was this? Commander, we have received a message from the Fearless Fleet. What's the content? We are about to launch a fire assault. All fleets must immediately retreat, and the Vita defense line will be taken over by our Fearless Fleet. Are you sure you read it correctly? Shangguan Yunting asked skeptically to the communication group leader, and the leader shook his head. In his view, a group of escort and destroyer ships, even if their numbers were not few, their firepower was still too weak, not even comparable to 1/10 the quantity of a universal battleship, right? With such small bodies, they might not even be able to mount a main gun level weapon. Cover us in retreat? How would you cover us? This is nonsense. Send them a message to confirm the order again. Commander, the Fearless Fleet is firing. Just as Shangguan Yunting was about to have the communication team contact the so-called Fearless Fleet to confirm the order, she was interrupted by her deputy. Well, it might not be accurate to say she was interrupted by her deputy, because by the time the deputy called out, Shangguan Yunting had already voluntarily fallen silent, staring dumbly through the bridge's port window at the front. Even though they were 2 astronomical units away, she could still clearly see the intense contraction of the entire visible space. Although the time was short, everything quickly returned to normal. However, Shangguan Yunting was sure she hadn't seen wrong. This visual sensation was almost like the moment of the leap, as if the entire space had shrunk and stretched infinitely. What on earth was this? Could it be? Suddenly, Shangguan Yunting thought of something and turned abruptly to look at the tactical image beside her. The countless regions composed of red dots representing the insect race in the image were disappearing in patches. In just 3 seconds, all raid enemy markers were no longer visible on the screen. Commander, the Fearless Fleet has sent another message, asking us to immediately retreat from the Vita defense line. Execute the order. At the same time, contact the fleets of the Three-Eyed Empire and have them retreat with us. Yes, Commander. This time, Shangguan Yunting did not hesitate. Come on, they just cleared out all those bugs you wanted to see disappear. Why would you hesitate? At the same time, on the flagship Union of the Fearless Fleet, the space compression cannon has been fired. Effective radius 3.8 astronomical units. Recharge time countdown at 180 minutes. Allies begin to retreat. Expected complete withdrawal from within the Vita defense line in 12 minutes. The re-arrival of the insect race at 3 astronomical units distance is estimated to be in 37 minutes. Inside the bridge, a series of reports followed one after another, constantly emanating from various positions of the command team. Everyone was mechanical, even the voices sounded cold and devoid of emotion. Speaking of which, I always find it strange, how did you train people to be like this? Devoid of emotion, like machines. Delorotus frowned and asked, well, I'm also not sure. These are all the people my brother sent over. It's not like I trained them. You also know that, don't you? Damn, do I have to tell you that these are all biohumans? Lin Tia was internally ranting like crazy. Speaking of which, these biohumans were good in every aspect, just a little too cold. Normally, Although they reacted a bit slowly emotionally, they still had some expressions. However, once they entered their combat roles, they immediately became like machines, almost devoid of emotion. All right. Della Rota saw that Lin Tiad didn't say anything, so she stopped asking. She wasn't the type to nag. Besides, she also understood that the Fearless Fleet was the highest secret of the Federation, and these crew members definitely had some special qualities. It's just that she temporarily didn't have the authority to know. Anyway, no matter what special traits they had, in times of war, these crew members were indeed exceptionally outstanding. As for herself, as long as she continued to do her job as the deputy commander, she shouldn't know what she shouldn't know, no big deal. Inform all squadron commanders to immediately fill all vacancies left by the retreat of our allies according to the first plan and rebuild the defense line in all defense zones that are now open. Understood. Thousands of light years away, Emil, who had taken over as the commander of all the insect races in the Melis Galaxy cluster after Heiane, naturally also saw the recent wave of attacks. It was so familiar to familiar. After all, even kings of the insects who weren't worms were killed by weapons like this from the Holy the Fifth Empire. But there was also something wrong. The Holy the Fifth Empire similar weapons were entirely used as fixed defense platforms. After all, the weapon was too large to go on a ship. But what was the situation with humans? Not only did they go on ships, but they were on such small warships. Or, had human technology surpassed that of the Holy the Fifth Empire? If that was the case, then could my plan be put into action? End of this chapter. Chapter 508 takes the initiative to attack. Yes, there was a plan in Emir's mind. A very rebellious plan. Although the insect race's absolute obedience to the class system is deeply imprinted in their genes, with continuous evolution, this absolute obedience will gradually fade. Those who evolve to the first-order king insect level, although still fearing the queen insect, do not view the queen insect the same way as the warrior insects do. Simply put, as long as the queen insect does not go too far, the first-order king insects generally will not have rebellious thoughts, as there are still some obedience factors present in their genes. But if the queen insect goes too far, then things could be unpredictable. Obviously, Alba's actions earlier were out of line, directly treating first-order king insects as warrior insects, which directly led to the tragic death of Gasha. Since then, Emir has felt that if he continues to stay here and follow Alba's orders, then one day he will also be abandoned just like Gasha. Although Emir did not show anything on the surface at that time, once certain thoughts arise, they will quickly take root and cannot be removed. Commander, the rotation of defenses for all 39 zones has been completed. Regarding Beladi's report, Lin Shen did not even lift his head, still operating his terminal as if searching for something. The Lodi just stood quietly nearby, not saying anything. A few minutes later, Lin Shen raised his head. Calculate for me, based on the current impact force of the insect race, how many more ships are needed to ensure a perfect support of the defense line under the rotation system. Based on the strength of our fearless fleet, each defense zone only needs 100 million warships to hold. So for 39 zones, it would require 3.9 billion warships. Adding a rotation system, a total of 7.8 billion warships are needed, and this is without using the 0-point series arsenal. After a quick calculation in his mind, Belodi immediately came to a conclusion. That means I still have 2.2 billion warships that I can mobilize, right? Yes. Alright, keep 1.2 billion warships as a reserve fleet just in case, and deploy the remaining 1 billion warships with the Union for the attack. Hearing this, Belodi knew that Lin Shen had fallen into his old ways again, needing to stir up some trouble to be happy. Commander, if the Union leaves, who will command the Vita defense line? Do I even need to say? Of course, it's Lin Kedin. This girl is already in her 20s. It's time for her to stand on her own. After all, her talent for commanding large armies in battle far exceeds Lin Yu. Of course, it would be better if she could change her foul mouth a bit. At this point, Lin Shen couldn't help but think of his niece, with a mouthful of foul language. Shaking his head with some helplessness, he continued, "All right, so what is our goal?" "Of course it's this." Lin Shen waved his hand, enlarging and projecting the intelligence report he was previously reading in the terminal in front of them. The report focused on Li Kangqian's actions in the previous months, with a section marked by Lin Shen about a top-secret mission involving the #1 target. "What are you thinking? Are you sure?" According to the intelligence, this number 1 target is likely to be at the level of the insect queen, surrounded by an entire trillions of unidentified insect species, each containing biological energy comparable to a third-order king insect. The Lodi furrowed her brows, feeling that this matter was not reliable. The level of danger was too high. Look here. Watching Beladi's frowning expression, Lin Chen turned the intelligence report to another section, also marked by him. Insect cocoon? Yes. It is the insect cocoon. Lin Chen nodded. According to the mission report and the subsequent deductions of the research team, these trillions of unidentified insect species are likely still in the cocoon state. This can also explain why those insects did not join the battle that day, and also why the insect race has always been using ordinary insect swarms to hold us back. Taking a deep breath, Beladi's face was filled with shock. Before Lin Chen mentioned it, she had not thought about it in this way. But now, it seems to make sense. No wonder Lin Chen needed to fight this battle. Therefore, according to my estimation, there are two possible reasons for the current strange behavior of the insect race. The first, as I just said, the suspected insect queen number 1 target is cultivating a large number of powerful new insect species. The second, the insect race is waiting for strong support from the extragalactic group. Regardless of the reason, the ordinary insect swarms that are currently constantly attacking our defense line are likely all serving as cannon fodder, just to keep us pinned on the Vita defense line. Therefore, what we need to do is simple. Under the guarantee of a stable Vita defense line, mobilize a cavalry unit, and before those new insect species become a threat to us, we should annihilate them all. Our actions must be swift. After all, no one knows when those new insect species will emerge from their cocoons. Within a day, have the fleet I need drawn out. We will set off tomorrow. Yes, Commander. Wait. Help me call Lin Kedin over. Understood. A minute later, as communication was connected, Lin Keshin's charming figure appeared on the bridge of the Union. Commander, any mission for me? Yes, I will lead a fleet to leave the Vita defense line to undertake a secret operation. During this time, I need you to take over the defense of the entire Vita defense line. Are you sure it's me? Quit the nonsense. If it doesn't work, I'll confiscate the 101 special fleet you have. All right, it must be done. You're not afraid of me losing all your savings. On the side, watching this peculiar Uncle Niece duo, Belodi couldn't hold back anymore, bursting into laughter while covering her mouth. Dealing with Lin Kedin, Lin Chen even had more ways than Lin Fan, because he knew that this foul-mouthed girl was actually extremely attached to her father. And the 101 Special Fleet, which had the same number as the first fleet commanded by Lin Fan, was her favorite. The reason she insisted on staying in the 7th Division Fleet, rejecting promotion, was largely due to this 101 Special Fleet being part of the 7th Division Fleet. Thus, as soon as Lin Chen threatened to take away the 101 Special Fleet, someone immediately caved in. End of this chapter. Chapter 509 Goal. Verena Starfield. I'll leave the Vita defensive line to you. If anything goes wrong, I'll come back and revoke the designation of the 101 Special Fleet. A day later, before leaving, Lin Tia once again issued a threat to Lin Kexin. Let's go. Let's go. With me here, what could possibly go wrong? Lin Kexin, on the other hand, didn't show any weakness and waved her hand dismissively, full of disdain. Lin Tia didn't care about her attitude and directly gave the orders to the fleet to depart. How much longer until the Vanguard team arrives? In the colorful hyperspace, the fleet was moving rapidly, and Lin Tia asked on the bridge. They are expected to arrive in 2 hours, but the Vanguard fleet only has 1 million warships. It's risky to make sure the arrival area of the main fleet is secure and hold for a full hour, isn't it? Dilatus felt that Lin Qian's plan was too risky. Although the Fearless Fleet's warships were powerful, very powerful, but after the previous battle with Li Kangqian, the area around Target 1 was definitely infested with the insect race. In this situation, letting only 1 million warships lead the way to ensure a large safety zone for the main fleet to arrive and holding it for a full hour was really pushing it. No. This is the best way. If the Vanguard team's numbers are too high, it will easily alert Target 1. If it escapes, it won't be found. By the way, are you sure the spatial disruption device is working properly? Suddenly reminded of something, Lin Tia asked again. Speaking of the spatial disruption device, It was one of the main research achievements of the Triad Empire. It was because of this device that the insect race could not use the wormhole channels to cross the Vita defensive line and reach the rear of the Triad Empire directly. However, this device not only had a limited coverage area, it was also very fragile. It could only withstand spatial backlash for about 3 days before being damaged beyond repair and needing replacement. At that time, the Triad Empire had been suppressed by the insect race to only one star domain, with resources and production capacity extremely limited. Therefore, all output could only support the Vita defensive line. In addition, covering such a large defensive line required an astronomical number of devices until the Federation obtained the technology from the Triad Empire. In theory, there shouldn't be a problem, but we haven't tested it with high-level royal worms. We'll have to see how it performs in actual combat. As Bilitis said, although the Federation had acquired the relevant technology, made certain improvements, and even used composite materials to manufacture the core, making it almost impervious to spatial backlash, it had never been tested with the insect race. Even with confidence, there could still be potential issues. It's fine. Even if there is an issue, at most, it will let Target 1 escape. After all, it is only the secondary target of this operation. The primary target is still those new insect species cocoons. As long as we eliminate them, it's fine. As for Target 1, let's leave it to fate. It would be best if we can take it down. If not, we'll find another opportunity in the future. Although that's what was said, in reality, Lin Qiao was very confident in the device. After all, although Bai Zixuan had a bad temper, anything he created had never caused any problems. After saying that, Lin Qiao entered a state of meditation to prepare his mind before the upcoming battle. Compared to decades ago, Lin Qiao now was like a completely different person. Well, that appearance was really damaging to one's sense of aesthetics, so it's better not to mention it. It wasn't until Bilitis became the housekeeper that Lin Qiao, indeed, understood that old saying, a man becomes mature only after starting a family. It's absolutely true. As Lin Qiao was sharpening his focus, time flew by quickly. Soon, 2 hours had passed. Still in the S7-16 region of the Gal star system, now named the Verena starfield by the Federation, in the void, there were war bugs everywhere. The density was simply terrifying compared to the sea of insects on the Vita defensive line. It seemed that the previous scare from Li Kangqian had truly shocked Olbo. Of course, this situation had long been anticipated by Lin Qiao and Bilitis. Just like how shields couldn't be activated during hyperspace jumps, the same went for the shields during hyperspace travel. It wasn't that they couldn't be activated, but a special force field had to be opened to isolate the special radiation inside during hyperspace travel. In such an environment, once warships appeared, they would be swarmed by the insect race, with a high probability of being breached by war bugs before the shields could be activated. A deep blue vortex-shaped hyperspace window suddenly opened without warning, in the dark void, instantly engulfing thousands of war bugs crowded together. However, hyperspace windows were quite overbearing. After all, they could tear open a rift in hyperspace itself, preventing the spatial membrane from self-repairing in a short time. For the bodies of the insect race, as soon as they touched the vortex-shaped window, they would be instantly shredded, not even leaving behind any remains. Over 1,000 war bugs, with the hyperspace window opening and gradually expanding, were all devoured, with no time even to emit a cry, although they couldn't make a sound in space. However, a few seconds later, what emerged from this hyperspace window was not a warship, but a missile. Yes, just a missile, but this missile was special. Its official name was the Zero-Point Missile. The war bugs had minimal coordination and immediately swarmed towards the location of the Zero-Point Missile. While the hyperspace window did clear a space upon opening, it was only a small area. The time it would take for surrounding war bugs to reach the Zero-Point Missile would definitely not exceed 3 seconds. On the first second, the hyperspace window began to close. By the second second, the hyperspace window had fully closed. By the third second, the insect race had already reached the front of the Zero-Point Missile, with the closest one even opening its ugly large mouth, ready to bite the missile. However, it was unable to, as at that moment, the Zero-Point Missile detonated. A huge white ball of light, emitting a dazzling white glow, continued to expand, eventually reaching a radius of 5 astronomical units. All the insect race engulfed within were instantly erased from the universe, After the massive white light disappeared, what was once a vast area filled with bugs now looked like it had just undergone a major cleaning. Not even a speck of asteroid debris could be found. At that moment, hundreds of thousands of hyperspace windows bloomed once again in the starry sky. End of this chapter. Chapter 510. The flagship warship of the Unyielding class was advancing in hyperspace within the bridge of the Unity number flagship. 0-point missiles have successfully detonated. Target elimination rate 100%. Vanguard fleet beginning deployment. Deploying spatial disruption devices. What's the status of the Outer Circle Vermis activity? Reporting to the commander, the Outer Circle has started converging towards the designated landing point, with a scale of at least 3,000 Super Vermis groups, expected to make contact in 25 minutes. Notify the Vanguard fleet. Don't wait for passive contact. Give me a proactive strike. Must establish a safety zone of 10 astronomical units within an hour. Yes, Commander. Radar team, have you located target position number 1? Not yet, Commander. Continue searching. Inform me immediately upon discovery. Understood. When the Vanguard fleet exited hyperspace, the entire Unity numbers bridge became bustling with activity, as various commands continued to be issued from Lin Qian's mouth. At present, the situation broadly coincided with the plan, but there were also some issues. For example, they couldn't locate Alba's position. However, this was not a significant problem. As Lin Tia had said earlier, the main goal of this operation was to destroy the Vermis cocoons, and the target number 1 was merely a secondary objective. After Lin Qian's orders were relayed to the Vanguard fleet, the entire fleet of 1,000,000 warships immediately sprung into action. The range cleared by a single 0-point missile was approximately 5 astronomical units in diameter, a spherical area with a radius of 2.5 astronomical units. Lin Qian's request to establish a safety zone with a diameter of 10 astronomical units within an hour meant that the Vanguard fleet not only had to defend the current area, but also had to expand outward by at least 3 astronomical units. After all, as the fleet advanced outward, the Vermis were also surging inward, and at the moment of contact with the Vermis speed, the distance should be at least 0.5 astronomical units. Another major problem was the scarcity of warships. Controlling a 5 astronomical units radius region with 1,000,000 warships was an extremely challenging task. Each warship had to cover a large area, equivalent to an array of 1,000,000,000 warships. Lin Qiao was well aware of this, drawing confidence from the Unyielding fleet, composed entirely of mid to late 7-level civilization warships. The Vanguard fleet, receiving the order, did not hesitate and immediately dispersed into 10-ship squads and began to spread out in a spherical pattern. This scene was also observed by a Vermis hiding in a nest channel. Since the last attack by Li Kangqian, Alba had become somewhat fearful, especially since humans possess 0-point particle weaponry, which posed a significant threat to him. Not to mention that human 0-point particle weapons could penetrate into the Vermis instantly, akin to spatial teleportation. Furthermore, with human detection of the spatial rift, he decided to hide within the nest channel, waiting for the Imperial Guard to break out of the cocoon. It was no wonder that Lin Qian momentarily could not locate Alba's whereabouts. At this moment, Alba felt puzzled by a couple of things. One was the human fleet's appearance this time, entirely different from their previous encounters. If not for the Federation emblem on their hulls, Alba would almost mistake them for another civilization. Secondly, the human warships that arrived this time were too few, numbering nearly 1,000,000. Judging from the strength displayed by the previous human fleet, 1,000,000 warships would be unable to stop his endless Vermis swarm. Moreover, this small fleet was not gathering together using a dense formation to reduce defensive areas, but instead continuously dispersed with a trend of further divergence. This method of operation simply confounded Alba. However, in the next instant, Alba understood why the opposing side chose dispersion over a dense formation. As the Vanguard fleet acted in accordance with Lin Fan's orders, they had already opened fire. It was worth noting that while the range cleared by 0-point missiles reached only a 2.5 astronomical units radius, the secondary cannons of the Unyielding fleet could cover over 3 astronomical units, and the main cannons could reach distances of 5 astronomical units. Consequently, all the converging Vermis were already within the firing range of the Vanguard fleet. With the situation as such, firing was the obvious course. There was no room for hesitation. The primary warships of the unyielding fleet differed significantly from the conventional weapons systems used by the Federation fleets. Due to the incomplete mastery of spatial technologies by Level 6 civilizations, they could only create single-function weapons such as space-tearing, piercing, or cutting. However, the main warships of the unyielding fleet were different. Representing a civilization almost entirely beyond Level 7, they had completely mastered spatial technologies, producing versatile ship cannons capable of releasing various types of space-based attacks as needed to adapt to different battlefield environments. Of course, these types of weapons were beyond the capabilities of the Federation to manufacture. To acquire them, Lin Fan had to purchase finished products as he had not reached the level of the system restrictions. Moreover, the prices for such technology were quite expensive. The current fleet of 10 billion warships already strained Lin Fan's limit, making it unlikely to increase the number of unyielding fleet warships in the near term. After all, having the means to defend oneself was crucial, with more points best spent on acquiring technology and advancing civilization levels. The current attacks being released by the previous fleet used a technique called spatial collapse, which represented the most potent attack released by the unyielding fleet warships. While the range was extensive, the power was somewhat lacking. If the target utilized spatial shields supported by strong energy, enduring 3 to 5 rounds would pose no problem. However, these ordinary warworms had no such spatial shields. Even energy shields were possessions of only some relatively advanced warworms. In a corner of the void, a squad of 10 warships was swiftly advancing while continuously conducting over 2 astronomical units beyond visual range attacks forward. On the spatial radar, the large swarm of vermis appeared as though being constantly consumed. One moment a portion disappeared here, another part vanished there. It was just 10 warships, but they had completely suppressed much of a super vermis swarm's scale. Not only had they suppressed them, but the vermis were also continually retreating. Naturally, the warworms did not feel fear. Rather, it was due to the unyielding class warships annihilating the vermis with such speed that the time taken for the rear vermis to replenish exceeded the rate at which the forward vermis were eliminated. This created the sensation of the vermis swarm constantly falling back. Inside the nest channel, Albo's 6 huge eyeballs were widened to the maximum. Even the Saint V Empire, without deploying zero-point particle weaponry, could never have warships this formidable. End of this chapter. Chapter 511. Engaging in close combat with the insect tribe. Just a mere 1 million battleships were continuously pushing the entire Bug Sea outwards, creating a terrifying phenomenon. Of course, a large part of the reason was that the peak power of the insect tribe was not present here. Otherwise, the Holy the Fifth Empire would not have been pushed all the way by the insect tribe before acquiring the zero-point armaments. At this moment, not only was Alba shocked inexplicably, but in another part of the Cal Empire, there was also a huge insect creature looking shocked at the images transmitted through the insect tribe's spiritual network. Humans were thought to already be powerful enough, but it turned out they possessed an even greater strength. And now, after the death of Xiaozha, the insect tribe had not even retained a fraction of their peak power. For the second Bug Tribe Holy War, Emil had no confidence at all. It was as if they were going to push our entire race into the pit. However, ever since knowing that Alba had become the royal insect, the queen seemed to have lost the ability to think rationally. Perhaps in Aria's mind now, there was no longer the existence of the race, only the idea of evolution. For this, Emil even felt that Arya might be willing to sacrifice the entire insect tribe to achieve this goal. Damn it, this kind of thing is absolutely not allowed to happen. Wait, what if I slightly change the previous plan and cooperate with humans? Once certain thoughts appeared, they surged like waves, constantly churning, and could no longer be suppressed. Inside the hyperspace, the Alliance fleet still led a massive fleet, sailing towards the preset landing point. It looks like everything is going smoothly. In the command center, Lin Tia looked at the real-time tactical images displayed on the screen. The all-around encirclement formed by the Bug Sea was expanding continuously. Of course, the expansion of the encirclement was not due to an increase in the number of insect tribe, but rather because the entire encirclement was steadily retreating. After all, with a spherical encirclement, the further away from the center point, the larger the encirclement naturally became. However, for the Vanguard fleet, the enlarged encirclement also meant facing a greater number of insect tribe at the same time. In the current situation, Within the first 10 minutes, the Vanguard fleet directly suppressed the insect tribe and pushed the entire encirclement outwards by 0.5 astronomical units. By the end of the second 10 minutes, the entire encirclement of the insect tribe had only been pushed outwards by another 0.3 astronomical units by the Vanguard fleet. It could be anticipated that by the end of the third 10 minutes, the distance that could be further advanced might not even be enough for 0.2 astronomical units. Obviously, this kind of speed was far from meeting Lin Fan's requirement to ensure a safe zone of 10 astronomical units in diameter within an hour. At this moment, the Vanguard fleet was under some pressure. With too few battleships, as they faced more and more of the insect tribe, their advancement speed slowed down. Finally, from the 32nd minute of the battle, the front line reached a stalemate. The insect tribe could not advance, and the Vanguard fleet's battleships and firepower could no longer maintain their advancement. The entire front line formed a delicate balance. Of course, supporting this balance were the reinforcements, with battle bugs dying in large numbers every second. Indeed, 1 million battleships are too much of a stretch. The current safe zone of 6 AU should be the limit. Now relying solely on them, even advancing by 0.1 astronomical units is almost impossible. On the side, Bellodes analyzed the tactical images. However, Lin Tian was not satisfied. Not at all. The distance was far from his requirements. Notify the Vanguard fleet to stop maintaining distance for sniping. Just push forward and make use of all weapons. Bellodes stared in disbelief at Lin Tian. In the history of human insect tribe warfare, there had never been a close combat battle. No matter which human commander you asked, their answer for facing the insect tribe would always be to maintain distance and use the advantage of range and firepower for one-sided slaughter. If someone suggested charging into close combat, they would undoubtedly be sprayed into oblivion. It was simply outrageous. But now, Lin Tian had issued this outrageous order. Of course, he would not let his fleet go to their deaths. Since he had given such an order, he naturally had confidence that they could do it. And that confidence came from the phase shield, a completely different energy shield from traditional shields or spatial shields. For the phase shield, it was not a matter of having strong enough attacks or protection to break through. As long as you managed to pull an invincible-class battleship out of phase, even if you were attacking until universal destruction, you would not be able to destroy it. Of course, there was a way, which was to wait until the battleship's energy ran out, and naturally, it would no longer be able to hide in other phases. As for the increased firepower and getting closer, sorry, that was not possible. Each Invincible-class battleship was equipped with 13 universal space cannons, 1 large and 12 mediums, without any mention of close-range defense weapons. So even if the distance was close, the firepower would not increase. And for space cannons, long-range attacks were clearly more suitable. After all, with such a large range of indiscriminate damage, if you were to close, even face-to-face, wouldn't you end up covering yourself in the attack range? Order the Vanguard fleet. Unlock all assault ships. Commander, we just equipped those assault ships and sent them to the Cal Galaxy. They haven't even been tested yet. What if there are some problems with this? All Vanguard fleet commanders, it's okay. Just do as I say. Lin Tian cut off Bellodes before she could finish speaking somewhat firmly. Others might not know, but did Lin Tian himself not know? In any case, Lin Tian was one of the few people in the world who knew about the Lin Fan system and also clearly understood where these battleships, weapons, and even the mentioned assault ships had come from. Therefore, he knew for sure that these assault ships were completely safe, and the soldiers in the Vanguard fleet had no problems in operation, so he could rest assured. Well, if you insist. Although Bellodes still had doubts in her heart, seeing Lin Tian's expression, she had no choice but to comply. Inside the Bug Nest tunnel, Alba saw the latest change in the Vanguard fleet and was somewhat puzzled. How come the human fleet wasn't maintaining distance to attack but instead quickly closing in on the distance between them and the Bug tribe's encirclement, giving a sense of wanting to engage in close combat with the swarm? Well, in any case, close combat was better than the current situation of sitting ducks waiting to be shot, right? Anyway, things couldn't get any worse than they already were. Since you want to engage in close combat, then I'll join you for a close combat battle. Maybe ... there might be a chance to achieve the first victory after the war with humans. End of this chapter. Chapter 512. The powerful impact ships in the void space are getting closer. Don't be fooled by the Vanguard fleet having 1,000,000 warships, because once these warships are evenly distributed on the surface of a sphere with a diameter of several, they immediately appear sparse. The distance between each pair of warships is already about 100,000 kilometers, and the insect race on the opposite side. They are surging forward like a tide, with almost no visible distance between different insects. They are basically all crowded together moving forward. In this comparison, the Vanguard fleet seems quite inadequate. Of course, once a civilization reaches a certain level, the significance of quantity is not as great as before. Vanguard fleet, registration F12S20789-03312. A warship that is only a third-level civilization escort ship is now speeding rapidly forward. Captain, distance to target 30 million kilometers. Warship decelerate to second cruising speed and release all impact ships. Yes, Captain, with the powerful subspace engine, the warship took only a dozen seconds to decelerate from third combat speed to second cruising speed, showing its remarkable braking ability. When the warship's speed slowed down and met the captain's request, its seemingly seamless abdomen suddenly opened up. A huge hidden cargo hold, almost 1/3 of the length of the entire warship, something the size of an assault ship, gradually emerged from it. Its shape resembled a cigar, with an extremely smooth surface, devoid of any additional features, and one couldn't even find where the thrusters were located. Just by looking at its appearance, one could hardly tell that this thing was a warship. It appeared more like a huge solid metal body. The second, the third, all the way to the 24th ship finally came to a stop. However, to anyone looking, the size of these 24 impact ships was much larger than that of the Fearless-class battleship right in front of them. This situation was entirely due to the use of spatial storage. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Fearless-class battleship is only the size of a third-level civilization escort ship. Internally, due to the application of spatial storage technology, its space is absolutely no smaller than that of a heavy battleship. Captain, all impact ships have been released. Commencing connection. Command authority acquired. Initiate first wave of impact. Yes, Captain, 24 impact ships, like escort ships, surrounded the battleship. However, if one were to mistake these cigar-shaped impact ships as escort ships, that would be a big mistake. The next second, with a slight vibration in the space around the warship, all 24 impact ships were elongated. Yes, elongated. At least, visually it appeared that way, like a golden hoop, constantly lengthening, until several seconds later, the impact ships that were originally surrounding the warship gradually dissipated. Of course, the impact ships were not actually elongated. It was just that they accelerated to 0.99 times the speed of light in an instant, creating this visual effect. All data normal. Expected contact with the swarm in 79 seconds. Direct all attacks to the periphery of the impact path. Try to compress the surrounding insects onto the path of the impact ships. Yes, Captain. Approaching at over 20 million kilometers, a large amount of spatial contraction directly affected the swarm, harvesting the lives of the war insects. Although the war insects do not fear death or have fear as an emotion, when facing a powerful attack, they still instinctively move to try and avoid the kill zone. It's this behavior, combined with the deliberate targeting by the attacking warships, that pushed many war insects onto the path of the impact ships, increasing the number of insects on that path by at least 30%. 10 seconds until contact. 9, 8, 10. Contact. At that moment, all 24 impact ships plunged into the swarm. Entered the swarm at 1.92 million kilometers, speed loss 0.02%. Entered the swarm at 8.40 million kilometers, speed loss 0.03%. Successfully penetrated the swarm. In less than a minute, 24 impact ships penetrated a swarm with a thickness of tens of millions of kilometers. This penetration was not just calculated based on the size of the impact ships. Otherwise, even with thousands of impact ships attacking together, they wouldn't have caused much harm to the insect race. The key was that although these impact ships were not solid, their entire outer shell was made of composite material, especially the head, making up 20% of the entire impact ship, was all composite material. Therefore, while the impact ships were not as powerful as neutron stars, due to their massive size and ability to travel at 0.99 times the speed of light, They could generate a significant gravitational effect that could inflict fatal damage on the insects within tens of thousands of kilometers around their path. If one were to make a comparison, the impact ships were like weakened neutron stars, thousands of times. Wherever they went, it was as if a massacre had occurred. The insects directly hit by the impact ships disintegrated instantly. Those insects not directly hit, although avoiding the worst fate, could not escape death either, torn to shreds by the powerful gravitational effect. Perhaps, looking at just the kill radius of tens of thousands of kilometers might seem insignificant, but the depth of the impact, directly penetrating the entire swarm, was what truly mattered. When calculating the killing power, for a race like the insect race that emphasized quantity, the impact of the impact ships was more outstanding than ordinary spatial weapons. All impact ships readjust angles, prepare for the next wave of impacts. Yes, Captain. Obviously, this captain was ready to orchestrate a spectacle of in and out maneuvers within the swarm using the impact ships. However, it wasn't just this captain acting. The entire Vanguard fleet's warships were doing the same. With the entrance of the impact ships, the firepower of the entire Vanguard fleet increased by more than double, once again pushing the swarm backward. On the Unity Bridge, in hyperspace, Commander, according to this progress, we should be able to control the area enough for the entire fleet to land within the specified time. As Berolidis reported, she was also somewhat amazed by the effectiveness of the impact ship attack. Initially, she had viewed the impact ship as a means of single-point attack to forcibly destroy critical enemy targets before its combat had been tested. However, after this battle of the Vanguard fleet, her perspective had completely changed. Perhaps, compared to single-point attacks, for enemies, like the insect race, relying on quantity, the impact ship seemed to be more effective. End of this chapter. Chapter 513. The weakness of the impactor ships inside hyperspace. There are still 10 minutes before the fleet exits hyperspace. At the same time, after nearly half an hour of fierce attacks, the Vanguard fleet has expanded the safe zone to a radius of 5.2 astronomical units, slightly exceeding Lin Tian's initial request. However, with the expansion of the safe zone, the area of the entire defense line is also increasing, resulting in a delicate balance once again. The speed of killing the insectoid species is almost equivalent to the speed at which the combat insects are being replenished, leading to a stalemate on the front lines. However, this is not a problem for Lin Tian. After all, for a Vanguard fleet of only 1 million warships, this is quite impressive. As for what comes next, leave it to the main forces. Tens of thousands of light years away, a certain insect is watching every move on the battlefield through the insectoid mental network, even more concerned than Alba. How did humans achieve nearly light-speed impacts? It's not through teleportation or anything like that, but by directly approaching the speed of light. Although the insectoid species are a biological civilization that does not follow the path of technology, Emil has lived for so long and witnessed to many civilizations rise and fall. Therefore, for such a basic common sense like this, Emil still knows a bit. That is, true superluminal speed does not exist. Of course, this is based on a civilization that is only at level 7. After all, it hasn't encountered more advanced civilizations. From Emil's knowledge of several so-called superluminal methods, none of them actually achieve true superluminal speed, but rather take shortcuts. Whether it's teleportation, space travel, or even the latest human hyperspace navigation, although they can be called superluminal, they are not truly so. Strictly speaking, all these technologies are shortcuts, achieved through clever means to surpass the speed of light, rather than the process itself. And just now, that strange armament to humans used, if Emil didn't see it wrong, had already come infinitely close to the speed of light. This shouldn't have been possible, but was happening right before its eyes. The recent revelations from humans to Emil have been too numerous, making it feel more powerless against humans than against the Holy Empire. Nevertheless, regardless of weakness, doesn't this better illustrate that humans are the most suitable subjects for its plan? It's just that establishing contact with humans is a significant challenge. Emil pondered with a headache. At the same time, inside the insectoid nest channel, watching his massive swarm being pressed and attacked by just 1 million warships under him, Alba showed no sign of anger, but calmly pondered countermeasures, and indeed, he found a solution. Currently, humans have pinned the insectoids at a distance of 30 million kilometers. Should I just control the swarm to proactively dodge the attacks? After all, The enemy's strange armament doesn't surpass the speed of light but is at 0.99 times the speed of light. So, even at the speed of light, it would still take 100 seconds for an attack to reach the Insectoids because even at the speed of light, it's just 300,000 kilometers per second. Most crucially, during the enemy's advancement at 0.99 times the speed of light, they lack maneuverability. Once they start, it's a straight path, whereas I have over 100 seconds to control the swarm to clear a path from the impact route, right? Alba is indeed clever. In just a short while, he had already identified the fatal weakness of the impact ships. Yes, extremely fatal. Since he had thought of it, he promptly acted on it. Through the Insectoid mental network, Alba directly controlled a swarm. On the other side of this swarm, over 20 impact ships had already started to move, their silhouettes resembling golden hoop cudgels appearing again in the void. It's now. Numerous instructions were immediately sent out along the Insectoid mental network. Under Alba's personal command, all combat insects within the entire swarm suddenly became like trained soldiers, coordinating impeccably. Imagine within a swarm of war insects measured in gigatons, the insects adjusting their positions without any collisions. It was similar to when the Federation fleet changes formation. In just over a minute, the elongating forms of the over 20 vessels had vanished into the swarm, continually extending until emerging from the other end of the swarm. There was no vaporization, no scattering of insectoid remains in the void. Nothing. Inside the dreadnought commanding these impactor ships, Captain, according to the battlefield assessment, the effectiveness of this impactor ship group is 0. Impossible. That's absurd. Recalculate. Yes, Captain, recalculations complete, and the effectiveness is still 0. Bring up the observation images. Let me see the actual impact results. Understood. Soon, a segment of an image was projected within the bridge. After dozens of seconds, finally, the captain understood why the impact was ineffective. At the moment the impactor ship group departed, the entire swarm started to change, and after a minute, 24 channels approximately 100,000 kilometers in diameter appear in the swarm. Yes, channels, nothing else. Following this, 24 impact ships, like sightseeing tourists, entered one end of the open passage, exited from the other end, running a lonely course, gaining nothing. Captain, the swarm is advancing towards us. The delicate balance that kept the entire front line stable, preventing any side from pushing forward, even a step, was now disrupted. A single mistake from either side would allow the other to take advantage instantly. Clearly, this wave of the impactor ship group had made a mistake, giving the Insectoids a great opportunity. Captain, it seems the Insectoids have identified the weak point in our impactor ships. Should we slowly retreat while maintaining firepower? No. If we retreat, it will affect the arrival of the main fleet. We must suppress all the insects here, but... The captain cut off his subordinate and continued, no need to say more. Not only will we not retreat, but we will also advance towards them. Are the Insectoids taking advantage of our slow impactor ship speed for evasion? Then, we will get so close that they won't have time to evade. Activate the phase shields, battle speed 7, target the massive swarm in front. End of this chapter. Chapter 514 Strange Message. It's like a knight charging alone towards the enemy's large army, giving off a heroic yet tragic feeling. The warship has accelerated to the 7th combat speed, 197 seconds to contact. Alright, order all mechs equipped with Zerg equipment to prepare for attack, serving as close-range firepower support for the warship, but not allowed to lead the coverage of the phase shield. Yes, Captain. At this moment, the entire warship has accelerated to a speed of 90,000 kilometers per second. Of course, it does not mean that only the Dreadnought-class warship can accelerate to this level. In fact, in the standard combat speed of the Federal Fleet's warships, it is divided into 12 levels of combat speed. The maximum speed of the Dreadnought-class warship can reach the 9th level of combat speed, which is 0.99 times the speed of light. As for the 10th to 12th levels of combat speed, they are currently just defined, and the Federation does not possess such technology. However, combat speeds above level 7 are not something that can be casually used. This involves considering the issue of time dilation. According to current research, the time dilation effect at the 7th combat speed, which is 90,000 kilometers per second, is almost negligible, but if the speed is further increased, the situation changes. For example, when a warship uses the 9th combat speed, which is 0.99 times the speed of light, the time dilation effect will reach a full 7 times. This means that when you travel at 0.99 times the speed of light for 1 day, 7 days have passed in the outside world. As for why the assault ship is not affected, it is because it has a special technology, the time bubble. When the assault ship charges at the 9th combat speed, which is 0.99 times the speed of light, the time bubble will be activated to envelop the entire warship to counter the time dilation effect. However, this technology has a fatal flaw. Inside the time bubble, no living organisms can survive. This is why the assault ship must be designed without a crew and controlled remotely. Likewise, it is because of the existence of the time bubble that the assault ship displays residual images extending like a golden hoop when advancing. 1 million kilometers away, the swarm is beginning to launch a concentrated beam-like attack at us. Ignore it, continue moving forward, decelerate to the 3rd combat speed after approaching 5 million kilometers, and switch the assault ship to short-range attack mode. Yes, Captain, in the void, countless dark red beams are shot out from the massive swarm. These are attacks by the warship bugs, and at this range, they are within their firing range. This dense attack method is the most effective way for the Zerg to deal with level 6 civilization's spatial shields. Of course, the premise is that the warship used by the Federation also has a spatial shield, but obviously, it does not. Tens of thousands of energy beams fired by the warship bug speed towards the frontline warship, and the attacks are so dense that the beams almost merge together. Visually, it looks as if they have merged into one huge beam. And not only can it hit a single warship, but even with additional warships, it can completely engulf them within the beam's coverage, which is extremely frightening. The distance between the two sides is now less than 10 million kilometers, and the attack is imminent. In just half a minute, it will arrive in front of this Dreadnought-class warship, and the next moment, it will completely engulf it. Inside the warship's bridge, through the portholes, there is no longer a view of the starry sky, only a continuous onslaught of dark red. Yet inside the entire bridge, not a single person displays a look of panic, but rather watches with keen interest. A few seconds later, countless beams flow through the entire ship, yet this Dreadnought-class warship remains there, without a single trace of damage. Face shield. Watching this scene through the Zerg's mental network, Alba was inexplicably shocked. It is not unfamiliar with face shields. The former Saint Wei Empire used this technology, and in the early stages of the war, the Zerg had no way to defend themselves, until Aelia bred a special species of Zerg specifically to counter the face shield. However, now it does not know how this special Zerg was bred, let alone possessing it. Could it be that I have to give up on the royal guard bugs that have been raised halfway? The appearance of the face shield instantly drained Alba of any temper. Of course, it does not mean that the Zerg, other than the special species created by Aelia, have no way to destroy the warship with a face shield. In fact, there is a way, but the cost is too great. Even if Alba exhausts all the Zerg in the entire galaxy, it may not be able to destroy many warships with a face shield. After all, it no longer has a royal guard but only ordinary combat bugs and guard bugs of ranks 1 to 3. Should we retreat first? Wait for Aelia to come? Instantly, these thoughts filled Alba's mind. The reluctant rationality kept reminding it that this was the most appropriate strategy. At the same time, Emil, who also recognized the face shield, was equally shocked. As a first-level king bug during the First Holy War of the Zerg, it had a deeper understanding of the face shield. I didn't expect that. Previously I thought this human was only a level 6 civilization at most, perhaps just stepping into the 7th level of civilization, but now it seems entirely like the Saint Wei Empire, a 7th level civilization. The reason Emil at this realization was mainly due to the previous battle in the S7-16 area, led by Li Kangqiang's fleet cluster. If the human fleet had face shields, there was no need to retreat. They could have directly withstood the attacks. Because of this, Emil had always believed that although humans possessed the zero-point particle weaponry as a signature technology of a 7th level civilization, the face shield had not been mastered, and it did not qualify as a genuine 7th level civilization. However, now it appeared that it had overestimated. This was undoubtedly a 7th level civilization, or even its level of civilization should be higher than that of the Saint Wei Empire back then. If so, It would be worth trying to see if that thing could establish contact with a human who had received something from the Saint Wei Empire. In hyperspace, the Alliance and the massive fleet led by the Unity continued to advance. Commander, the Zerg seem to have discovered the weak point of the assault ship. The Vanguard teams have to advance and use the assault ship at close range to evade the weak point. At the same time, because most of the teams have entered the Zerg's range, the defense capability of the face shield against Zerg attacks has been verified. Watching various reports on the terminal, Belota summarized to Lin Tia. Lin Tia nodded slightly. These situations were within his expectations and did not present any surprises. Commander, we have received a message sent using VoIP communication technology, but the source is unknown. This report from the communications officer surprised both Lin Tia and Belotus. VoIP communication technology is typically a technology of a 7th-level civilization, and if it was not from their own side, then it meant that the other party. End of this chapter. Chapter 515. The communication officer Lin Tian's report about the big event was nothing short of astonishing. VoIP communication technology is a typical hallmark technology of a 7th-level civilization, which can achieve instantaneous communication throughout the entire universe. And the fact that someone can send messages using this technology means that the other party is at least a 7th-level civilization as well. How could Lin Tian not be surprised, and how could he not be extremely vigilant? Immediately transfer the contents of the message to my terminal. Yes, Commander. Just 3 seconds later, Lin Tia had already received and opened the sudden message on his terminal. However, as he read it for a few seconds, his expression became increasingly strange. How absurd! At least a 7th-level civilization. This message was actually sent by a bug. Can you believe it? Lin Tia, with a strange expression on his face, continuously criticized the sender of the message in his mind. Not only was it a bug, but it seemed to be a treacherous bug. What did it say? Referring to humans as adults, providing directions to the king's army, and providing the accurate location of the bug emperor. If this isn't treachery, then what is treachery? Void crumpled the document and threw it aside, and the entire communication content was displayed in front of Biluo Deci. What do you think? 10 seconds later, looking at Biluo Deci, whose expression had also become strange, Lin Tia asked, I think it's worth a try. In terms of our strength, even if it's a trap, we have confidence in retreating unscathed. Besides, we don't really need to send the entire fleet. Arranging a small team should be enough. Biluo Deci shrugged and said, in her opinion, with such a big temptation that could be solved with just a small team, why not give it a try? If successful, the benefits are self-evident. Even if it's a trap and it fails, with the super spatial engine and face shields, it should be able to retreat unscathed. And even if something big happens, the maximum loss would be just a small team. Although the Federation has hardly suffered any war damage since the 4th-level civilization, you can't just be afraid of losing a small team of 10 warships and give up a decisive advantage that could end the battle before it even starts, right? A military commander has never been a saint. It's similar to what I thought, but we don't have the right equipment here. According to the message, the Bug Emperor is currently in the Bug Nest channel. However, 10 warships are still too few. In case of an emergency, it may not be able to handle it independently. Contact Qin Kexin and have her bring over the 101 Special Fleet. 101 Special Fleet, isn't that too much? Biluo Deci was a little surprised. Speaking of Lin Kexin's 101 Special Fleet, they didn't have many warships, only a mere 1 million. But compared to just sending a small team of 10 warships, it was an increase of 100,000 times. Obviously, her man was getting ready to cause trouble again. Biluo Deci looked deeply at Lin Tia. Yes, Biluo Deci had not guessed wrong at all. Lin Tia was indeed preparing to cause trouble, and he was preparing to capture the Bug Emperor alive. Commander, 1 minute until the launch of the hyperspace. Just as Lin Tia was constantly calculating how to capture the Bug Emperor, a report from the helmsman temporarily interrupted him. Prepare the entire fleet for battle. Once we exit the hyperspace, follow the directions planned by each department and provide support to the advance fleet. Yes, Commander. After giving the order, Lin Tia propped his chin with his hand, seemingly deep in thought. After a few seconds, he raised his head again and continued speaking. Inform the advance fleet to gradually weaken their firepower and recover all impact ships, then slowly retreat. At the same time, once the main fleet arrives, It is also not allowed to use impact ships, and all warships are only allowed to use half of their firepower. Biluo understood the significance of this command. It was simply to prevent the first target from being scared away by the arrival of the main fleet. Sighing, she understood that this man had made up his mind and couldn't be stopped. She could only hope that everything would go smoothly. Understood, Commander. Half a minute before the arrival of the main fleet, the warships of the advance fleet began to recover the impact ships and gradually weaken their firepower according to Lin Tian's orders. As one after another ship's cannon fell silent, the advance fleet could no longer suppress the bug race and had to retreat, and the situation on the battlefield seemed to shift in an instant. In Alba inside the bug nest channel, he was somewhat stunned as he watched this scene through the bug race's mental network. Could it be that they're running out of energy? That's right, the human fleet from last time also retreated after a fierce battle of just an hour. And this time it's exactly an hour too. Could it be that without the logistical support after leaving the Vita defensive line, human warships can only maintain high-intensity combat for an hour? If that's the case, Alba seemed to have discovered the truth. Comparing the weakening firepower of the human warships with the previous battle led by Li Kangqian, he suddenly realized, indeed, there was a common point, and that was an hour. If Lin Chia were to find out, he would definitely criticize. I didn't even consider the previous arrangement made by Li Kangqian when I was making this plan. You really think a lot. However, regardless, Alba's thinking had become active. It seemed that he didn't need to run, and he could even save these Royal Guard bugs. On the battlefield, all the warships of the advance fleet were accelerating in retreat, and in just over 10 seconds, the bug race had pushed the front line forward by hundreds of thousands of kilometers, almost at the speed of the bug swarm at full speed. However, just as all the bug swarms were frantically advancing, an endless number of deep blue vortex-shaped hyperspace windows suddenly appear in the secured safe zone of the advance fleet. In the next moment, within a radius of 2.5 astronomical units, it was already filled with Dreadnought-class warships. This left Alba somewhat dumbfounded. The previous mere million warships had rendered his forces incapable of self-sustainability, and now this whole billion warships, what kind of ghost was this? Despite his bafflement, there was no fear. After all, hadn't he just discovered the weakness of human warships? Simply pile on the bugs until the opponent runs out of energy. After all, the majority of his forces were combat bugs. Even if they were all lined up for humans to slaughter, it would take at least a year and a half for the humans to wipe out all the bug races in the Melee star system. But there was one thing that needed to be done first, that was to withdraw the bug swarm, expand the contact front to a sufficient distance, and then resume the war. After all, the current area of just a few was too small, and the opponent could easily divide the billion warships into several waves, rotating them in and out. If that were the case, there was no way to push the opponent into an energy crisis. So, without further ado, Alba immediately transmitted the command through the bug race's mental network. End of this chapter. Chapter 516. Beginning the operation having 1 billion warships is indeed impressive, but compared to the number of the insect race, it is still incomparable. To be blunt, even if humans keep using their Zero Series weapons, the insect race can sustain such a massive tide of insects for a long period of time. And this long period of time is accounted for in months, while it is still before the arrival of the main force of the insect race, led by Arlia's lineage. Of course, Lin Tian doesn't necessarily need to completely eradicate the insect race. On the battlefield, the Vanguard fleet has retreated within the array under the cover of the main fleet. At this moment, Alba once again discovered two truths. The first being that he had indeed grasped the weakness of the human impact ships. Ever since that point, have humans stopped using their impact ships? Well, it's because Lin Fen issued the order that no warships were allowed to use impact ships. As a result, those warships that had finally closed in on the insect swarm and were preparing to use their impact ships at close range had to hold back. As for the other truth, it referred to the previous million warships, which should have been the elite fleet of humankind, while the recently arrived billion warships or just normal fleet. After all, these newly arrived fleets, despite having more warships, each ship's firepower is not even half of the previous warships, right? It has to be like this. Commander, there is a communication from Acting Commander Lin Kedin. The 101 Special Forces fleet has departed from the Veta line and is expected to arrive at the first target location in 4 hours. Understood. Order the fleet to maintain the defense line and reduce the overall firepower by 10% every hour. Understand? Inside the command bridge of the Union warship, Lin Tiao watched the movements of the insect race through tactical images and couldn't help but curl a hint of a smile. The appearance of the fierce attack of the insect race and the number detected by the spatial radar that gathered together were surprisingly effective. Has the technical team located the whereabouts of that traitorous insect? Not yet. The technical team is still working on it, but let's not hold too much hope. After all, tracking through void communication technology is almost impossible. I see. Appearing completely indifferent. In fact, for Lin Tia, if there was a chance to catch the traitorous insect, he would. If not, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. As time quickly passed, an hour went by, and the insect race still couldn't advance even a small step. However, Alba not only wasn't discouraged but was even more excited. He discovered that after an hour of high-intensity combat, the human fleet's firepower had decreased slightly. No wonder the human fleet retreated after an hour of fighting last time, so it seems. Alba was even more convinced of the truth he discovered, but he failed to notice that a deadly threat was constantly getting closer, enveloping him. The second hour, the third hour, the fourth hour, the fleet's firepower weakened more and more. According to Alba's estimate, the human firepower was now only 20% of what it was at the beginning. Perhaps, with another hour, the deadlock on the battlefield could be completely broken, and then they would have to be careful with that initial elite fleet. However, in reality, as soon as the main fleet arrived on the battlefield, it had followed Lin Tian's orders and used only half of its firepower. After deliberate reductions in firepower, the firepower used now was only 10% of its maximum firepower. And if the impact ships that Lin Tia prohibited were also counted, their firepower might not even be half of what it was at full power. The key point was that this was all without utilizing the zero-point particle weapons. It could be said that Alba fell completely into Lin Tian's mental trap. Commander, the 101 Special Forces have 5 minutes left to reach the operational area. Once they arrive, immediately block the passage of the insect nest and deploy the spatial disruptors. Commander, are you planning to directly eliminate the insect emperor? Biarides looked astonished. Wasn't this man determined to capture it alive before? How can he now plan to use the spatial disruptors directly? What exactly is a spatial disruptor? Although Biarides hadn't seen it activated with her own eyes, she had seen it in the Federal Archives. It was used to directly destroy the insect nest connecting to the galaxy and even wiped out a third-tier king worm that was in the passage. It was something that could collapse the insect nest passage. When it was activated, everything in it would be completely destroyed, not even leaving a trace behind. This was a total killing move, not at all like he meant to capture it alive, right? Of course, the intention is to capture it alive, but it needs to be given enough threat to comply. Lin Fen shook his head and explained. However, Biarides still didn't understand. I understand the idea of threatening the insect emperor by deploying the spatial disruptors, but how can the insect emperor know that we are threatening it? As Biarides said, you think you are threatening them, but they are not aware. For example, the insect emperor, you deployed the spatial disruptors at the entrance to the insect nest, but it doesn't know what purpose these things serve. Since it doesn't know you are threatening it, then wanting it to surrender by relying solely on threats is almost impossible, right? Don't worry, didn't we still have a traitorous insect leading the way? Although its actual location cannot be precisely tracked through void communication technology, we can still make contact with it. Since it has already become a traitor, it can't vacillate any longer, right? Saying so, Lin Tia revealed a somewhat wicked smile. Several light years away from the battlefield, in the void, a huge space crack opened up, emitting a faint red glow. It was the insect nest channel that Alba had opened. Not far from the channel's mouth, hundreds of thousands of azure swirling spatial windows appeared without warning, and a large number of warships arrived. Of course, there were also many war insects guarding outside the wormhole, although not as many as in Lin Tian's battlefield. It was not insignificant either. The arrival of the 101 Special Forces was immediately detected and the news was relayed to Alba inside the channel. Alba was in an extremely excited state at the moment, but the sudden news brought him back from ecstasy. Although a human fleet suddenly appeared, Alba wasn't too panicky. After all, he was currently inside the insect nest channel. Even if the humans used their zero-point weapons, they wouldn't be able to touch him. Moreover, the main target of this fleet was mostly the Imperial Guard being cultivated outside the channel, not him. Alba kept reassuring himself in his mind, but unfortunately, a few minutes later, he was swiftly proven wrong. After the 101 Special Forces cleared the worm guards at the channel's mouth and established defenses around the channel, instead of attacking the endless line of insect chrysalis of the Royal Guard not far away, they released a large number of mechs, transporting some unknown device and began deploying them all around the insect nest channel entrance. End of this chapter. Chapter 517. Forced to stand in line. Emil. One by one, the spatial vibration devices, after rigorous calculations, were deployed at various points in the insect nest passageway. At this moment, Alba's entire insect face seemed to darken. Wasn't the target supposed to be the Royal Guard? Why are they causing trouble directly at the insect nest passageway where they are? And what are these things used for? Anyway, regardless of what the human deployed devices are for, they are definitely not something good. Of course, Alba didn't just stand there waiting for death but mobilized all insect groups around the insect nest passageway to attack the 101 Special Fleet. However, a million Dreadnought-class warships, along with a smaller defense area compared to the previous advanced fleet, formed an insurmountable barrier in full firepower, a minefield that the insects could never cross. The outer defense line was fiercely engaged, while 100,000 warships were stationed to block the passage mouth. If Alba dared to come out from inside, they would be instantly obliterated, with absolutely no chance of escape. Meanwhile, a large number of mechs continued to be busy, as the insect nest passage opened by the Insect Queen required a total of 18,000 spatial vibration devices to be deployed, a task that couldn't be easily accomplished in the short term. At the same time, on the main battlefield, inside the Union Bridge, Commander, the 101 Special Fleet has sealed off the insect nest passageway and completed the construction of the defense line. Currently, they are deploying the spatial vibration devices and are expected to complete in 38 minutes. It's about time. Contact our insect trader friend and have it help deliver a message to the Insect Queen. Understood, Commander. A few minutes later, Emil, tens of thousands of light years away, was dumbfounded. Are humans trying to push themselves into the fire pit? They actually contacted Alba and informed them that the human deployed devices could easily destroy the insect nest passageway, causing a collapse effect wherein everything inside, living or non-living, would be annihilated together. Therefore, they demanded Alba voluntarily come out from the insect nest passageway and surrender to the defenders at the passage mouth. If they truly helped convey such information to humans, wouldn't their treacherous identity be instantly exposed? Emil initially just wanted to be a behind-the-scenes manipulator, using humans to get rid of Alba and become Queen Arya's most trusted confidant again. But humans wanted to force them out in the open and publicly choose sides, going too far. However, on second thought, humans actually had the technology to destroy the insect nest passageway and were planning to capture Alba alive. Emil was suddenly in a dilemma, unsure how to proceed. 10 minutes quickly passed. Commander, it's been 10 minutes, and still no response. No need to rush. Let it consider it further. In the bridge, seeing that 10 minutes had passed and the insect trader still hadn't replied, there was some impatience creeping in. Could it be backing out? However, Lin Qian remained calm, showing no signs of worrying. Commander, we received another message, sent through the voice communication technology. Read it directly. Yes, Commander, I agree, but before Queen Arya dies, humans need to provide me with protection and allow me to leave after dealing with Arya. Lin Chia furrowed his brows slightly. Queen Arya, when this insect trader first sent a message, didn't they say the insect queen inside the passageway is called Alba? How come now it's Queen Arya? Could it be that there are two insect queens in the insect race? Once, Lin Fen captured a fourth-order queen insect in the Milky Way and learned from it that the insect race had only one insect queen. This information also served as one of the fundamental intelligence for the Federation's recent military actions. However, Lin Qian found that this crucial piece of intelligence seemed wrong. Very wrong indeed. Of course, Lin Qian didn't doubt the accuracy of the original intelligence obtained. After all, the Federation used various methods to verify the intelligence's reliability. The remaining possibility was that, within a short period, a new queen had emerged within the insect race. This also explained why the Third Eye Empire said the insect leader in the Mel's galaxy was a first-order queen insect, but the Federation discovered the existence of an insect queen. It also explained why an insect queen existed but not more powerful insect species. According to previous information obtained from the fourth-order queen insect, although it didn't know what species the queen could breed, there were rumors that the special species bred by the queen were incredibly powerful, with each one being no weaker than third-order queen insect. If this was true, then the insect named Alba should have recently evolved, and those insect cocoons with life energies comparable to third-order queen insects were precisely the specially bred species that were halfway through development. In that case, their attack this time wasn't wrong. They should crush it before its wings fully developed. Tell it I agree to these requests and let it wait for our signal before taking action. Yes, Commander. After understanding all this, Lin Tia quickly made a decision. After all, Emil's demands left no room for hesitation, and besides, wasn't it just waiting to release it after eliminating the queen of the insects? No problem. Once released, they could eliminate it immediately. Even if they released it for just 1 second, it would still be adhering to the agreement, right? The reputation of us humans is quite good. Over 20 minutes passed quietly. The mechanized task force at the insect nest passageway finally completed the last piece of the puzzle, deploying all spatial vibration devices to their designated positions. Everything was ready. Inside the passageway, sensing the complete withdrawal of the human mecha group, Alba immediately became aware that regardless of the humans' intentions or the devices they had set up, they were ready to take action. The situation didn't look good at all. Alba regretted a bit. Why did they connect the other end of the passageway to the Lion Galaxy over 300,000 light-years away when opening this new insect nest passageway? Because of this, they found themselves in a dilemma. Leaving from one end would lead to immediate annihilation, and escaping from the other end, even though more efficient, would take at least half a month due to the distance. Alba's ugly insect face even showed a deeply human-like expression of distress. Emil, what are you trying to achieve by connecting with me at this juncture? At that moment, within the insect's mental network, Alba received a mental connection request. And the sender was Emil. End of the chapter. Chapter 518. Although the time is a bit tight to lift the firepower restriction, Alba divided a strand of his spiritual consciousness with Emil for a mental connection without any problems. Moreover, Emil currently controls all the insect races in the Gal system and is responsible for commanding the frontline war. Being able to establish a mental connection with him should imply that there is something important to report. Otherwise, usually it would be Alba seeking Emil, not the other way around. Emil, what's going on at the front line? No, there are no issues at the front line. But you are about to have a problem, Alba. What do you mean? Alba felt that Emil's words were strange, but he hadn't reacted immediately. However, in the next moment, Alba finally realized that something was amiss. Emil, what did you just call me? His voice was filled with infinite anger. In the insect race, there is a strong hierarchical concept. As a first-order king insect, Emil cannot address the emperor insect directly and must use a respectful title, like my emperor, Alba, or Empress Alea. Just now, Emil directly called Alba's name, which is considered a serious crime within the insect race. Therefore, Alba was enraged because to him, it was like his dignity was being trampled upon. This was unforgivable. If it were before, and Emil heard Alba so furious, it would have trembled in fear. But now, it remained calm. I say, Alba, you are not clear about what the humans have arranged at the entrance to the insect hive tunnel, right? Do you know? Well, I don't know. Listening to Emil's words, Alba felt contempt and hostility. After this is over, he would definitely take care of Emil personally. However, Emil's next words caused Alba's brain to falter. But humans told me the name of that thing is Spatial Disruptor. This is a good thing, specifically targeting our insect hive tunnels. Once activated, it can directly collapse the tunnels and those inside.